and Fnatic are shredding Alliance apart. The tankiest member was just being played like ping pong by the rest of Rock out there. Nasgate Gaming looking very strong in this one. Dix gets the bomb in there instead, and Jesus gets his 10th kill of the game.
We're in the playoffs, it's so close and yet so far.
Superweek, and on the first day we already saw Heimerdinger and Udyr.
Oh, what a flash from Alex Sage, getting away from Youngbucks turret.
Heimerdinger OP. anything's possible here in the European LCS.
It is impossible to predict who's going to be number 1 and number 2.
We have 6 games, and to top it all off, Gambit versus Fnatic. I can hardly wait.
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of our final Spring Split Super Week here in our European LCS studios, coming to you live from Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we have 6 big games to play today.
Yeah, indeed we do, D-Man, and after yesterday's matches, the playoff picture is beginning to come into focus. Most of the teams are now fighting for their seeds in their postseason, while there are 2 teams still hoping to get in under the wire.
And let's take a look at those teams yesterday. We saw 5 squads securing their playoff spots, with SK, Fnatic, Alliance, Rocket, and Gambit all qualifying for the playoffs.
There is one thing though, there is one spot remaining, and that is open for either the Copenhagen Wolves or the Super Hot Crew, which means that Millennium is the first team that is being sent to the promotion tournament to defend their LCS spot against the up-and-coming challengers.
So here is a brief preview of the LCS playoffs, and this is what it's going to look like. It's all how they work overall. The teams in the top 6 positions will all advance into 3-round single elimination tournament seeded according to their rank. The teams that finish 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th will head to the quarterfinals, while the 1st and 2nd place teams will get a bye and proceed directly to the semi-final round.
Yeah, now the quarterfinal and semi-final rounds will be a best of 3, and the championship round will be a best of 5. The teams that finish 1st through 5th will head into the summer split, while the 6th place finisher, along with the teams that place 7th and 8th place from the spring split, will complete in the summer promotion tournament against those challenger teams fighting for their survival and their LCS spots.
So with the playoffs picture fresh in your mind, let's take a look at the standings as the teams are looking to fill the spots in that bracket. In first place, it is SK Gaming. They took down Fnatic yesterday, and now 15 wins, 10 losses. Second place is Fnatic. After their win over Alliance, they went 15 wins, 11 losses. And third place is a tie. It is Alliance and Rocket with 14 wins, 11 losses.
In 5th place on a 3-game losing streak is Gambit at 13 and 12. Copenhagen Wolves are in 6th position with a 12 and 13 record. Super Hot Crew barely holding on at 10 and 16, with Millennium rounding out the table at 8 and 17.
Now, before we get into today's matches, let's take a look at some of yesterday's hashtag LCS big plays that had you tweeting up a storm. Up first, it is Fnatic's Bushcamp from the match against SK. This came in from Napier Nation LOL, and he said, Fnatic with mind games in the top lanes, 3-man Bushcamp. This was your number 3 most talked about LCS big play.
Yeah, they want SK to think they just recall, that's why they're not pushing the turret, but look here, Inraid, he's gonna be the target!
Solar Flare goes down, Zenith Blade locks up, Candy Panda goes down for a second time, and now Enrated gets focused on. A lot of tower damage on Yellow Star, but he should be safe from that one.
Flawless execution and executing flawlessly. Well played by Fnatic and pulling off a signature move. Up next, it comes from the Copenhagen Wolves versus Gambit game. This was courtesy of Youngbuck, who made sure that Heimerdinger's LCS debut was a memorable one. This came to us from @SadButTrue. He says, hashtag LCS big plays. Heimer is an assassin. That kill on Genji was awesome. This was your second most tweeted about clip.
Those 2 turrets making it a little bit harder to land, and Edward is going to throw in there, does land the blinding on towards Youngbuck. The culling going to come out, but the ace in the hole goes back, and Genji actually ends up worse out. Youngbuck flashes in, uses his ultimate rockets as well.
Fantastic to see the Donga finally in the LCS. We've been waiting for it. And of course, your most popular big play came from that same match. It was featured some flashy moves from Alex Hitch. This came in from... I can't get the Danish right in this. Tjun Heldad? I don't know. I can't pull it out. Where's Deficio when you need him? This is hashtag LCS big play. It came in from Alex Hitch's flash in the river. We all know what I'm talking about. This incredible Donga dodge was your number 1 LCS big play.
Tries to chase in. Now, Unlimited could be in trouble.
Yeah, Alex going to go in on top of him. They didn't realize that Amazing was their ace in the hole. Going to come through, but Alex went back off to his shadow. Survived it. Oh, what a flash from Alex Hitch. Getting away from Youngbuck's turret.
Great reaction time from Alex, keeping himself alive, getting out of that laser beam. For you guys at home, remember to send your plays to us on Twitter throughout the rest of the Super Week at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And with 6 games today, we are hoping to see plenty more big plays. Kicking off the day first, it is Alliance versus Millennium. Then it will be Gambit taking on Roccat, followed by the Super Hot Crew versus SK Gaming.
The second half of the day features Millennium versus Roccat, SK Gaming taking on the Wolves, and we round out our LCS coverage with Gambit versus Fnatic. Now, following those LCS matches, the Challenger Series resumes their quarterfinals with a best of 3 between Reason Gaming and Mouse Sports. That's the old MYM lineup.
For any additional information about the playoffs, the teams, the players, VODs of past matches, and more, head over to lolesports.com. That's also where you can vote on today's games and let us know who you think will win. We'll check your votes before each match to see who you favor.
Yeah, and for details about how to join us here in the Cologne studio to watch these LCS games live, just check the tickets link at the top of the page. Playoff tickets are still available, but they are going very, very fast, so grab them while you can.
And of course, voting is currently underway for the upcoming 2014 All-Star event that will be held in Paris, France, beginning on May 8th. Just head over to vote.lolesports.com, and from now through to April 12th, you can pick 3 pro players every day from any combination of teams to represent your region. Remember that the top 2 pros in the voting will get to partake in the All-Star Challenge, where they will join one of 2 teams created from other All-Stars from around the world.
I'm looking forward to seeing how those teams stack up. But of course, if the players are part of the top team from Europe, when they will compete in the All-Star Invitational, where they'll face the best teams from each of the 5 regional pro leagues. So what this means is that while Reckless is in the lead right now, if Fnatic win first place in the playoffs, any player in the top 5 votes still has a chance to compete at the event. And with 11 days left to vote, anyone can still earn a trip to Paris and represent the European LCS.
And speaking about possible All-Star players today, we'd like you to get on Twitter and tell us who has been the most innovative European LCS player this split and why.
So, Overpower played Morden Pantheon in the mid lane. Youngbuck, he showed us his Donga. Genja's trying to innovate AD itemization, and Enrated and Edward have pulled out some interesting supports like Galio and Kennen. So there's a few suggestions for you guys at home. You can send your answers to us, though, once again, at LOL Esports. And for this one, make sure you use the hashtag LCS so we can highlight our favorite tweets later in the show.
Now let's check in with Shox, who is standing by with 2 of the junglers who will be facing each other in our second match of the day.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I am joined here by Diamond and Jankos, respectively, the junglers for Gambit and Roccat. Guys, first off, congratulations. You both locked in your place for the playoffs, so you can be sure of that. But I would like to think back to yesterday, starting with your guys' match, Diamond, Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves, and at Heimerdinger, that was causing you guys a little bit of trouble.
The most trouble that it got was because of Caitlyn. She pushed too much, she dominated our bot lane, and then just was too hard to handle with her snowball. But when we still had a chance, when our Zed was split pushing top lane and Genja just got caught out of position, then we lost Nashor and lost the game. Heimer was not the reason why we lost.
All right, tell me then also why you went for Udyr. Or of course, Kha'Zix was banned out, Lee Sin was banned out, Evelyn was picked. Why not Elise, for example? Why did you go back to Udyr?
Okay, 3 the most imbalanced junglers at the time, they're banned or taken from me. So there was a decision from me to pick Udyr over Elise, because I thought that I can dominate at least Evelyn because of his early game power against her, and we made the first blood on the mid lane. But then it was too hard to gank Heimer because of his turrets, and bot lane was protected as well because of their escape abilities and so on. So Udyr was good, but not that great to carry the game.
All right, and then Jankos, you guys yesterday were up against the Super Hot Crew securing that win. Tell me a little bit about your experience in that game.
So we went to the Super Hot Crew. We thought that we were going to win pretty easy because they weren't doing good lately, but they showed that they can fight us. So we went to that game. We wanted to invade their red buff. They swapped as well and wanted to invade our blue buff. We got counter. I used flash. After that, there was laning phase. Nothing really happened. I had gank where their bot lane used 2 flashes. After that, I think they took Dragon, And the next Dragon fight, we pretty much won the entire game by doing the good fight.
Yeah, great recap from you. Now, you guys both in playoffs, but you're playing for seeding here. Got to win as much games as possible because you both still have a chance to make it to that top 2, starting maybe by Diamond, by you. How do you think your chances are to lock in the first or second place?
Actually, I don't think about chances, but I think about the stuff like we either take the top 2 or we don't care about our seed. Just we will get to playoffs anyway, and we'll practice hard and we'll show our game.
All right, Jankos, what about you?
We just entered the LCS in the split, so we're looking forward to play second because that way we won't drop out for sure. So we really want to play second place. We'll try to play as best as we can to do that.
And to do that, you guys will have to win the second game of the day that's coming up, and it happens to be against each other. Diamond, how do you think that match is going to play out?
Okay, against Rocket, it's always interesting to play because I think Jankos is like the strongest jungler of LCS, but a couple of others, like Shuk and me. It's really interesting matches for me, always. And I'm looking forward for it. We have some strategies in our pockets, and I hope we will execute them well.
Jankos, nice praise there from Diamond.
Yeah, thanks. I think it will be all about junglers because we got similar playstyles, so we pretty much always fight for objectives as well as Gambit. So it will be about junglers only, and he's the best in the LCS right now, so it will be hard for me.
A lot of love here on the table, very nice. Well, you guys, good luck in that matchup. I'm sure it'll be a very interesting game. Now, as for us, we need to take a short break, but stay close because we're just moments away from our first match of the day, Alliance versus Millennium. We'll be right back.
back to the European League of Legends Championship Series here in Cologne, Germany. Coming up now, it is Alliance facing off against Millennium in the first game of the day. And for Millennium, this has been a particularly tough split, and as the first team to get knocked out of the playoffs and put it into promotion tournament, the players are working on staying focused and playing together as a team.
Yeah, so we lost and now we're officially in the relegation and it feels really bad.
With a bad start in the LCS, it was already kind of disappointing.
A valiant start for Millennium, but the Wolves proving too strong once again.
They doesn't look that bad when we play, but somehow we can never find a way to win a game. For the few weeks we knew for every loss that we had, that was a less chance for us to go to playoffs, but we always had to keep our heads up and believing. But I think somewhere deep inside in our heads we knew that going to relegation was always something that would happen.
Things happen, so if this thing happens, you have to be strong yourself and you have to keep believing. I was already the last 2 splits in LCS, and for me it's important to stay in LCS, so now being relegated again is really hard for me.
Even if we're gonna get relegated, it's not like end of the world. We are all adult people. Maybe someone will decide to quit League of Legends because it's not gonna be maybe worth it for him anymore. But for me, I will always try to catch my dream and go to the World Finals. I would really like to keep doing this. If I wasn't passionate about the game, I would not be here and leave my family, leave my friends and everything just to move to Germany and live my dream. There's a lot of stake.
I think that if we can practice more, because we only had like 2 days to practice, I think we can become really good.
Superweek, I think I would just enjoy to play again on the stage, and I would just try to become in my best shape.
We still want to take our revenge on the teams we lost, so we will try our best to just beat them and get motivated and eventually come pumped into relegations.
Like, it's really important to win for the team atmosphere and to show that we make some progress at least, that we are like moving forward.
Most teams might think of us like a free win, so maybe we can take that as an advantage and maybe do some upsets and destroy the standings.
And it's clearly been a tough season for Millennium. Of course, it was one of the teams that were obviously favoured to be a top 4 team by many pro players starting out the season.
Yeah, I definitely expected more from them this split, and unfortunately, things didn't piece it together. Creatin actually said during the feature that things didn't look bad for the team, they just couldn't find ways to win. And that's the best description. If you think back to all of Millennium's games, if they won the laning phase and dominated mid-game, they drag out the end and finally claw victory, but they just got lost in the mid-game. Yesterday, they looked much better, though, and we'll have to see if they can keep that up today.
Better too late than never. Alliance has tied their head-to-head matches with Fnatic, Roccat and SK Gaming, which means that if these teams all finish the week in a dead heat, we'll have a 4-way dual bracket playoff to determine their positions. Could be a long day tomorrow, we'll find out. Yesterday, of course, Alliance had their 8-game win streak broken by Fnatic, but it was a game that could have gone either way. They eventually lost in just over 50 minutes after a great team fight at the Baron, but honestly, they could have easily gone on to win if they had a pick of their own before the fight.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, Alliance put together a strong showing against Fnatic. And in my opinion, they had a composition that was better in the late game than Fnatic's. But the problem for Alliance was that they picked a few fights where Fnatic managed to outplay them and secure very key objectives. I have an example of one of those plays. Let's bring that clip up onto your screen right now. And you're going to notice that Alliance think they've caught out Cyanide. So they go in, get some damage done. Now, there's a decent grouping from Alliance, but the problem that they have is they try to fight in this narrow corridor. And if anyone's seen the movie 300, when you fight in a narrow corridor, the defending side is going to be at the advantage. Soaz teleports in, he kicks up 3 or 4 people with the Dragon's Rage. Yellow Star is zoning everybody. They can't get past Leona. And then when you see Peke duking in and out with those distortions, there's AoE damage. Alliance are cluttered. Reckless is untouched. Look at Reckless's HP bar. He's not lost a shred of HP because they channeled themselves through that corridor. Fnatic had superior positioning and better playing. If Alliance had picked better fights, those things may not have happened, and Alliance could have actually picked up the win yesterday. Now, if we step back just for a brief moment, if Alliance want to lock in a first-round bye into the playoffs, they will need to ensure they don't allow themselves to have those same mistakes in-game. They can't afford that if they want that top 1, top 2 finish at the end of the split.
Well, yesterday we saw a bloodthirsty game between Millennium and the Super Hot Crew as J-Ree set a record for the most assists in the spring split at 25 in one game. Incredible, incredible stat. It was a messy game for both teams, but Millennium wrestled control and eventually closed out after a lot of brutal team fights.
Yeah, when Millennium took down the Super Hot Crew, I think a large part of the reason was just how well Cotnex played on Kha'Zix. He went 11, 5, 10, and in my opinion, played in the style that we seen from Insec at IEM a few weeks ago. He was always in the thick of the action. He was pulling attention from the Super Hot Crew onto his shoulders, and he was getting kills or he was allowing his team to win. In general, while Millennium did have good plays, the Super Hot Crew didn't put up the strongest of fights. So the comp from Super Hot Crew needed to get ahead early, but didn't manage to garner any sort of advantage. And for Millennium to replicate what they did yesterday, today against Alliance, it has to start quickly. Millennium will need to ensure they get ahead early, disrupt Alliance's strong laning phase. And as we've already said, with Millennium in the promotion tournament, the games that they are playing now and for the rest of the week have the ability to play spoiler and shake up those top 6 seeds going into playoffs.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is going to be Alliance. That means Wicked is in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tamsis AD carry, and Nif in support.
And of course, on the red side, it is Millennium. Kevin up top, Cotnex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creatine as AD carry, and J-Ree as your support.
So those are the teams. What will they pick? We'll find out in just a few moments. What are we expecting coming into this matchup?
I don't think LeBlanc's going to make it through. I feel like both of these teams put quite a lot of priority on that champion. I'm wondering about Nidalee. We'll see if that goes through. You know, we've seen Froggen playing it a few times in the past. I feel like for both of these teams, mid lane and jungle is going to be the focus bands. Kha'Zix, Evelynn also being top tier, high priority.
Let's not also forget Nif with Thresh. Has got a great win rate. J-Ree also plays it to great effect as well. Some highly contested supports between these two guys.
Nif and J-Ree play the exact same champions. Their 3 most played are Thresh, Leona, and Annie, both in that order. But we've seen more Thresh games from Nif, and in recent weeks, it's been Nif's Thresh that's been more powerful. So we'll see who gets their hands on it.
Well, Rise is the first ban. You see it coming out there from Alliance. They don't want to allow that through. Kurt played it yesterday, I believe. Zed also being banned away. Froggen played that to great effect last week.
So I'm wondering if Millennium are trying to force Alliance's hand to ban LeBlanc. By taking Zed away, if Alliance don't either ban LeBlanc or pick her first, that is a strong possibility for a contender in the mid lane. But you've got all of your farm-heavy champions still there. Gragas is up, Ziggs is up. Like we've mentioned, that Nidalee is still available. And with Leona being banned out, it means Thresh as a priority could be there as well.
There is the Nidalee ban, taking away that mid lane. I haven't seen Nidalee for a while because he's been pretty much sitting in that jail cell of the ban. Renekton also being taken away. This is maybe leaving the likes of Aurelia, Trundle, or Shyvana open for Wicked in that top lane. Maybe could be the first picks.
So what we've seen from Wicked in his last few games, he's only played Shyvana and Trundle. He's been trending more to the Shyvana than other champions, and he's actually picked sort of losing lane matchups in favor of late game scaling as far as his champions are concerned. With Renekton off the table, it just makes his life a little bit more comfortable in that top lane and a little more easy to work around depending on what your opponents pick.
And LeBlanc is the final ban. Not too sure that Wicked's going to be playing the Heimerding. Froggen has actually tried it a few times in solo queue, but I don't think it's going to get locked in first.
I don't think so either. My instinct is going to be Evelynn or Kha'Zix. I think
Evelynn would make sense.
Giving Shook a comfort pick.
Oh, the Lulu snuck through the champ pick well. So that's going to be for Froggen. Oh, it could be for Nif. They could just be trying to fool them completely here, but I'm pretty sure that might be Froggen in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm expecting that to be on Froggen as well. With 4 bans being targeted to the mid lane and letting through the likes of Lulu, the likes of Evelynn, the likes of Kha'Zix, Alliance have put a lot of emphasis on that Lulu. If they combine Lulu with the likes of, say, a Sivir AD carry, which is still open and available, in conjunction with a Shyvana top lane, they're going to have a lot of peel running around. It's a comp that Alliance worked very well, champion synergy, that worked in their favor when they went on that 8-game winning streak.
It does, of course, mean that Cotnex did get that Kha'Zix as a champion he wanted, and Creaton on Lucian as well. So 2 champions they're going to be very comfortable on in this start of the game.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think those are just safe picks. Because they're, high priorities. As we've mentioned, the sort of trinity of AD carries being that Lucian, Caitlyn, and I've just gone blank. Lucian, Caitlyn, Siva was the one I was thinking of. Immediately, Creatin's going to go on the champion pick, taking it away from Tabs. Lucian is super, super versatile, and knowing that Thresh was available, if Lucian was still up, it would leave the possibility of a Lucian Thresh being locked in for Alliance. Because they've taken a jungler's already locked in, there was actually no pressure for Shook to lock his jungler in now, but he has done so to save up the counter pick for his top laner and determine if they want to run Jinx, for example, or if they're going to go Caitlyn or Siva.
It is going to be Evelynn for Shook. It is a champion he's played non-stop. This win streak that Alliance had was pretty much bred off the back of Evelynn and Thresh being used predominantly, but you can see that Ziggs has already been locked up quickly by Kerp in that mid lane.
Very, very quick lock-in. Kerp wants to have that zone control. I also think against a Lulu, Ziggs is one of the champions that can do fairly well. His satchel charge will allow him to escape the initial glitter lance. Even though he can get hit by any and chased, it'll put some distance between him. In addition, the great wave clear and range just allows him to zone out and bully Lulu, at least for the first level or two, until Lulu gets all three of his spells available to her. For Kevin, on the other hand, he's not been successful in Shyvana. If this gets locked in, he's played it 5 times, he's lost 4 games with this champion, and he does have a decent KDA of 3 from the one game where he did very well, but it's not his strongest top lane champion by a long way.
Not too convinced by this one. Kevin is normally a very steady top laner, but Shyvana's definitely not his best champion. We did see the counters getting locked in very quickly there. It was Trundle for Wicked once again. It's a champion he's played a ton of times. Again, probably going to carry that teleport. The teleports are generally going to be the top lane bread and butter these days. We're waiting for Tabs to finally choose his AD carry. At the moment, he's sitting on Jinx.
Yeah, so Jinx is going to be the damage option, and I think they should go this route. Yes, Lulu will have damage much later in the game when she's got her Death Cap and her Lich Bane built up, but it'll take a while to get there. Evelynn, yes, she has damage, but it's damage over time. So I feel like with the amount of protection they have with Lulu, with Thresh, with Trundle Pillars, the Jinx is a very smart option. If they'd gone for the Siva, it would have taken a lot longer and it would have taken perfect team fights to drop down members of Millennium. The one thing that Tabs has to be super careful about, though, is looking for a Shyvana and a Kha'Zix diving onto him in those team fights. By having both of those champions available with a Mega Inferno Bomb that can come down from Ziggs, there is kill potential on Tabs on Jinx, so he's got to be very careful with his positioning in those mid to late game team fights.
Oh, Jay Reese sitting on Blitzcrank right now. It's a champion he's actually run before, so, well, he's locked it in, would you believe it? Blitzcrank will be used, so unsure on that one. It is a champion they've run, and it's a hook versus a hook, that's for sure.
It is, and it's one of those champions where if you don't get ahead early, you are in a lot of trouble. He has played it once this split already. He went 0-4-8. It was against Roccat many, many weeks ago. The risk with this champion lock-in now for Millennium is that Blitzcrank doesn't necessarily offer a whole lot to the rest of his composition. You're going to have Kha'Zix and Shyvana diving into the thick of things, hoping that the long range of Ziggs is going to amplify the damage and help them pick up kills. While they're diving in, you're going to be pulling a target in. Somebody like Evelynn or Trundle, who, truthfully, Alliance want to be in the middle of the fight. So J-Ree's going to make sure he helps get Creatin ahead early on that Lucian. As far as compositions are concerned, Alliance are going to be able to split push all day. They're going to have Trundle in that top lane. When they get to team fights, you've got a bunch of shields that can save one another. And as long as they can keep Tabs alive, Tabs has got enough damage to melt through that front line of Millennium.
Well, let's take a moment to check your votes over on LOLesports.com. According to those numbers, you picked Alliance by 85%. Big vote for Alliance there.
Very big vote. But this is a team that's in the playoffs versus a team that's in the summer promotion tournament. Alliance, even though they lost yesterday, it was a hell of a game. It was very close. It was very exciting. And I think probably fair. We'll see if Millennium can upset the apple
It's a
cart.
team that's won 9 out of the last 10 games. Let's be fair. That was their first loss in 4 weeks now, a full month until they had that loss. Of course, Alliance chasing that #1 spot. That's what they want. It's all about that #1 and the 2 seed. They get into the semi-finals early on. Alliance, of course, were firmly evil geniuses. They did get through in the spring split, but got knocked out by the eventual winners, Fnatic, in that semi-final. It was a fantastic matchup, and they actually feel, if just one single fight turned that match, they could have been in that final instead of Fnatic. History books would have been written differently. Instead, Froggen chose to go and separate his team and pick up a bunch of new members. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be a 5-man invader. Millennium, this is their game. This is what they start doing, but Alliance are ready for it.
Advantage Millennium. Because the Blitzcrank hook is going to be longer range and faster acting than Thresh, if it connects, they're going to be in trouble. Everybody in Alliance is in the bush. These teams are about to face check. This is going to be a 5-on-5. It's going to start.
Alliance know they're coming because Shook would have seen it, and it's going to be Jerry face checking. It's going to be Kirk getting hooked in. They turn it back around with a grip on Wicked, but there's no kills, no full-on, no summoner spells really burnt out. There was 1 flash, 2 flashes burnt out by Millennium, and no flashes at all. I tell you live, Wicked, of course, he had to flash out of that Blitzcrank hook.
So hook on hook, but they didn't manage to lock anybody up. There was no other CC to work around. There's no way that Millennium could have known Alliance had picked that particular bush to camp in. And unfortunately, no blind hook means they didn't pull somebody and blow him up instantly. At the end of the day, very dramatic, no kills gained, summoner spells blown. Kerp needs to be careful in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. No barrier or flash is almost certainly going to trigger Shook to come and look in. I mean, he normally goes looking for those ganks in the mid lane up against Frog, and if that Glitterlance lands with Shook nearby, it could well be a very dead little Ziggs. As it stands, Nif and Tabs are peeking, but I don't think they're going to go for anything here. They're just going to set up and maybe try and create a play of their own. They have got Shook with him. It's going to be a late invade on blue.
Yeah, they're going to be able to move in here quite safely. I think this is an informed decision. Having watched Cottonex on Kha'Zix, it's one of only 2 junglers that he's played in the LCS. You know that he's going to start on that red buff and try to look for a gank after going red, couple of camps, blue. So safe decision making. Having Tabs and Nif with Shook means that that buff is stolen away. I'm a little disappointed that Creatin and Jerry are not pushing this lane heavier because they could have got an early level 2. Now that no minions have died on Millennium's side, Tabs and Nif have actually lost no experience or gold from that wave push, so the lane is as even as it can be.
Yeah, a little strange play there. They realized they were away. I mean, they were expecting some sort of stealthy play, I don't know, but Konex is going to try and go for the reverse and go straight in and get the blue buff of his own. However, Shook is heading this way. He's going to have to be quick on this one. I'm not too sure whether Shook's going to try and gain the ground quick enough. He's got Smite is not available for just yet. Shook's going to come around the corner. He's going to see him. There's the Smite, steals it away. Shook will find him, and they're all moving towards this one. You can see the top laners are going to get involved. Shook does get on towards Konex. Konex is going to get that unseen threat, but I don't think he's got the damage to chase on this one. Wicked's going to come around. Pillar of Ice was already used, and the flash had to be burned by Konex.
Yeah, that is a very risky invade from Konex because he didn't have any support with him. We didn't see Kevin moving to help him out. We didn't see Kerp coming to zone, and I actually think Konex was a little bit lucky to get away with his life. Had Frog and seen that or reacted a tiny bit earlier, 1 Glitzer Lance could have been enough to hold him in place long enough for either Wicked or Shook to secure the kill. Nevertheless, he does manage to balance out the buffs, so Cottonex not quite as far behind, just doesn't have that summoner spell. Needs to be careful if he gets caught out.
Yeah, and honestly, if Shook would have chose to go up towards the top, because he went to race and then went around. If it had just gone up towards the top through the river, instead he went down round the bottom, so he took the long route to look towards it because he was securing, of course, the bottom lane. Could have all been very different. Would have come around the corner, found him there, would have stealthed in there because there was no vision at all whatsoever, so could have got himself the kill. As it is, he's going to get his red buff of his own, and it is all square and even.
Yeah, so we did see for a brief moment or two in that bottom lane how well Jerry was zoning out Tabs and Nif. He was using that Blitzcrank rocket grab to force Tabs and Nif to be on the back, but unfortunately for Millennium, the wave is now pushing very, very heavily against Tabs and Nif. So they should have the option available to them to freeze this lane up here and try to, goes wide, try to at least hold the lane in a safe zone. All of a sudden, Creatin and J-Real are the ones overextended, and they're dealing with an Evelyn, so they've got to be careful. Going to jump on Wicked. He does not have Flash available.
He's going to get caught out. There's the Void Spike. There's the Claw. Wicked's going to go down here. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. He's got nothing to get away from it. It's Konex with first blood.
Yeah, knowing that his Flash was down, that goes all the way back to that level 1 invade. Konex timing was very good. 75% of the cooldown had been used for Wicked, but he still did not have Flash. Pillar of Ice, it couldn't have done much. I mean, truthfully, they were stuck on him. He was slowed from the red buff of Konex's Kha'Zix, and he'd taken so much damage. He's not going to miss too much CS and gold, though, thanks to his teleport and returning to lane.
Yeah, I mean, there was, what, 3 slows pointed towards him. I don't think it was much haste to get out of that one, and it was, as you saw, Shook going in there, taking away the Wolves knew, of course, Konex was in the top lane. Wicked is going to get himself some farm, continuing on though, despite the fact he has been taken down. It was only the assist. The hook lands on Jerry, no follow-up though from Tabs. Let's check out those items. Of course, Wicked had only got that Doran's item, and so all he could get is a second one. Meanwhile, Vampiric Scepter being picked up by Kevin, so Kevin with a slight edge in terms of items, and of course, more importantly, look at all those pink wards Millennium report.
Yeah, they have to, because they're playing against an Evelyn and they haven't gone for a lane swap. We've seen yesterday how effective you can deal with Evelyns if you force a lane swap and force Shook to go for the tower dive or for the defense. This time round, investing in all of these pink wards very early on, if used correctly, can give Millennium a lot of tools to work with. The risk that they run into though is having that pink ward cleared out and then having Shook just repeat or redo the pathing to move around and go for the gank. So we'll see where they decide to put them down. There's already a pink ward in the lower river as well as the top tri-bush. So the two lanes that the two entries you're expecting Evelyn to come through have been covered.
Yeah, I mean, while it's not as efficient with all the pink wards, would it not be cheaper just to go for the standard ward and put them deeper on towards the ward camps like you see on the Wolves on the blue buff, just where they're going to actually pop out so you can see Evelyn early?
It is definitely, if you want to go that option, put a stealth ward deep in the bushes and allow yourselves to react to invades, but it's so much riskier. At this level in the game, we see Shook, he's already clearing out the first of those pink wards, and Cottonex already had that failed invade. He went in to steal the risky invade rather, stole the blue away, now he's moving himself in, down a lot of CS thanks to those ganks, but Froggen does seem to be somewhat aware, getting some vision in place. It doesn't look like he's going to catch Cottonex just yet.
I think he was maybe looking at poking towards the top. I think Wicked probably had some spider senses tingling. The fact that he was a mile up the lane probably gave it away for him. As it was, Froggen returns to mid lane, and this is a fairly even fight between these two. Lulu, the predominant lane bully, up against Ziggs, who can push lanes very heavily, and these two at the moment are going very much even in farm.
Yeah, unless one of the players makes a very big mistake, I am anticipating that lane. Oh, sure, gonna get blue. Oh, bomb! Yeah, he gets it, smites it away. Teleport down from Kevin though.
Teleport comes in, Kevin coming in there. JRe's going to close around the side. The choppers do enough. Froggen may well be forced to flash. Is he going to throw the lantern out here? I'm trying to see whether he's going to hold out instead. Had to use that wild growl. Not too sure why there was no lantern from Nif there instead. He could have just used that to go to safety. They're going to try and transition this into the Dragon. And well, Shook did use that smite, remember, so he can't come in and steal this one. It will go to Millennium.
No teleport from Wicked, no flash from Froggen, and they were split up. If Alliance were going to engage, it was going to be 4v5 in a best case scenario, so I think it was a smart decision not to challenge. Also, because it's before 8 minutes in the game, and the average champion level is below level 6 or level 7 at this point, Dragon's not worth all that much. You see, Millennium have only got a 600 gold lead, so smart decision making not to risk any further play there. The one thing that I do want to touch on is how both of those mid lanes are super bullies, and unless a player makes a monumental error, we're not expecting one-on-one kills. Cottonex could get killed by Shook though, he's going with Agonies.
He's going to come around, might be catch on towards him, he has got his ultimate, gets the slowdown on him, Cottonex has already used that flash. Shook could dive this one, but does not fancy it. There's no ultimate available for Cottonex.
No, and Cottonex didn't get the buff either. He had his smite available and it was taken away there by Shook. So, you know, Cottonex down on CS, Super Mega Death Rocket, little bit risky. That's not going to kill him.
No, it's going to hit him in the face though.
It hit. Good shot, good shot. One for one. But what is very important to note is Cottonex is 25 CS down. He's lost another buff. And Alliance have got a very good read on where Cottonex is. The first time Cottonex invaded blue, he was forced to blow flash to get away. The second time he goes into steal the white, Froggen was toying with invading, and now Shook finds him in the jungle, forces him away.
Has actually, yeah, he's got the edge because he got that first blood, didn't he? He's got the edge in terms of gold, just ever so slightly. This is going to be a blue buff for Froggen here, so he's going to be happy with that one. He's going to be going up against Kerp, who will not be too happy to see that blue buff on him. You can see he's already taken some poke, and he takes another Glitter Lance to the face as well. Ziggs using that Mega Inferno Bomb to keep the wave clear, but it's not going to be enough to keep Froggen at bay.
So I want to go back to the point you were touching on regarding deep warding Alliance's jungle to deal with Evelyn. I actually think Millennium need to put more focus and emphasis on that for two reasons. Not only does it allow them to read the jungle camps that Shook is killing, but it's what you want when you've got a Blitzcrank. In order for Blitzcrank to be successful, you want to be able to land hooks when Alliance feels safe. Pull people out of their jungle, pull them away from buffs, pull them away from their Wraith camp. And if you've got that deep wards in there, it allows Jerry to set up those plays. So we'll see if they feel the same and decide to go that route. And right now, Jerry, this Blitzcrank hasn't done anything for the first 10 minutes of the game. He's had one hook. It was far from being game-changing.
And at the moment, they haven't got a single ward in the Alliance jungle, and honestly, I think they're a little too scared to go in there and place them, because as you've seen, Shook going up against Cotnex, currently it is Shook that's coming out the best. However, Cotnex now, with that ultimate available, maybe able to try and turn the tide. As it stands though, it's still that one kill in the top lane on Wicked. Well, J-Re thought about it. Death Sentence lands. They're going to pull some damage down. The Chompers, the ultimate, the Mega Death Rocket does go out. J-Re taken very low from this one. One more shot should be enough, but the culling from Kraton's enough to stop them in the tracks.
Yeah, J-Re forced to get away. The flash was enough to keep him alive, and thanks to his passive of the mana barrier, it blocked a lot of additional damage. But now, Tabs and Nif are going to get free reign on this bottom turret. If Creatine sticks around and gets caught by CC, he is in trouble. The one thing I want to highlight that, we haven't touched on just yet is how well Wicked is doing in the top lane. He's playing Trundle against Shyvana, and he is 20 CS ahead. Now, we haven't been seeing if this is because Kevin's playing safe because of that Evelynn or not, but this is a very good position to be in. When you have a Trundle that is winning his lane in a matchup that, a damaged Shyvana he shouldn't necessarily be winning, it's going to bode so well for that next dragon fight and for the next time Wicked teleports in to engage the rest of Millennium.
And of course, both of them building identically at the moment. They're both gone for that Bilgewater Cutlass. We'll see. Kevin just backed off again, got himself twin daggers, so he's going to be returning to the lane, trying to get some of that attack speed on the go. As it stands though, Millennium are pushing this bottom lane. They're going to get some damage down, but Tabs is quickly took the golems and returns to continue that farm of his own. Slight advantage for Kraton, that's going to get balanced out. Here's going to be, what, 3 gold, 3 CS differential between the two. Mid laners, of course, it's going to be both going for that Themes and Holy Grail, but you see Froggen built it already.
Yeah, I think mechanically, Millennium, Kevin and Cotnex are completely being outshone by their opponents, and I don't know exactly why. Cotnex has tried to make ganks, he has secured first blood, he's been caught out a little bit, but he's not farming anywhere near as effectively as Shook has. On the same token, Shook has not ganked. We haven't seen him in the lane. He counter-jungled Cotnex once, and when you've got both teams happy to extend the laning phase, happy to just sit, farm their waves away, and then get to a mid-game power spike, it just means that team fight is going to be very swingy in terms of control. There's no room for error.
And just to highlight that point for Cotnex, last time we talked about it, Cotnex had a 200 gold advantage. He's now 200 gold behind in farming, just purely from farming, because neither of them have gone for ganks. So Shook is absolutely farming up a storm right now around that jungle area, and maybe going to start looking to invade it.
Yeah, when you've got lanes that are doing well, Wicked has probably told Shook, I don't need assistance. He's winning his lane by himself. He's extended that CS advantage. So with Shook being said, like, don't worry about that. In mid lane, it's difficult to gank a flash barrier satchel charge Ziggs, so don't come in yet, we'll be fine, we'll just farm at mid lane. And Tabs and Nif, they've just been swinging back and forth with Creatine and J-Re, trading, zone control and lane control. So at the end of the day, Shook's under no obligation to gank. Alliance may feel their team fighting is superior and their decision making is superior in the mid to late game, so why risk it? Why risk going all in against a Blitz or a Shyvana or a Ziggs who can turn ganks around and get kills?
Well, currently, they are continuing that farm. This is what happened actually from the Alliance Fnatic game. They had a long lane phase which quickly transitioned into chaos the moment someone decided to pull the trigger. Once they decide to, right, we're going to take one of those towers down. It could be the next dragon play, which of course is up. It was a very early dragon that came out from Millennium, which is what gave them that early lead. But you can see that lead has just whittled away once again. In terms of gold, they are very much even, and it is looking like Alliance that may try and make a play. You can see them already positioning for Dragon with these two members making their way down, Shook and Froggen. There's the mines going down. That's not too worried about that. They've cleared that one out, no problem.
Yeah, at this point, it's just going to secure the pink ward, get more control. Oh, they've caught Creatine!
The hook goes down. Creaton's going to get pulled straight back into this one. Barrier's not enough, and he goes down. And now J-Re, well, Cotnex comes in there. Wasn't expecting Shook to join the party. Mega Inferno bomb. Nif's going to get pounced on by Cotnex. He got flayed away. J-Re gets taken down, but he runs straight into Froggen, who turns around, puts that wild growth down. He's actually tanking the dragon round as well. Doesn't really care about it. It's going to be 3 kills and a dragon for Alliance.
That was brilliant play from Alliance. They catch Creatine out, and Nif showing why Thresh is a must ban against him. The moment Creatin tried to use his dash away, it instantly got flayed. Nif pulled him back into place, held him there long enough for Tabs to secure a kill. And J-Ree, he was trying to, position for a potential dragon fight. It was too early and allowed his AD carry to get taken down. At the very least, Millennium get the top tower, but that is a small, small victory when you see each of the carries in Alliance grabbing themselves kills and getting that dragon.
The teleport from Wicked, it came, well, pretty late. I don't even think he got it. Did he get a single assist? He did. He got
one.
He got one assist at the end, and it obviously helped out on the dragon, but unfortunately, it meant they lost that top turret, so technically objectives were traded, and actually turned out, despite of course the 3 kills, wasn't as bad for Millennium as it could have been.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think for opening up that top half of the map, it is a small victory for Millennium, but they need to take advantage of it by once again going for those deep wards. They need to get some more control. They had pretty good vision in the river, but the problem there was not vision for Millennium, it was Creatin being caught and J-Ree almost, I don't want to say the word abandoning, but leaving his AD carry. The moment Blitzcrank hits his W, that overdrive, and gets the speed boost to move away, Creatin's never going to be able to keep up with him with those tier 1 boots. So unfortunately, Creatin just left alone. It's dropped down.
And I hate to say, but so far Nif has landed 2 fantastic death sentences that have led to kills, whereas J-Ree has yet to land an impactful rocket grab.
Yeah, to remind you, the last time it was played was against Roccat, and J-Ree didn't have a particularly strong performance then either. So we'll see what he does this time around. With that top tower down, you notice how both Kevin and Cotnex are now moving around this top half of the map. They may try set something up on Trundle. He has his ultimate, he has flash. I think they're going to go in. This is still going to be difficult because the moment Dragon's Descent comes down, it's bonus armor and MR.
Puts the Pillar of Ice down on him, but as you can see, he just gets blown away there. He's going to try and take some lifesteal away from the White. Now he's got Shum coming around. They're going to try and turn this one around. It's actually Kevin they're turning on. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to come out. That will take Wicked down. Now Froggen's going to join the party. He's going on towards Coronax. Wild Growth being used on Shook. They're going to get the Glitterlance down. Coronax tries to pounce away. You're not going to get too far from that one.
So they get 2 for 1 at the end of the day. 1 for 1 at the end of the day. And if Wicked hadn't used that Pillar of Ice to scout the Tribush, he may have been able to get away a little bit more effectively. Nevertheless, they do trade top laner for jungler, and Tabs is going to melt this bottom tower. They've got J-Ree!
Death Sentence into Chompers, not quite proccing off this time around though. So Nif again, they do take the tower, they do land another hook, but J-Ree manages to escape just by the skin of his teeth.
There was such a small window of opportunity there for J-Ree. He needed to flash the millisecond that Death Sentence timed out before he got caught by Flame Chompers. He made it work, and he did survive. So at the very least, gets away with his life. But Alliance grab their first tower of the game, extend that goal lead even further, and as you've already highlighted, J-Ree on Blitzcrank not having the rocket grabs that would give them any sort of advantage yet. But now that we're going to get into this tower defense siege situation, there's always the threat of Alliance standing too close and getting pulled in under a turret when it still wouldn't be.
Millennium a little fearful of losing their blue buff, which is why they came around and secured that. Of course, Tabs and Nif were there. Tabs has gone back, got himself that Bloodthirst completed a while back. Now he's got the beginnings of the Phantom Dancer in there. Could go Static Shiv, maybe we'll see which way he's going to go with this one. He's got the Zeal already completed. Meanwhile, we do see the Lantern being used, pulling in, and Nif and Tabs, they are on a roam right now. They've of course taken down that bottom turret and looking to try and create some plays here, it seems. Nif maybe going to roam around. They do want that bottom lane pushed out, which is why Tab's gone back to defend.
Yeah, I feel like it's a couple of minutes until Dragon. So if you look at all of the wards that have been placed in Millennium's jungle right now, Tabs is setting up the vision zone that will allow them to challenge and do battle for the next Dragon safely. So it's quite smart future planning. Those wards will last 3 minutes, and I am expecting Dragon to be up in that time frame.
Also allows them to push right up towards that inner turret, which as you can see where they're heading right now. Froggen sidestepping the bomb, and again landing that Glitterlance on Kerb. Seems to have the better of him right now, but Kerb has the better of the farm. They are both 1-0-1, so even. Oh, we're going to see Power Fist coming straight out. Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to find its target. The hook will land on Tabs, but immediately flashes straight out with it. Chompers were used there. We do see Ziggs coming around the side. Froggen's going to get involved as well. They did manage to take Tabs down though, so finally one of those grabs work out.
Yeah, well played by J-Ree, actually not relying on the rocket grab to set it up. He used his overdrive into Power Fist, which is a safer option. It's much more difficult to avoid, and that could have been even more effective if Creatin didn't step on a Flame Chompers to prevent getting damage down. While they've got a kill, the rest of Alliance are going to be on this mid-outer turret. Jerry's got Shook!
Oh, Shook's just ran straight into Jerry. The dead sentence land. The wild growth bounces him in the air. Shook flashes away. He's saved. The Ignite's not going to get the kill. Froggen may be in trouble though. Remember, he's already used that wild growth. He's going to try and speed himself up here. Cottonex is going to sink them claws in. Gets the shield back down. It is so hard to kill a Lulu when he's persistent on getting away. The death sentence flung out from Nif will not find the target. Creaton tried to come in and finish the deal. They may still push on this tower though.
So Millennium defend their turret, and now they're trying to see if the flash blade doesn't connect.
Does not connect. They wanted to get on Kerp. That was what they were targeting. You can see the Pillar of Ice went down to defend it, but it wasn't quite enough, and the siege continues. Millennium though, they're going to get held back here.
Yeah, I think there's enough members of Alliance to defend this turret, but the flash play from Nif was instantly countered by Kerp flashing away. He did not want to get even potentially slowed, so he gets away with his life. Very chaotic fight there in the mid lane, which ends up resulting in a lot of summoner spells and ultimates blown, but neither team was fully prepared for that engagement. Neither team was fully prepared for the fight, which is why it dragged down and why it was so sloppy. Knowing that flashes are down and a few ultimates while Dragons is up, I actually think there are more ultimates for Millennium, but they're not in position. They are so far away to challenge, it's going to die.
It's going to go down. Mega Inferno Bomb is coming in as close.
Wow.
Got it.
Shook, he either needed to delay the Dragon and wait for the bomb to land, then smite, or actually, no, that's all he had to do. He didn't do it. So Smite was available, gets caught out. They've caught Froggen.
They've caught Froggen. Wild growth used straight away. You do try and keep him at bay here. Kevin caught by the choppers. He's going to go down. The super mega death rocket from Tabzo enough. Death sentence flying in out, but not finding his target this time around.
Seeing how well Alliance actually played that one, I almost think to myself it may have been a bait. There were so many members of Alliance set in place, and the moment Froggen put the wild growth, there was chompers behind him. Now here comes Shook from the side.
4-man ultimate coming out from Shook. They're catching the slowdown, but Cottonex sinks his teeth in towards one. Gets on towards Tabs, gets the reset. He can go for a third here. Wicked taking a lot of damage. Cottonex going to tank up that turret, and it will go down. Millennium turning this game on his head.
Cottonex did the same thing yesterday against the Super Hot crew. Every team fight, he stealthed up, jumped in from the side, and secured kills. He is 4, 2, and 1. Yesterday, he went 11, 5, and 10. And if Cottonex can get to the point where he has enough damage to 1v1 Tabs, especially in this mid-game phase, then Alliance have such a tough time. Trundle and Evelyn want to be in the thick of things against Millennium, as does Lulu. And if they have to split up their forces and split up their focus to defend and protect Tabs, it just reduces the effectiveness of their composition. So we need to see how Alliance manage this. They are going to need Tink wards of their own to reveal Cottonex in that stealth so they know where he is and they can deal with him in fights.
Should point out that a lot of that play began with J-Ree's hook. It's only fair to point that out because he did make the play which turned that game. And currently, given Millennium the slightest of leads in this game right now, they are 2-1 up in turrets, they are 2-1 up in dragons, and they are 6-6 all square in kills. J-Ree, again, roaming around, looking for something to play, and the teams have kind of reset themselves. They're like, okay, Dragon's down. We know it's going to be available in another 6 minutes' time. Let's just take our time and slow things down again.
I'd like to see Millennium setting up a siege. In a sieging situation, Trundle and Evelyn are not necessarily the strongest. The Pillars of Ice are pretty effective, but outside of that, not really much else. If Millennium can get Alliance onto a tower and start using the Ziggs bombs for threat and rocket grabs, Nif is going to get away. Boots of mobility is always going to be pretty safe. I feel like with Ziggs bombs and the threat of a rocket grab underneath the tower, that's where Millennium's comp is going to shine and going to do well. And if anyone from Alliance rushes in, Shyvana can knock them out. Now Nif is in trouble.
Overdrive, is he going to get the power fist onto Nif? Yes, he will. The flay quick turnaround and the hook comes in. But again, Cottonex is there. Manages to get the kill. He's back on Tabs now. Jumps, leaps, gets the claws back in. He gets the reset. And now Shook comes in to try and help them out. But Shook may go down. The claws are not quite enough though, because Froggen comes in. Shook runs away. He gets caught out. This time around, it's Kerp.
2 for 3, and once again, that was Nif being caught out. Millennium jumped on an opportunity. They lose 2 of the members but gain 1 more. Now Froggen doesn't have flash, doesn't have wild growth. He's relying on the movement speed of Whimsy to get away, and he can rely on it a lot because he motored away from Millennium. In the jungle there, Millennium came out ahead because they simply blew Nif up quickly enough. and they had more bodies present in the fight. Even though the wild growth was good from Froggen, it was far from being game-changing. And Alliance, they need to play a little bit safer if they want to avoid giving Millennium the kills and the gold that they're currently securing.
Yeah, trying to take an advantage. Froggen realized caught out of position, does create a play from it though, and quickly pushes up and secures that top turret. All square in turret 2-2. Nif goes back to warding out, and Millennium at the moment are doing a very good job at catching Alliance out, and as you mentioned, it's down to Cotnex. He's making those plays, and Nif, he's been caught out of position a few times now.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Cotnex performing well on Kha'Zix. We've seen him play Carl, we've seen him play Evelyn, and this week, much more so than last week, he's making an incredibly positive impact on his team. What he needs to do now, though, is start to feed and channel some of that kill gold that he's securing to the likes of Kerp and Creatine. Creatine's got himself a Trinity Force and a Bloodthirster completed, so sitting pretty happy against the the Static Shiv and Bloodthirst of Tabs. But Kerp needs to get high. He's got a Death Cap, he's got an Athene's, and a needs to Rod. The moment Kerp can insta-give waves, that's how they can defend.
Millennium are going to try and close the gap here. It's going to be another overdrive. Power Fist comes in. That's going to be 4 members. They're going to Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Tabs is taken low. He gets taken down by Cotnex once again. The teleport coming in. Wicked's going to join the party. Kevin's in there as well. We do see Cotnex jumps on towards Froggen. He has to flash away. Cotnex follows. He may have enough here, but no, Froggen's going to try and kite this one out. He will turn it back around. Now Shook's going to get closed in on. One bomb comes out from Kerp. That's enough to close that one off. Froggen chasing on towards Cotnex, but a good void spikes from Cotnex to slow him down.
2 for 3, it's not over as Wicked's now on the run.
Kerp's going to collapse on towards him. He should land the rubber duck. He stuns him into the corner. That's enough to get a kill. And this time Kevin takes it. It was a 4 for 1 to Millennium.
At the end of the fight, that was phenomenal. They managed to run down Alliance. You've seen Millennium getting aggressive on Alliance, running in from the side. Tabs thought he was safe in and amongst the melee of that team fight, but J. Reed threaded the needle with the rocket grab. Pay very careful attention to J. Reed and Tabs. You're about to see Tabs get pulled all the way back into the middle of the fight and the middle of the Mega Inferno Bomb. That was a very, very important rocket grab for J. Reed and Millennium. Cotnex runs amok, grabs himself a double kill. He's just quite literally going ham on Kha'Zix because he's so far ahead. And because of the fact that Alliance lost their members, they just get run down and they just get shut out. Incredible team fight from Millennium, and they got towers out of it as well.
Well, fantastic stuff. So, 4 for 1 again. Millennium in the lead now over Alliance. Alliance who are trying to chase themselves, trying to work their way back to first place. But at this rate, Millennium are going to create a spoiler situation. They're going for Dragon. They've got a ward on it for Alliance here. But I'm not too sure they're going to get him close to this one. Mega Inferno Bomb gets blocked off nicely by J-Ree. And, well, Cotnex secures himself another 8-3-2 now on that Kha'Zix. Cotnex is doing work, and honestly, the best Kha'Zix we've seen in European LCS so far.
I completely agree with that. I think Cotnex is showing the way you need to play this Kha'Zix. You want to get some tanky items and some damage. Now, I do feel that if Alliance are tighter grouped and they can focus Kha'Zix down, he's only got a Giant's Belt and a Negatron Cloak as his defensive items. Hexdrinker is going to offer a little, but not a lot in the grand scheme of things. What worked for Insec at IEM was going super tanky with 2 items but late for damage and relying on staying alive in the middle of the team fight. Cotnex is being the one that ends the team fights by getting on the squishy targets and taking them out. Alliance can't afford to be split, otherwise that same thing's just going to keep happening over and over and over.
Well, at the moment, you can see that he's leveled up his wings and, of course, his camouflage, which is the standard route these days for most of the Kha'Zix players. Hasn't gone with those claws, probably will be that 3rd evolution which he hits. I tell a lie, he's already hit it. He's well ahead. He's 16, he's got, yeah, he's 2 levels off it yet. Yeah. I was going to say those claws are looking big, but they're not quite stretched out.
Not yet, not yet. I think for Alliance, their comp is still very strong if they can pick the right fights. And right now, it's actually been a lack of vision on Alliance's part that has prevented them from picking those engages. Every time Millennium has had these long drawn-out scraps, it's because Millennium have jumped on Alliance and not given them the chance to engage. If you look at Millennium's vision, they have a lot of wards placed towards the river and the barren side of the map, because that is now where the game is progressing towards. And we'll see how they play that map.
We should point out that Cotnex with hello, Nif's waiting for that death sentence, and he may get onto Kerp. No, Kerp's throwing out those bombs, not having any of it. What I was about to mention, this Cotnex, of course, was falling behind in farm, but the fact that he's got those kills has completely negated that factor, and from the lane phase, the advantage that Alliance had was kind of dissipated. They have still got Wicked, of course, heavily farmed up compared to Kevin, but that is about it.
See, Wicked doesn't matter right now because he can't stop both Shyvana and Kha'Zix jumping onto Evelynn, jumping onto Jinx, jumping onto Thresh. So we need to see how Wicked is going to impact these team fights. Finally, we see Millennium setting up the makings of a siege, but the wave clear from Lulu, the splash damage from Jinx in conjunction with Static Shiv is going to make it a tough task. I think Millennium need to get a pick and then go for a 5-on-4 siege where the wave clear is going to be reduced.
I mean, the issue that Millennium may well have is the fact they do have to create those pick situations, or they need Alliance to run headlong into them. And we've seen many times this season that Millennium do fail to close those games out. That's why they are in the position they are in. They're going to have to go through that promotion tournament. The problem is, they may well be last in that promotion tournament, so they won't have the choice. And currently with some great teams in that promotion series, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas in there, probably the #1 pick. They were the #1 seed in terms of points. They got the buy through there, as well as Cloud9, Eclipse. They are teams that may well fancy their chances against Millennium.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And if you go in recent weeks' performances, Jerry is looking for Nif.
Overdrive is going to catch him in this time around, and the damage of Kerp is going to be far too much for Nif to handle.
And that was all down to the warding. Having the pink ward in the bush that Alliance were going to clear out, and then realizing the pathing that Nif was going to take, even with boots of mobility in the coin. Oh, now Froggen's been jumped on.
Froggen caught out there. The Konex is going to jump towards him. He's not going to flash chase this one. They knew his position, and Wild Growth had to be used out by Froggen there.
Wild Growth and Flash, with Nif being down and Alliance being split. Flash for Flash. Millennium once again looking to create a siege. Millennium are pushing the map.
But a support Flash versus an AD carry Flash is very much worth it. A situation being created by J-Ree. He didn't make too many plays in the lane phase, but he's really making it count now. We've transitioned into the game. This time around, they're going to go for Konex, but Konex jumps back on Froggen. Remember, no Wild Growth available. He gets taken down. Doesn't really get the reset, though. For some reason, didn't choose to pounce away from that one. And Kraton up against Shook. Shook realizes he can't face this one. The culling comes out, but he has to flash away. Another flash burn.
1-for-1, and trading a jungler for a mid laner is once again one of those trades you will take any day. Millennium need to find a way to convert those kills into objectives, though. They killed Nif a few moments ago. They weren't grouped tightly enough to siege down the mid lane. Now they're going to try kill Nif again.
Oh, Nif, you are getting caught out of position so many times. Where are you going to go? Nowhere. He flashes away. Wicked tries to come back in. Tabs is there as well. Kurt realizes the danger, and it's going to be a zap on J-Ree. Kevin's teleported in. Choppers go down. He's going to go straight in his position. Will stun him the moment he teleports in. And Alliance get away.
Yeah, at that point, the silence needed to be earlier from J-Ree. I think he was overestimating how quickly they could kill Nif. Nif gets away with his life. Flash is now down once again. If you look down the summoner spells of Alliance, only Wicked has Flash because Millennium are trying to find picks. They are forcing Alliance's hand. Now that Millennium has got all of those outer turrets down, they need to get deeper vision and convert those picks into objectives because it's not working out. Dragon's going to be the next big fight, and I actually think Alliance may want to challenge in the pit. If you can force Millennium into a small enough zone and jump on them with Trundle and Evelynn, I actually think Alliance can still win a team fight, but the time to make that move is fast running out.
Well, they are lacking a lot of vision, as you just saw there, and Alliance desperately trying to shove this mid lane up, trying to get some pressure on towards that tower, but Millennium quick to react to this one, quickly sweeping out those wards that were placed there, and Millennium have themselves full control of the Dragon Pit area, but they want to make a play first. J-Ree tries to come in there, gets blocked off by the Chompers, does not manage to land a hook. They will take down another pink ward though.
Dragon's up in 5 seconds, so that's a smart play. Millennium have got better vision around the pit. It doesn't look like anyone from Alliance is close enough to challenge. They're going to give this one up once again. The rest of Alliance are grouping towards this mid lane, so defending the tower is now a priority. Millennium, they're going to look for Nif.
Oh, Nif's going to lead to bomb there. He's going to get straight in towards him. Does play away J-Ree, who doesn't manage to land that hook out there. Instead, J-Ree looking to try and create a play, getting controlled by this movement. Kraton goes aggressive and forces them away.
Yeah, there's no minions for Millennium to work with. If they want to face tank a turret, they might be able to get this inner one. The minion wave is pushing against Millennium though, and they've zoned Alliance away. They are going to face tank the turret. This should be an even mid lane turret.
Yeah, Kevin is going to tank out that one. They're not going to finish it off though. They're going to step away. They don't want to tank it too far because Wicked coming around with that full health. They expected everybody else to be coming back with full health from the fountain. They are going to throw the Mega Inferno on. Tabs actually taken low. Nif gets jumped on by Konex. He will get taken down. He could go back on towards Tabs. He's got the reset. He's going to have that jump. He uses that stealth to try and speed up. Goes for Shook instead. Jumps too far. was not expecting Shook to get away so quickly, but nevertheless, they get themselves 2 kills.
Now Froggen's in trouble, Kevin's being zoned away. The rest of Millennium, they can either go for Baron or the tower. The reason the tower didn't go down, without minions around, it has bonus armor and magic resist, so it reduces the damage from champions. Millennium have set their sights on Baron. They have a 5-on-3 in a best case scenario, but they are low on HP. There is no Super Mega Death Rocket available, and Wicked is going to do the best he can to interfere with Millennium.
And Tab's coming into this one little to no mana, so if he's going to be going in, there you go, that's all the damage he can do. Kurt taking low, uses that barrier, they quickly turn this one back around, but they are very, very low on this one. Tabs might fancy himself a cheeky kill on the towards Kurt here, but the Baron is being tanked down, it will get taken. And Millennium, they get away scot-free, and they may even get themselves a kill here. A hook from Jwoo will be the death sentence for Wicked, and I don't think he's going to be able to get away. He tries to turn it around, but just gets bounced and pounced around, and it is another kill for Millennium. They have control of this game over Alliance.
I completely agree, and it's all down to Jay Rees roaming on that Blitzcrank. He's been relevant in the mid-game thanks to his overdrive and thanks to the presence. It actually, if you go back and look at how many hooks Jay Rees has landed, almost all of them against the likes of Nif and Shook have been when Alliance were counter-warding. Alliance were going in to destroy wards, and Jay-Ree would run them down. So very smart play, very good decision-making from Millennium. The key now is to begin the siege. The key is to get that deep vision again and get those inner turrets, because for the last 20 minutes, neither team has made any sort of dent in their opponent's half of the map. This has been all lane and jungle entry battles. So we need to see who's going to get complete control of the map, because it still currently is even.
Well, with that Baron up, and of course Millennium, don't forget Millennium did get half the hit points down off that mid-inner turret. That may be the next focus. We can see Kevin probably going to start a split push off here. Teleport's going to be up shortly, but he's done enough to pause that away. Jerry having a little chuckle in the mid lane.
Can't blame him, he's doing well. The one thing that is positive for Alliance, there's a Guardian Angel on tabs, so the reset potential on Kha'Zix being played by Cottonex is going to be reduced. I'm expecting more of them to be picked up. There are 2 on the side of Millennium, so this is going to be effectively 7 lives versus 6. Millennium finally sieging up, but look at that wave clear from Alliance. There are no minions left to work with.
Ooh, Tessence is almost catching Kerp as well, but they're going to tank this one down. They will take it. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Doesn't do a great deal of damage this time around, though. But it's an inner turret nonetheless. They're going to rotate around, and I think they fancy tanking this one straight away as well.
Yeah, I think they've got the opportunity to, knowing that Tabs is on low HP, if a full fight were to break out, it's going to force the wild growth from Froggen earlier than he's expecting, earlier than he wants to. Millennium right now on this inner turret, they pull the minions with them, and we're just going to see how effective is Alliance's wave clear. You see Wicked, Pillar of Ice, but they're not really committing to killing his minions just yet.
Oh, those mines get thrown down. There's a hook from Nif, but Nif taken so low, and there's a hook of your own. Wicked gets bounced around, pinned up like a football there, just do kick-ups, and they do take him down, no problem. That's another 2 kills for Millennium and a tower. They can push through the base.
They definitely can. 5 on 3 right now with Guardian Angels on their side. The inhibitor turret is down. They're going to get the inhibitor as well. Alliance, they're going to be hard-pressed to defend the siege.
That's going to be the inhibitor down, and Millennium are not done there. It's a 30-second death timer on both Wicked and Nif. They're pushing through. They get one Nexus down. They go towards the second. Shook comes in, gets Agony's Embrace down. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. It's a good turnaround. Is it going to be enough, though? Tabs is going to try and take another down. Kevin's very low. They can't tank this one up. Tabs is going to chase on towards him, and he quickly gets turned around. Creates a point of damage back down on him. Froggen gets down. He gets Konex down. The rest of Millennium have to back away. Froggen fancies another kill. Lich Bane glistening. Gets the shots off. Kevin's going to get taken down. It's a double for Froggen, and Alliance live to fight another day. The Guardian Angel gets popped. Kerview the Zonius, he's going to get taken down. They're going to come rotate back around. Froggen off to the right-hand side right now is taking him down. Kerv doing the damage, though. He will get taken down eventually. Oh, Froggen nearly went headlong. There's mines there, Froggen. Step away from the mines. And Wicked, he's teleported to the bottom lane.
There is so long on those death timers that Wicked should be able to get damage on the inhibitor turret as well. Millennium bit off more than they could chew, and they stuck around on that Nexus for longer than they should have. They end up losing the Baron buff on all of their members, barring Creatine. Should time out soon enough anyway. And Millennium, they do have super minions in the top lane, but Alliance, they're not going down without a fight. They get a bunch of kills together, and you see when you can keep Millennium tightly knit and grouped, all of a sudden Alliance's team comp can work. But Millennium will most likely not make that same mistake again. They should have just backed away and pushed the side lanes.
Yeah, I think Jinx's passive of Get Excite was used by the entire Millennium team there. They saw a bit of flash of glory and maybe thought they could take it down. There is one Nexus turret remaining. It is very low. The Dragon's up in 5 seconds, but Alliance, they're going to try and push the mid lane. They have themselves a second chance at this game.
And we'll see how Alliance pull themselves back in with super minions in the top lane. It means maps in their favor. They're going to catch Creatine or not.
Now, speeds away from that one. Yeah. Talisman not enough, and a quick dash from Lucian is enough to help him get away. They're going to rotate around. They're going to go towards that Dragon. Baron will be up in around about 2 minutes' time.
Now, I think with the Dragon being up and no one from Millennium close enough, this is going to be an uncontested Dragon. And if memory serves, it's only the second Dragon in the game for Alliance. We will get that confirmed in just a moment. It's a little bit of gold, and the fact that they are down by a large amount of 7,000 gold, and the fact that they have to defend, Alliance just need a turtle now. Alliance need to make sure they don't let those super minions get to their last Nexus turret. Millennium, on the other hand, they want to interfere. They want to force Alliance to come to them and then go for objective kills and then go for the remaining towers.
We'll see whether they can do that. At the moment, Millennium, all 5 members making their way down to this bottom. Codename's pushing the wave in, but I think they're just going to tank this one through. Kevin should be easily strong enough with the help of Creaton to take this turret down quick enough before Alternate, that is their previous name, Alliance do react. They are going to defend this one though. I was expecting to hang on a little bit longer. They're so fearful of that death sentence.
Yeah, they don't want to run the risk of getting caught out. There's enough CC and still damage on the side of Alliance that even if Kevin were caught, he'd get taken out. Right now with minions, oh, they've caught Wicked.
Alliance going to catch on towards him, but the death sentence is not going to be enough. They try and go in. Shook's gone really deep on this one. Agony's Embrace catching all 5 members, but I don't think they've got enough damage. Nif's going to get taken down. There's the reset. Konex does jump away, goes straight back to Wicked, but there's a lot of damage on Millennium right now. If Shook can get in towards him, if Tabs can get some damage down, they will manage to pick up kills, but they are going to back away.
While all of that is happening, the super minions were pushing down the last Nexus turret. Luckily for Alliance, their minion waves have spawned, and it's kept those super minions off the turret, but that is down to a couple of 100 hit points. Millennium eventually secure the bottom inner turret, trading 1-for-1. Support for top laner. Overall, the fight wasn't bad for Alliance. They had the flank they wanted, they kept Millennium in the right spot. But because Millennium had such a strong advantage, and they were so far ahead on gold, the damage that they had allowed them to actually come out in a better position in that fight, even though Alliance were the ones that almost executed the fight better.
So close. Inhibitors respawned, and Alliance are now safe from large super minions coming in. Baron up in 9 seconds, as you can see. Almost certainly the next focus target. You can see Millennium already in position here. Jerry motoring around there, trying to get some vision, clearing out those wards and placing his own ones. No cover whatsoever. And you see Alliance, they're moving up as a 5-man right now. They have to try and shove the mid lane and create a problem for Millennium as they move in to get some wards down.
Yeah, I feel like Millennium's vision has not been the greatest this game. Jerry's positioning as a player has been what's allowed his Blitzcrank to do work. If they had slightly better wards throughout the jungle, they may have been able to react. Even that last fight in the bottom lane. If you had known that Shook or Wicked were coming around the sides, for example, you can react with a lot more information. Now, we do see Kevin. He's pushing the bottom lane. He has teleport available. Wicked does not have teleport available. So we're going to see this Baron dance. Deny vision, regain vision, and whichever team can pull the other in closer will obviously then start the fight.
Alliance trying to push and seemingly working here. Millennium not wanting to get caught out by a bad rotation and quickly moving around to defend, while Kevin actually is also backing away. So complete defensive duties from Millennium this time around.
And Guardian Angels are about to become available in just a few seconds on both sides of the table. So with the next team fight going to be very big and impactful, it's going to come down to, can you pull Tabs out of a team fight? Can a rocket grab allow you to burst his GA and then take him down immediately? If Alliance lose Tabs, that is a very big portion of their damage in a team fight gone, and that's what Millennium will be setting their sights on.
Froggen trying to zip around, trying to create something, trying to get a poke on someone. Oh, rocket grab just sniffing past Wicked there. Not really the focus target. They managed to land a death sentence on Connex. They're going to try and pop that ulti. They have forced it out there. The chompers were enough. That ultimate's going to be down. That's a big portion of his defensive duties there. That will be available in just a few seconds, but Alliance may try and create a play from this one. They know that Konex, if he jumps in, he's going to be quite squishy.
So it's a 1 minute window of opportunity. That ultimate in Kha'Zix is 64 seconds right now at his current level with his current build. So if Alliance were to force a fight out, you've got that advantage knowing the damage reduction is not there, but they've caught Creatine.
They've caught him out once again. This time around, they've popped Curbsword. Banshee's Veil, there's the rocket. The damage is coming down. The Zonius comes out. The rocket on towards Froggen. Froggen gets pulled away by the Lantern. That's actually going to be a kill on Wicked. Now Shook's in trouble. All 5 members of Millennium focusing targets on towards him. J-Reed flashes away. Konex tries to come in, but the death sentence is there. Remember, he's got a Guardian Angel though. So all the damage done is simply just reversed. And the moment he respawns, he's going to be jumping straight back out. Oh, quick burst coming out from Froggen though, forces him away.
A very good Mega Inferno Bomb from Curb actually zoned Alliance away. Wicked and Shook were so deep down the lane against Millennium that when Millennium threw out that burst damage, Froggen and Tabs almost stopped. They didn't want to get hit by a full Mega Inferno Bomb. So because of that, it bought Millennium a couple of seconds to focus Wicked down and deal a lot of damage onto Shook. They come out 1 for 0. They didn't lose any of their members. J-Reed survived. Millennium are now looking at Baron, but they don't have their full team just yet, so they've got to be careful. This is a 5-on-4 situation, and ultimates are available for Alliance with the exception of Agony's Embrace.
Baron begun by Millennium. The rest of Alliance trying to rotate in. Remember, still no Wicked, but he has got that teleport. There is a ward in the pit that he may be able to hook onto. He's going to go down before he gets there. As Shook comes in, dodges out the side there. Doesn't get caught out by a rocket grab this time around. Death sentence on Konex. Remember, no Guardian Angels this time around for him. Shook's trying to get in. He's going to get pinned off. He's going to be focused down. He's going to get a kill. Meanwhile, Kevin's going to get taken low. Wicked is back in the fight, but it's a Baron for Millennium and 2 kills. They're going to put the pressure on Alliance's base.
There are so many minions in the bottom lane. Millennium have actually used their minions incredibly effectively. When they've picked fights, it's always been when Millennium's minions are dealing damage to Alliance's towers. We do see a reverse though in the top lane as Millennium may lose their top lane tower, but it doesn't matter. They should be able to get on the inhibitors.
With 40 seconds left on the respawns, you can see 30 for Nif, 38 for Shook. This is almost certainly going to be a lot of pressure. Expose the inhibitor in that top lane. That's going to be the first focus. And then this mid lane, they could rotate around to it. You can see the minion wave is coming in. That inhibitor will go down, no doubt about that one. Wicked can't do anything to defend it. The rest of Millennium may fancy pushing on this one. Minions are there. They can see they're going to get some tank duty on, but they can see Froggen trying to get the poke. Kevin taken low here. He's just going to, well, say taken low. He took 1,000 hit points off him. He's still got 4,000 left. Rocket grab so close to catching Tabs there. Creaton taken low, but he gets away. Remember, he's still got that Guardian Angel. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb once again. The rubber ducky flung out everything but the kitchen sink from Millennium, forcing Alliance away.
So a little bit of over-aggression from Millennium. There was multiple members inside the walls of Alliance's base. So when you see Froggen rushing in there with that whimsy and the movement speed, Millennium started to panic. They couldn't split up to reveal single targets. Creatine, however, he wanted to get some auto attacks on that turret, got zoned away. Millennium come away without losing any kills. They did get the top inhibitor, they did get their 5th dragon of the game, and they extend their gold lead to 14,000. But crucially, Millennium have not been able to beat Alliance underneath an inhibitor turret the few times they've tried.
So far. 47 minutes in this game as J-Reed comes trundling out. He uses that ultimate. He can clear the minions, but he doesn't care about gold right now. He's not too worried. It's 85,000 up against 72,000. Gigantic gold stacks as we move towards the 50-minute mark of this game. This is Millennium's time, maybe. Who knows? Of course, Alliance lost the game yesterday. Maybe that's going to be playing in their mind against Fnatic as they hit this stage. That was down to a singular pick. It was Nif that got caught out this time around, and he's going to be fearful that it doesn't happen again.
It's going to be the same for Millennium. Millennium need to get through those Banshees Veils, and they need to grab a priority target. You've got 5 members of Millennium pushing the bottom lane, and Tabs is nowhere to be seen. He's going to arrive late to this tower defense.
Keeping those super minions away from the top lane, but maybe at the loss of this mid lane. So look at the damage from Creaton. He just hammered that down, no problem whatsoever.
Now, if Alliance want to fight, they want Shook to get a multi-man Agony's Embrace from the side, and Wicked needs to use a perfect trundle pillar. If he doesn't manage to land the pillar, Millennium are just going to run riot across Millennium. Froggen throwing out those Glitzer Lancers, it's not enough.
Yeah, Death Sentence landed, only popped the Banshee's Veil, wasn't enough. Froggen still trying to keep that poke on towards him. They want to get one of those key targets. They want to go for Curb or Kraton. There's the hook, it's Kevin, it's not the one they want. It's another inhibitor down. Super Minions continue to come in. You can see they're already putting damage on towards that Nexus.
Yeah, do not want indeed. Jerry's looking for a hook. Doesn't matter who they grab, they're going to go for the kill. Nobody from Alliance was close enough. Minions making their way to this mid lane. This looks like a pretty big wave.
Yeah, you saw how quick they took down that bottom turret. With this wave, there's going to be no problems here. Alliance are going to step away. They're going to have to fight for it. They're going to try and fight. They're going to try and go for the wave clear. But again, still, even with that tiniest little bit of damage, that tower almost went down.
Yeah, Millennium don't want to go for a tower dive, though. The moment Alliance moves to defend, they back away. Tower's 2 hits away. It's down.
J-Re managing to finish it off with Kerp there, running interference. And now Millennium with just one inhibitor left to take down.
And I also
force Alliance out.
I also think Nev connected the death sentence onto Kerp, but it just popped his Banshee's Veil again. They need to get through that Banshee's Veil first, obviously, otherwise you don't have any crowd control. Millennium doing well. Super Minions both top and bottom lane now.
Again, that rocket grab doesn't land, but the Lucian ultimate, the culling all over Nif and Wicked. And that shield coming out. There's the Mega Inferno bomb. It call on tabs. That may be the target. That may be the trigger. Shook goes in. Agony's Embrace running in towards him. Konex actually took caught out here, but his Guardian Angel is back up. He uses that ultimate, manages to defend all that. Wicked taken so low. Konex jumps in, jumps out, gets the kill. And now Alliance forced back on towards it. Kerp comes in. He's got the Zhonya's Hourglass available. The rocket grab comes out. And now it's going to be Millennium taking down Alliance. I do not believe what is happening in this game. Millennium have performed absolutely brilliantly in this matchup. If only they would have shown this form earlier on in the season, they would not be facing the promotion tournament. But by God, they've caused a problem for Alliance.
In the final week of the split, Millennium go 2-0 in their first games, and Alliance are now 0-2 on the week. Thanks to that victory, Millennium tie up the head-to-head with Alliance at 2-2. While it's not going to make an impact in the table or the standings, you have to respect their performance. You have to give props. J-Re on Blitzcrank in the mid-game was phenomenal. I was questioning the pick early. I was doubting the power in the lane. And it didn't matter once you hit the mid-game.
And J-Re, wow, them hooks. They didn't happen in the lane phase, but by God did they happen in the mid-game. And that really is what created all the opportunities that Millennium capitalized on throughout that game.
I completely agree, and I feel like the composition from Alliance depended on them starting the fights on their terms. They did not do well once the chaos ensued. Once Shyvana was jumping and Kha'Zix was jumping and you got bombs flying all over the place, it didn't look like the Trundle and the Evelynn could deal with that sort of chaotic team fight. The moment Alliance got Millennium in a small confined space, held them down with the Agonies and the Pillars, all of a sudden they comped did well. But there wasn't enough times that Millennium were grouped tightly enough for Alliance's comp to counter them.
An Alliance who were 9 wins in 10 games suddenly lost 2 games on the bounce again. Maybe the Superweek's the curse.
Maybe it is. I mean, maybe it is. I mean, they went 0-4.
Well, they went 0-4, 4-0. Now they go 0-4 again.
Well, if we're going to go, trending one way or the other. So with that, Alliance are now 14-12. It's becoming much more difficult for them to grab that first round bye, even though they are in the playoffs. You have to question, was that individual player mistakes on the side of Alliance, or was it individual brilliance from Millennium? There's an argument that could be made for both sides of the coin, because I didn't really feel like Alliance made plays. I didn't feel like they went out of their way to challenge Millennium. They were always being jumped on and always being caught out from the side.
Yeah, the moment the mid-game came around, they were just fearful of getting caught out every time. It was always counter plays. They did try and create a few moments, but Millennium were there every time.
Yeah, they were. I actually have a replay of one of those moments. Let's pull it up onto your screen. It's around about 25 minutes. Now, this is a definite LCS big play. It's the J-Re hook onto tabs on Jinx. Let's roll the clip out.
Threading the needle.
He really does thread the needle in the chaos of this team fight, grabbing the most important target. And if I remember correctly, he actually pulls him into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Yes, bang, there's the damage from Mega Inferno Bomb. All of a sudden, tabs is just deleted. That was a phenomenal play. I mean, you can actually stop the replay there as Cotnex does run amok and goes crazy. But at the end of the day, when J-Re needed to hook, he did. And that's the key point.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We'd like to hear you shouting about those matches, those big moments, and do so. The players love it as well. Everybody loves it. So continue on tweeting them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Big plays. Fantastic stuff. And I want to talk about Cotnex as well. 11-5-9, another fantastic performance. 11-5-8 yesterday, I believe it was. Still, maybe becoming a ban-worthy champion on that Kha'Zix.
Actually, he's 1 assist away. If memory serves, it was 11-5-10 yesterday. And it is ban-worthy. I mean, it's end of story. The way Cotnex plays in Kha'Zix, especially with his team in the mid-game, is very, very crucial. He looks for kills. He doesn't necessarily look to tank up or be the initiating force. He wants to clean up. He wants to flank. He wants to come in from the sides and get the squishies. And so far, yesterday and today, he's done it in both of his games.
Fantastic start to the day. Another 5 games to go. But for now, we're going to check in with Shox and Joe, who are standing by with Millennium's Kevin.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, Kevin is joining us here after a fantastic win versus Alliance. I want to talk first about your reaction because you were almost brotherly hugging Cotnex there after the victory. Tell us what it felt like to beat this Alliance.
So for us, it meant a lot because Alliance is a really good team and they're really strong right now and performing really good. So we had to do our best and show really what we can, and I think we did. So with Cotnex, we have a great individual skilled player, and he knows what he has to do and how he can carry when he has the lead. So he won't he won't be scared to say, I want this farm, I want this farm. So it's really good. It's really nice to have a player like that.
I have to be that guy, though, and say this is the final week. You've won back-to-back matches, which is something you've not done all season long. Is that because of the roster change? Is that because you're feeling like you've got no pressure now that that place is locked in already in relegation?
I think it's a mix between both, maybe. We would have, maybe, no one knows, maybe if we would have swapped the player, I don't know, 3 weeks before, we would have maybe ended up higher in the ladder, but who knows? So we just did it now. We got kind of the confidence now with the new player, and we know we can do the plays and we can finish games out this time. We know what to do. So yeah.
We saw you in the preview video also saying how much it means to you. Can you elaborate a little bit? Because of course, you know what it is to be an LCS player. I can imagine you don't really know what it is to be anything else at this point in time. So how big is the pressure for you to keep being in the LCS?
So yeah, for me personally, it's the pressure is pretty big because yeah, as you said, I only know the LCS. I don't know how it would work in the Coke Zero League or something like that. So because it's kind of not like a full job, and it is a full job, so you never know. And so for me, it's really important to stay in the LCS. I think for the guys as well, and I think they realize that it's really important to stay here. So everyone is really improving every day and giving the best the next day as well.
What's the most important thing for you guys to work on right now? I mean, we've just seen, as I said, back-to-back wins. I guess even though it's a bad time because it's the end of the season, you're already locked into that position, it's also a good time because you need to improve, you need to win those games in the promotion tournament to stay in the LCS. What needs to be worked on here, and how has the addition of Cotnex and removal of RNA really changed the team dynamic?
So I think what we have to work on is kind of maybe our early game a bit. We are still a bit shaky there, just with 2v2 and maybe even 1v1 and stuff like that. Especially when lane swaps are up, we're kind of practicing that really hard in scrims. And yesterday versus SHC we did it, so it went good. Overall now, with Cotnex, the team dynamic is pretty good. Like everyone is pretty motivated and pumped up. And of course, we don't have the big motivator like Aranya anymore, the guys who always shouts and keeps us up. But now we have someone that is pretty calm. He knows how this game works, and he knows what calls he has to do.
All right, well, congratulations. Great win from you guys. Always great to hear from you. And of course, always great to hear from you guys at home. And today you've been sounding off on Twitter and to @LOL Esports, because earlier we asked you who has been the most innovative European LCS player this split and why. And here are some of the players you highlighted. The first one is from @StefanosLol. I think Diamond is still the most innovative. Udyr, Shen, Xin Zhao, and the tank Eve. What pick? Hope they do well today. And to be frank, Diamond has done that for years.
Yeah, Diamond has always been the probably innovative jungler. We remember, if you look back to last year where he brought out Nasus and Volibear. I have to say one thing though, we talk about he's played Zed in the jungle, Shen, Udyr. They've not all been that effective. Skarner, of course, he played as well back around Valentine's Day. And to be honest, although they were new picks and first picks in the jungle, they've not been that successful for him this year.
Maybe he should try Heimerdinger jungle.
I wouldn't say no to that.
The second one is from @Lucas Fritas. Overpow. He brought the Spectral Raid Ziggs and Morta to the LCS, but recently we haven't seen that much of that anymore. Kevin, how was your experience playing against Rocket and that unknown factor of Overpow?
So Rocket at the beginning really strong. Now I feel they're a bit predictable what they will do. Like I don't want to say too much now, but yeah, I think we will have a plan against them, and I hope it will work out for us.
Yeah, be careful with that. And the last tweet is from @HTT91. Integrated with the first Vel'Koz EU and constant threat of that Kayle support is an innovator.
Yeah, and it's hard to disagree with that one as well. He brought Kayle in there, Vel'Koz in that game against Gambit, which was then replayed afterwards. Vel'Koz didn't work out. I think we saw the weak points of Vel'Koz in that game, his lack of mobility and how easy he is to jump on top of and close down. We've also seen, let's not forget, Galio support from N-Rated, which got them a win in that game. So he's definitely not afraid to pick something new and try it out, you know, in a very competitive environment, and an environment where he needs the wins. It just shows, you know, how brave he is, I think, to do that kind of thing on a regular basis.
Absolutely, and it's also always great for us to see. And as for you guys, thank you for sending those in, and remember to keep tweeting to us throughout the week by using the hashtag LCS. It's time for us to go on a broadcast cooldown, but when we come back, Alex Ish and Gambit will be facing off against Overpow and Rocket. The action continues in 3.5.
Yes, he will. The flay quick turnaround and the hook comes in. But again, Connox is there. Manages to get the kill. He's back on tabs now. Jumps, leaps, gets the claws back in. He gets the reset. And now Shook comes in to try and help them out. But Shook may go down. The claws are not quite enough though, because Froggen comes in. Shook runs away. He gets scored out. This time around, it's Kerr.
welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series here live in Cologne, Germany. Coming up now, it is Gambit facing off against Roccat in the second game of the day. And this match has a lot of implications for the teams at the top of the table. Bear with me, I'm going to break this one down for you. Since Alliance lost that match, if Roccat wins here, that will move things into a three-way tie for first between SK, Fnatic, and Roccat, where SK owns the tiebreaker. That means that Fnatic and Roccat would have to play a match to decide that position, with SK advancing to first, of course. But should Roccat lose this match, that moves Alliance and Roccat into a tie for third place, where the head-to-head records are tied between them.
Yeah, now Gambit and Roccat do finish up their last match of the split, with Gambit looking for at least one win against Roccat, who currently hold a 3-0 record and all of the bragging rights. Gambit will really need to pick up 2 wins in order to pass Roccat in the standings. This is a great place to start.
And of course, yesterday, Gambit were unable to raise their games as they faced the first Heimerdinger in the LCS. They tried a few changes of their own, with Darien finally playing an actual Magic-based champion on Ryze and Diamond on Udyr. Unfortunately, they couldn't fight their way back the siege potential that Copenhagen Wolves were able to bring to the match.
Yeah, Udyr indeed. I think the problems for Gambit started during the pick and ban phase. They had champions that were easy to read, easy to predict their movements, and it added strength to the long-range poke and zone control offered by the Wolves composition. Diamond played Udyr for the first time this split, and it left me completely uninspired. Udyr was actually played by Diamond 5 times last year, and all of those times I wasn't impressed either. It seems like Diamond's pulling it out and never really being successful with a champion. As a team, though, Gambit really seems to be in a mental slump. And while they have their playoff spot secured, I think they need to find a way to get their confidence back before we head into playoffs, and they play 2 games today.
Roccat looked much better yesterday against the Super Hot crew, winning out their laning phase and rotating the complete control of the game by winning some important team fights. It was a good start for the Superweek for Roccat, but I feel that Gambit will be a much tougher fight for them.
I completely agree with that. And I think yesterday, Jankos just turned into a god. He played Lee Sin. He had immaculate ganks. His dragon steals were great. He had fantastic positioning and good Dragon's Rage kicks. And I think if Jankos performs and disrupts his opponents, then his entire team gets revitalized and picks up their own performances. The game yesterday reminded me of the victory that Roccat had over SK Gaming 2 weeks ago. And the key factors were Roccat securing an early advantage through ganks, and then heavily invading and controlling their opponent's jungle, and forcing their opponent's hands. If Roccat can get off to a strong start and get inside the heads of Gambit, that could be a great way to grab another win on their way to the top of that table finish.
Well, in the past, Roccat has relied on strong champion selection and unusual strategies to give them an edge. Meanwhile, Gambit will have to see through their picks and bans if they want to avoid a 4-0 sweep.
The game against Roccat is the last chance for us to get the win against them.
Well, I care more about being higher placed than going 4-0 versus Gambit, but it would be nice.
Roccat, a really strange team. They really like to play some kind of unique champions and some kind of unique strats. But at the moment they started to play more to meta, and I think that hurt them.
Yeah, they're a strong team, they have good team fights, and Diamond Prof is really good.
For me, Diamond is the best jungler in Europe right now. So it would mean a lot even for me that I won against such a good player.
Like, you never know what to expect from them, and I think that is their main strength. But if you can predict their picks and if you can predict what they are going to do, I think that you can have edge. You need to bait enemies into picks you want and then pick counter picks or the pick around it, then you can win really easy.
And you know, I think Alex actually hit the nail on the head there, because at the start of the season, we had no idea what Roccat were going to pull out. Teams started to discover them, and actually Roccat started playing into the meta.
Yeah, I completely agree. When Roccat surprise their opponents and they make their comp work, they do well. But it's interesting hearing Alex saying they're unpredictable. And a few moments ago, Kevin was saying they're kind of predictable. So even teams in the LCS aren't 100% sure on, a team's strengths and weaknesses.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups, and they are predictable, that's for sure. On the blue side, it's Gambit Gaming. That means it will be Darien, Diamond in the jungle, Alexic is the mid lane, Genja as AD carry, and Edward on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it will be Roccat for this match, with Zazas up top, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid, Celavan AD, and Vanda playing support.
So those are the teams The question is, what will the champions be as they move into this game? There's been a number of different choices, and of course, Gambit caught out a little bit by the Heimerdinger yesterday. Probably weren't quite expecting that one, but it actually worked out really well. So they're going to go with themselves.
I think what Copenhagen Wolves did yesterday was very smart. They banned 2 mid lane champions and they banned a jungler and first picked Evelyn. So I think if you force Alex and Diamond onto champions that are less likely to win a game, that is a very strong way to beat Gambit. And we keep talking about when you see Alex not on an assassin, he's not as impactful.
And I also feel that maybe with that Gragas choice, the fact that Youngbook played it last week, they probably read into it thinking, that Gragas is top lane, let's use something that can work with it. Yeah, completely caught everyone off guard.
I completely thought it was going to be top. So that was an advantage that Copenhagen Wolves had going into the game. I think there's less of an advantage now because you do tend to see slightly more standard trends from Roccat in recent weeks. I do think that if Roccat want to gain an advantage, get rid of Evelyn, get either ban her or first pick her, and get rid of LeBlanc would be a strong way to starting out. We did also see Nidalee banned against Alex and Gambit yesterday, so that might be something that Alex has been playing in scrims and playing online in solo queue a lot.
Yeah, he's been hitting the Z as well. Let's not forget that one. There's a number of champions out there, actually, that Alex could pull out. I'm hoping. I hate seeing these mid laners not on assassins, and both these champions, both these players, Alex and Overpower, are assassin players.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do feel that the farmy champions of Overpower is probably stronger. When you think of his Ziggs or his Gragas play,
his Mordekaiser,
I think he can do well on those champions. But I think one of the other keys to remember is while Jankos, Overpower, Diamond, and Alex are the game winners for their teams, you can't discount the fact that Genja and Salivar can be game losers for their teams. Both of them have got very limited champion pools. 10 games on Jinx for Genja, 9 games on Lucian. Over on the other side of the coin, 10 games on Caitlyn for Salivar, 8 games on Lucian. So they've got their very centralized, focused AD champions that they like playing. If you can shut them down, you can actually negate their impact in games.
Well, in the same vein, you've got the 2 supports, the Vander and Edward, that both big Thresh players, both have pulled out some absolute amazing big plays this season.
Yeah, I agree. I think when they deliver, their Thresh play can be the strongest in Europe.
Perhaps not the Sona last week for Edward, though.
Yeah, when you miss your crescendos, it's never going to help you out. The crush, as I was calling them, yeah. But I think what we noticed like last week during the games is Gambit's opponents would almost ignore Genja because he didn't have armor penetration up to 30-40 minutes marks. And it's like, what are you going to do when champions have 150 plus armor? Your damage is mitigated so much.
The Zephyr doesn't do too much for you in that stage. Outside of a Last Whisper. Anyway, that's all about Genja's build. This is all about the bans. Right now, we are seeing Ziggs, LeBlanc, and Ryze being banned out. Ryze, interestingly, being banned out. That's been played by Overpower. Zaz has already also thought about it before, but Overpower's played it, what, twice the last 2 games, I believe?
Yeah, and don't forget, yesterday Gambit tried to play the Ryze as well. They put it in the top lane. So instead of giving it away and giving away that champion that can scale so incredibly well, just take it off the table, remove it completely. I think what we are seeing from Roccat is that strategy we talked about, though.
And we were talking about the fact that the 0-3 against Roccat. Gambit 0-3 themselves right now. This could be a 4-game win-loss streak if they don't turn this one around. This is serious focus time for Gambit. Gragas is being banned away along with Lulu. That means, well, what will they go with for that first pick? Will it be a champion for Darien?
Kha'Zix could be an option. Renekton is available as well. Thresh is still up as well. So you've got a lot of those priority picks that don't necessarily reveal a whole lot, and they are safe to pick. You know you can get away with them. I don't really know what Gambit's going to prioritize right now, but I think one of those 3 would be a safe pick. You could go that route, but I don't think it's first pick worthy. The one thing that's important to note about this game is it's effectively like a 2-game swing because it's 1 win for a team, 1 loss for your opponents. It adds all of that extra distance in the table.
Kha'Zix is going to be the first choice, so we may well see. Don't forget, this could be Alex. Alex has played some tremendous Kha'Zix and
Lucian Thresh.
And I should point out in the previous game, I said, Kha'Zix, it was the best Kha'Zix we've seen. That's because jungle, obviously, is what I was referring to. It was kind of, already intended, the fact that it was a jungle player. Alexic himself on Kha'Zix is tremendous.
Yeah, I wonder if there's even a thought process from Gambit. Maybe they want to run Udyr again and give that Kha'Zix to Alex in the mid lane. It will depend how this pick ban phase plays out. Knowing Roccat, knowing how much emphasis they put on Lucian, I think Lucian Renekton, Lucian Thresh, hell, if they want to go like Lucian Trundle, for example, they could go for something along those lines. But I am expecting it to at least be one of those two picks.
Yeah, Lucian Thresh would be a very good combo for the bottom lane pairing. Whether it's going to be Sullivan and Vander, it is going to be, it seems, and that is the most popular two pairs of support and AD carry.
It's the two most played champions.
Yeah.
It's the two most played champions in the entire European LCS. It is also the 14th time that we will be seeing Vander on Thresh. There is no mistaking what his favorite champion is. Knowing that Rocket can counterpick with their jungler and their solo lanes, now Gambit need to decide what they want to run with. I would probably think a Renekton might be a possibility.
Wow.
Edward could consider an Annie right now if they wanted to go that route, and we'll see what they play out.
We completely missed Nidalee sneaking through the picks and bans phase, and it seems as the Alexich has been playing it pretty heavily in solo queue, he is now going to lock it in, and the Renekton in the top lane. So far, Gambit have got a very strong start.
Yeah, so I think they're going to be very comfortable with this start. Nidalee's not going to be particularly strong in the early game, but she's going to hit a point where she hits a pointy spear and somebody is going to die. So that's a nice, bank that you can rely on. Knowing that Nidalee's locked in, it also makes it 100% clear that he's not going to be playing Kha'Zix. And Gambit are leaving their duo lane to last, seeing who they want to run, seeing if Genja is going to be brave enough to play that Jinx, or if he's going to go to maybe something else, maybe a Caitlyn, maybe a Lucian, for example, Siva, for example. We'll have to see.
Thankfully, this is not ultra rapid fire mode, so those Nidalee spears don't come every 3 seconds. It's pretty insane in that game mode. As it is, we are waiting for Rocket to select, and well, a Lee Sin for Jankos would certainly be a very good pick, and it seems that Zazas is going to have to plumb for Shyvana in that top lane phase.
Yeah, and seeing how well Jankos played Lee Sin yesterday, I think this is a smart decision. In terms of your top laners, Shyvana is actually one of Zazas' lesser played champions. He's played Renekton and Trundle as his 1 and 2. I almost would have expected a Trundle, but what I like about the Shyvana is you've got the mobility built in with your W, you work as a good dive buddy with Lee Sin, and you can get to that backline quite effectively. So we'll see how he plays out once we get to those team fights.
Well, the only way to counter those death sentences is with a Black Shield, and Eddie seemingly relishing this one alongside Genja with that Caitlyn lock-in.
Now the Morgana pick, I wasn't particularly a fan of yesterday either. When Gambit ran it against the Copenhagen Wolves, Morgana didn't offer a whole lot against the Gragas and against the Heimerdinger that the Wolves have put forward. Against Rocket right now, there's very limited crowd control, but there is the dive potential. So what I like about the pick now is when that Shyvana and Lee Sin and potentially Thresh jump onto Gambit, you throw down your Soul Shackles and you make Caitlyn's life a little easier. What I also like is their immense range. Morgana and Caitlyn should be able to bully at least a little bit against the likes of Thresh and Lucian on the chance that those Dark Bindings land. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis on landing those skill shots. For the rest of Gambit, it's pretty straightforward. Land a spear, land a Dark Binding, jump in with Kha'Zix and Renekton and try kill the targets.
There is a champion that's been forgotten about this week, and it is Yasuo. And with the combination of Thresh knockup, the Shyvana knockups, the Lee Sin, or displacements rather than knockups I should say, this is a very good pick, and there is a lot available for Overpower to jump on with that Yasuo.
Yeah, there really is. Now I'm searching back through my notes, and this composition failed for Rocket the last time they tried it. They ran a Lee Sin Yasuo combination with Renekton top lane against Fnatic. This is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they failed miserably. They fell behind early, they had so much attack damage. If you look down the sides of Rocket, there is no magic damage at all. So if Rocket do not get a lead early on and make that wombo combo of Shyvana displacement into Last Breath from Yasuo, that's going to put them so far behind. We do see double teleports being hovered over, which they also ran yesterday, so they are going to be able to play the map and split push super effectively, because Shyvana and Yasuo are going to be able to control those side lanes very, very well.
But would you argue this is maybe a poke with the pilt over the spears? This is what they're aiming for, but then again, they've got that gigantic tank at the front with the Dominus on Renekton, stopping anything coming through them.
It is, end of story. And I think if that poke doesn't land, or if they are grouped up, the engage potential from that combination of Rocket can win for them, but they can't afford to miss anything.
Well, as the players ready themselves, let's see how you called this game. According to the votes, it is 66% in favor of Gambit, so kind of not surprised behind that one. The Gambit force is very strong.
Yeah, it really is. And, at the end of the day, Gambit are still expected to perform well. They're 13 and 12 on the ladder right now. 0-3 down. We'll see if they can break that losing streak, break their losing spree in this matchup.
You know, sometimes I really wish we wouldn't give those hand warmers to the players, because there's so often gifts get created from their movements as they try to warm themselves up before the game.
Yeah, hopefully they can warm themselves up quickly enough, and then we can get into the Rift. There is still 4 more games after this one today, and I think for Gambit, the fact that they play against Fnatic at the end of the day, this has to be a game that they win, otherwise their mindset is going to be even more shot going later in the day.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Superweek, and well, Game 8 overall. We are... Actually, I tell a lie, it's Game 7, isn't it? There's been so many games. We're not quite at the halfway stage yet. That's going to be the next match. For now, though, Gambit are playing as the blue team and looking like they're going to go for a standard defensive formation up against Roccat as the red team.
Now, we'll see how Roccat play this one out. I think part of the reason that Genji is locked in as Caitlyn, and it is the first time we're seeing him on Caitlyn as well in a very, very, very long time, is because of the immense range that she offers and the built-in escape with that 90 caliber net. So as long as Genji is on point, if he can get away from you know, the knockups coming in from Roccat, along with that black shield preventing knockups actually happening, I think they're in a good spot. The power of the Morgana pick has gone up because of the all-physical composition here from Roccat. Yes, there is magic damage on Shyvana, but it's going to take a while to burn through that black shield. So what that means is Edward can pick one person in a team fight and say, you will not be hit by a full Yasuo combo, and hopefully that one person can help turn the tide of those fights.
And also they have to pounce in, which is the main thing. You got Lee Sin, Shyvana, Yasuo, they're all coming in to that Morgana who can just pop that ultimate and maybe try and lock some of them up.
So in the laning phase, Roccat need to get a lead. They pulled a similar composition against Fnatic, like we've mentioned. They fell behind early, and they could never, ever contest or challenge under towers. The moment Roccat get pushed to their own tower after losing a few and rotating, for example, they are just going to get poked to oblivion. Void Spikes, Nidalee Spears, Caitlyn Peacemakers, as well as Dark Bindings, and they've got very unsafe wave clear. So we'll see how Roccat plays out this laning phase. It is imperative for them to win it.
It is a late invade, and he's going for the blue, and of course Roccat already taking the blue buff of their own right now. We do see, looks like it's going to be Eddie heading up there. He's going to find out that Overpower and Zaz has already taken that one out. Overpower is going to get caught with a Dark Binding. Good bit of poke, actually. Good bit of damage on there. Force the flash with that Ignite there. So Zaz already losing that Summoner spell. That's not bad play from Eddie there, but it is going to be nevertheless a blue buff taken from Roccat.
It's not a bad play, and what I like is Genji is already on the tower. What we see from these early starts or these invades or trades is so often the duo lane doesn't actually push the lane out. So he's got all 6 waves, he's got solo experience, and he's already making Zazas forced to lose those minions, lose that experience.
And that is something that Genji has been guilty of so often, especially over at the World Finals in Season 3. As it stands at the moment, Gambit are going to go defensive, of course. It does mean that Diamond is going to be behind in jungle, let's not forget, because he's not going to get that blue buff of his own early on. That's going to create problems, and we may see Jankos trying to create advantages from that play. You can see he's already got himself a level advantage so far in the jungle.
Well, we'll see if he can take advantage of these this weaker lane for Nidalee. He's coming in, does have double buff, lands a Sonic Wave.
Manages to catch on towards Alexic. He's going to run away from this one, throws out that spear as well. The Ignite is running, but it's not going to be enough on him. Something we didn't actually mention in the early games is the fact that both Gambit and Roccat have 4 members that can pass over objects, so they can all pile into, say, the Dragon Pit, the Baron Pit from behind.
Yeah, I think with the mobility that both of these teams have, positioning is going to be so much more crucial. If Gambit are clustered at all, and they get hit by, you know, the Dragon's Rage or the Dragon's Descent between Shyvana and Lee Sin, any form of displacement is going to be enough to allow Yasuo to get his ultimate off. A Thresh Flay, a Thresh Death Sentence, all of those things are going to open up opportunities for Overpower, but he has to be on point. He has to be able to react quick enough and make it work.
There is some serious damage going down on that bottom turret. The top turret is not taking as much a beating. Diamond's going to go up there and cover that one off alongside Darian. So really, it is all down to Gambit to get the pressure on this bottom turret.
And not only that, something that I didn't take into account when we discussed the range poke and how Roccat are going to be so hard pressed to defend a wave, they will have a few seconds of respite when the wind wall is up. You see Darian, it's going to be helped out here by Diamond Prox. Oh, he's been caught by the hook.
Death Sentence on Diamond. That's going to take him low, but he leaps away from that one. Has got that tower safety, but that's going to force Diamond to back away and may give themselves some rest and try and pull some damage down. Alexic caught out again by that wind thrown out from Overpower. And Overpower putting a lot of pressure on him, but Alex is going to be used to this matchup. Remember, the Chinese teams at the Intel Extreme Masters, they were masters at Yasuo.
Yeah, and the week following it, Gambit tried to run the same composition. They failed with it as well. They didn't have the level of coordination and level of aggression to make that comp work. So just to finalize that wind wall point, there's one rank in it right now. It is a very high cooldown. It's about 26 seconds at level 1. So as there are minions and as there are some towers to block, it'll help. Overpower's a little overextended. Here comes Diamond.
Yeah, Diamond's going to jump in. He doesn't quite get the claw. Very good block from Overpower as that spear comes out.
Yeah, now when we see them actually defending it, Overpower needs to pick the right time to use that wind wall. They're going to throw out Darien and he just sidesteps. And he's playing very brave and greedy.
Very too greedy. He's gone down. First blood. It is Rocket and shock horror. Darien goes down.
Yeah, that was just greedy. He wanted to stay in range for experience and for gold. And I think that when he dodged the death sentence, he didn't consider the flay, forgot about the ignite maybe, and just ends up giving a kill. So Rocket should be able to push that tower down if Vander sticks around. He's backed off. Celeba's stuck around with Genji and Edward. They're a couple auto attacks away from taking the first tower of the game.
Well, Zazas came in, but it wasn't him he was aiming for. It was Jankos they wanted. They're going to take Jankos low, and they know once they force him away, Zazas can get bullied out. Genji goes in, puts the last hit on the turret. First one for Gambit.
Very smart play. Forcing down the wave, pushing Zazas into a negative situation already. Now Gambit need to decide. Do they want to stick in their current lanes, try hold on to that top tower, stick in their current lanes, and just farm, extend the laning phase, or rotate their AD and carry top lane to defend the tower and potentially push down the top outer turret. We will see Edward's already backed off, and it looks like he's moving bottom, so we may see standard lanes for the next few minutes.
We see Darien return into laying off for that second Doran's blade, so making sure he can keep that hits and be aggressive in that top lane. Obviously expecting to go against Zazas soon enough. We'll see whether the rotations happen in the next few moments, but at the moment, Rocket going to keep that pressure down, and again, Diamond there to defend.
Yeah, when Diamond and Darien both hit level 6, with the double Doran's blades, it allows them to get much more kill pressure on Vander and Celeber, but when Darien's taking free poke and loses a third of his hit points because of a good hook from Vander, it's never a good start.
Eddie roaming up, he's going to get spotted by the ward though, so he's not going to get close enough. There is a ward in that bush which Eddie is stepping on. He's going to ward out his own, which will actually spot Jankos. Jankos saw that going down though, and wisely is going to go around the top bush.
So it will end up being a 3-on-2 right now. Jankos has the option to dive. Darien has already been caught out once under the turret. Doing the best he can to wave play. Here comes Darien. Oh, he's been hooked!
Oh, he's been flayed, hooked, and now he's going to get drove in there. Dark Binding comes out from Eddie. He's going to try and run interference. Jankos is going to come round, though. It's an easy kill. He's taking damage, but now he's going to get locked up as well. Jankos can't escape this one. Taste of fear being used by Diamond. That's a kill for the jungler.
So trading 1 for 1. We did see Overpower going a little aggressive onto Alex in the mid lane. Alex is going all in. Overpower's in trouble.
I'm not too sure if this is going to be enough. Overpower may turn this one back around the barrier, and Ignite being used. Alex Itch with the spear does not land it, and Overpower happy to keep farming.
Now remember, there is a heal on Alex Itch's side, so as long as he's got mana, he's going to be able to just sustain himself back up and stick around in this lane. Last breath is still available for Overpower. Look for a knockup.
Very dangerous play. You can see he hasn't quite got that knockup available, Alex, so if he gets caught out, would go down to that ultimate, which is why he's going to get the help of Genja and back away to buy. We also see Overpower, he's heading back to base, so both mid laners are going to get their first big items.
So we'll see what they decide to itemize towards. Overpower picks up the Zeal once again, as opposed to going for the Static Shiv. Obviously going to rush down that, as opposed to Avarice Blade, rather. Going to rush down his Static Shiv as his first item. Of course, with the passive of Yasuo, giving you double your critical hit chance, Static Shiv, crits in your Runes of Masteries, and Infinity Edge gives you 100% crit. So we'll see how quickly Overpower can hit that point. Until Yasuo hits a Static Shiv, and then maybe a BF Sword, he's actually not super terrifying because he needs to land a lot of additional poke, and he can't 100-0 you without those items. So as long as Alex stays healed, he's going to be okay in that top lane.
Zazas does close out that top turret, so it is one apiece now as Alex Itch actually moves in towards that top lane. He did just go up there to get the blue buff, but he's going to cover that one off as Genja and Edward return and go towards the mid lane. Both duo laners going to be in this mid lane as Celebar rotates up, and now it's going to be actually Darien versus Overpower in that bottom lane.
Just trading around. I think that's actually quite smart because Darien also got built-in heal. If he does get jumped on, Dominus is going to give him that big burst of HP, so the assassination power from Overpower is not there. And you see how effectively Darien can trade. Overpower's relying on lifesteal quints to sustain, and it's not enough. That's a big spear on Vanda.
Dark Binding does not follow through though. Alex is rotating around. There's another spear on Celiva, and he's going to keep these going and keeping the pressure on.
And that's the poke/siege power that Gambit has in their composition. Darien is going to get jumped on by 2 members of Rocket. Look for the Dragon's Rage into Last Breath.
Good slice and dice, and Overpower actually getting caught out here. Oh, but the ulti's just close enough to catch on towards him, but he's going to get the support. In comes Diamond on towards Overpower. Overpower taken very low from this one. Hasn't got enough, and now Jankos in all sorts of trouble. Diamond lands. Diamond gets a double kill.
3-0 now on that Kha'Zix. Got himself a Lizard Elder. Because of the kills they've secured, it's going to allow Gambit to get the first dragon of the game. Nobody from Rocket can contest this, and that was perfect execution from Rocket to start the fight, but at the end of the day, Gambit have the support to end the fight.
Diamond Senpai, please, I did not mean to criticize your Kha'Zix play, because Cotton X has been playing fantastically. Oh, and spear landed on Celiva. That's going to force Rocket away from this mid turret.
Yeah, it does appear that Diamond's off forever, and we'll have to see if he can keep chasing Rocket down. Gambit going to continue to set up the siege. They've got great range, they've got great damage to force towers down, and with the attack speed bonus that Nidalee's heal gives, it's going to speed up the rate at which Genji's auto attacks can drop these towers.
So Gambit looking good in the opening few minutes of this game. We're just approaching towards the second turret of the game for Gambit here. Rocket going to look to defend this one. Not too sure if they've got enough though. No, they're going to have to step away from it. It will be the second turret of the game for Gambit.
So Gambit now just needs to grab Genji and Edward, rotate them towards the top lane, take that last outer turret. Then they can start deciding where they want to move as a team. Because of the fact that they've got Nidalee traps to help cover entrances, they can invest money for vision, but they gain all of that free zone control and vision thanks to those Nidalee traps as well. So I'd like to see Alex roaming around, putting down a whole bunch of traps, and as we said, top lane is now the focus. Gambit sending 3 members up there.
Zaz is in trouble. They're going to 3-man ganking towards him. Darian's getting ready to tank this one out. They're going to hold him time on this one. Dark Binding fires off. Doesn't quite catch. He may get caught out safe here. Is it going to be enough? What? Diamond's going deep into Jankos now. He's going to get caught around. The damage come out from Gambit is huge. And well, Jankos didn't know what hit him.
That was a massive mistake from Jankos. He tried to Dragon's Rage kick the target with Black Shield. You can't interrupt that. You can't apply crowd control. So at the end of the day, Jankos not able to get rid of Gambit, and that's what we talked about, the power of that Black Shield against the single target CCs. Protect the right guy, and Gambit can win. We do see Celiva defending the tower with the help of Azaz's teleport. He actually cancels it to get a little bit less of that cooldown back in his favor, and Tower held on to for the time being.
Yeah, and Celiva took a hell of a beating there from Genji this time around. Alexic defending off against Overpower in his bottom lane. Heals himself up. The spear does land this time. Windwall has actually put the wrong side, trying to go a little bit too quick and too fancy, and Alexic, he's thinking of pouncing it.
Yeah, I don't think there's real kill potential. Overpower should be able to at least dash away, and you see the burst that comes out, from just a couple of auto attacks. Overpower realizing he's a bit overextended. There's no wards in the river, and that was just sense that, hang on a minute, Nidalee's going aggressive on me, there must be some support around. So he backs off, has got Jankos to back him up if an engage were to happen.
It's 1,000 gold advantage built up by Diamond alone right now over Jankos. That's a big difference. Jankos is going to move around. The blue buff is maybe going to be the focus target, and realize it actually safeguarding away the second he spots Eddie. Honestly, I'd be scared if I spotted Eddie in the jungle.
I completely agree. I think for Rocket right now, they have already fallen behind a pick composition, and Rocket are going to know, a poke composition rather. And what Rocket are going to know is that when you are a poke composition, you're dealing with an opponent that can't engage in you. It's how Rocket beat Copenhagen Wolves last week. The Wolves fell behind, they took Nidalee's spears and Gragas damage, and they couldn't fight back. Now the moment a spear lands, or a Dark Binding catches you, all of a sudden that person is in kill threat. Edward kills out that pink ward.
Well, Static Shiv completed by Overpower a while back, and he has actually backed away from that bottom lane. Darien was heading down there to maybe keep that tower secure, and at the moment, Rocket, as we've seen many, many times this season, if they lose that lane phase, are in trouble, and against a poke comp, that is only doubled.
Yeah, I agree. And because it's a poke/siege with Caitlyn, it's just going to allow him to get this tower down very, very quickly. You'll notice that Alex has just picked himself up a Morella Nomicon as his first item, and it gives mana regen as well as cooldown reduction. And I think the reason he went for that over Athena's and Holy Grail is there's no magic threat. you tend to go for themes because the chalice gives you decent MR and at least reduces some of your opponent's damage. There is none of that to reduce, so Marinomika will do a similar job, and it just gives Roccat. They've lost a buff, they've lost a top tower, they're going to probably lose a lot of HP in this top inner turret as well.
Well, I mean, against the, like I say, an all-armor threat, those Grievous Wounds are going to be working out as well, so it's going to keep that damage dot ticking as well. The spears, every time it lands, it's going to apply that small dot, cause the problems for them. Down that bottom lane, look at this, a jungler equal in level up against the mid laner and actually going toe-to-toe. He's got himself 4 kills, Diamond, and why not?
Yeah, it's the same, you know, it's what we mentioned, the problem with Yasuo. He needs to have Infinity Edge and Static Shift. When he has both of those, then he is a threat. Then he can blow somebody up. Right now, he's still 1.5 miles away from that. Gambit, with their 3,000 gold lead, they put damage in the top turret. They're zoning out Jankos and the rest of the members in this middle lane, and they're just looking to get tower damage down. That's all they want to do. Rotate around the map, take a look at the vision in the red buff area. Gambit can challenge for red if they want to. With Dragon up in a minute, I am expecting him to move towards that objective.
They have 3 members pushing the mid lane. Alexic is going to roam around, and those spears are going to start to fly off from the side, I believe, is where they're going to begin. You see Darian going out, going to get that ward down. There's a spear coming in, lands an overpower, takes half his hit points off instantly.
That is a massive, massive hit. And Celiva, 60%. We're going to be saying, ooh, a whole lot. One more connects. Now Vander's a target.
Oh,
this is
they got to back off. They can't fight this.
There's nothing that they can do. And this is exactly what Gambit want to be doing. Now, every time we talk about how you must siege, this is it being played perfectly. 16 minutes in, Gambit have wasted no time to get to the objective. This is the 4th tower of the game, and they're going to roll around, grab a dragon as well.
If one team know when they've got an advantage, it is Gambit. They, you know, lane phase doesn't always go their way, but if they get the advantage in that lane phase, they know how to put the pressure on. We're going to see Zazas going to try and turn this one. Dark Binding instantly on, and Zazas is going to go down. Who will pick up the kill? It's going to be, of course, Diamond. That's his 5th kill of the game. Now Overpower, they're trying to put pressure on towards him. Darian's got a little bit deep on this one. Overpower is not going to quite go down. The Ignite running on Darian. He should be safe just about there. And they get away with it. It's only a 1-for-0, and it's Diamond again, now 5-for-0 himself.
Yeah, 1-for-0. The last breath was not very impactful. At the end of the day, Rocket needed to get multiple members hit back with that Dragon's Descent, and we're looking for a last breath to hit a bunch of people, but Overpower held on to it. He didn't actually dive in. We do see Edwin, Alex. They're going to look for Alex. Jankos is dead.
Jankos is dead. Dark Binding catches. This time around, it's Genja that picks it up. They've got themselves the Dragon as well, and well, rightly so. We see Celiva trying to dash away from that one. Alex keeping him away with those spears.
5,000 gold lead. The massive control that Gambit have right now. And, you know, with the comp that Rocket are running, they needed to get ahead. They needed to be able to engage on Gambit, jump on them and win team fights, and it has not been the case. And it's going to get just so much more difficult. You'll see that Genja's got a lot of attack damage, he's got a lot of critical chance. Gambit should rotate and roll around probably top and bottom lanes now, get those last inner turrets, and then immediately start sieging the inhibitors. There's nothing Rocket can do to stop it.
So Gambit looking very good in the opening 20 minutes of this game. Of course, if they do manage to get themselves a win in, I think they will go equal with Roccat at 14 and 12. But nevertheless, of course, with playoffs looming and more importantly, tiebreakers looming, this is an important game. It won't turn the tide in terms of Gambit and Roccat because Roccat have that 3-0 advantage already.
Yeah, so in terms of any head-to-heads, that it will be owned by them. But if there's 3 or more teams in that head-to-head scenario and there's no clear delineation of who is above whom, we will be going into that playoff that we talked about. Now, Alex could be caught out. Edward is nearby. They're going to jump on Alex.
They're going to try and chase him down. They do get the kick this time around, and they put the damage down, but he can just pounce away. There's the black shield. He can just heal himself up, and Alex is safe.
So if there was a little bit more damage from the side of Roccat, they could have set it up, but unfortunately, it was not. Last breath has been used. It's not going to be available to defend this turret, which means Zazas and Jankos do not have the ability to dive in. Gambit, they're on the turret. They're already on the inhibitor turret at 19 minutes. Culling used to defend.
Jankos tries to come around the side, but look at Diamond straight on him, sinking his teeth down. That's going to be the inhibitor taken down, and Gambit not done yet. They're going to keep on pushing. Ooh, Dark Binding so close to landing on Celiva, just sidesteps it.
Yeah, it doesn't land this time around. This could be one of the quickest inhibitors as Darian goes in.
Oh, Darian getting taken so low, he may well get dropped instead. The inhibitor is still being taken down. Alexic is yet to throw a spear out. It doesn't matter. Jankos
Chaos comes around, he gets taken down, and now the fight starts. They're going towards Zazas. Oh, the spear just slipping past his wing. It doesn't quite catch him. He pounces on Sullivan. The damage comes out, and Eddie finishes the deal with a Dark Binding. It's another 2 kills and an inhibitor for Gambit.
Flawless execution from Gambit. Every time they've been underneath the turret, they've landed the crucial abilities that they need to, and Rocket have had absolutely no reply. Because Rocket tried to set something up and kill Alex in the jungle and failed at it, they didn't have Last Breath, they didn't have Dragon's Rage for that defense, for that tower hold. So unfortunately, they lost it. I do want to highlight the fact that Diamond is going full tank as well. Spirit of the Elder Lizard as his jungle item and damage into Randian's Omen. This is exactly what we've seen from Insec at the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll see where Diamond begins to add damage. It tends to be the 4th item if we're going to go by the Insec level of play, but we'll see what Diamond decides to do. When you're this far ahead, you can actually afford to grab some more damage because they can't kill you yet.
Well, we saw that Zazas was trying to put pressure down on towards that bottom. The red buff is the target, but is not there, I believe. It's just the tiniest little lizard, which Jankos is going to clear out. Genja has pushed up a giant wave along the top, and that's where the rest of Gambit are moving towards. And Rocket, I'm not sure want to defend this one.
I don't think they can. I mean, even against 4 members of Gambit, there's a teleport coming up from Zazas on the left-hand side. Diamond's waiting for him. They've caught him already.
Why would you teleport directly into the entire team? I'm not sure they fancy this one, but they're going to go in nonetheless. It's going to be a 5-on-4, and Gambit want to fight this one. Zazza's taken low. Overpower dropped down the bottom there as well. Eddie doing what he can. Look at that Culling coming out, not doing enough damage. Overpower goes down. It's a 6th kill of the game for Diamond as they continue to chase. Overpower did get a kill on Eddie, but well, a support from mid laner, they'll take that any day. The spears keep on going. The death sentence lands, but they don't fancy this one. But Darian sure as hell does, and he goes steaming in, and it's going to be another turret picked up for Gambit.
4-on-5, and Gambit are going to come out in the lead. Even though they lost Edward, they get the top inner turret. They have enough hit points available and cooldowns to potentially go for the next inhibitor turret. A Nexus turret almost falls to super minions. Rocket are so far behind, and you know, they don't actually have the damage to kill super minions right now. Diamond's hooked, but you don't want that bug.
Spears threading through, Zazza's caught out. There's the lance, and he will keep him away there. But again, as you mentioned, the super minions keep on coming. The spears keep on flowing. Zazza's getting pounced on. Diamond fancying this one, tries to pull him out. Overpower goes deep, but it's only on Alex Inch. And look at Darian running defensive duties. Vander being kept away. The spears keep throwing through. Darian tanking up every single patch of damage from Rocket. The spear not quite enough on Sullivan there, and it's another inhibitor gain. Super minions back on the Nexus.
There is so much armor on the front line of Gambit that Rocket cannot get through it. I highlighted the fact that when super minions are pouring down the lane this early on, AD carries and like AD assassins just don't have the damage to deal with him quickly enough to clear the wave and then defend the objective. So Rocket are so far behind. It's 10,000 gold, in addition to the fact that Gambit's composition can negate all of the pros that Rocket have. If you look, Randian's Omen, Warden's Mail, the makings of a Randian's on Darian, Zonya's Hourglass to Alex Inch, he can even, get away from their Last Breath burst. He can get away from the damage Rocket are trying to land.
And Genja leading the charge every step of the way. This is free farming for him, honestly. He's keeping that farm going, keeping the last hits going, and he just keeps on pushing those towers. The rest of the team reacting to his play and moving on around. That bottom call is the next target. They're going to do it by the numbers and take all the inhibs.
I would say this is one of the most flawless performances we've seen from Gambit all split long, and it's counterintuitive. It's not the type of composition you associate with a team like Gambit. They are playing to towers only. Yes, they have secured 9 kills, but that's because Diamond got ahead early and he's chasing them down. Because Diamond is closing those kills out, the rest of the team are taking the towers, and it's just really good, solid decision making. They've got a dragon, and now they're sieging. This is a 4v5 again, and they can get away with it because they're so far ahead.
Well, spears coming through across the side there. They're going to keep on landing, keep on doing the damage. That will be another tower picked up by Gambit. They just keep on pushing through. 8th one of the game to the 1 of Rocket. 11,000 gold lead. We're only at the 24 mini mark, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very fast-paced game.
And now you see why Nidalee was banned out against Gambit yesterday. The way they are playing with Caitlyn and with this Nidalee is absolutely perfectly. Now, Gambit are sieging up their last remaining inhibitor turret. massive damage on Salazar. Now Jankos is in trouble.
That was not even max range. Ace in the hole comes through. The spears continue to rattle on through. And this time around, it's another inhibitor being sieged down. Darien tanking this one up. He doesn't mind. He can tank it for days. They're pushing through. Our Diamond comes in. He gets himself the 7th kill. Takes down the mid laner solo in that mid lane. Fantastic stuff. The inhibitor falls. It's the second one now because the mid lane has spawned. Gambit just going to rotate round, take that down, and push for the win.
Yeah, with Overpower being dead, this is 5v4. Look for one spear to connect. The Nexus turret is already dropped. There's nothing Rocket can do here.
Super Minions already took one down. The Rocket are going to go failing in towards their fountain. They just can't do anything about this Gambit lineup. They are picking off kills. Diamond fancies another. He gets kicked away, but he just gets saved. Zazas tries to jump on him. It's Gambit that take victory. Their first one over Rocket. It takes them to 14-12. They are now tied on the table with Alliance and Rocket. In the head-to-head wise, they are down on both of them. 3-1 against Rocket, 2-1 against Alliance, but of course they play Alliance tomorrow. That game is going to be huge in the tiebreakers.
It's going to be very, very crucial, and I think, you know, there was a stern look on Alex's face. That was one of the easiest wins that Gambit has.
He didn't get a kill.
And you know what, at the end of the day, you don't need to. He was dealing the damage that allowed Diamond to zone them out and secure those kills. Gambit looking very, very threatening. If they get that map, pick / tower siege comp, you can expect the same from them every single time.
This is a very serious, stern Gambit that is here to take wins. Once that all-star position became available, Gambit, they want to make it their own. They want to be in international tournaments. They've said it many times. At international events, that is where they excel. That's what they play for.
What I liked about Gambit's decision-making in this game was, if you go all the way back to picks and bans, they banned out Ziggs, they banned out Gragas. Those are the two very big counters. If you can have a champion turtling up, defending your base from that onslaught of Nidalee Spears and there's no minions to work with, all of a sudden a lot of their power gets negated. So this time round, the pick ban phase went flawlessly for Gambit. The Rise was just making sure that if the game went long, if their strategy didn't work out in the laning phase, it would have given Rocket a chance to pull back, but it never did. And this is another time Shyvana, Yasuo, Lee Sin have not picked up a win in the LCS. Our teams simply are not doing it properly.
They just don't seem to know how to play it. They don't. But more importantly, I guess if you think back to the Intel Extreme Masters, the Chinese teams, when they played that Yasuo, they were ultra aggressive, in your face non-stop. Honestly, we don't have mid laners to do that. They just have to go insanely crazy on that aggression. And we tend to play safer.
I agree entirely. And with the way our junglers work as well, we've had discussions about the tempo of European junglers and how we've got a lot of herbivore junglers that like to just farm their jungle and just stick to their jungle camps. Yes, we have a few times when they get in the lanes, but if you go back to Intel Extreme Masters and compare it to, Insect, for example, Insect farmed the other team's jungle. He was so seldom in his own half of the map. And it's something that I'd like to see maybe some of the European team picking up a little bit more, especially if you're going to play a composition like this.
And it was interesting to see that with the Lucian combo, once they got that Lucian Thresh combo, why they chose to lane swap, why they chose to go towards that top lane instead of sticking to the bottom where they could have kept Eddie and Genji at bay.
I agree with you. I think it was a poor decision. And it's not the first time Rocket have made poor decisions in the early game. Last week, during a lane swap, they got a tower early. They were running Caitlyn. They hesitated to go bottom lane. I believe it was against Alliance, if memory serves. And because they hesitated to go bottom, they pushed up to the inner turret, got like a minion wave worth of golden XP, and lost their bottom turret. And that early advantage that they gained was immediately negated and immediately balanced out. And then because Selavar and Vander couldn't stick at that first turret, they lost the first dragon as well. They couldn't contest for it. So the early game objective-based decisions need to be cleaner for Rocket. And it's something we've been saying for 4 weeks, 5 weeks now.
I wonder if they've just gone off previous experience where Gambit actually don't put the pressure on like that. Once they're in a 2v1, they don't push that bottom turret. Genji tends to just sit and farm. Instead, they went aggressive and it worked out very well for them. Let's check in with Shox and Joe, who are ready to talk to Alex Itch.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, Alex, an applause right away. Great victory from you guys here, and a welcome victory, obviously, for you guys. Tell me a little bit about the game plan, because there were some different things coming out, some things we don't see you guys doing that often, like you on that Nidalee.
So we decided to ban almost all mid laners, so we knew that they will ban a lot of mid laners too. So we decided to go for totally different comp, like we banned Gragas and Ziggs, hard out pushers, and went for push comp.
So what is it about Roccat that's been so hard for you guys this season? The head-to-head coming into this game was 3-0 in their favor. What changed this time around, and why was it so hard to figure out Roccat before?
I think Roccat is skin the same to us, so it's really like we want them with the comp that everyone is winning against us. We just picked push comp and didn't do any team fights, just push, and then destroyed all their turrets, and then they lost the game.
So what about Caitlyn? Because Genja doesn't play Caitlyn. Genja never plays Caitlyn. Why Caitlyn this time around?
I don't know. Maybe tired of losing to it.
Well, you do mention it, that it has been kind of rough for you guys yesterday, so a very good win coming in. You know that your place in the playoffs is locked in. What is kind of your vision of your chances to get to that 1 or 2 spot, that number 1 or number 2 spot in the rankings?
I actually don't try to check the table, what place we're in now and how much we need to win or lose. I think we should just try win as much games as we can, so 2 games left, so we need to win both the games.
Who do you see as Gambit's biggest threat moving forward? I mean, as I said, a bad head-to-head record against Roccat over the season. You found it tough against some other teams, but who for you is the hard team to beat at this point?
I think both Fnatic and Alliance will be really hard to beat, so we need to prepare and do our best to win.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations picking up this win here, Alex. As for us, it's time to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we are just moments away from the Super Hot Crew versus SK Gaming. We'll be right back.
Slice and dice, and Overpower actually getting caught out here. Oh, but the ulti's just close enough to catch on towards him, but he's going to get the support. In comes Diamond on towards Overpower. Overpower taken very low from this one, hasn't got enough, and now Jankos in all sorts of trouble. Diamond, he lands! Diamond gets a double kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series live here in Cologne, Germany. Coming up now is match 3 of the day. It's Super Hot Crew facing off against SK Gaming. And the Super Hot Crew have started off badly in Super Week, losing out to Roccat and Millennium. They went 0-4 in Week 8 Super Week and will not want to mimic that record again today, especially since one of those losses will keep them out of the playoffs. It's a bad time for Super Hot Crew. The problem is, though, that in both games they played yesterday, they never really looked capable of winning. Because they were behind in the lane phase, they sealed their fate after losing that first Dragon fight in both games.
Yeah, there are just so many things that Super Hot Crew need to work on regarding yesterday's games. But in my opinion, the biggest thing they need to do is find a comfort pick for Selfie. He played Orianna in both of his games, and I never felt that his shockwaves were impactful or positive. I really hate to pick on the new guy, but fact of the matter is, he didn't help. He didn't offer much in the way of helping his team. The rest of Super Hot Crew also offered little resistance, and as a whole team, they need to find some way to impact their early game in a more positive manner, and Mr. Rawls cannot afford to get caught out. He died more times yesterday than I recall seeing him dying in any other game.
Well, one record-breaking possibility is in sight for the Super Hot Crew, though, as Mixer secured 11 deaths against Millennium. This means he is on track to break Kiwi Kid's overall highest death record of 126.
Yeah, it is a sad truth, but when the 11 deaths secured, Mixer now has 116 to his name, and is only 10 away from equaling that dubious record the Kiwi Kid set in North America last summer. Mixer has joked about this on Twitter as well, so it is a little tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, just a little bit, and I kind of feel he may be giving some of those up easily yesterday. With Alliance's loss at the start of the day, though, that puts SK Gaming into a tie with Fnatic, where they own the record over them at 3-1. And if SK is able to secure wins in both of their matches today, that will guarantee them a top 2 finish. And that is fantastic for this team that effectively was thrown together at the start of the season. SK Gaming pulled out a great win yesterday over Fnatic in a match that started on a tilt away from them. However, some quick reactions and good rotations turned the tide and quickly gained an objective lead by taking towers and dragons.
Yeah, so with yesterday's win, SK Gaming secured their playoff spot, and they also moved themselves strongly into first place. It was a totally deserved win as well. And while SK Gaming had just sort of moments of weakness, they pulled themselves back after some very strong mid-game team fights and those rotations that we've come to expect. Once they even out the gold, they grabbed the lead and they never looked back. Now, as a team, they've reverted back to that style of a farm-heavy mid laner and Svenskeren playing a gank-heavy jungler. And they're relying on their mid-game rotations and their team play to win. It's a recipe that is working for them, but it's still their only successful strategy. We need to see if this will come back to bite them, because other teams can eventually learn to work around it and play around it. And SK, they're a one-trick pony right now, but it's a pretty strong pony.
Well, the Super Hot Crew's team play has been more aggressive with the addition of a Selfie, but with their playoff chances on the line, they'll have to watch out for SK's dominance of the bot lane as N-Rated and Candy Panda step up the pressure.
I think Super Crew got a lot stronger with Selfie now. He brings new champions to the table that they couldn't play before, so it changed up the team dynamic.
Selfie is a good player. He's mechanically really good. Not much to say. He has balls.
I don't think they're that good in playing as a team. We just beat them in scrims, but I don't know, on stage they will play really safe, so I can't say if we're gonna beat them.
The thing they do is that they use that jungler to camp bot lane and dive 24/7, but if we can counter that by picking a stronger jungler that can stop their jungler from diving bot lane, then we can easily win 2v2 bot lane, so that's kind of the key.
You just need to be aggressive against SK. Like, they crumble under pressure. If not, Candy Panda gets into that split push mindset, and then they start causing problems for you.
I think that if we apply the pressure that we want, and if we rotate like we did before, I think we can win any team in European LCS right now. It's not specifically against one opponent. I think it's just a general thing that we need to come back to.
And there's no argument, the two bot lanes from both of these teams are fantastic. Despite Mixer's death record, him and Mr. Oz are an aggressive partnership, but N-Rated and Candy Panda, that's a very good partnership that's developed.
Yeah, so they are two of the key factors that help their teams win, and over and above that, both of the teams rely on their junglers to get them ahead in the laning phase. You seldom see the head-to-head matchup, the 2v2 maybe with the exception of Enraged and Candy Panda, really outright winning the lane. So we'll have to see which jungler can make a more positive impact in this game.
Well, for now, let's check out those starting lineups for our two teams. On the blue side, it is Super Hot Crew. That means Mimas in that top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid, Mr. Rallis as AD carry, and Mixer and support.
And of course, on the red side, it is SK Gaming. Freddy's up in the top lane, Svenskaren's playing in the jungle, Jez is from the mid lane with Candy Panda and Enrated as the duo lane somewhere on the map.
So with SK Gaming looking to try and top the table, Super Hot Crew fighting to stay in the playoffs. What are we expecting with these picks and bans?
So interestingly for this matchup, I feel like getting rid of those farm-heavy champions is going to be key. Now, I'd like to see LeBlanc being banned out by SK. Jesus has not been successful on LeBlanc or his Zed when he's played it in the past. But we know it's Selfie's main champion. He's had moments of brilliance. Get rid of that. If you're on Super Hot Crew's side, get rid of Gragas, Nidalee, Ziggs. I would try to force Jesus onto the likes of Ryze or Orianna, a champion that he's going to have slightly less of an impact and slightly different play style to what we've been seeing from him, because it's worked for other teams when beating SK.
Well, picks and bans about to get underway here. We'll see what the teams choose to go with. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, Super Hot Crew starting out, an Annie ban. That's something that actually SK Gaming, and you see Enrated laughing about that one. They were not expecting that, that's for sure.
They were not, and I was not. I feel that going for a mid lane bans would be the smarter option, because Enrated has been successful on a multitude of champions. He's played hard engaged champions like Annie and Leona. Recently he was playing Morgana and Karma. And you tend to feel that Enrated always has a positive impact, regardless of the champions that he's playing. But Super Hot Crew are making a very clear statement. I think Mr. Rolls has called this. I think Mr. Rolls has said, I do not want to lane against Enrated on these engages because I want to win my lane.
Yeah, and a big hard stun's been taken away so far. They've removed Yasuo from Selfie, still yet to get that through in the LCS, and I don't think he ever will.
No, I don't think he will either. I'm expecting a LeBlanc as one more ban. I think if SK don't ban LeBlanc, then Impaler's going to have the choice of going first pick Evelyn or first pick LeBlanc for Selfie. I think that's the option that they're going to be looking for. But we'll see how this pans out. I do feel that leaving Nidalee, Gragas, Ziggs open for Jez's is positive, because SK can decide what they want to run.
And let's not forget, these two junglers actually contest. They are going for the same champions. With that Kha'Zix banned out, Pantheon will be certainly the #1 pick for one of them. Vayne being banned out, so really are focusing that bot lane hard.
Mr. Rolls has to be the deciding factor for this. There's no other reason to focus bans on that bottom lane unless you're going to put Impaler on Pantheon and then give Mr. Rolls and Mixer like a super lane bully combo, super lane champions that can get control and have the ganks of Pantheon to help out.
LeBlanc first pick coming out here, do you think?
I think it would be. I really think it would be. I think Selfie has been a crucial member of the team that when he underperforms, he doesn't help anywhere else.
Here's a theory for you. Super Hot Crew know that SK on Jez's hasn't played well on LeBlanc. Maybe they let it go through in the hope that he actually picks it.
So there's that option, but there's also the option that if we assume Jesus wants to play, say, Nidalee, for example. Nidalee into LeBlanc. If Selfie goes that route. And because there's so many champions available, that's why these teams are taking their time. They've got to decide what their priorities are going to be. If it's not going to be Evelyn, Thresh, or LeBlanc, maybe Pantheon, I'm going to be very surprised.
I actually think as soon as he gets to SK, they will lock in Nidalee. I think that is the champion that Jesus wants. With the Lulu available, we're going to see Selfie potentially on that one for the first time. It does mean that Svenskaren is going to be looking at locking in that Evelyn alongside Twitch. We could get double stealth mechanics coming out from SK.
So we'll see how this one pans out. Now, the Lulu first pick is something that we haven't seen as much of since the Lich Bane nerfs came into effect. Since Lich Bane was a core item, you tend to see Lulu's building up. It takes her longer to hit that hard hitting point because she needs to go Athene's, Deathcap, then Lich Bane. There's a full item in addition to her playstyle. It's going to be the first time we're seeing it on Selfie. It's something that is untested, it's uncharted in these waters. And SK are going to be able to run like a poke champion, like a Gragas or a Ziggs or Nidalee, and be pretty comfortable in lane because you've got the range, you've got the wave clear to at least deal with that Lulu.
It is going to be a Karma switch, actually, so they're not going to go for that one. So N-Rated will be on that Karma, taking it away from Mixer. They know he is a champion. Mixer likes to run alongside Mr. Rallis, so wisely choosing that one and keeping the AD carry options open for Candy Panda and leaving it over to SK Super Hot Crew. Let's see what they're going to go with. Will it be that duo lane? Will they lock in the top lane? Will they take something away from Freddy perhaps?
You know, the other thing as well is we're assuming this is a mid lane Lulu. It could be support, it could be top lane as well. There is versatility here for Super Hot Crew, and we don't know what they've been scrimming, what they've been practicing behind closed doors. What SK have already secured with Karma and with Evelyn is a lot of mobility and some pretty good zone. Karma's good in poke, she's got single target roots, so she can control a zone thanks to her inner flame on her Q, and she's got that built-in like talisman of ascension that she can give to her whole team. So there's good engage and disengage from both of those champions.
And if that Nidalee gets locked in, it certainly will be a mid lane champion, and they may try to take that one away from Jesus, and they have locked it in.
So there you go, support Lulu on
it could be
the
top lane
first pick.
Lulu.
With Renekton being locked in, I'm not expecting that. So, you know, that's going to be support Lulu there for Mixer. He's got another champion, he's got a shield, he's got a movement speed increase. We haven't seen Lulu in the support role for a long time, actually. You know, it was moved to the mid lane, and that Lich Bane nerf is one of the reasons for the change. With the poke that we've got from Nidalee, you've got good scaling into late, and Mimer's going to be looking to get control in that top lane with Renekton. But we've seen Freddy playing a lot of different champions. He's got Shyvana, he's got Trundle. There are options for him available.
You know, with these new pick and ban screens, not only do I learn the stats, but I learn the names. I did not know he was the something of the Sands, the Bestial of the Sands. I know.
Butcher of the Sands.
Butcher of the Sands.
Yeah.
Damn it! I was mixing up Bestial with Nidalee. See,
Producer Dirk's not going to be happy with that, by the way.
Are you going to tell me you know all the names?
No. I just happen to know this one.
I want to know what facts are actually rattling around in that noggin of yours.
I just happen to know it's Butcher of the Sands because producer Dirk learned it was Butcher of the Sands, and he was quite excited to learn that little tidbit of information.
Okay.
So.
Ari and Trundle were locked in, actually. So Trundle up against the Renekton. This is actually what we expected to see in the previous game, and instead he went with Shyvana. But this time around, the Trundle, of course, can steal the stats away if Dominus is running, of course. Well, it doesn't matter if Dominus is running, but it's a bonus if Dominus is running.
He's going to be able to steal the armor and magic resistance from whoever he builds up. What we do know is Renekton's bully Trundles in the lane. What we also know is Jesus is locked in an assassin. Now, his LeBlanc played 3 times, not particularly impressive. His Zed played once against Gambit, not particularly impressive. Now we're going to see him on Ari. Against a Nidalee, you can dodge the spears, and assuming you can land your charms, you actually do have kill potential, because you can lock her down for long enough. The key is going to see how aggressive Jesus plays in lane, because it's not something he usually does. We tend to see him farming up and being powerful in the mid game. Now he's going to turn it on earlier.
We're waiting to see what Super Hot Crew lock in. It will be the Twitch as the AD carry for Mr. Rallis, and maybe, just maybe, this is why they were targeting those support bans, to try and buy himself, take away those big lockdown stuns, and along with Elise, that's going to be Elise jungle as well.
So with the Elise being locked in and the Twitch, there's a slight... Whoa. Okay, well, let's wait for that to lock in. We'll get to this in a second. SK Gaming insta-lock Jinx. There was no hesitation. And part of the reason they went for that, I think they've got so many shields and protection with Trundle Pillar, with Agony's Embrace from Evelyn, with Karma for the movement speed, and the single target route. She's going to be able to hold Renekton and Elise in place when they dive onto them. We do see the swap happening, so it is going to be this Lulu support. What I think I would have liked to have seen from Super Hot Crew is maybe a Caitlyn as the AD carry, because they could have gone for the same tools that Gambit had in the previous game, Siege and Poke and Rotate. Land a good Cocoon, put a good Volatile Spiderling, all of a sudden people are zoned away from the tower. Instead, they've gone for a bit more of a team fight late game AD carry, and once Twitch hits spray and pray moments, he's just gonna melt everybody that runs at him. But there's so much mobility on SK, it's going to be hard to hit multiple targets with that spray and pray.
Well, they're going to be hoping to obviously land some of those cocoon stuns maybe. We'll see if how this works out for them. An interesting composition certainly coming out from Super Hot Crew. For now, though, let's check in with your votes again to see how this match added up for you. With 76% of the votes, no surprise that SK will lead the Super Hot Crew.
No, not at all. And, you know, in this matchup, it's SK that had the lead. They're 2-1 up, so... all of the statistics points in favor of SK Gaming, and also the way Super Hot Crew looked yesterday, they were not particularly impressive. This is the first time that we're seeing the Twitch coming out for Mr. Riles, and Twitch is being played a lot over in OGN. He's being played over in North America.
100% win rate in Korea right now.
100%, undefeated so far in OGN. And last week, Wild Turtle had incredible
crazy. Was it triple or quadra in the end?
Quadra.
It was a quadra, wasn't it? Yeah. It was, I know he caught them all out, but they did lose that game.
And, more importantly, against this composition of SK, Evelyn's coming in from the side. She's not going to be lining up with the rest of the team. Ari's going to be dashing around with her ultimate, not going to be lining up with the team. And Karma is going to be making everyone run faster. So I feel like Mr. Rolls is going to be quite hard-pressed to naturally find that multi-man spray and pray unless SK invade, are in the jungle, or in a confined space. So we need to keep our eyes on how that works out.
Well, we know how this one's going to start off. Selfie with a spear to the face of Enrated. Inner Flame is not going to find his target. So we'll get to see what Self is like on Nidalee this time around. Orianna didn't work out so well from yesterday, and Super Hot Crew are 0-2 so far in the Superweek. SK themselves looking to try and fight that top spot, and this, if they can secure the top spot and more importantly go on in the playoffs, this would be the first thing for the SK organization as a victory in a very long time.
Yeah, especially as a team. I mean, the League of Legends squad hasn't been in the upper echelons of placements since Season 2 Regionals, where SK Gaming did manage to place second just behind Gambit and actually qualified for the Season 2 World Championship. So we'll need to see if they can continue the strong run of form. We talked about it in the pregame. 2 wins for SK and guarantee those top 2 spots. I want to see if they're going to go for a lane swap.
Yeah, they're going for a rotation. You can see already both the support and top lane are backing away. Master Rales is actually just going to stroll on past instead. Will he get spotted out? Nope, no vision, and he will get past. Free.
So I wonder if this was a psych out from SK because they had Enrated in the mid lane. You've seen Super Hot Crew, you see Mixer moving to the top lane. It looks like SK are going for an invade, and it does look like Super Hot Crew are going to commit to this lane swap. But the question is, did SK want to bait Super Hot Crew and force the 2v1? As in, does Trundle want to go up against 2 members? The question will be answered in just a few moments.
Well, Impaler and Mr. Rales start off the red buff. It's going to be a double invade. Back and forward, Impaler takes the red, Svenskeren takes the red, and everybody goes back to their own jungle.
Yeah, in terms of these lane swaps, I actually think both teams are in pretty good positions. If Twitch gets his attack speed bonus once he eventually starts skilling up that Q, which is ambush, he's going to have a nice attack speed bonus to shred towers. Along with the Spell Thief's Edge applying bonus damage and gold regeneration, Mr. Olza Mixer can take a lot of damage on that tower, and Candy Panda and Enrated can do the same job. Jinx, with her minigun out, is also going to melt through towers, so we'll see who can take down the towers quicker.
Mr. Rana's going to continue that farming. Impaler is going to be skittering away, and Svenskeren's going to be taking that blue buff. So both junglers on an equal path right now. And the mid laners, this is going to be the interesting one. We are going to see how Jesus plays Ahri and how Selfie plays Nidalee. We just saw Alex Itch sort of setting the path for him, so he knows exactly what he's got to do, and he's going to know that anyway. A fantastic solo queue player, but transferring his skills into the LCS is another matter. And Impaler's going to get spotted out by that ward that Freddy just placed in there, and it may well mean it's going to be a 3-man stack on this tower early.
Yeah, Freddy's playing so safe. So we do see the 2v1. Let's theorize that Super Hot Crew wanted to go for the tower to deal with Evelynn, force Evelynn to go bottom lane, and then also to allow them to get that tower. Both top laners are backed away. Now you have to think, if Super Hot Crew continue this game and rotate around and try to play the tower game like Gambit did in the previous game, Twitch needs to ambush people. If Twitch doesn't get out and secure surprise kills in the rotations, they could have gone with Caitlyn and probably done this job more effectively. So we'll need to see how Super Hot Crew move around the map as they get the first tower.
Well, there's one down. The bottom one will be following. SK taking a little bit longer to take this one down, and Mimus is going to try and do some defensive duties. I'm not too sure if he can really get involved in that though.
So it's what you see. If you are confident enough in your positioning, you still get the experience of the minions going down. So it's what we talked about yesterday, where smart play means, yes, you're losing the turret, you're losing the gold, but you're not losing out on those levels.
Let's see who sticks around the longest here, who blinks first, because we've seen a couple of teams trying to outstay their welcome and sometimes going back a little bit too early. Super Hot Crew pushing well on these towers. This is something we've seen over in Korea a lot, and now North America, of course, been transferring that. You would have seen it with the CLG TSM game earlier this week.
And now Europe. This is the second or third game that we've seen this week where they've traded inner and outer turrets. Now, actually, SK Gaming were the first ones to peel away. They did not get Super Hot Crew's bottom inner turret. If they've set their sights on either Dragon or this mid turret, that's what they're going to be going for. And as it stands, I think this may have been a mistake. Dragon's not going to be worth as much gold as that tower is, but then you've got to argue they've got timer, they've got control. So, you know, at the end of the day, Freddy doesn't get caught by Cocoon.
Cocoon at max range does not land. It does force him away, though, and Super Hot Crew are yet to back away. As you mentioned, the Dragon will go down. Svenskeren doesn't really want to take this one up much longer. He's like, hey, AD carry, you mind actually coming in and taking some of those hits? I may go down here.
600 gold at this point. That's all the Dragon's worth because the average level is so low. So, yes, okay, SK, they've traded tower for Dragon. But as it stands, if Mr. Rolls and Mixer decide to go to the bottom lane, they're going to have that additional inner turret to work from, and they've got a little bit of extra safety in their bottom half of the map. That was a lot of damage from Jez's, melting through Selfie's HP.
Yeah, and of course it is true damage on the way back, which is what really hurts out on that one. Selfie going to take down those towers, take down those minions. He'd be wishing it was towers he was taking down just as quick, but fortunately for him, it is not. So, where does this leave the position for this game? You can see SK have rotated, and now Candy Panda and N-Rated are sitting in the mid lane along with Svenska, and so it's a 4-man push for mid now from SK.
Yeah, and you've got to see that the wave clear from Super Hot Crew is incredibly weak. A level 6 Nidalee can do melee range wave clear, but nothing more. Lulu doesn't have ability power, and Twitch is going to do nothing in tower defense situations unless he spray and prays the whole wave. They've charmed Selfie out, and when you look at the zone of control that SK has under the tower, the moment Super Hot Crew against their own tower, they fall behind. They don't have that same level of wave clear to defend, although they do have good poke from Nidalee.
Well, the difference is there that Candy Panda wasn't really soaking up the experience that Mr. Rallis has been, which is why he's got that slight level advantage. Tribush Ward coming out from N-Rated is wisely picked out there, but and Mr. Rallis is going to have to be careful. We do see, waiting in the wings, again, junglers helping out this duo lane. Impaler is there. He's going to take those golems down. He's going to try and rotate around, but that ward position will give him away, and Svenska is going to counter it.
Yeah, we'll see how this 3v3 plays out. I think there's more damage and more kill power on the side of Candy Panda and Rated because Lulu is going to need a lot of time to deal damage. Cocoon doesn't connect, so Svenska is going to, and he's back away from this one. So Mr. Rolls and Mixer, I'm expecting them to farm.
Oh,
it's around the corner.
Ward.
It's around the corner.
It is not. I'm not falling for that one. That is an issue, and they can't see that ward, which is why they didn't take it away. So Super Hot Crew not really aware of the vision they have in that Tribush that SK Gaming have, and that ping ward kind of going to waste.
Yeah, a little bit, unfortunately. It will, of course, allow them to spot Svenska if he walks through it, though. So that is something that you can't take away. But as it stands, Svenska with a little bit more roaming, even on CS, going to try counter jungle. He's going to be a little bit careful. If he does find Evelyn in the jungle, even with the reduction in Evelyn's early game damage and stun, she can still duel Evelyn very, very well. Another good charm from Jez's, but he's got no mana to go all in.
Yeah, and the spear going past just at the side. Svenska is going to spot out that pink one. Mr. Raleigh is going to come in for this one. Going to put some damage down, but not a great deal. They've got to be careful. They're in a 3v1 situation. Candy Panda might try and turn the aggression on this one instead. Just happy to take the ward.
Now, if SK are caught in a position like that later in the game, that is when Mr. Ross is going to have prime time spray and pray damage. There was 3 members of SK that were grouped up, and if they're trying to move forward for an objective or for a champion kill, and Mr. Rolls is in a good position, he's going to be able to secure kills. One of the reasons Twitch has got that ambush on his Q and is built into his kit is he is all about positioning, in a similar vein to Misfortune. The way Misfortune wants to line up multiple enemies and hit them with bullet time, Mr. Rolls has to do the same as spray and pray. Otherwise, I'm nervous about how his team fight chances are going to be with the rest of the comp from Super Hot Crew.
So, blue buff across to Jez's. Selfie, I believe, got his own one as well, and we are seeing them starting to back away. Jez is going full on aggression. Deathcap's going to be what he's aiming for early on, no doubt about that one. He wants to explode Nidalee.
I wonder if it's going to be Deathfire Grasp out of that needlessly large
Deathfire Grasp, that's what I meant, yeah.
Grab, the magic damage bonus from DFG, and then in conjunction with the magic damage increase from Charm, does allow you to blow people up. And look at this, another siege from SK. They've rotated the dual lane, and there's not a lot of minions, so they'll get it close to being taken out, but not killed just yet.
Well, the Charm landed on Selfie, the spear does not, and that tower is ever so close to going down here. Remember SK's rotations yesterday against Fnatic. They managed to turn that game around, and Super Hot Crew have got to be aware. Once they think they've got themselves a solid situation, SK may be able to try and rotate it around. It looks like Super Hot Crew are trying to gather for this mid lane, though. They want to try and create a play. Remember, the Dragon's not available, and that's where Super Hot Crew are going. It's not up for another minute.
Yeah, so they've actually pulled Mima down. Mima doesn't have teleport either, so anytime you see Mima leaving his lane, it's giving Freddy an advantage. He's got a 10 CS lead. He's actually sitting very deep in his own territory, so Mima has to overextend an immense amount if he wants to, continue farming and applying pressure to Freddy. Now we'll see how well can SK defend the tower. They're going to be relying on their wave clear, and there you go. Minion's dead.
I'd like to see Selfie land the spear. That's what I'd like to see. Not seen too many of them yet.
So would the Super Hot Crew at this point in time. But he doesn't have a lot of ability power. He's going for the Athenes and Holy Grail. As we've seen in the previous game, Alex picked up Marilla Nomicon because of the lack of magic damage threat that was coming out of Rocket. Now that you've got a lot of magic damage from Karma, from Ari, and from Evelyn, it makes sense. Wave clear is going to be paramount for SK Gaming. Orbit Deception needs to hit all the minions, and as the siege tank actually smites it away.
Oh, Jez is going aggressive. He may well take that mixer here. Wild growth having to be used on himself. Of course, he can manage to keep himself safe. That death record secure for now.
So that was actually a good play by Jez's. Going in, landing the charm, and almost getting mixer. What I like about that is it's a confident play on Ari, and that's how you have to play the champion. If you aren't going to be in those siege situations and, you know, thread the needle of your skill shots, you're not getting the most out of the Nine-Tailed Fox. So well played by at least Jez to attempt it, but unfortunately didn't get the kill.
So Bloodthirster's trying to be built out. Mr. Ral has almost got his ready to go. Candy Panda just farming out a little more. He may well go back and complete it entirety. Dragon is now up, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the focus target. Impaler taking a blast of the inner flame, and their spears continuing to rotate and fly out, but get to land.
Yeah, I think SK are doing a pretty good job at dodging them, and
job,
you know, Selfie's not really finding targets. Mixer's in a little bit of trouble. If Svenskeren doesn't use Agony's Embrace, he's not looking for a kill. So that was just zoning. With Dragon having respawned now and Super Crew being aware of it, they've got a 5-man stack. So Freddy's going to need to teleport early enough to get pillars down and help his team win that fight.
Selfie going to get caught out and rated. Having to flash away from that one, was a bit worried about the cocoon coming from Impaler, and that's actually forced Super Hot Crew to start off this Dragon. The teleport comes in. Freddy's going to join the fight here. There's Agony's Embrace coming out from Svenskeren. Gigantic shield coming out, and everybody focuses on towards him. The peel from Super Hot Crew is good though, and that actually Pillar of Ice is helping them. Selfie's going to try and come in, try and land some of those spears, try and chip some of SK down. They're not backing off yet.
Yeah, if Super Hot Crew want to engage in a fight, they need multiple spears to land. Svenskeren takes a big hit. Spray and Pray is still available. There goes Jesus.
Going in towards it, and Impaler taking low. He gets dropped. Svenskeren's going to go down. Candy Panda, is he going to get dropped as well? He's having to head away at the back here. SK Gaming are running scared. There's the spear that lands. That's what they were looking for. Mimer manages to get himself a kill on N-rated, and it was a 3-for-0. And the Dragon for the Super Hot Crew.
Very, very well played team fight by the Super Hot Crew. You did see the spray and pray from Mr. Rals hitting multiple members of SK as they were funneling down to force a fight. Jesus dove into the team, and that allowed Mr. Rals to get a very well-placed spray and pray. You've seen all of the poison ticks on the members of SK. That is a big swing in gold. All of the solo laners of Mimer, Selfie, and Mr. Rals got 1 kill apiece. They were involved in the Dragon. They got some assists on the board, and that is a strong start for the Super Hot Crew.
So red buff going across to Impaler, and he's been running a good job so far. As you mentioned, everybody getting involved in those kills. The assists spread nicely, and that's really catapulted the gold a little bit for the Super Hot Crew, and that's exactly what they didn't do yesterday. They were not winning that opening Dragon fight. This time around, they have. They've got the first kills. They've looked good in the lane phase. Could the Super Hot Crew take it to SK Gaming? We've already seen Rocket tumbling to Gambit. We've seen crazy performances from Millennium taking down Alliances. Can the Super Hot Crew continue to turn this table on its head?
So the theory is there, and for Super Hot Crew to try and force that playoff decider with the Copenhagen Wolves, they cannot afford to lose. With that being said, yesterday SK Gaming also lost in the opening 15 minutes to Fnatic, and then pulled it back in the mid-game when there were more towers down and SK were able to rotate around objectives. So they're not out of the woods yet. Super Hot Crew got a nice lead, but they need to make use of that lead by landing good poke under towers and exerting map control. If Super Hot Crew do not control the map with vision and with towers, then their comp is going to fall a little bit behind.
I feel a lot may rely on Jez being able to pull the trigger at the right time as well and maybe explode someone. SK laying in wait. They learned this trick from Fnatic yesterday, but
Enrated learned it many months ago when he was on Fnatic. This time around, a little less effective though, unfortunately. Nobody's going to face check that bush.
Mr. Rales is coming down there. Maybe they're just thinking, you know what, let's actually go back there. The rest of the Super Hot Crew are pushing in the mid lane, but Mr. Rales is all alone at the moment down this bottom, but he's playing it very cautiously.
Yeah, I think he's playing it very safely because he has to. Yesterday he gave up 8 deaths. And he got dove so many times. Now we'll see if he can get away. Does have flash, does have ambush.
He's going to stealth up instead, and well, N-rated. Oh, he does catch him, but doesn't know about it. He's stealth up, of course.
Yeah, smart play. Ambush did manage to remove the vision from him. So if SK want to deal with him in the next few fights. They need to carry pink wards around with them. In addition, Mr. Rollins has got a very small window of opportunity. If he takes any damage while he's trying to channel that ability, it's going to interrupt this.
Right, meanwhile, Super Hot Crew continue to push. Jez is looking to go aggressive. Ooh, that spear close to landing. The minion, sacrificial minion in the mid lane. SK rotate back. It's 5 members into the mid, and maybe they're going to try and make a push of their own.
So what I like about SK's comp as well, if they single somebody out with a charm, get some damage down from Evelyn, you can finish them off with the execution that Jinx offers thanks to a Super Mega Death Rocket. We'll have to see if it works out. You did see Svenskeren was getting quite aggressive in that mid lane a few moments ago as Candy Panda and Rated were moving up from the river. So that is an option that is available to them.
Well, we should point out that while Mr. Riles was on his own down the bottom, he has been down there a while. He's got a big level advantage actually building up over Candy Panda. Along with that gold, the towers they took down earlier on, and the dragon, and the fact that he's been solo for a while has given that 2-level advantage and the minion advantage. That's why we see Candy Panda off on his own right now down that bottom lane and actually putting SK Gaming in a little bit of trouble in this mid turret.
It's a very important position to be in because Super Hot Crew rely on Mr. Roll's performance to secure them wins. Now we do see a pretty good siege from the Super Hot Crew. Freddy didn't have his teleports available, so he's needed to run down the lane. But this is a 3-man with Sven from the side. There's Agony's Embrace.
Sven tries to go in towards Mixer. He knows he's going to die, but he's going to be taken so low in a flame, and Mixer gets away again. The rocket whiffs and flashes past. The spears keep on rolling through. The barrier for Mr. Rales is he tries that spray and pray, but really it's only Freddy he's catching.
Yeah, not this time round. The SK were not grouped up tightly enough for that to make sense. Now we do see Candy Panda finally moving towards this middle lane, but the tower is half on hit points. It might go down.
Super Hot Crew keep the pressure down. Oh, and Rated takes a spear, and that may well force them to back away. Candy Panda coming round. Oh, the Chomper's doing a great job, and Mr. Rales is safe once again. Mima realizing he's not even needed for this one. He's backing away. They're going to keep that pressure on. They're going to take down that middle turret.
Yeah, the wave clear from SK was enough to delay that tower for at least a couple more seconds. Super Hot Crew landed enough damage to force SK away. And just as you were asking if Selfie can land those spears, he does start landing them. And you see what a difference it makes. One key spear, and SK Gaming cannot defend. So Super Hot Crew have now got all 3 of the outer turrets down, and they have the option to now roam between those lanes and try to exert some control over SK's jungle after the next dragon, which I'm expecting will be another contested objective.
Yeah, it's just a minute away, and SK will almost certainly want to fight for that one. Agony's Embrace should be up in time for that one, as will the Spirit Rush and Candy Panda's Rocket. All the ultimates that will burn in defensive duties there will be available. Mr. Ryle is backing off. He's got that Bloodthirster already completed. I think we're going to see possibly a Zeal coming out here from him and ready in time for this dragon.
Yeah, I think with the damage that Mr. Rollins has right now, as long as SK group up, they're going to be in trouble. They've caught Mixer just a little bit.
Spear, not even close this time around. Mixer's in trouble. Wild Growth is not enough to save him, and he will go down. There is a spear landing on the back of Svenskeren, though, but they are in a 4v5 situation.
So with Mixer being down, oh, that's another big hit and unrated. If SK take too much poke, it's going to prevent them from going for Dragon.
With Spray and Pray available, if they go into this Dragon fight that low, caught in the pit, that could be deadly for SK.
SK Gaming should not try to force a Dragon now. Yes, they have a numbers advantage, but they are behind when it comes to poke. Look at that. One max range spear onto Candy Panda almost takes him out. If they are sitting clumped up, oh, Enraged is in trouble.
And now Jesus took it. All 4 of them are low. That's the open season for Mr. Rales. Spray and Pray is working out wonders. Can he get another one down? Gets one down. He's going to chase on towards Candy Panda, but the slow was enough and well played. But SK, they can't get close to that dragon.
SK Gaming should never have been there to begin with. Mr. Rales still trying to find some sneaky kills with that ambush ability. And because of the poke that Selfie has and the damage she's putting out and the execution ability of a Spray and Pray in those tight quarters, that was a mistake by SK Gaming. When you are against a Nidalee, you have to force her away to force big objectives. If SK ever want to go for a Baron, for example, or a Dragon or a Tower, that is always going to be a threat. Nidalee can 1v5 prevent those objectives going down thanks to her immense damage.
Fantastic stuff. It also gives Selfie that blue buff, taking it away from Jesus as well, which is another vital problem. Now Mima, he's taking away the red buff from SK's jungle. SK Gaming, just like Alliance, find themselves really up against it. You know, these lower league teams coming into this end of season are really causing problems. This is the most dangerous time to play them.
It is, and there's nothing on the line. You know, like for Super Hot Crew, they've got such a small window of opportunity to make it into playoffs. The risk is significantly lowered. And when you're playing risk-free and when you're playing without the worry of that, it works in your favor. Oh, Mixer, will he die?
I think he will. There's the charm. There's the explosion, but he's safe because Selfie comes in and he pounces on him. And now Jez is the spear. Oh, not quite enough.
That was a prediction not only for the Spirit Rush, but before the Flash as well. Jez was just trying to put distance between him and Selfie and ended up working against him because he ate that maximum range spear.
Well, at the moment, Mr. Rales, though, is going to keep on pushing. The Chompers are going to land, and Candy Panda may well lock down Mr. Rales, but he gets the stealth off again.
Yeah, it's a good escape mechanism. Yesterday when Mr. Rales was playing Caitlyn, he got shut down, got jumped on so many times that maybe he just wanted that escape. Maybe he wanted to get away from his opponents. You don't see any pink wards in the inventories of SK right now, and there's still some very good warding in this bottom half of the map for Super Hot Crew, which is allowing Mr. Rales to extend quite deep into enemy territory.
SK Gaming are pushing this bottom lane out. They're going to try and force it down. Super Hot Crew have already wrapped around because they're focusing on towards the middle. No, they're going to rotate back around. They fancy to get themselves some kills. Selfie's going to go in a 1v3 defensive formation while the rest of the team do push this mid.
So one thing that we haven't seen from SK is Freddy. He got involved in a dragon fight earlier, and that's it. He still has teleport available. Ambushes out from Mr. Rales, and now Super Hot Crew attack speed. They're on Jesus.
They're well out of position here. SK Gaming floundering. Oh, the Cocoon lands, and just like that, Impaler squashes Jesus like a bug.
Yeah, Mr. Rales is going to use that spray and pray to clear the wave, and Super Hot Crew grab themselves the 4th tower of the game. They just walk up to the tower, grab a kill, grab the objective, and back away.
I hate to say it, but Jez is not looking good on Ari right now, getting caught out of position once again. He tries to create the play, tries to be the man that sets up the situation, but Super Hot Crew are ready to react.
Yeah, you know, the Super Hot Crew, they ran him down. So there was little that Jez could offer, but he had his Spirit Rush available, didn't manage to get away. What I think SK need to do is get much more pink wards on the map. They need to be able to see where Mr. Rales is ambushing around and where he's trying to sneak into. And if Super Hot Crew can just walk around the map the way they are right now, SK needs to take the game to them. Force Super Hot Crew on the back foot, force them to react to your game plan, and you reduce the power that Super Hot Crew have with that great poke and that great siege potential.
Well, we do see Mr. Rales all on his own. That's a Lights Mimer rather down the side. Crocodile and a rat, not quite in the same species gene pool, but they're close enough for now in terms of League of Legends. And it will be the tower going down. The rest of Super Hot Crew are wrapping around on this one. They're going to rotate around to cover off that blue area. Mr. Rales will come down and help clean up the minions. And that will be another turret. That's the 5th turret of the game for Super Hot Crew.
And completely uncontested. SK Gaming were not there to defend. They didn't defend the inner turret. SK are so far behind in terms of damage. They're terrified of being engaged upon. Now SK trying to make a play happen. Charm onto Mimer.
It's Mimer though. It's the tankiest member they went for, and with the rest of Super Hot Crew coming around, they weren't worried about that one. Selfie's doing defensive duties in the top, preventing that top turret going down. 4 members of SK, they're going to push. They're going to get themselves this middle turret. It was already very low, and they do finally get themselves that objective, and they quickly rush towards the top.
So Impaler's cocoons have been very good on this Elise so far. He threaded a needle earlier, managing to catch out Jez's, then now lands it onto Candy Panda. Super Hot Crew thinking about going the mid lane, but they're undecided. They're going to push the mini wave right now as Freddy and Candy Panda get top.
They all stop the recall and now realizing they made a mistake because Super Hot Crew just rushing straight up there. They are going to get there in time for this inhibitor turret. It's going to be a race that SK just about won. They were very questioning themselves there. They were wondering, should we push the top? Would we go into that base race situation?
Yeah, right now, Super Hot Crew have got control over the red buff area of SK. So if they get vision control, you can force SK to come to them. Play the Baron bait and play that sort of game. Unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, both the top and bottom waves are pushing against them. So Super Hot Crew have to counter push those lanes before they can make any long, drawn-out map-based plays. So you can see that for the time being, it does look like Mr. Rales is moving there. Dragon's going to be spawning soon, so I think that's going to be the focus now for Super Hot Crew.
So Blue buff finally getting across to Jez's. That's a much-needed buff for him, going to keep that cooldowns. Maybe can try and land some of those charms, try and start something off, but Selfie, every time, pre-checking those bushes, throwing out those spears. Henrated is there, playing a dangerous game, making sure he doesn't get caught by the spear. It would send him straight back to base.
Yeah, one of the things that's so good about the champion Super Hot Crew have right now is the wild growth from Lulu, the shield, the heal from Nidalee. Ari is all about blowing up one target, trying to get a Foxfire and a Spirit Rush into a single target. And if you can save that target by the abilities that you have on the Super Hot Crew side, all of a sudden that assassination power means nothing. It doesn't equal anything. And SK need to rely on the rest of their team to finish up the team fight. So Dragon has respawned, long range spear starts it off, and Super Hot Crew are going to grab this one uncontested. SK trying to get to the inner turret, but they run the risk of being engaged upon from behind.
Yeah, they could get run down from behind. N-Rated's going to try and speed them up. Does try and put a ward down, but takes a spear to the face in the process. SK continuing. Good chompers going down. They pounce across. Selfie's going to get focused on. Wild Growth going down. Selfie does get dropped. They're going to try and turn this bat around. Mima taken low as well, but the damage is coming out well. Mr. Rallis spraying and praying from the side, but he's going to get focused down. Sven Skeren gets on towards him. He does manage to get one kill down. Mr. Rallis, oh, he's got away. No, he gets taken down. Freddy can't get on towards him. Would you believe the great escapes coming out from Super Hot Crew? It is 3 for 1, sorry. But that could have easily been an ace.
Mr. Rawls walks away with his life. He got zoned out by Freddy and by Sven Skeren. We talked about how SK could do it. Now they're back in the game. They're on the inhibitor turret.
Some great zonal play from SK Gaming, and from losing a dragon to pushing an inhibitor turret. What a great play. We talked about the rotations against Fnatic. They've done it again.
Selfie got caught out. Selfie tried to move across the entirety of SK Gaming, stepped on the chompers, got blown up. We talked about how the Wild Growth and the heal could maybe save somebody. It's not enough.
He pounces over them.
He pounces onto the chompers. That is a 4-man Agony's Embrace from Sven Skeren with a massive, massive shield. And because the poke and the damage just isn't there from Nidalee, this is a pretty good team fight. Now all of a sudden, Sven Skeren and Freddy just peel and stick to Mr. Rawls. That's a flash from Sven to chase him down. Fact of the matter is, Selfie should not have been there, should not have been caught. And why are you trying to get in melee range with Nidalee? Sit back, use your javelins, use your range to your advantage. And that was Mr. Rawls escaping on the side. Well, it's just clean up crew press.
Mr. Rawls and Mima got away with nothing. That could have been an inhibitor, maybe even a Nexus turret if Super Hot Crew would have, SK would have finished off those last 2 hits. As it is, we're back at it. And this time around, they're pushing in. And Super Hot Crew, they're going to try and regain some composure off that one. SK Gaming will take a gigantic chunk of confidence from that fight.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with a poke champion, this is something we talk about often, how the strongest way to deal with a poke champion is to engage on them very hard. Jump on them and shut them down. That was a flash over the chompers. Didn't want to get caught by anything. And the moment Selfie is jumped on, he offers nothing. So SK are going to be looking for Freddy and Sven Skeren, maybe even Jesus to dive on him. Now SK, they're on the inner turret.
Mr. Rallis was down in the bottom turret. Oh, Candy Panda, the moment he took that spear, you talked about it before, how quickly it can disengage. And the moment Selfie landed it, it stopped that attack dead in its tracks. And Mr. Rallis will be back there in defense.
It's not over yet. Jesus is looking for a charm. Doesn't connect it though.
No, it doesn't get close enough. And Miss Selfie will live to face another day. Spear on towards N-Rated, but them shields are getting bigger from N-Rated.
So right now, Super Hot Crew have got minions pushing the bottom lane, they're defending the top tower, and they've got an exposed inhibitor middle. So Super Hot Crew need to play the defense game. Stall SK Gaming from getting more objectives and making that gold lead smaller and smaller. And as it stands, Super Hot Crew are now trying to chase SK down. If good spears land, Super Hot Crew follow it up. If spears don't land, and the charm does, all of a sudden SK will dive in.
Yeah, Sven Skeren was ready to pounce on that one. Inner Flame does go in there, and that may be required to land from N-Rated if he wants to try and get one of those charms in, because at the moment they're not getting quite close enough to their target.
I feel like if Sven Skeren can get a perfect flank for 3 or 4 members on Super Hot Crew plus Trundle, that's their way in. Without landing a charm onto a target, you see Sven is waiting in the wings. If Super Hot Crew continue pushing up, you can have Sven dive in from the side, Trundle running in the front line, and buy time for Jinx and Ari to find the targets they want to. Sven is still waiting on the sides. He's too far away for an engage to start right now, though.
Yeah, they don't want to risk this one. With Sven off the side, you mentioned he got that 4-man Agony's Embrace before. It gives him a gigantic shield if he can land it on multiple members, and becomes effectively the tank, the second tank in amongst the team. And you can see he's already building up that Hex Shrink of that Warden's Mail. It's going to cause problems for him. Super Hot Crew wisely back away.
Yeah, he is the second tank. I mean, the front line for SK Gaming is the Trundle and Evelyn, but it's not a straight up front line, because Sven Skeren always wants to be flanking. I think right now, Selfie is doing a pretty good job at landing important spears, but Super Hot Crew have not been able to extend their lead. You know, they got 5 towers early, and I don't want to say it's stalled, but they've been struggling to keep that pressure on, struggling to keep control of the map.
Well, remember Jez has had the blue buff in the previous push from SK. This time around, it's been taken away from him again. Selfie has that one once again. And with that Dragon up in a minute, I think we may see a proper fight this time around. A full-on brawl. It is an advantage being built up by SK Gaming nonetheless, though. And those chompers were vital in the last fight. Not too sure, though, if they want to fight this one.
So it's funny, for a proper brawl to break out, SK would need to catch Super Hot Crew off guard, because I feel like Super Hot Crew would just land poke and chase SK away. You know, if Dragon was the contested objective, I'm not sure I think Super Hot Crew will dive in. Spear lands an enrated. It's not a game changer right now, but minions are about to move up to this top lane. Mr. Rals is doing a lot of damage.
Well, teleport coming in from Freddy. Just playing defensive duties, making sure they keep him away. They have pushed that wave in that top, which means somebody will have to deal with it, or that tower will get pushed. It's going to be fairly even, so they're not too worried about it. Them spears, though, keep on rattling through, and Jez is, well, he's going to have to back out of this fight. He's going to the fountain, and Super Hot Crew continue pushing.
Yeah, at this point in time, one more spear and that's it. The tower's going to go down. Freddy is trying to block them off as best as he can, but look at the poke from the volatile spiderlings from Lulu on his Glitterlance. There's a double-edged sword. If you get caught by that Glitterlance, not only is it damage, it almost guarantees a spear in your face. Svenskjern, 50%, he's going in.
They're going on Mr. Rales, but straight away the Wild Growth and Barrier Spray and Pray comes out from Mr. Rales. They're putting the damage back down on towards SK. Mima taken so low, the Ignite's running. Jesus gets himself the kill, and well, SK Gaming defend the turret.
Yeah, SK were able to back away quickly enough, and that's the problem for Super Hot Crew. They need the spears and the Twitch to kill people. If they don't, it is so much harder for Elise and for Necton to dive into the middle of SK. Now, Super Hot Crew have not stopped the siege. They've got minions, they've got poke, and they've got a lot of HP bars on their 4 champions. They're sticking at it.
That spear lands on Freddy and takes him so low, but Super Hot Crew already backing out of this engagement. Now, Blue Buff was not cleared out, but the Dragon is up, and Super Hot Crew going to take that objective instead.
Yeah, SK Gaming are not going to be able to get here quickly enough, so Super Hot Crew hold on to that 4,000 gold lead. That's their 4th Dragon of the game against SK, and they've really shown very good objective play, I think, this game. Barring the individual mistake of that mid lane fight that allowed SK to get back into it, Super Hot Crew have been roaming, have been rotating. I still want to put an argument forward. Had Caitlyn been locked in, would it have been easier to take that tower? It's something you have to question. If this is the playstyle Super Hot Crew wanted, what is the thinking behind the Twitch? And that's something we'll see as the game pans out. I'm being overly critical because at the end of the day, it's 240 CS 303. So, Mr. Rolls, you're doing a hell of a good job.
I'm just wondering if they were baited into it by the fact that Freddy had it highlighted at the start. They were going for that double stealth mechanic maybe, but as it was, Mr. Rales seems to be happy to do it. 303 hasn't died. Got great farm and got some great items. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Phantom Dancer up against the Bloodthirster, Static Shiv, and Last Whisper of Candy Panda.
And what a marked difference from yesterday's performance where Mr. Rales was shut down. I think, the bans came out against the supports. You've seen a Leona ban, you've seen an Annie ban, you've seen a Vayne ban. Super Hot Crew made it very, very clear. They want to leave this game from their duo lane, and they're doing it. 303, that is a very, very scary Twitch. And we'll see how much damage you can get down. Mima looks like he's found Jesus.
Spirit Rush had to be used there, and quick stun from Mima forces it away, so no ultimate available. That's going to go down in just a second. And there's the timer. Well, they managed to land the charm on Mima, but well, he's the big tank of the team and not really the one you want to look for. Mr. Rales happy to put the damage back on towards the turret. That's all they're focusing on. Svenskjern taking low from this one. Agony's Embrace has been used already, and SK using just about everything to hold on to this turret.
Super Hot Crew are pulling out all of the very important ultimates from SK Gaming. No Spirit Rush available. No Agony's Embrace means Evelyn, her engage potential is significantly low. Not only that, in this choke point, Evelyn's not going to do well from inside the base. They've caught Mr. Rales.
Mr. Rales got out on the chompers, but quickly flashes out of it, and now puts the spray and pray back down, and Candy Panda had to run away from that fight. And again, Super Hot Crew continue that siege.
Yeah, I say they caught Mr. Rales, but Mr. Rales had caught them. 3 members of SK dive, Mima's dead. When 3 members of SK jump onto Mr. Rales, it makes his damage go higher because he's hitting multiple targets. Freddy is teleporting in from behind. Here he comes.
He fancies a fight. He goes on to Mixer. That's the support. Wild Growth is not available. He's going to put them choppers down. Freddy's going to tank out the rest of the team. Now SK join the party. Impaler's caught out. He's got nowhere to repel to. He's just going to drop on back down. He goes down. Now Mr. Rales caught out. SK Gaming running on through. Candy Panda gets 2 kills. And remember, the inhibitor is exposed. They go for Baron.
That was a phenomenal play by SK Gaming. The teleport in from behind plus the home guard boots meant Super Hot Crew had no no response. Their front line is a Renekton and an Elise. Elise was on low hit points and Renekton was dead. Now Selfie, if he gets charmed, he's probably gonna die. Oh, that hurt.
Oh, the spear came in. Oh, that was just enough to give Jez a second thought, but instead they're gonna go for that Baron. And with, well, Selfie's so low, he's just healing himself up. Candy Panda could turn on him at any moment, and Rated's gonna run interference. That's a Baron for SK.
Selfie played safe there. He got caught out, took a lot of damage, and instead of trying to poke further with those javelin tosses, he went to go farm the mid lane. Every time Super Hot Crew pull themselves an advantage, stamp some form of authority of control in the game, SK Gaming pull it back. They had the play in the mid lane, now they have the play on their own base. They've evened up the goals.
This has gone from 5-1 turrets to 5-5. SK Gaming really have great mid-game control every single time they play, and now with that Baron buff, they effectively have the gold lead. It doesn't show it in the numbers, but in terms of abilities they get from that buff, it is huge for the next 4 minutes.
I think for a team like SK, their decision-making and objective play when they're grouped, especially from behind, is the best in the European LCS. No other team this split has played from a deficit and extended games and actually won games from being far down than anybody else. And they're doing it once again. Thanks to the Baron buff stats and the regen that they're going to get from that. If they don't take too many spears, they have the option and the opportunity to dive into Super Hot Crew and force fights. Now, I'd like to see SK pushing the top and the bottom lanes, get those inner turrets down, and then force Super Hot Crew to stay within their own base, remove all of their vision and all of that lane presence.
Well, don't forget, this middle exposed inhibitor is a possibility, and get those super minions flowing. Impaler is off at the side, and SK Gaming react to that. They know there's only 4 members defending here. They quickly come around. Candy Panda already starting to put the attacks on it. Freddy's going to come in. That big tanky frontliner does manage to use that picks on him. Takes a spear, actually, but again, that damage still coming out from SK. They've taken half the hit points off it already. Oh, Svenskeren wanted to get on towards him. Didn't throw the ultimate down, though, but they're going to continue tanking this one down. SK get themselves the inhibitor.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew don't want to go in. There was no poke onto key targets, and the front line of SK is much stronger than the front line of Super Hot Crew. Trundle plus Evelyn are going to be able to interfere with both Renekton and Elise. So at the end of the day, SK gets super minions in the mid lane. They've got a minion wave in the top lane, and now they're going for another turret.
That's a big wave pushing in for SK as well. They should be able to tank this one out a fair bit. They're going to put the damage down. A spear lands on Candy Panda, but they don't care. They've got the regen, and they get themselves another turret.
Another very good cocoon from Impaler. He's landed them so many times in these turret situations. The problem is his team is now defending against a Baron buff team. And if you land a cocoon but can't follow it up, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Right now, SK got the minions. Hello advice is just to zone them out. That's Agony's Embrace on Impaler.
Agony's Embrace went on towards Selfie and Impaler, but instead they're going to rotate towards Mr. Rales, who shows himself. The moment Spray and Pray is used, SK disengage as quick as possible. They do not want to get caught out by that burst damage. Freddy takes a spear and a lot of damage as well, but the regen continues to flow from SK, and they keep pushing, and that's a lot of ultimates burned by the Super Hot Crew.
That is a lot of damage onto Freddy, though. So if Super Hot Crew can burst down a member of SK, they're not totally out of it, but the difficulty is so high. They've caught Freddy out again, but that doesn't matter. They need it on Candy Panda. They need it on Jez's. Spears are not connecting.
Ms. Mima getting taken very low there. He has to back away. He's gone to the fountain. SK Gaming are going to step away from this one for now, though. They have got super minions coming through the mid, but they're going to get cleared off. Mr. Ramos and Selfie in this game is teetering on the edge right now. It's just 1,000 gold advantage for SK. They're going to go back. The Baron is going to wear off. We're going to reset, and we're going to be back to a position. There's a big wave in the bottom that you can see Impaler already on your screen. He's going to clear that out.
The problem is Super Hot Crew's composition needs to be ahead in map control. Super Hot Crew do not ever want to be defending a tower because their wave clear is so difficult and so risky. Twitch is short range. Nidalee needs melee for AoE. Lulu is a support. She's not going to melt those waves. So the moment Super Hot Crew are in their own tower, yes, they can deal with champions because they've got good poke. Land a cocoon, land a glitter lance, land a javelin toss, all of a sudden you can go for kills. But you can't defend against those minions. So we need to see how SK handle these next few minutes because Super Hot Crew are where they don't want to be.
Well, we have a pause right now, and Candy Panda's pointing out, it's like, this is wrong, I am behind in farm. This is wrong. This should not be happening right now.
Well, we will be looking at this in just a moment. Refs on stage. I think SK have dug deep. They've dug deep, they've defended well. against the onslaught from the Super Hot crew. And I'm personally going to have a chat with Mr. Rolls after this one because I really want to ask him what the thought process is behind this Twitch. You know, think about all those tower siege. Think about that mid lane. If Caitlyn was there, they could have been on the turret. You could theorize, may not have been caught by those Jinx chompers because Caitlyn's got longer range.
Answers on a postcard. How many rioters does it take to restart a PC?
3.
3.
Yeah.
The 3 is seemingly, technically it's 2.
Why would it be 2?
Because one's ESL.
Touche. Touche.
See? Candy Panda, though, he's doing a fantastic job on Jinx. He is, 30 CS behind, so it's not too much of a disadvantage. More importantly, he's got that Banshee's Veil on him, so those spears are going to get blocked. We are also seeing Banshee's Veil being built up by Sven Skeren. We are also seeing them being built up by Jesus, by Freddy, and, well, also by Unrated. Everybody is going for that Banshee's Veil. Their spears are going to be negated sooner in this game.
Yeah, you have to, because you're going to be playing against the single target cocoon, single target stun from Maima. There's a lot of abilities that can block. The thing that is positive for the Super Hot crew, though, is that Mixer's playing Lulu. So if Mixer can put a help picks on a minion and then use his Glitter Lance as the minion wave is pushing out, that is a good long-range, safe way to pop Banshee's Veils. Other than that, you are relying on Selfie to have a very high accuracy rate because he needs to pop the Veil, then he needs to deal the damage.
Well, the game is about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get at it. SK Gaming are now in the lead in terms of gold, and they have turned this game on its head, and we're paused again.
At this point in time, we'll see how many rioters it takes to resolve the problem.
Well, Candy Panda clearly pointed out the situation, and then Jesus looked confused. But this time around, I don't think it's Candy Panda, actually. I think it's over on Super Hot Crew this time around, because nobody's anywhere near that one. No, tell a lie, Taco is coming back, and he has to deal with that one.
Yeah, QA will be looking into it.
Neither of the teams can talk, which is why you see no discussions going on between this one. Simple hand signs, which are not always politically correct for TV, but the hand signs do happen sometimes between the teams.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's actually a very strict ruling. You're not allowed to discuss the game. You're not allowed to plan the decisions. You're looking at a screen. You know where the players are. You can think more deeply.
You're dying to discuss it as well.
Exactly.
You're dying to, the moment you. I mean, N-rated right now, he'd be calculating so many things. They've got to keep the timers going in their head. They keep everything going. What is happening right now? Well, they're starting off the dragon, so there's a potential there because I can see, 8 members around this dragon area, 4 from either team, potentially going to engage in it. There's so much that they want to put out there, and they just have to bottle it up and sit silent.
Yeah, you lose bans if you do. You lose bans if you say anything. And I think for a player like N-rated, you really do have to give some credit to who is the makeshift captain of SK Gaming. N-rated was brought in, I think, a week and a half or 2 weeks before the LCS kicked off.
Well, replacing Nif that went to Alliance.
Correct.
Yeah.
Replace Nif. We know N-rated is a commanding personality. And when he joined, the first few weeks for SK, I did not rate them very highly. I did not think much of them. But as the weeks have rolled on, they have continually impressed and continually gotten more, higher and higher and higher at the levels. Every other team's been swinging. Every other team's won a lot, lost a lot. SK have gradually gotten better. They've always won a few games and lost one here and there. So you do have to give credit to the hard work and the effort that they've put in the split.
Yeah, and we should also point out, obviously, Candy Panda was partnered with Nif for, 2-3 years before that, with Game.D, with SK.
I think it was season 1, so it's probably 3 years.
They were together for so long, and to come into that partnership, yes, they're both German, so they do speak their native tongue together. They can do, if they need to. They may even make calls in German. I don't know, sometimes in their team, but they're obviously a fully international team, Danish players in there as well as, of course, the English player in the top lane who will be going, I don't understand what you guys are on about, because we're always ignorant of the English, but as it stands between them, he really has made a brilliant impact. 0-1-7 so far in this game. But overall, over the season, he even said it in the first 2-3 weeks. It's like, I am not playing very well. And, Chris N-rated is a man, a player that will take it heavy to heart if he makes errors in a game, as just like Crepo. And really, majority of these pro players, if they make a mistake in game, it really affects them.
Yeah, it really does. And luckily for N-rated, he's got the ability to actually improve. And like we said, he's gone from those heavy engaged supports to peel and poke type champions like this Karma. Now, Dragon was secured by SK. It's only the second Dragon of the game. That was uncontested by Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew on full retreat. They don't want to be picking a battle with SK. Now, Baron has worn off. Do keep that in mind.
So we hit the 40-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6-5, and SK have themselves the advantage over a poke comp, and you know what that generally means. However, Svenskeren, you can see his health. He's already taken a spear from Selfie. He's going to continue to try and land those. It needs to be an important target, though. If it lands on Jezus or Candy Panda, almost certainly would drop their health, but Candy Panda, with that Badge's Veil pops just there, could be a problem. Spears have to land. Svenskeren takes it. Cocoon lands as well. They may dive on this one. No, they choose to back away. The spear, though, lands on N-rated, and again, Super Hot Crew force SK away. They may try and give chase.
Yeah, very good spears so far from Selfie, but SK are backing away. They're peeling good enough. They've caught Candy Panda. Nobody else is engaged.
The Cocoon goes in. Mima dives on it. It's a great wild growth this time around, but Jezus implodes Mr. Rales. Now Mixer gets focused on. He's going to go down. They're just running through the Super Hot Crew. It's a double. It's a triple for Candy Panda. There's the zap. Gonna land him through and towards Impaler. He has to flush away from this one. Freddy fancies he's gonna give chase, but the rest of the team, they're pushing the base.
Yeah, there are minions now pushing through the middle lane. Impaler's trying to hold them back. Super minions on the Nexus turret. SK Gaming are looking to end it.
What a fantastic turnaround. Oh, the inhib spawn! The inhib spawn! SK Gaming, they have to turn around. It's delayed for a while. It's a 30-second death timer, though. It should be long enough for SK Gaming to win this game. They are gonna continue the top of the table charge, and what an immense turnaround for SK Gaming. So well played in the mid game.
And Jezus did perfectly in the end game team fight. When you are playing in a champion like Ari, you want to be on the side, you want to find a target that you can blow up and then win the rest of the team fight. Jezus insta-gift that Twitch. He found the kill, deleted Mr. Raz, and once Mr. Raz was gone, everything just fell to pieces. Candy Panda got excited, got himself 3, and ended up winning the game.
And commiserations to the Super Hot Crew. It started off so well for them, but now they find themselves in the promotion tournament. That means that the Copenhagen Wolves are now into the playoffs. All 6 slots are confirmed. And you've got to give it, Super Hot Crew really put on a great performance, but just got caught out. 2 fights, that's all it was, 2 fights. 1 in the mid lane, and then again at the end. And SK Gaming, they just ran them down.
I'm going to go even further. Selfie cost them the first fight in that mid lane by the inner turret.
The pounce, yeah.
The pounce in, and Mr. Riles cost them at the inhibitor turret. Both of them getting caught out, both of them by the flame chompers that was landed by Candy Panda, and SK, they didn't hesitate. We've got one, they go in, they got the kills. And, you know, that was a 6,000 gold deficit that SK played from behind, and they made it work.
Fantastic work. And, you know, I was harping on at Jezus for not really landing the charms, and he wasn't, honestly, but he got the one that counted. He got onto Mr. Rales, he took down that Twitch, and there was nothing that Super Hot Crew could do then.
Yeah, I still think I'm dubious to say that Jezus is a great assassin player. He made it work. I mean, look, it's 319. You know, he's has good CS. I don't want to knock on him more, but fact of the matter is, laning phase wasn't particularly strong. We didn't see roaming to pick up kills, and there was some map movement, but then on the same token, they were down. They were against a poke comp, so he couldn't jump in there and get those kills. So found the pick that mattered, got his team the win, and then, you know, SK are on track. One more win today. When they play Copenhagen Wolves, they may finish top 2.
Sweet time there for a Borson, it was, from Riot Games. Is he actually used to be the SK manager about 2 or 3 years ago.
Long time ago.
He's feeling it as well right now. He's like, SK could be winning something here in the League of Legends teams. He's taking it to heart. Very different players, of course, from when he was back there, but still has that little twinge in his heart. However, fantastic performance for SK Gaming.
Yeah, it really was. I have a bit of a LCS big play that I'd like to highlight. Let's just pull this one straight up onto your screens. It's somewhat unorthodox, so bear with me. Hashtag LCS big play, scumbag inhibitor. Let's roll this one through. And you can just see the inhibitor respawning just before the Nexus turrets go down. All of SK had to peel away. I'm a bit sad the player cams aren't on because I looked over my shoulder and they were all grinning and smiling. They end up winning the game. That was a great turnaround. And, you know, well played by SK. You can't deny they dig deep when they have to.
Yeah, fantastic performance. You can share your favorite moments with us by tweeting them to @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. There was a couple of them in that game, that's for sure. There's been some fantastic matches so far. We are halfway through Superweek, ladies and gentlemen, and SK Gaming are currently topping the league.
You assume we're halfway because you assume there's no tiebreakers. So
halfway through the regular Superweek, of course. tiebreakers could be happening tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see.
I know when we go upstairs now, we're going to start doing the math for potential tiebreakers, and we'll get closer to figuring it out. We're going to run those games when they happen.
We have more clever people than us doing the math for us.
And we will be running those games tomorrow after our regular 5 scheduled matches. So we're going to be in for a long one, but I think it's going to be good. I think at this point in time, SK are looking much safer at the top of the table. Having that nice win buffer from the next team is obviously going to put them in a good position.
Yeah, and SK Gaming, they've only got one more game. Well, they've got 2 more games to play. They've got one more game. No, they've only got one more play. They played twice yesterday. This is their final game.
For SK?
Yes.
No, SK still have 1. They played 1 yesterday, 1 tomorrow.
Their final game tomorrow. If they win that, they're top of the table.
Yeah.
That is such a big turnaround when you think of SK Gaming, where they've come from. The turnaround. They were 2-0 down in relegation, this team, and they turned it around, went 3-2, and now could be topping the table. Incredible, incredible stuff. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Shox and Joe, who are ready to speak to SK Gaming's Jezzes.
Thanks very much, guys. First off, congratulations, Jezzes, on that win. Again, very strong showing from you guys. Won the mid-game. But let us start by picks and bans, because you had every champion you could choose basically for that mid lane. Why Ahri?
Well, after we saw they banned so many random picks, you could say, and all like Nidalee and Six were open, I was like kind of shocked. But then I just said to my team, oh well, I guess I can blind pick one of either Six or Nidalee, and then they choose to take the Nidalee because I kind of wanted to play Nidalee against Lulu. But they took away the Nidalee, so they were like, oh, okay, he has no counters. And then, because in these 2 days we had to practice, I played Ahri a little bit, because my team were scumbags and they banned all my champions for some reason. So I just got forced into playing Ahri, which was kind of random, but it seemed to work for us. So I felt confident going into this match and picking Ahri against Nidalee.
So going in then against that poke-comp, you guys fell a little bit behind at the start, and generally that's a really bad sign up against a poke-comp like that. What was it, in your opinion, that got you back into that game?
I feel it's like I hit charms on the choppers, like Jinx threw down those traps, and I just like killed Renekton a few times, and I felt like every single time they tried to siege, we caught someone, and we just eventually came forward, and then I don't know when it was like a clash that we just had the game, but yeah.
So there was one fight that I think we can point out that did start to swing things again, and that's when you were pushing the inner middle turret, and the chompers were down, and he decided to leap over the or into the chompers as it actually was and stunned him up. How did that fight really come down? Did you expect, number one, that he was just going to dive in there and basically give you a free stun?
We didn't expect anything. We were just kind of like, we know how to play against Nidalee because we play Nidalee ourselves so much. So it's pretty much just that we were just keeping our heads in the game and try to follow the plan of how to play against it and just try to catch someone with a charm or chompers. So.
Tell me about having a Twitch in the game, because Candy Panda was actually hovering over it in picks and bans, and we know how good it's been doing both over in North America and Korea. How do you make sure that you don't fall into a trap or you're in perfect positioning to get hit up by that Twitch?
We didn't know that he was that he played Twitch, but we knew he played some Twitch back in the days, and Twitch is really good right now. He's kind of a good pick against Lucian, which is a safe pick. So we kind of knew that with their bans and the Leona ban and the Annie ban, they kind of wanted to play Twitch. So I guess we just had a little bit fun and hovered over it, and yeah, we knew what to do when they were gonna pick Twitch.
So when you first came into SK, you replaced Ocelot, of course, and some big shoes to fill, not just in the game, but also from the fan side of things. You know, fans were up in arms about that whole change, and you guys had a bit of a ropey start, but it looks, and you will actually finish first if you win one of your remaining 2 games. How's that journey been for Jesus?
Well, the beginning of LCS was obviously a little bit rough. I guess all the hate I got from taking over from Ocelot kind of hit me, even though I didn't know that it was gonna hit me. But like I was a little bit scared of making mistakes. I didn't want the hate that I already had from the beginning, so I just tried to not make mistakes. So I guess that kind of hurt me a little bit, but I've picked it up. So I guess I'm doing fine now.
And speaking of not wanting to make mistakes, we heard from you earlier on in the season, stood here, you told us that you were very, very scared of making mistakes, and that's why you maybe weren't making the big plays. You guys brought in a sports psychologist. We saw a feature on that a little bit earlier on in the season. How has your mental game leveled up with the help of your sports psychologist and got you to this position?
Well, all of our mentality, like from all of us, I guess it's improved. Like you can just see it on our play. Weeks ago, we've improved so much, and yeah, I guess it all comes from the mentality. Yeah.
Great momentum to have going for you, of course, with the big moments that are coming up. Congratulations once again, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up next will be our next game. First, a short break. After the break, actually, I can't remember.
You can't remember?
No.
Okay, so
it is Millennium versus Rocket.
It is Millennium versus Rocket.
Sorry, I just had it. That was a fantastic performance by SK that made me lose the pedals for a second. Just a short break, but when we come back, Millennium takes on Rocket.
Just about. Maybe get Twitch. Maybe
I can't.
Look, look.
Can you guys get here?
Yeah, we're coming. We're coming from up here. Lidley's trying to spear. They're trying to fight here. Look at Palo. Look at Palo. Look Twitch on the side. Twitch from the side. We can chase him down. Look Nina. Elise.
I got Twitch.
Nice, Twitch.
Nice.
Go Nash. Nida's still alive, but no mana.
I have ult 10. I can go in.
I think like Millennium, they're not a bad team, but they are not stable. They can play or really good or really badly, and if they fall behind, then they don't know how to come back as a team.
Welcome back to day 2 of Super Week. I'm Joe Miller, and joining me at the Cassilis is my favourite support, both on and off the riff, Mr. Martin DeFiscio. Lunga, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good to hear. Now, let's take a look at the standings because we're halfway through Super Week. And some things have changed, including SK Gaming now sitting pretty at the top at 16-10. And if SK wins their second game today, they will clinch that first place finish. In second is Fnatic at 15-11. And in third, we have a three-way tie. Alliance, Gambit and Roccat all at 14-12. However, Alliance play Gambit tomorrow, which should help break up that tie a little bit.
And in 6th place, we have Copenhagen Wolves with 12 wins and 13 losses, and they play later today. 7th place, Super Hot Crew, 10 wins and 17 losses. And down in the bottom, Millennium, 9 wins and 17 losses.
Still some work to be done for a few of these teams, but now it's time for Millennium versus Roccat. Millennium are coming into this game on a 2-win streak. Yesterday, they pulled off a very impressive victory against the Super Hot Crew, and today they had a huge upset over Alliance. And even though Millennium can't dig their way from the bottom of the standings, it just shows how much improvement they've made as a team.
Yeah, and everyone from Millennium performed in the win yesterday. We had a comp built around Civi Ultimate and with Shyvana, Ryze, Leona and Kha'Zix, who all could dive onto the backline of Super Hot Crew. And it was a very smart tactic against a team who put so much focus on AD carry. And it also meant Mr. Rales never had any impact, as he was the first target in every single fight. And from earlier today, in the game against Alliance, we have to highlight Cotnex. He had such a great performance on Kha'Zix. His early game was shut down, but once it came to team fights, he punished Alliance for splitting up and always managed to find kills on taps or Nif in the back line. And just like the match against Super Hot Crew, everyone was performing for Millennium. Great hooks from Jiri in the mid game, and Curb was a real monster on Ziggs. And this week is now a chance for Millennium to actually see what mistakes they need to work on before the promotion tournament, or to test out some new comps, much like we saw yesterday with Curb on Ryze and also Creton on Sivir.
On the other side of the coin, Roccat are now tied for third with Alliance and Gambit and have already qualified for the playoffs. But Millennium could still beat them here and make their seeding more difficult. However, yesterday Roccat also had a strong game, coming out with a win against the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, Rocket punished Super Hot Crew's late game comp by destroying them in every mid-game teamfight around the objectives. Mr. Rales was once again the target, and Zazus on Renekton and Jankos on Lee Sin always managed to find him in the fights. And with Ryze and Jinx hammering away from the backline, then there was little Super Hot Crew could actually do. And earlier today, well, Roccat simply got outplayed by Diamond and Gambit. While Vander and Celavar, they picked up first blood, there was nothing they could do once Diamond started rolling on Kha'Zix, picking up kill after kill. And Diamond, he quickly went 5-0, and Gambit used a strong jungler to take full control of the map while sieging down turrets with Nidalee and Caitlyn. Spear after spear simply meant Roccat could never engage, and they just fell further and further behind. And it's something we have seen from Roccat in the past. When they struggle in the early game, they don't have any answers.
So let's check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, it's Millennium, with Kevin in the top lane, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton the AD carry, and J-Ree the support.
On the red side, we have Roccat, Zazus in the top lane, Jankos is the jungler, Overpower in the mid lane, Celavar is the AD carry, and Vanderlife the support.
Vanderlife, we'll see if he can get his hands on Thresh. And while we're talking about champions, Champion Select is coming up in a minute. Where are the hotly contested picks in this one?
So I dare to predict a ban, Kha'Zix against Cotnex. There's absolutely no reason to give him this jungler. Yeah. He's performing so well on it. I could actually see also Millennium banning away Lulu, even though they have first pick, because they've been doing it in the past due to the fact that Kerb didn't play it. And over on the other side, Jankos, he loves to play Lee Sin. Ban it away. Don't risk giving him Lee Sin here. We've seen him in the past as well, how good he is on this champion. And then when it comes down to banning out Kerb, for instance, LeBlanc could be a ban for Roccat, but I'm actually not sure they want to target anything at Kerb. And I want to see if Ryze goes through the pick and ban phase, and if it's going to be a first pick or a very early pick by one of the teams.
What do you think about Ryze here? I mean, obviously for the mid lane, but you've also got the possibility for him going into the top lane for both teams, I'd say.
And that's exactly why both teams can early pick him, because you don't really know which lane he's going to go to. And at least Overpower shown that he's not afraid of first picking Ryze. He doesn't care what he's going to lane against. He can always perform. He can always get farm. So for Roccat, I really expect Ryze to be one of the top picks, maybe even the first one, they just instantly log in after, of course, the first pick from Millennium here. Could even be a ban, of course, from Millennium's side. So we need to see how they handle this one. And of course, we need to talk about Evelyn, for instance. It's Cotnex, I believe, go-to jungler after the Kha'Zix. So either he's going to first pick it, or it might even also be banned away.
All taken by Roccat. We'll see how this one goes. Gragas and LeBlanc are the first two bans coming out here, so focus on the mid lane right now, and there is the Rise ban that we were talking about earlier on. Kha'Zix, finally they banned Kha'Zix against Cotnex. His last two games on it, he got 11 kills in both games. He was ridiculously good.
So, not sure what Overpower is crying about, but it's pretty obvious that first two bans here for Roccat, they make a lot of sense. LeBlanc, Curb, playing it so many times in the past, being so strong-hearted, always making plays in the early game, and of course Kha'Zix against Cotnex. The Gragas ban, I'm a little bit surprised about it, but they simply feel that Overpower is very strong and they don't want to give him this safe champion.
Evelyn, the second jungle ban here, and the final ban that Millennium had. What will Roccat finish off with? LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, the two bans from them so far. You can see Jankos there just barking out the orders. A lot of discussion going into this one from Roccat, and the facial expression from Overpower and the fact that they're talking so much about this one now tells me that things have not really gone to plan maybe for them in the ban phase.
Or they just felt they had a free ban here in the end. They felt like everything was gone. They possibly wanted to ban Evelyn themselves, and wow. Lulu's actually left open. Millennium picked it once at Intel Extreme Masters. It went to Kevin in the top lane, and it wasn't pretty. Curb, we haven't seen him play it yet. He might actually take this Lulu to the mid lane here, and I'm pretty sure it's going to surprise Roccat at least as a first pick Lulu from Millennium side.
Well, we've already seen Lulu as well in top lanes. We've seen her in the support role. Going to go pretty much anywhere here. That's going to keep Roccat guessing a little bit for now. But that gives them a little bit of free reign. With the Evelyn and the Kha'Zix ban, you have to feel that Lee Sin is going to be in there.
Well, Lee Sin, of course, Yankers, it's an option for him to take it now, or he can wait. If he thinks Cotnex is not actually playing Lee Sin, he can delay it here and get some other key picks. For instance, Renekton for Xaxus, we've seen it so many times. He loves to play it, he loves to dominate the lane, and then have Yankers coming up here, support him, dive onto the enemy top laner, get a kill, get the turret, and then from there on just start pushing down on the map. And of course with Nidalee, as an early pick here, yes, your laning phase is somewhat weak until you get your cat form, but once you get out of the laning phase, we've even seen today, 2 games, how deadly you are with your spears.
On the other side then, Shyvana taken, which all but makes it definite that Kerp's going to play that Lulu in the mid lane. Of course, it still could fall to J-Reed.
Yeah.
He himself plays a little bit out of the ordinary, I think we can say, in terms of support picks. A couple of Zillions in there. Blitzcrank, of course, we've seen him play today. We'll see if that Lulu ends up in his hands or whether that'll go to Kerp. Also taking the Lucian for Creator.
Yeah, we need to see if Millennium, with the 2 last picks, wants some hard engage against this Nidalee, something where they can start a fight if Nidalee is poking away under the turret, because we see it time and time again when these teams build comps without any hard CC or hard engage. It's very hard to actually get onto the team with Nidalee, and they often focus a lot on just sieging down, landing spear after spear. And with the picks from Millennium now, the best engage they can do is Shyvana coming around the side, flanking onto Roccat, and then trying to start a fight with the Wild Growth.
Well, Roccat, Overpower there, who was just going through a few different champions. Mordekaiser flashing up, but in the end they decide to go with Elise for the jungle there for Jankos and taking the Jinx for AD carry.
So what I like about Elise and Jinx together is you can use the Chumbers and then the Cocoon, or the other way around, so you can lock down a target for a long time, especially if you want to disengage. If you're moving backwards, throw down the traps, fire the Cocoon it, land the target, then you can turn it because you can land a spear, someone will drop low, and this is the target you're gonna go for. And with this setup then, also with Elise, who's able to hit the turrets because she is ranged as soon as she's out of her spider form, they're gonna have some very, very good tower pushing possibilities as long as Xaxus is up in the top lane split pushing.
So J-Reed literally going through the entire champion pool here. Blitzcrank was the choice from earlier on today, played Leona yesterday in their win against the Super Hot Crew. And actually they are going to be taking Wukong here for the jungle, and Leona will fall in the hands of J-Reed again.
So, just as we talked about here, they needed hard engage. Millennium, of course, they were perfectly aware of this, locking in 2 of the best you can actually have. Wukong, of course, stealth in, jump, Cyclone around, just knock up people here. Leona, one of the best supports, if not the best support at starting fights. So, a lot of engage now onto Millennium's side. A very, very strong lineup here from them. As long as as long as Kevin up in the top lane can survive, he's one-on-one against Xaxus. This lineup here, good laning phase, good jungler who needs level 6 for the full-on strong ganks here, but still before level 6, he can still come in here and do something good damage onto Wukong early on. So Millennium's lineup all around very, very strong, and they scale so well also into the late game.
On the other side then for Roccat, they're looking for their support in this one. Vander currently sat with Morgana, and that Black Shield certainly can be very, very useful, especially for the Leona.
And it's really fitting in with the whole combo of, we are gonna siege down your turrets. When you try to engage, we're just gonna run. Kite backwards all the time, land few spears, land some, either the traps or land a cocoon, and then once someone goes low from Millennium, we turn the fight around. And that's, again, the whole combo here from Roccat is relying on the fact that Black Shield is going to be applied when Leona tries to engage or when Wukong jumps in to make sure a key target is not going to get locked up. And also, they need to win the laning phase, because if they fall behind with this, where's the wave clear? Morgana is not going to max the Tormented Soil. Of course, Jinx, very weak or very risky wave clear because you have to go in and auto-attack the minions all the time. And Nidalee, you're not going to be able to just jump in cat form, clear the wave, as long as Millennium are actually sieging onto you. So Roccat here, they need to win the early game. But if they do, if they get a lead, they can start sieging around. And it's going to be very hard for Millennium unless they feel confident enough just engaging straight onto them.
And Roccat themselves have had a few problems with the early game. They seem to have sorted that out recently, but again, they've not found a consistent level. They're winning a game here, losing a couple, winning a game, losing one, and they needed that consistency.
Well, again, Roccat is like every single European team at the moment.
That's
like,
true.
Win one, lose one, win one, lose one here. But every time Roccat is losing, it's always because the early game goes completely wrong. Someone from the other team goes completely ham, and boom, Roccat had 0 answers.
And the fact is that Millennium, for the first time this season, have 2 wins in a row. A little bit late to do it, but also you might say peaking at the right time. You were going to have a look at your voting from LOLesports.com and check out exactly what you guys think is going to happen in this match. 80-20 in favor of Roccat. Now, if you look at the table, you might say justified. If you look at the results, it's a big amount for Roccat.
Well, again, Roccat, they will be the favorites here, but I actually think Millennium got a few extra votes here because they have been winning 2 games in a row. So they have been playing better. Cotnex is coming in here showing some great energy, great early aggression as well. So this Millennium team, even though they're bottom in the standings, you cannot count them out.
So here we go then, in-game Millennium versus Roccat. Can Millennium pull off another upset? They've already beaten both the Super Hot Crew and Alliance in Superweek here, and sadly for them, they can't get themselves out of that last position, however well they do, but it's all about looking forward to the future and getting some more experience with that new man, Cotnex.
Exactly, it's just about playing now, it's about doing the best you can and then go back and rewatch these replays, use them to fix whatever mistakes you had so you can sort them before the relegation, where you are most likely going to face either Cloud9 or NIP by the looks of it, seeing as they will not be able to choose their own team from Millennium as they are the bottom team.
And the dream of a 6-way tie is still possible. Millennium have to win this game to keep that one going. I know a few of you guys on Reddit are following that one very, very closely. So far the game's going in the right way. But currently, Millennium set with a line. Millennium themselves have gone for a couple of early invades so far this week.
Yeah, and they actually also used to do it even before the changes here to the trinkets. They were always a team to start something. It seems for now, both teams are happy just waiting it out, and it looks like standard lanes. And if you then go through the lanes here, top lane, we see it so many times. Shyvana against Renekton, Renekton with Ignite as well to the teleport actually of Shyvana here. So Renekton needs to have the full pressure, needs to win the laning phase. And then Jankos here, one of the best junglers in the game at diving because he's having this Elise where he can always repel up and reset the tower aggro. So he needs to go up here and punish Kevin for picking teleport and for having a weaker laner.
We can see that the start looks fairly tame. Millennium starting off with their blue buff. Kevin going to give Cotnex a bit of help there, and the duo lane of Roccat helping off Jankos get his blue buff starting, and then they're going to head down into this lane to face off against Creaton on Lucian and J-Ree on Leona. What do we think to this lane overall, this duo head-to-head?
Well, we've talked about it a few times, especially yesterday, where Leona against Morgana. In the laning phase as Leona, you do have some chances to actually outplay the Morgana, because if you send the blades onto them, you bait out the Black Shield, and then you switch target and stun the AD carry instead of the person, or if Vander Black Shields himself, you stun instead onto Jinx, and that's where you can set something up. So you need to bait out the Black Shield, turn all the CC around, and then you fully engage onto whoever you actually stun. And that's the way you can play as Leona in the laning phase, but it's very hard to do. And coming out of the laning phase, it's where Morgana with the Black Shield will shine, because it's easy for him to predict when is the engage gonna come.
And Vander putting down constant harassment there, stood right up at the front, allowing Celiva complete freedom to be farming there in that lane. And he's going to throw this minion wave straight onto the tower. Cortex has already done that blue. He's now on the bottom side of his jungle doing his red buff, which with the help of that smite he'll get done pretty quickly. Mid lane, Kerp on Lulu versus Overpowers Nidalee. What do we think to that one?
Well, again, Nidalee early on, she needs to get the level 6 before she can really start wave clearing. She doesn't provide any CC, and her damage is very low. So it's hard to set something up with Nidalee. You saw actually Jankos just peeking in, backing off again. Didn't actually want to go for anything, just wanted to be there for a possible counter gank if Cotnex would be nearby. So yeah, Nidalee just needs to farm here early on, where Kerb, of course, he needs to punish the Nidalee. He needs to deny her CS. He needs to maybe even try and force her completely out of the lane.
So far, not really been able to do that. It does have a slight edge in terms of the farm, and Overpower, you can see actually just hitting a level 4, but yeah, indeed, Kerp has got a rest of this wave to farm himself freely as it pushes towards him. Meanwhile, top lane, we know how much of a problem these Renekton's can be in the early stages. Kevin so far is quite happy to let that wave push up as far as possible.
Kevin early on here actually keeping up in CS fairly well, but it's just the first few waves. They don't matter too much, because it's here Renekton in these levels all the way up to like level 9, 10, 11. He's gonna be the strong champion. He's gonna try and just deny CS actually from Shyvana here. So we got kind of mixed around lanes compared to the mid lane, where it's Millennium who's supposed to win it. So let's see if both of them can actually win their lanes 1v1, or they need some jungle help.
Well, it's been quiet in terms of the junglers. We're, I suppose, only 4.5 minutes into this one, but we see now Jankos is actually moving through the Millennium jungle. Is he going to try and come in from the backside of Kerp and catch him out from that one? Some pings down to the bottom lane as the duo of Rocket actually just came up to put a ward down, and there's no ward in the tri-bush here. Millennium quite far back though. They should be relatively safe here.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard gank to pull off here from Jankos, because they're so close to the 30. Diving so early on a dual lane is very, very risky, so I don't exactly expect him to go under the turret, but maybe he was just trying to force away a summoner in case the binding had landed from Vander.
And especially a duo lane that has so much CC in there with J-Re. And in the end, actually, Jankos did decide, nope, not going to be able to do anything there. Recalls off to base and will come back out with Boots of Speed. So, let's have a look around the map then. We see that Cortex staying fairly quiet in this one. Did have a look towards bottom earlier on, but it's been mostly about farming since then.
Yeah, but again, on Wukong, you want to get your level 6 before you really start ganking away. You want to have your Cyclone. Yes, your damage is fine early on here, but you don't provide any CC, so it's hard for you to set ganks up. At least you need help from whoever is in the lane before you can actually really go in and do something. You can still come down here to the top lane, bot lane, sorry, apply some pressure. Maybe again also force a summoner, but at level 6 for him, that's where we need to see what Millennium can do here in the bottom lane. We see Jerry going on, first target, instant Black Shield, and that's where he then changes target onto the person without the Black Shield with his ultimate once he's level 6, and then also Cotnex coming in and they can lock down a target.
And the danger in there, we saw Celiva and Vander. I mean, the Black Shield landing, the Chompers coming in there. That's a long time to be locked up here, and that left Creaton fairly hurting in terms of his HP. But look at this, Jankos has got in behind Kevin. This is going to force a flash out of Kevin, but we didn't see the cocoon. That's a good dodge, but has he got enough health to survive this one? Stun comes in, first blood comes down for Rocket. Bottom lane though, Celiva going left. Cortex actually diving. He's going to die for it though.
He's going to die for it here, but still, back to the top lane. Very nice gank from Jankos. Kevin, he tried to get the level 6, that's why he stayed so far up in the lane. Sasus already hit the level 6 mark, so it's a very good and easy gank actually for Rocket. Get the kill here. Baiting out, waiting for the flash before the cocoon. He dodged the cocoon, but it meant that Sasus actually got in range to stun him instead. Down the bottom lane. Trading 1-1 and now going on to Vander.
Oh, this could be dangerous. J-Re tanking up that turret there. And, well, we're going to see another replay of that down bottom.
Yeah, so we actually see J-Re going in here. Vander popped the Black Shield, then changed targets over to Celivar, and because he's so low, Cotnex, he obviously knows he's gonna die from this one, but still, he feels it's worth it to trade 1-for-1, also because Vander picked up the kill from Rocket.
And no kills did happen there underneath the turret. Jerry did take a lot of damage from it, but in the end they were able to walk away from that one. And I say walk away from it, Jerry did have to use his flash. There is the first blue buff of the game going over to the mid laners as well. And now Rocket, having pushed Millennium away, are going to look to get some damage on the turret.
And Rocket can get this entire wave in here actually, and they've already been back to shop. At least Celavar has. He's got the BF sword so far, so he can get a lot of damage onto this turret. Only Jerry's there to defend, and he won't be able to wave clear.
No wave clear at all with that Leona, and that means Celavar with that minigun on just going to strip through the health of the turret. They might even get it with this wave, you know.
Jerry would have to actually go aggressive onto them to try and force them away, but without any flash, it's too risky for him. He didn't want to risk getting binded there and then just killed instantly.
So back to top lane. Kevin having to come a little bit further off his turret than before, of course, did go down to that first blood that went over to Jankos on Elise. He's coming back in with the chain vest and got himself a ward as well. It's going to last him a little bit longer and give him early warning as to when Jankos comes around next.
Cotnex, red buff, already level 6, ultimate is ready, the flash is gone, so of course he needs to be able to stealth in and then jump towards them and then activate Cyclone. He won't have the flash to get some extra distance here, but this is where we can see him set up some very, very strong ganks. Also combined with Wild Growth from Curb, double knock up here for whenever they actually decide to do something.
And speaking of Curb, he has now started to work that CS advantage in his favor, 77 to 61. A Rocket thinking of a dragon here. See, Overpower going to have his lane pushed against him. Jankos was there, the duo was around as well, but there's actually a ward in the back of it. But look at Wukong's position, they may try and come in.
Yeah, Curb just staying up here, actually baiting out. He wanted Jankos to go aggressive onto him so Wukong could join in here and they could actually turn the fight around. But nothing happening here. Jankos staying safe, don't want to risk anything.
Cornex did have full vision there of Jankos, and I think was thinking about, do I go in, do I stealth in there and have an attempt at getting the kill. Right now, though, the wards are coming down around the dragon area. We saw the pinks from Rocket. Question is, are they feeling secure enough to think about starting off the dragon?
Well, I like at least the fact they put up these 2 early pink wards, because with a leash, you can actually start the dragons early on. Yes, here in 4.4, your damage onto the dragon is nerfed, but still, combined with either the help from the mid lane or the AD carry, you can still easily take it. But Jankos needs to be careful.
Oh, there's a stealth going in. Actually, Wild Growth, and Jankos flashes away before Cottonex could hit his ultimate. Didn't get the knock-up from it. Yes, Jankos has to use his flash, but 2 ultimates burned from Millennium.
Yeah, 2 ultimates down. Instantly Rocket now going towards this dragon. Pink ward there, they just cleared the ward, so they should be able to pick this one up. Or will Millennium try and fight? There's no ultimate on Wukong or Curb.
Kevin does have his teleport back off cooldown as well, and Rocket seeing Curb coming in, seeing J-Ree from the bottom side, decide probably not the best idea to kick this one off, but they are going to try and bring Millennium into this. It's a bit of a pincer movement that would have to be pulled off. The dragon now going very, very low, but there is the peel away. Jankos going off to the top side. There is the Zenith Blade landing. Vander going to get everything thrown at him, but he's flashed away. The culling comes through. It's actually Cottonex that picks up the kill there in the end. 1 for 0. Can Millennium take dragon? Couple of men low there.
And Rocket actually decided to split up here. A few members went for Curb, who was kiting them away, and then they engaged onto Vander, picked up the kill. And one thing we need to remember with Nidalee, in a straight-up fight, she's not very strong. She needs to land the poke before the fight starts, otherwise she won't actually bring too much.
That big hit of damage onto one person, then diving in and just hoping that they don't turn around and focus. You've got the Chalice and a single Doran's Ring at this point. So he once again gets forced underneath his turret here and tries to claw some of that CS deficit back. 101 to 77. The Athene's Unholy Grail is already done here for Curb, and he's just about to come back into that lane.
But still also, very good job by Millennium actually staying around. Knew they could stop this dragon. They didn't just give it up for free despite having 2 ultimates gone. So they knew also with Rocket tanking the dragon, of course, and with the Nidalee pick, they could go in, pick up a kill, and they didn't actually risk anything because the only reason they engaged was because Vander was split from the team. So it took an easy kill, stopped dragon. So very nice play.
There is that pink ward finally removed from the map by Millennium. And actually, they're going to set themselves a little bit of a trap here. Vander is coming across from the side, and he will put another ward down around that one. Dragon, of course, wasn't done, so that is the next target for both of these teams. Keep your eye on Kevin there in the top lane. As I said, his teleport is ready to get him involved should a fight kick off.
Yeah, but if he teleports away, his turret will go down for sure. Of course, it's going to go down anyway, but as long as he can delay it for a few minutes, it's still a win for Millennium here. But if he teleports down to Dragon, the turret is gone, and Xaxus might even push all the way down to the next turret.
There's a bit of a support ward battle down where that pink ward was placed by Millennium. And they have, in fact, cleared that one out. Dragon still standing here, and you can see how both of these teams, how much they want to get that Dragon going, and are now going to remove that pink ward that Millennium put down just a little bit earlier on, meaning that Millennium are going to have to push a little further. They do have one at the back of the Dragon pit itself, so they still have vision on whether Rocket are doing that or not.
But Rocket were just waiting for the chance to actually start it. Again, with a leash, you can take it very fast. That's why they continue to stay around. Now they're actually starting to push already very early on, but simply due to the bottom tower already being gone, and then playing this siege combo, they can start now early on here. They need to be careful. Teleport behind him.
Cottonex is coming in as well. Is he going to go? Cyclone will come in here. Celiva getting locked up. Flashes away the Dragon going in as well. And that is Kevin picking up a single kill here for Millennium.
So he gets a kill here. His top turret is going to be gone. The blue buff is gone. Millennium, though, pushing on to this mid turret. The minions are coming in for them here. Can't actually take it because the wave 3 on Rocket side is very, very weak.
A little bit cautious about doing that one. They want to get this turret out of the way. Jankos is moving in from the side though, and that means that that turret does stay safe. And Millennium start off the Dragon fight. Will they be able to pick this one up before the team comes in? Super Mega Death Rocket is going to land onto Cottonex. Not enough to take him down. The rest of the team are taking a bit of damage. Kerp actually going to be jumped onto. Uses a wild growth on himself. Dragon does go over to Millennium, but there's the kill. Jankos getting locked up. Are they going to keep chasing? Overpower has to jump over the wall there. Cottonex's clone is the one that actually gets caught up in the dark binding, but Xaxus is chasing from the backside. J-Ree at half HP just saunters on away.
So Millennium managed to pick up the Dragon here, but it's a bit of a split decision for them. After they won the team fight or picked up the one kill, some of them were pushing mid lane. We had Kevin moving up towards the top lane, then backing off, and then they delayed going towards the Dragon. They could have rushed it with 5 men, instantly picked it up for free here. Instead, they gave up a kill, and now Rocket getting a lot of damage onto this mid turret.
And a lot of damage will result in the kill. Kevin trying to get them away, but they knew that they didn't need to be scared of that one. But Xaxus and Jankos had come around from this one, and well, they've got that top, middle, and bottom outer turrets now. That leaves them 3-0 in turrets ahead, and therefore they've got that gold lead in as well.
And this is going to make it harder for Cottonex to engage onto Rocket, because if they decide to group up, push down towards Millennium, get some wards around the Wraith camps, around the Wolf camp from them, so they can spot him out coming in from the side, they can just start sieging away with full vision and then back off if they see him actually move around in the flanks. So the fact they got all these 3 outer turrets down means for Rocket they have all the chances, as long as they have proper wards, to set up a good siege.
There was the blue buff camp finally cleared out. That, of course, was stolen away just a little bit earlier on. Kevin's going to have a bit of time to get some farm back. If you look at his farm total here, fallen way behind Xaxus. As we'd expect, Kevin only just now hitting level 10. He's at 105 to the 142 CS that Xaxus has built himself up there. Well on his way to becoming dangerous. Got that Tiamat in there with a Negatron Cloak. Some Fire Cape done on the other side though for Kevin. That'll give him a bit more confidence in that lane against Xaxus now.
But look here, he's actually already being able to fight against him just because he got the early armor now, doing a lot of good damage onto Xaxus. And Shyvana will be outscaling him. It's just a matter of time before Xaxus is forced to either just try and defend by his own turret or actually move away from this lane, because Kevin will just bully him out of it.
One thing we have to point out here as well, 2 of the 3 kills for Rocket are on the support, which, whilst not being ideal, has given him a boatload of items at this point. Got himself the Chalice in there, the Frostfang, as well as Boots of Speed and a Sight Stone as well. So he's going to be helping his team move through this, although you probably have to say, if those 2 kills were with Celiva, they'd be even more dangerous.
Yeah, of course, but support-wise with gold, early on it's actually not bad getting a kill or 2, because again, you can get early Mikhails, you can get some early vision control, early pink wards here, so that's fine. He's actually already picking up the Mikhails now, 16 minutes in. And that's a very important item, because Leona ultimates onto, let's say, Celiva, Mikhail's Crucible onto him, save him, get him out of the stun, and actually so he can back off. So getting this item early on is not a bad thing for Rocket, but of course getting gold onto your carries is always the best thing.
Oh, Cottonex just going to be pushed onto there by Xaxus, but again the decoy was the one that Xaxus ended up going for. Saw Jankos coming in thanks to that ward in the Tribush there as well, so Cottonex was there more for safety than anything else. Jankos now moving around to the mid lane.
We also see Rocket here. They don't feel confident enough just grouping up because of what happened beforehand with the teleport from Kevin coming in behind. They still respect the engage combo from Millennium that can pile onto them. They don't feel that tanky enough or far enough ahead to just group up, start sieging. That's why they're spreading out in these lanes, just continuing the laning phase, getting the farm they want.
So Jerry here going to actually face check in. He's going to use that Zenith Blades. The Ankos a little bit far up from this, or maybe Cocoon not landing. Cottonix actually taking a decent blast of damage, and Roccat really controlling that later area of Millennium's jungle, let's call it, as they constantly keep throwing those wards down in there.
And that was the thing we talked about. Rocket wants to get some wards into the jungle of Millennium so they can always spot Cottonix or Kevin if they try to flank around him, because that's going to be the engage for Millennium, having them come out of vision, so Rocket never expects it, stealth in with Wukong, jump in, and then Cyclone, and you catch on to a few members, or maybe even very important members, something like if they get Overpower and Silver in the Cyclone, it's perfect for Millennium, they can pile onto it. So that's why they want this vision, that's why they are so careful whenever they're moving in and making sure that Millennium can't clear it.
And Black with the duos now in this bottom lane, and Creaton has got the early CS lead, despite having a few problems in that early stage where he took a lot of damage thanks to the the Dark Binding and the Chompers combo. He's ahead nicely in the farm. They got himself that Bloodthirster already, and moving up towards a Trinity Force next by the looks of it. Other side of things, Bloodthirster also done for Celiva. He's got himself Berserker Grease finished off earlier.
And he's recalling now. He should have some good gold to at least possibly buy a seal with this, so he's going to get some more attack speed, of course get a little bit of crit here. Good for him. Looking at the rest of the teams, the key thing now is a large rod onto Overpower. So his spears are going to start to hurt even more. Once he completes the death cap, that's going to be the call time for Rocket to say, okay, start grouping up here. Land one spear, you force the person from the lane to back off. Land the second one, he's dead.
We got to the stage in the top lane where both champions got a bit of damage in there, both pretty tanky. The Sunfire Cape is done actually for Xaxus on top of his Tiamat and that Negatron Cloak from earlier. There's a Negatron Cloak now being done as well for Kevin. So both in a similar scenario. We'll see how that one all develops. Xaxus constantly pushing down that lane as the battle for vision continues down on this bottom side. We've seen so many wards so far in this area of the map.
It is the key area, especially also with Dragon coming up here in 8 seconds. Both teams want to fight for it. Millennium needs to make sure they don't fall further behind, and Rocket, of course, as we talked about, they want to extend this lead. They want to get to the point where they don't feel like even if Millennium gets a good engage, that they will just straight up lose the fight. They want to get to the point where they're so strong, they can just kite away, turn around, get a kill, and then take objectives.
This could get interesting down on the bottom lane. We have Vander and Jankos just coming out from the brush, but as those minions go down, we see Millennium actually backing away from that one, not wanting to get involved for the fight. The blue buffs are going to be coming back up, and that's going to be another one going over towards Overpower.
Look at Xaxus here in the mid lane, already moving from the top, so he's going to join in with his team around this Dragon Age. Should signal for Rocket, they want to start it. Teleport is ready though on Kevin, so he can always join in. Xaxus just shoving out the mid lane, and Rocket actually started it.
Dragon down to half HP. Can Millennium come across and try and steal this one? No, they can't. Not quite. Roccat pick themselves up. Their first Dragon of the game. One of two only, of course, at 20 minutes and 40 into this one. But it extends Rockat's healthy gold lead.
Yeah, and all the wards they use so much gold on to get down here around this area actually paid off because they got the Dragon. Xaxus, again, with a good move. This is what you can do when you have full control of your lane. You can push it down, then start moving in. Therefore, create an advantage for your own team. And now, returning to the top lane, he's just going to push it down once again. And it also means for Kevin, if he teleports away to set something up, then Xaxus will stay and get some damage on his turret.
Kevin actually just coming in there halfway down the lane and stopping that big wave as it goes through. And
so much
a healthy
damage.
bit of farm, but we see Kevin wandering over on the top side. He may just be forced to use his ultimate here. Actually gets that burnout running, which of course is going to keep him very, very quick. And there is the ultimate. Has to just dive over the wall. Didn't want to get caught out.
Didn't want to get caught out here, but Overpower going up to the top lane, and then with the Rocket bot lane recalled. Actually a turret now because Cottonix was down in the bot lane. So Millennium getting some objective gold here. The first turret of the game. So nice pickup.
Leaves them 3,000 gold behind as Cottonix actually does get hit there by the slow. Can Vander land the binding? No, he can't. Jerry and Crinton now coming in as well, but Jankos is off to the side. He's going to throw the cocoon. Doesn't quite have the range. There's Overpower getting a little bit caught out here by Kerp. That slow going to be a bit of a problem for him. Flashing actually from Kerp. The ignite goes down as well. That won't be enough to finish off Overpower. He'll be able to heal things up.
And here's the thing about Kerp. Normally, you actually, this time around with blue buff, he had 32% cooldown reduction, so he could do the double Little Lance when he puts the E on to overpower here. But he's actually only having 22% cooldown reduction without the blue buff because he doesn't have runes with it. And Masteries, he doesn't get enough from it now because he didn't decide to go into it with his runes where he normally get 5%. It means he won't get the doubled Little Lance normally when he activates the E. Which is a bit weird, because normally Lulu, you want to get to this, I believe it's 28% or maybe it's actually 30%, and then you get the double Little Lance on your E.
Now we see that the damage once again coming across towards Overpower. They had Jerry waited on the top side as well, so possibility to get in there for a bit of action. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Roccat have pushed up this bottom lane once again. And there is the culling used by Creaton just to clear out any danger.
And look here how Millennium are actually moving around, staying with as a group with these 3 members, just having Creaton down at bot lane, wave clearing, so they don't want to risk being caught up because they know Rocket is having everything warded in this area here, and if they split up, it just means for Rocket they can walk in your jungle, find you and kill you here. So Millennium is playing very careful, trying to defend every single lane, and now Deathcap onto Overpower. Let's see if Rocket decides to group up. He even bought a blue potion, so it should really mean we're gonna group up now and start sieging.
Seems like the logical thing to do. And Roccat actually, you see, as a team, if all 5 of them recalling from
items.
this one, so they're going to build up, buy exactly whatever they can here to think about pushing down some of these turrets. Actually, we did see also, once again, Zazas really pushing heavily on this top lane, Kevin, and I have to come up and do that one.
And Celevar now getting his last Whisper. I believe he's having like 1,000 gold to go back and buy it. Key item, Deathcap, last Whisper now, very, very strong moment for Rocket. This is the time for him really to go down and say, we are now strong enough. If you want to fight us, Millennium, we will beat you, even though you get a good engage onto us. So let's see here, Silver actually running all the way down to mid lane. So it seems Rocket want to get some vision control about Baron and then start sieging down. And if they get a kill or 2, they can then go up and take the Baron.
Well, they have that vision control. A good sweep from Vander will give them all of that vision. Is Kevin actually going to come through? Dark Binding does land onto him here. They're going to dive onto him as a team. There is a good solar flare coming out from Jerry. Kevin did have to use his ultimate to go away. Jerry probably saved his life there.
And very, very good for them to actually force away the ultimate. It's one of the things Millennium can use to engage, and they instantly start the Baron here. No vision for Millennium, but they are pinging it, so they're moving up here.
They know that this one surely is going down. The entire Roccat team has disappeared from their map, and now we have actually Continent coming in from the backside, gets hit straight away. He's actually stood on top of the pink ward there, and the Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. Overpower hits him with the spear as well, and there is the pickup coming in for Roccat. Can Millennium get away from it? Wild Growth used onto Creaton, but he's gonna fall. That's horrible news for Millennium. Not only the Baron, but they're gonna lose so many men. Spear just flashing by Kevin. So close. Look at those flashing health bars. What is that? I thought that had actually landed onto him. Apparently not. Now Kerp is trying to run away from Jankos, but here comes Overpower again. The spear not quite connecting for him, but Kerp's basically running into no man's land. He's going to try and, I was going to say execute himself, but
he's buying time.
Actually he's trying to run away and buy some time, but is he buying that much time? The rest of the team is actually pushing the inhibitor turret. There is the spear landing. Kerp's not going to get away from this one. Overpower gets that kill. Meanwhile, inhibitor turret did go down on the top lane.
And look at the decision making from Roccat. Force away the ultimate from Kevin, instantly just start the Baron. As soon as Connect shows up, they poke him down, force him to flash away. He couldn't join in, there was no smite from Millennium, so they pick it up despite 4 members actually trying to stop them, get the Baron, win the team fight, and instantly 3 members just start pushing down, take 2 turrets, and they also get a kill on Kerp, who was running around, being chased by Overpower and also by Jankos.
So we saw in our last game, SK falling behind against a poke composition. They managed to come back into this game. What do Millennium have to do to turn it around?
Millennium needs to get to the situation, or actually just wait for Rocket to push down. Hope someone like Tarsus is going to be in the top lane, so there are only 4 members pushing. And then just say, you know what? We're going to give you either the inhibitor or the turret. Possibly not the inhibitor, that's not the smartest thing for them, but that's why they need to engage when there's only 4 members from Rocket. Pile on with Wukong, Wild Growth, everything, and just try and lock them down and destroy them instantly. That's the only thing they can do. If they delay engaging and get hit by a spear, one guy has to go back. They can't engage. Need to wait for him to come back to base. Another spear, boom, nothing they can do. They need to just straight up engage. Otherwise, they're going to be poked down.
9,000 gold is the advantage for Roccat. We see Kerp and Cotonex there waiting in the brush. Both hitting their recalls. Do they actually want to go back, or are they just trying to bait Xaxus out? Yep, just checking to see if he had vision of them there. And actually, they're just going to come appear on that turret. But really, this Crocodile's pretty strong. I'm not sure if you want to dive him. There's a lot of damage coming in actually on towards Cortonix and to Kevin. And funnily enough, Xaxus alone underneath the tower says, you can't even take me. You didn't do any damage. You didn't take the turret. And my team is pushing down the middle.
And you just asked me, what should Millennium do?
Not that.
This was not the answer at all. They should have been here at the turret and just try and set up a fight with the engaged combo and not try and go 3 members up top against a very, very strong Renekton who's now chasing onto them. They can just go to the base. They don't even have to get these kills.
This is going to go really, really bad for them. There is the Dragon form. They're going to lose J-Ree. He does get down the Solar Flare, which is going to slow Roccat down somewhat. The rest of the team did start to recall. Creatine is off to the side there as well, trying to push out that mid lane as much as possible. They can. Xaxus is going to tank that turret up, and we can see how much damage it does to him. It's really not that much. We'll have to back off now, though, that the calling comes through.
Yeah, but with the Baron buff, with the heal from Nidalee, easy enough just to get the HP back here. So Xaxus, no issue for him. He can always move in, take a few hits while Celavi is hitting the turret, and then back off, heal it up, no problem. And Roccat is so far ahead now. Even if Millennium do get the perfect engage, I'm not sure it's enough.
We're going to find out with that one. And always hard to stay and defend a turret when you've got that Nidalee throwing in the spears. You've got Dark Bindings, Cocoons. You've got the zaps coming through from Jinx. There's a lot of poke coming your way. You can't dodge it all as there's a spear actually landing onto Cortonex and Celavi. Just using that minion wave, stepping forward, getting a couple of hits off. Kevin's at less than half HP as well.
And again, this is also why we see this Elise pick for them, so they always can get a few extra hits with Celavi, and there's more people hitting the turrets every time they're sieging. So Roccat here just doing perfectly well. Now they engage.
Cortonex going in, but the Dark Binding means that his ultimate really doesn't do much for them. He is going to surely fall from this. It's a spear of Overpower that gets him the kill. Now they start to chase towards Creatine. Can they land that CC onto him? The Cocoon will land, and there are the Fangs sunk in onto him. Actually, with a double kill for Overpower in the end with the Nidalee, and that is 3 men down. Roccat are going to look to finish.
And Millennium, they did the only thing they could do here. They just tried to engage, but they're so far behind. They did absolutely nothing against Roccat.
And there we go. Nexus turrets will fall. Kirp is going to die one last time. Roccat hungry for blood. They're going to pick up the victory here and go 15 for 12. A win that they were really counting on here to give them the best possible seeding going into playoffs.
And they did their job. They picked a combo where they needed to win the early game. They got ahead early on, picked up the second dragon, actually gave up the first one to Millennium, but they picked up the second one. They were always slightly heading goal. Good vision control around the river, around the dragon area, and then as soon as they just got a small lead, as soon as they forced the ultimate from Kevin, instantly just took the Baron, and from there on, there was nothing Millennium could do.
Have one more game coming their way tomorrow. That's against Fnatic. Millennium also going to have to play against SK, and I think even if Millennium went 2-2 this Super Week, they'd still be happy with that, considering everything that's happened, considering they've got a new man in the team. It's all about improving, moving in towards the promotion tournament.
Yeah, and a game like this, it's not even too bad for them to lose some games here, because that's where you can go back and say, okay, what did we actually do wrong? Was it our champions, were they too weak, or the playstyle with them, or did we mess something up in the laning phase? You know, these losses, they can use them, go back, analyze them, find the mistakes, fix them for promotion. So I don't even think it's too bad for them to lose some games, because again, they're technically not playing for anything.
And we see Roccat there. And that's the thing about Millennium, you say they're not really playing for anything, which technically they're not playing for anything in the table. However, it's always a fun position to be in, I think, to have no pressure on you with the possibility of really messing up some of the other teams' days. I mean, they beat Alliance early on. That win would have put Alliance so very healthy in the table. As it happens, SK can now clench that first spot by just one more victory here today. So even though they can't move any places, they can still make someone else have a really bad day.
And also, I think for Roccat, actually, what they can do now is play some champions they maybe normally wouldn't play, but something like Nidalee. If you're good at Nidalee, it's going to force bans. We see it so often, people ban away in Nidalee. They don't want to risk playing against it, because if you fall behind, spear, so annoying to deal with. And now if Opa is playing it, doing well on it, it means going into the playoffs, there are going to be some teams looking at these games and saying, ooh, Nidalee, we might actually ban away, even though it might not be a favorite pick here for Overpower. It's something actually a lot of teams are doing, just like the mentality or the mindset of trying to play a few games with the other teams and show some picks where they hope maybe this is going to be a ban.
I want to touch on a couple of the other players in the Roccat team here. Zazas, no kills for him this game, almost 300 from 0-0-5 played. A literally perfect Renekton game. We saw him there at the end. 1 versus 3 Millennium, like we really could do with some turrets here. He just pops his ultimate on and says, all right, come at me, bros. And to be honest, they couldn't do anything to him. They had to run away. He's chasing him around. Meanwhile, the rest of the team pushing in. Also, Jankos on Elise, 2-0-6. Another fine performance from the jungle from him.
Yeah, very good performance. Rocket as a team, normally, they always perform. If they win the games, everyone actually performs pretty well. If they lose the game, everyone is actually underperforming. That's how it goes for Rocket up and down. You rarely see this one player doing a lot worse or a lot better than the rest here. So it's just a team performance for them. And the whole combo they picked, or composition they picked here, made them also work as a team because, yeah, every single pick actually had a reason in here. You had Tower pushing with Jinx, of course, and Elise. You had Nidalee for the long-range poke. You had Zazas to win his lane and then just push down the top lane. And then 4 Mims and, of course, the Black Shield from Vander just to stop any engages. So the whole combo, the composition just made sense for them.
And it was really hard for Cornex to get involved in that. We saw at the end the prime example of how hard it is with Wukong against the Cocoon, the Dark Binding, the Chompers straight away after that. That's a lot of CC to stop you running straight in there. And yes, a Mikhail's Crucible would have helped him, no doubt about that, but you can only get rid of one of those big 3. Yeah. So you're always going to be stuck anyway.
Well, you're always going to be stuck, and that's the reason we actually saw Rocket also just... After they got a small lead, they didn't feel this is not enough. We're going to go back to our lanes, farm up till the death cap, till the last whisper, and then we're going to start get some vision control around their Baron area, find out one person, either kill him or force something away and just instantly start it, pick it up, and from there on, it doesn't even matter what items, if Mikhail's or anything, or if perfect engaged from Millennium side, they would still be weaker. And that's the only thing Rocket were waiting for, just to get enough, a big enough lead, get the Baron buff, and start sieging because they knew there was nothing from here on Millennium could actually do.
Well, great victory there for Roccat. We're going to send it over to Shox and Demon. We're ready to speak with Rockat's Vander.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, congratulations, Vander, on that victory. Tell me what you wanted to get out of picks and bans specifically.
Okay, so we wanted to pick Nidalee really fast because it's like a really strong champion right now. Like in the game against Gambit, like basically just the Nidalee pick won the game itself. They played better, but it was important. And yeah, that was our main goal. And then they picked Hard Engage because to deal with Nidalee with the siege, Hard Engage is really useful. So we countered with Morgana Shield.
And obviously they tried to do the 2v1 switch around. Was there anything you weren't expecting out of Millennium? Because they've kind of surprised a few teams so far in the Superweek.
Well, we wanted to play standard, like Renekton top and our duo lane bottom. We weren't sure what are they gonna do, so we just played really safe this game, no invades. We just started with Elise on blue buff, so if they switch, then we can counter it with red invade.
Right. Was there a lot of discussion for Jankos going for that? At least obviously Kha'Zix was banned out and Evelyn wasn't available as well, or was it very straight just for that one?
Could you repeat?
Yeah, was it a clear choice that Elise would be picked for Jankos? Was that the only go-to for him?
So we were thinking about both Lee Sin and Elise, but I think Elise like synergized a bit better with Nidalee because you can make like safe pick-offs with Elise stun. So yeah, it's better because Lee Sin is like jumping in the team and it's not you really want with Nidalee.
And you touched on briefly earlier the Gambit game that you had, obviously earlier today. You've had 2 matches. You ran a composition that you'd ran, I think it was against Fnatic previously, obviously with the Yasuo, everything focused around him, the knock-up. Is this something that's been working in scrims and you just can't make work in the LCS? Because this is twice you've tried to run it and twice it's not worked out very well.
Yeah, so like Yasuo sometimes works for us, sometimes it doesn't. Like the main thing is that he can split push later in the game. And he couldn't really do it against Renekton. Also, Kha'Zix was really fat, so if he roams and makes 2v2 somewhere in the map, it's really hard to deal with. So I think maybe Yasuo wasn't the best pick we could do there. We could pick like a bit safer champion like Orianna and just push the Nidalee back, clear the waves. But then we decided to pick like more aggressive comp. We fall behind early and then it's hard to engage their team.
Important thinking about what went wrong in the previous games, because there are important games coming up as well, of course, next week and tomorrow for you guys. Can you kind of tell me how the season has been like for you? Because you guys came in here, of course, the first time for a lot of you playing professionally, having this as a full-time job. Tell me about how it's changed and how you want to keep hanging on to that.
Yeah, so we started really great. Then we played a bit worse. Now we are starting to be back in the shape again. So it's a bit better than before. And yeah, everything is great in the LCS, and I hope we do well in playoffs.
Yeah, the Superweek's working out okay. You're currently, 15 wins, 12 losses now in the league. I think you're tied, or maybe you are in third place on your own. Playing Fnatic tomorrow, that's a big game, and it could be a decider in terms of going into the playoffs. You guys going to have to plan anything fancy for this one, or are you just going to go in standard and take it how it's been working so far?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I think if we play just standard, we have a great chance to win. I think it's even. I'm not sure if we are gonna do something crazy or not, but if we just go standard, I think we have great chance to win.
Either way, it'll be a fantastic matchup. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much. Coming up next, SK Gaming will look to take a bout out of the Copenhagen Wolves team that has now secured a spot in the playoffs. And while the Wolves are hoping to improve their position with a win, a victory by SK will guarantee a first place finish. We'll find out what happens right after the break, so stay with us.
There is the pickup coming in for Rocket. Can Millennium get away from it? Wild Growth news onto Clinton, but he's going to fall. That's horrible news for Millennium. Not only the Baron, but they're going to lose so many men.
it's like you can feel that they really try hard. If they would get like another lane that puts a lot of pressure, like right now it's only bot lane, the mid lane and the top lane, they don't have much pressure on the map. You can also just focus on the bot lane or just abuse those two solo lanes because they're not as strong. So they need like another point on the map where they can abuse pressure, and then it's gonna be good for them.
Against Super Hot Crew, and then catch out some people, and then go to Baron. Once they picked up the Baron, they could just close out the game.
And before they got that Baron, you know, they were behind with the middle inhibitor and managed to catch out one of them, turn things around. Our final game of the day yesterday saw the Wolves taking on Gambit. They brought Heimerdinger to town. Yes, brilliant stuff. And that win helped them move into the playoff spots with the Super Hot Crew's loss earlier today. That really secured it for them.
Yeah, and Youngbuck, he pulled out the Donger in the top lane against Gambit, and honestly, what a performance it was from him. He pressured Darren on Rise very hard in the early game, and while Diamond tried his best to shut down Youngbuck, it was never an issue for him to just continue dominating the lane. And with Forgiven on Caitlyn and Kautar on Gragas, the Wolves were able to just siege down turrets and never gave Gambit a chance to actually get back in the game.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups for this match. On the blue side, it's SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus the mid laner, and the duo of Candy Panda and N-Rated.
On the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbug in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Kautar is the mid laner, Forgiven as the AD carry, and Unlimited on the support.
So let's talk about champion select here. We've seen a lot of bans being thrown towards the mid lane for a lot of these, for both of these teams really. For Jesus, we heard in the interview after the last game that his team have even been banning his champions away for him, which made him a little bit sad, but he's quite happy to diversify a little bit and bringing out an Ahri, which we definitely don't see regularly here in Europe.
Yeah, and we didn't really expect it again, because he's a type who's been performing so well when he's playing Nidalee, when he's playing Ziggs. It's like his two main champions, and every time he picks them up, he does really well. So that's what you expect him to play here. And that's also why I think Copenhagen Wolves are definitely going to ban away at least the Nidalee. Wouldn't surprise me if they ban away Ziggs, but I'm not 100% sure they will do it. On the other side, SK Gaming. Amazing loves to play Lee Sin. Fantastic player on it here. Svenskeren, I don't think actually we've seen him pull out Lee Sin in many, many weeks. Could be a ban for them actually to take it away. We've seen Yasuo being banned against Copenhagen Wolves beforehand. We've also seen SK actually ban it away because you don't really want to deal with this champion if you play something like Nidalee in the lane where you're weak early on and Yasuo in the first few levels can put a lot of pressure onto you. Kautar's been playing it in the past, been doing really well, so it wouldn't surprise me to see it banned away.
And we've seen quite a lot of those poke combos actually coming to fruition here today as well. And, you know, we saw the last game, of course, was a win for it. Was ahead in the Super Hot Crew versus SK game, which was turned around. And Jezza said, we play a lot of Nidalee ourselves. Is that Nidalee, you think, something that they will go for if left open?
Well, if it's left open, yeah, definitely. I'm not sure they're going to first pick it, but they want to get it. After maybe the first pick in the second rotation, I think they're just going to lock in Nidalee and be happy with it. Even though he's going to lose laning phase, going to fall behind, doesn't matter. Get out of laning phase, get your death cap, just start landing the spears. That's what you do with Nidalee. So that's why I expect Copenhagen Wolves to ban the way. I don't even actually think I think it might even be the first ban, just instant. Nidalee's gone, that's it. And if you didn't look at the other bans for them, Evelyn. So Svenskeren, it's been his go-to champion now where Kha'Zix didn't work for him. Pantheon a few times, but as soon as Evelyn is open, he normally actually picks it. Could also be a potential ban for them. Amazing, he is decent enough champion pool. Like he plays Lee, he plays Elise, Evelyn, Kha'Zix. You got a lot of champions here. So for him, even though they ban away 2 or 3 junglers, it shouldn't be an issue for him to find something to play.
What do we think to the bottom lane? Because if we look back at SK versus Super Hot Crew, it was Kha'Zix, Yasuo, and Ryze that they banned out. But Super Hot Crew actually banned quite a lot. In this bottom lane, they took out 2 supports and they took out Vayne.
Well, banning away something like Leona against Unlimited is definitely not a bad thing. He's so strong on it. He's always the guy doing the engages. Or you can try and target out Forgiven, ban something like Lucian, pick the Caitlyn away from him. But he's shown in the past. He can also play Jinx, he can play Ezreal. There are multiple options for him.
So, Nidalee question is already answered here. Taken away along with Lulu by the Wolves. Other side also, all about the mid lane so far. Gragas, Ryze, Ziggs, all taken out by SK Gaming. That's going to give us some interesting picks then in this mid lane now.
Yeah, well, Yasuo is still open for Kaltort, so I don't actually think he's too worried about this. Ziggs ban hurting Jesse a little bit too, unless he's got something up in his sleeves. It could be a LeBlanc pick, actually.
Are we going to see Heimerdinger as well? That is definitely a question to be asked. And Renekton actually taken out here. Interestingly enough, we know how strong Freddy is with that one. We know how strong Youngbuck is with that one as well. So this is going to be a real interesting pick phase. First one, though, is going to be coming in for SK. Evelyn for Svenskeren.
Yeah, so I actually expected Copenhagen Wolves to ban away this Evelyn because it's been the first pick for SK Gaming now when they stopped playing Kha'Zix because it didn't work for them. So Evelyn is always the go-to jungler now for Svenskeren. All the early game pressure you actually need. Just by farming, you apply the pressure because you of course stealth. You need deep wards or pink wards to spot out the Evelyn here. So very standard first pick for SK Gaming, but it means over Copenhagen Wolves side, of course, Kha'Zix is left open. Very, very, very strong jungler. And give it to someone like Amazing, who's really proven in the past he can carry games. It's going to be scary.
He can. That is also the first time that we're going to be seeing the Wolves and Amazing taking the Kha'Zix into their lineup. Real interested to see how that one all works around. What are they going to go with here in terms of AD carry? Someone like Candy Panda has proved how diverse his pool is. He can play pretty much everything that you'd give him.
Lucian could be a good option, or they can actually have Unlimited now. Seems at least they're hovering over this Karma. Falling back on... Nope, switch it over. Fair enough. It's going to be Jinx actually. With both Lucian and Caitlyn open, they decide to pick Jinx here. So showing the hand a little bit early on with Jinx and Kha'Zix. You have a lot of reset and kill potential here because you got so much single target nuke, especially with the rocket onto as an execute here if someone drops low. Then you get the reset on Kha'Zix and you get, of course, the passive proc onto Jinx here. So Copenhagen Wolves could be going for a bit of a single target combo now.
Leaves things open for SK in that bottom lane. There's some strong combos. Lucian Thresh, Lucian Blitzcrank, maybe Enrated is, I think, one of two supports that you would consider as a Blitzcrank player along with Jerry.
And Blitzcrank against something like Jinx, very, very scary, especially out of the laning phase. Because, again, your mobility, you don't have anything unless you get a kill or an assist here. So it's going to be a very easy target for Enrated to hit here, hook him in, or Leona, of course, can do the same thing, land ultimate onto the face of Jinx, and then you can start the team fight. So SK Gaming side, if they get Svenskeren to move around the lineup here of Copenhagen Wolves, land the ultimate from Leona, and then he comes in from the backside or from the side onto someone like Jinx, that's it, you're dead.
So, with this round, we're going to find out whether we'll see the return of Heimerdinger for Youngbuck. I mean, they managed to beat Gambit with Heimerdinger in the top lane. The question is, do they feel confident enough to bring that out here once again? Freddy has surely prepared himself for playing against a Heimerdinger.
Yeah, we need also to see if they want to blind pick it, because SK Gaming picked the bot lane and they picked the jungle. So both their solo laners are still left open. Copenhagen Wolves are forced to pick one of them here, so they will show something where SK can try and counter it. So I'm not sure if Youngbuck is confident enough in his Heimer that he can just pick it blind and say, you know what, I'm not afraid of anything Freddy's playing.
Well, let's see. Jax, an option certainly, but a little bit of a dangerous one, you might say, just to blind. But you've got to do it again. You've got so many mid laners out here that they might want to save those mid lanes until the last.
Yeah, saving for the last mid lane wise is smart with all these banned away, and they don't really know what Jess is gonna pick here with both Nidalee and Ziggs being banned away. And this Jax pick, it explains the Renekton ban from them because they don't want to risk losing the lane early on with Jax against Renekton. And now, if there's an Aatrox or Shyvana, then Jax will be able to farm against it. So it explains the ban at least from Renekton, but still blind picking Jax can be a little bit risky.
Let's see what SK go with. Freddy himself, who has played a couple of different champions, and Jax himself actually last time was against Roccat. Is currently hovering over Shyvana. Shyvana and Renekton really have been the two champions for Freddy to go to. We see Jesus actually picking up this Kayle for the mid lane again. Another champion that we've seen many a time for him. Not that many champions really left open for him to pick 5 mid lane bans out of 6 in this game.
And I actually really like this pickup here because, again, the first two champions from Copenhagen Wolves, they want to go towards a target. Yes, the rocket is AoE, but still, you want to get the execute damage onto whoever is low, actually. So he can manage now with his ultimate to stop them from getting this kill, the first kill, get the reset, get the passive proc on Jinx. So it's a very smart pickup with the Kayle. Can actually destroy a lot of the things from Copenhagen Wolves combo. However, Jax against Shyvana, both of them will be able to farm early on here, and then Jax going into the late game once he gets the Players Rune King, gets the Trinity Force, he's gonna be so scary to deal with, especially if he decides to just stay and split push with teleport, so you can always join down with the team, always get a lot of farm. But of course, with the 4 picks from Copenhagen Wolves, kind of destroy the idea behind a Yasuo, because there's actually nothing really to set his ultimate up.
Well, let's see then. Wolves really running the clock down on this one to find that mid laner. Are they gonna pull out Zyra?
That is old school.
That is old school Coutard, and well, we may say this is new school. With Xerath being picked up, we've seen him twice already in the LCS. His effectiveness questionable though.
Yeah, Coutard played him before, didn't really have much of an impact in the game, but it was a game Copenhagen Wolves didn't actually do too much in, so we can't only blame the mid lane pick there. So we're gonna see him now against this Kayle in the laning phase. He should be able to get at least some good poke onto Kayle, but it's going to be hard for him to kill him, simply due to the ultimate, of course, onto Jesus here. But with this combo again, so you have your stun onto Seraph to set everything up. You have, of course, Youngbuck who can jump in and with his counter-strike and land a stun too. And then you just need Jinx, you need the Kha'Zix to jump onto this target, instant blow them down. So that's where the burst, at least, from Seraph is going to help in a lot, getting this first kill. But this ultimate over here from Jesus is going to be so important. And in general, if you look at the combo from SK, they just got a bit of everything here. You got good engage, your wave clear is fine with both Kayle and Lucian, and also of course Shyvana is going to be very tanky in the late game together with Evelynn.
Interesting to see how the Wolves do in this one. They're on a 3-game winning streak right now, beating Gambit yesterday, of course, a very big win for them. And with those champions selected, let's have a look at your votes on lolesports.com. According to the numbers, it looks like SK are your favorites at 68% of the vote.
I actually expected them to get more votes here when they are the #1 team in the standings at the moment. Yes, Copenhagen Wolves a very strong team. Definitely going into the playoffs as one of the underdogs who can always surprise here. But we're going to see how the game goes. I like the combo here, especially from SK Gaming, because it's a lot more safe. The Seraph pick here, I'm not 100% sure what to expect from it. And then again, the ultimate from Jesus can just destroy so much for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, going to be interesting to see. Of course, SK Gaming can solidify and, well, claim the first place spot, the first place seed going in towards playoffs if they can beat the Copenhagen Wolves here today. We are in game then. It's SK versus the Copenhagen Wolves. In the next few minutes, I think it'll be quite a bit more than just a few. We're going to find out if SK Gaming can turn what looked like a bit of a dodgy season, if we look right back to the start, into a first place title.
And that would be so impressive. I remember the first few weeks, everyone was talking about SK Gaming. Yeah, you know, they were an alright team, still a new team trying to figure out the things. And nobody expected them to now come here and actually be able to get the first place.
So, will we see any action at level 1 this time around? Currently, we have the full-on line set up from both teams. Youngbuck just checking out that bush and seeing if anyone was hiding inside of it. And not for now, but they do have Evelynn who, you know, if Svenskron's feeling adventurous, can do a little bit of a deeper scout.
He just needs to be careful not to actually face taking into a bush where there's a Kha'Zix who's gonna hit you pretty hard in the face. But up in top lane here, item-wise, we see actually Youngbuck with the Dauntless Blade. So he wants to get control of the lane early on. He wants to get ahead in CS because, again, Shyvana, the first few levels, is very weak. She needs a few levels on her abilities before she can really start fighting back. She needs some items here. So Youngbuck is looking to dominate the lane a little bit early on and try and push him down.
Coutard there just getting the first bit of damage of the game onto Jezza, so he wins that little mind game. But look at this, we are in fact...
That's actually pretty important.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually coming in. We are seeing swaps coming around though.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves is a team who loves to swap, especially against something like Evelynn, because you want to make sure you can always see where she is. And if you lane swap against Evelynn, you force her to either go defend a turret or go dive a turret. So that's what you expect from the jungler anyway, so you won't really get surprised by her.
Look at this, a late invade from SK Gaming, moving over towards that red buff. We are going to be seeing Jinx and Karma in the top lane, Jax down bottom. And that switch will be coming in here in just a second. They've left Svenskron just to smite that one off. And there we see the red buff now will be pretty obvious because they've just come from the Copenhagen Wolves side of the jungle. And they're going to get the 2v2 back that SK wanted.
Well, this is a bit mixed for SK. Getting Leona against Karma in the laning phase is not ideal. You're going to get a lot of poke. It's hard for you to actually engage onto him. But at the same time, you want to have standard lanes, again, when you have Evelynn, because you apply so much pressure in the standard lanes, it's very risky for someone to go aggressive, because you don't know if Evelynn is nearby. And Svenskeren actually did a very smart thing. He took the red buff and then he instantly went to his own red buff. He didn't go to his blue buff, take it and then take a long route around. He instantly went to red buff, make sure he could pick up a second one. So now 3 buffs over to SK and only 1 to the side of Copenhagen Wolves.
Should be at least, unless the Wolves actually go down there here and check out that blue buff. And they're probably feeling that with the red gone, that Svenskeren will just pass straight over on towards his blue buff. And in the end, they will get that 3-for-1 buff trade. So let's talk a little bit about this lane at the top. We've already seen the SK Gaming struggling with the poke out of Unlimited.
Yeah, it is expected early on. A lot of poke onto Karma. She's one of the best supports when it comes to laning phase because you got so much damage. You got a shield, you got a snare, of course. You're very safe. But Jinx can actually be the target here because Svenskeren with double buff, he's down to 50%. He can still actually gank because his potion is running here, so expect him to come towards the top lane. No ping ward, of course, early on from Copenhagen Wolves, so they won't see him coming up actually here. And he's actually pinging, so we need to see if N-Rated can land some CC, and then SK can start everything. And Copenhagen Wolves are very far up.
And there is N-Rated max range on the Zenith play. The chompers go down, but Svenskeren is right in the middle of them, and he's taking too much damage here. He may just fall. Forgiven will go down first. That'll be first blood going over to SK. Unlimited gets away. Crucially, Svenskeren also was able to escape.
Yeah, and SK Gaming invested all their flashes onto this kill here, but they picked up the first blood on the AD carry, so he won't be able to get some farm now. Candy Panda can get back in CS and push the lane a little bit, get some good XP here. So very nice gank. And Copenhagen Wolves, they didn't actually expect it because of the route Svenskeren took before, because he went down to his red buff. They expected him to go from their red buff to his blue, to his red, and be around the bottom lane area, and that's why they just pushed up so far.
Amazing, actually, just checking that mid lane, but unfortunately for him, Jesus had already gone back. If you look at Jesus, though, he did use a flash in there somewhere, so Kautard obviously making a bit of an impact on this one. This bottom lane, as we expected, the Doran's Blade start for the Jacks here for Youngbuck, 33-24 CS, just bullying Freddy a little in the lane.
Yeah, so again, Copenhagen Wolves can be just happy with this, even though they gave up the first blood to Evelyn, and it's annoying, they're still getting this Jax against Shyvana 1v1, and that's where they can get a lot of farm and where Youngbuck can continue just dominating him, but he needs to be careful because Svenskeren is close, and again, there's no ideas here, he's still with the double buff.
Double buff running, Freddy not gonna step out from this one too far, and there is the pushing burnout going down. Svenskeren gonna show himself, but with Counter-Strike up here, won't be able to get the kill onto Youngbuck. He can just walk back off to safety.
And SK here just wanted to try and force away the flash because getting a kill early on with Evelyn and Shyvana, no CC at all, so it's very hard to lock someone down. So they just want to see if Youngbuck would flash away instantly, but he's wisely enough didn't, and didn't actually take any damage from it.
No, but Svenskeren is actually making another appearance in the lanes. This time, he's going to go head-to-head with Kautard. Jesus a little bit far back from this one. It's a good stun from Kautard, and that will stop Svenskeren going any further. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we can see they're pushed up very, very heavily. Will they go aggressive to stop this one happening? Yes, they will. They dove on towards Forgiven. Have they got the damage to finish him off here, though? Turret actually hitting Unlimited here as well. So that's quite a lot of damage done on towards the Copenhagen Wolves.
And look at the timing here from Enrated. He saw the sap, and he knew it would hit Candy Panda, so he engaged because the turret then would go on to Forgiven if you locked him down. So actually an extra turret onto Forgiven and then Unlimited afterwards. So very good timing on the engage here from Enrated.
Ultimate coming across from Kautard, and it lands. Jesus goes down. He uses the third charge to even get some damage onto Svenskeren as well. And I think that's the first good Xerath ultimate we've seen in 3 games that he's been picked.
But man, due to the fact that Kautard got ahead in XP, so he got the level 6 before Jesus, and then he forced him all the way away from this wave here, where he would have hit the level 6 mark, and he just, boom, instantly killed him when the ultimate was ready.
So this bottom lane now, Freddy actually feeling a little bit more comfortable in that one. Youngbuck actually at half HP right now as Freddy has been pushing that one a little bit further back. And because Evelyn's been in there, Youngbuck's probably thinking, you know, it's hard for him to say, okay, I can put that dominance down, I can fight Freddy, because unless he sees Evelyn somewhere, he knows that that could always be in his lane.
2 things, pressure from Evelyn, and then of course the fact that Freddy now hit level 6, so he's gonna actually be able to duel him better, and also now they got a little CC to break, but Svenskeren checking onto Amazing here.
Oh, this is really bad news for him. He's got no flash available, and this is the kill. Amazing just jumps in there, flattens him like a pancake with a jump, and that is a second kill of the game for the Wolves, and you don't want to let a Kha'Zix get going, especially someone who's had so much impact in the games as Amazing has.
Yeah, again, we've seen it in the games today, whenever there was a Kha'Zix, whenever he actually got a few kills, he would just take them and he would just roll with them and just become so strong. So getting his red buff and a kill here for Amazing, he's gonna be very happy. Down the bottom lane though, Kevin actually doing, Freddy now doing a very good job getting even in CS. He was so far behind, and Youngbuck in trouble, and he's always afraid now to engage onto Freddy, because with the ultimate he's gonna be very, very strong.
Bad times for Youngbuck. We'll see how that one all develops. Amazing after getting that kill onto Svenska, and is now waiting here by the blue buff. That, of course, will be given over to Kautard, who's got a good lead in CS here, around about 12 at this point, but that's going to be getting even larger for him. Youngbuck, meanwhile, is getting some free farm down on the bottom because, of course, Freddy did push that lane up. He wanted to go home and spend some of his 68 CS gold that he's now got himself in there. He's going to come back in with almost a Sunfire Cape with the Giant Spell and that Chain Vest. Meanwhile, the top lane, they did put some good damage down there as SK backed away.
That's what they've been doing so far, Copenhagen Wolves. Just push down the lane, get some few hits on the turret, back off. But SK have been doing a good job either first ganking and then second just start a fight whenever they were at the turret, engage onto the dual lane here from Copenhagen Wolves, force them away from the turret. But if they can continue pushing the wave down without being ganked, they should be able to pick it up in a few waves at least. But bottom lane wise, both of the top laners actually used the teleport.
Let's have a look at this one. Svenska once again moving towards the top lane. However,
this is scary.
There's a bug waiting inside of the brush. Will they go for this one? Unlimited moves towards Svenska, and there is a solar flare flashed away from by Forgiven. They're going to try and turn this one around, but who are they going to go for? Svenska on the initial target. Amazing goes low, but he's got that damage reduction as the Colin will knock him even further down. And in the end, couple of ultimates being used, a lot of damage, but no kills.
And you actually saw Enrated flash away, even though he was on 50%, simply because of the rocket from Forgiven here. Didn't want to go any lower, so the rocket could kill him. That's why a win for Copenhagen Wolves, we can say. Forced away some summoners, but they had to use their flash onto Jinx, which is a big issue coming in for the next gank from Svenska, because he's going to be the target from Enrated.
Kautard doing so much damage there in the mid lane to Jesus. Decides not to use his ultimate, but it's going to be enough to actually force Jesus away completely. And he will actually be picking up that stinger now.
So let's see here now. Jesus really needs some help from Svenska, and Svenska came twice in there just to actually hold the lane, and he's now taking all the poke from Kautard. But they need to do something about this Seraph, because he's going to be such a pain to deal with. Also very, very large amount of damage going into the late game. So with this combo here from Copenhagen Wolves, you have Jinx, a lot of damage late game, Seraph, a lot of damage, and of course Jax combined with Jax in the front line combined with a Kha'Zix. I mean, the late game combo from Copenhagen Wolves is very, very scary.
Oh, top lane might be a little bit of danger here. Can you?
No flash.
Right next to Forgiven. Oh, but Enrated, he misses the Zenith Blade. The direction was good. He just didn't quite have the range for him to actually get in there and make that one happen. But is he going to go further? He is, of course, level 6. Solar Flare goes down. Barrier used here by Forgiven. Zenith Blade will land. Forgiven so very low. And then Enrated picks up that one. Unlimited having to back off with half HP as well. It's a nice kill for SK.
And this is why Leona is such a strong pick against Jinx. This is why you often see people not early picking the Jinx, because you need to see what you're going to lane against here. The flash was gone from the gank from Svenska. Ultimate down from Enrated, and then he saves actually both his Q and his E until the ultimate is gone. Then he activates it, so more CC piled on to Forgiven. I think he could barely do anything. He just got destroyed.
And that leaves Unlimited all on his own in that top lane trying to get some farm. Down in the bottom lane, we have now seen that Youngbuck's starting to be a little bit more comfortable in there. Double Doran's Blade and the Cutlass up against the workings of that Sunfire Cape that Freddy actually hasn't. That's the thing, once you get that level 6 on Jax, where every third attack from your ultimate, you can do a lot of damage.
Once you get the Cutlass, so you got some sustain now, you got some more damage in the 1v1, makes it very hard for Shyvana to actually respond to you. And Freddy, he's gone tank here from the start, so we could potentially see him and SK Gaming focus more on team fighting, where Jax of course won a split push. Now in the top lane here, Mason going aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive, but again using his ultimate. They thought they could maybe lock down Candy Panda. One thing they need to be careful of here, I was going to say Elise, and of course meant Evelyn, who's now waiting here from around the side, actually going to go in towards Unlimited. Doesn't even need to use his ultimate at this point. He does get locked up, but the hate spike will finish it. There is the ulti going to go down. Solar Flare doesn't land, but Forgiven locked up by the Zenith Blade. Jesus had wandered up from middle as well, and that's 2 very good kills for SK.
And SK Gaming are doing such a great job just punishing this early Jinx pick here. The whole combo with Evelyn and Leona makes it so hard for Forgiven to stay in lane, because there's always the chance they can engage onto him and kill him. And they've been doing such a good job just shutting him down. And this is the guy who normally, when it comes to late game points for Copenhagen Wolves, is the big carry. And he's now 0-3.
0-3. Somehow he's still fairly level in CS. That's something that Forgiven always seems to do. Whether he's behind or ahead in the lane, he's always spot on with the farm. They're probably going to have a good go at that turret. Actually, I tell a lie. They decided this now is a good time to actually back away and spend some of that gold here. Obviously, just a little bit earlier on, Candy Panda had the pickaxe with that Vamp Scepter, wanted that damage straight away, but since his last journey home, got himself a BF sword now as well.
Freddy actually stopping the recall from Youngbook here. Taking some damage for it, but it's fair enough. He delayed him at least going back, and both top laners just staying in the lane for now.
Yeah, nothing really going to happen, I think, down on that bottom side. The Sunfire Cave is now done for Freddy on Shyvana. This mid lane, though, the lead for Kaltard stays, and there's a lot of damage that can come out. Wave clear, massive range, of course, for that Xerath, and you can see a big blast onto Jesus again.
So much damage. Also getting some good damage onto the turret, actually, but Svensson closing in on Kaltard now.
Is he going to be able to kill him off? Flash is available here for Kaltard, should he need it, and actually he just walks away. Amazing now, turning around, going to go towards Svenskeren. Didn't really think that he was going to get the kill there, I guess, but able to force him away and stop the pressure onto that mid lane. Meanwhile, Freddy's had a bit of a wander up into the jungle of the Copenhagen Wolves. The blue buff is there, but he needs to be a little careful. Now the rest of his team, though, starting to come in. Svenskeren did actually smite that one away. Who are they going to go for? It's Kaltard at the back. He uses his barrier, will flash over, but Dragon's following him, and that is a kill coming down. They've taken the top turret at the same time, and the blue buff. Great move from SK across the map. Oh, they're going down straight in as well. Unlimited's not going to escape that one. The traps coming all over, but Youngbuck now coming in towards them. Forgiven going very low. The Cullen actually coming out. He flashes to get out of range of that one. He does get the kill, but Youngbuck will get one back. That's 3 for 1 across the map. Actually, Enrater did flash away from that one so that he couldn't be taken down. And now SK have done a dragon as well. Crazy.
Okay, so a lot of things just happened. First of all, if we take the whole mid lane gank here where they force Kaltard back and then they actually rotate up to the blue buff, Freddy pushed out the bottom lane, so he rotated up the blue buff, and Youngbuck, he just stayed farming down there. He didn't actually join up, that's why they could take the blue buff, engage onto Kaltard, take the kill, and now in top lane, it's the same thing we've seen after the first gank here from Svensson, where he gave the lead to the SK bottom lane. He's just in-rated every single time there's a chance, engages on, perfect engages every time, Candy Panda follows up and picks up kills after kills. So SK Gaming really been shutting down this top lane here, or bot lane in the top lane.
Kaltard is actually putting some good pressure onto mid, and well, there is Jax. Satisfying sound if you're a Copenhagen Wolves fan. He takes away the first turret of the game for the Wolves, and you have to imagine that the second one won't be too far away with the amount of damage that they've done to that middle outer turret of SK Gaming. There's a blue buff going over to Jesus. He's now, by the way, got his Nash's Tooth done.
We have to look a little bit about this at this Kha'Zix pick. It's the first time Amazing is playing it. Yes, he picked up a kill onto Svensson when he face-checked him at red buff, but every single gank or counter gank we have seen has been unsuccessful. He's been coming in there trying to set something up, but people have just been backing off and nothing actually came from it. But Kaltard now onto Jessis.
Yeah, that's the intervention used. Kaltard actually waiting here and only gets 2 charges of that ultimate off. Svenskeren did come around the side as well, but they definitely don't want to fight. That is a 4 versus 2. Actually, Freddy going to get stunned up. This could be real dangerous for him. Jumper's going down. He's locked up here by Karma as well. Can they get in range to finish him off? Super Mega Death Rocket was miles away from Forgiven, and Freddy's able to get out with his life.
And look what Freddy's doing all the time here. He's gonna push up the wave. Whenever Youngbuck is just standing farming in the lane, then he rotates down with his team and tries to set something up. Again, due to the SK Gaming forcing so many members from Copenhagen Wolves to fight here in the mid lane, the bottom lane was just completely untouched and they just take a free turret.
And are they going to stop here? Actually, Enrated went forward. Candy Panda started to come back. Svenskeren is now in the Wolves jungle as well, so they can really make some waves here. And the Wolves need to be real careful, because if they decide to just jump in on them, this could be bad news. Svenskeren is going to get stunned up, but the point is going to be Kaltard. He goes down. Svenskeren gets the intervention. They lock up Forgiven. Double kill now for Jesus.
so good rotations from SK Gaming. It's not over yet though. Amazing coming.
Gonna go in there towards Candy Panda, who uses the barrier, flashes away as well. Amazing, just getting out of range of the attacks there of Jesus off to the side, who himself now could be in a little bit of trouble, but they start to turn around. Youngbuck will leap strike away. Freddy actually teleported in as well. The Wolves all very low from that one. There's minions here for SK. Can they get the 4th turret of the game?
They can even dive them again here. Unlimited is without any mana. Youngbuck, they're going on him.
They caught Youngbuck up in this one. He's going to get his counter-strike off and leap strike away from danger, but this is definitely the turret going over towards SK Gaming, not taking too much damage from that one. They are taking towers like nobody's business now.
They're outplaying Copenhagen Wolves on the map. Every single rotation they make, get the bot lane turret, then they walk straight into the mid lane here with the ultimate from Jesus, with of course the shield from Svensson with his own ultimate. He was just able to engage onto 3 members under the turret, just dive them straight up, pick up 2 kills, take the turret as well. So SK Gaming, the way they rotate around the map here, they punish Copenhagen Wolves for being so far behind dual lane versus dual lane.
We see there one of the problems, I think, that we've been hearing over and over about Xerath. Yes, he has great wave clear. Yes, he has great range and damage, but he is so very immobile that if you are even slightly out of position, especially against a team that can speed up there against Leona, who can put the CC right into the back line, you're going to die.
And the same thing for Jinx. That's the whole issue for Copenhagen Wolves here. And we talked a little bit about it in Champions League, how SK could always start the fights. Svensson coming around from the side, and then Enrated landing the engage. And credit to Enrated. Every single time he wanted to engage something, it's been hitting straight on, set it up, and then people from SK could just pick up the kills left and right.
Big wave of farm for Candy Panda as well. 20 CS ahead, but it's the kills and deaths that are really making the difference there. 3-1-3 for Candy Panda, 0-5-1 for Forgiven. I don't remember a game where we saw numbers like this out of Forgiven.
But it's simply due to Svensson being there early on, where Copenhagen Wolves didn't expect him to gank because they thought he would take a different route around the jungle. And then from there on, the flash was used by Jinx, and whenever there was a chance, they would just engage and shut him down with this Leona. So SK just punishing Copenhagen Wolves for early picking Jinx when there was nothing else locked in.
Actually Forgiven not had this many deaths since week 1 is amazing. Going to go very deep. They get a stun on Svensson. Well, look at the damage coming back. There's a great solar flare. They've caught Countdown at the backside. He has to flash away. Enrated going very deep. Xerath ultimate thrown out. Enrated trying to sidestep. Forgiven does get the kill. Candy Panda did live through that one though, and the Copenhagen Wolves defend, losing just 1-for-1.
So they actually trade 1-for-1 here because Copenhagen Wolves managed to get all the way up to the turret, so SK had to back off, and then Red had already engaged in, but Youngbuck now very aggressive.
I don't think he can keep up though with Candy Panda. He's going to go down, and Candy Panda even was the one to pick of that kill. Youngbuck thinking he was possibly a little bit stronger than he actually was overall in that.
A little bit of a desperate move here, just wanted to get a kill because he's going to be one of the members who can actually turn the game around. If he can start split pushing and shutting down everyone, he will put so much pressure on the map.
Picking up his first kill of the game. As I said, he's not had this many deaths since week 1 for the Copenhagen Wolves. Worrying times for them, although they have of course now got that playoff spot secure, but they're trying to push further up and get a better seed when it comes to those all-important playoffs. Meanwhile, Unlimited starting off the Dragon all on his own here. Probably not the best idea. Kha'Zix was a little way off. SK just going to walk in here and bully them out of that.
Yeah, and Carter was all the way up in their own jungle towards the red buff, and he's down to 50% HP, so Copenhagen Wolves didn't really want to fight. I think they were just trying to sneak it, so the reason Unlimited started it was to see if did SK actually react to this one, did they have any vision nearby, and of course they did, so they just moved in, he backed off, a Dragon for SK Gaming, and they can just continue pushing up here. Their combo again, they can actually just dive onto Copenhagen Wolves if they want to, with the intervention, with a very tanky Evelyn and Leona. 2
important items picked up here though for the Copenhagen Wolves in counter to the combo that SK Gaming have. Quicksilver Sash for Forgiven and the Mikael's Crucible, so they have a bit more to work with when it comes to Enrated just dumping all the CC on them.
Yeah, so again, of course, Forgiven can get out of the CC here, but the Mikael's, if they manage to engage onto Kautar, it needs to be spot on. Otherwise, he's going to die instantly. He's so squishy at the moment. There's so many members from SK who can get towards him and just shut him down. So, very important items. But it might not actually be enough for them here because they're just other members who can go down. Youngbuck, yes, he's starting to build a little bit tanky. But still, he can just be the target with so much damage from SK here with such a strong AD carry already.
See Enrated, exactly how tanky he is, and just walks in from the backside, tries to zone the Wolves away. That turret is at less than half HP as again, the damage coming across the side. Amazing has to use his jump to get away from danger. SK taking turret number 6, they're backing off now.
And down here in the bottom lane though, Youngbuck should be able to pick this one up unless Freddy decides to teleport down to defend it. So he's just split pushing away like he should do. It's the only thing Copenhagen Wolves can do at the moment. Try and defend before, wave clear as much as possible, and then just have Youngbuck split pushing. If he hits the point where he can just kill everyone 1v1, then it's the key back for Copenhagen Wolves.
They're gonna go Baron here though. Actually some good damage onto Enrated there will force SK to stop that move. Actually, we did see the turret go down in favor of Youngbuck on that bottom side. That's only the 3rd of the game actually for the Wolves.
Freddy actually decided to teleport after the turret died. He wanted to recall first, buy, and then teleport down, but it was too late. So he didn't get much from it, but at least now Youngbuck backing off from the bottom lane. They're just pushing it out from SK's side, and he's gonna join in with the team here. Let's see if Copenhagen Wolves want to fight or try and catch out Freddy.
Yeah, Freddy actually face checking into this one. He's going to have to use that Dragon's Ascent off towards the rest of his team. There is Enrated moving to the side as well. They've locked up Countdown nicely. He's surely going to die. No, not enough damage, but the blast from Jesus will be enough to finish it. Now Forgiven being chased down. He had to use his flash to get away from that one as well. Meanwhile, they're now on towards Youngbuck. SK picking up a 1-for-0. That might buy him enough time to do some good damage onto this inhib turret.
And we did see the Mikhails here being used by Unlimited on the car charge, so the first stun was just cleansed. But Unlimited is already, or Enrated was already on him, just stunned him the second time, and there you go. There's nothing Kautak could do. Who was the target, he could just pile onto him and kill him. Without Flash, without his own QSS or Banshees, he's still gonna be just dead meat. That was a little bit harsh, actually.
No.
We still have to invest quite a lot onto him to actually kill him, so...
Well, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I don't think it's harsh in that respect. That's the maybe brutal reality of it here for the Copenhagen Wolves. SK, are they going to move up towards Baron? Actually, Freddy is headed to the bottom side. His teleport halfway to coming off cooldown, and Candy Fender is also moving in there with him. That's because that red buff is available on the bottom side of their jungle. Meanwhile, the rest of SK just clearing out wards over by that Baron pick. Got themselves a pink ward in position there so that they can clear out whatever the Copenhagen Wolves drop over the back.
Yeah, the Baron dance is starting here. SK with some good early wards, and Copenhagen Wolves just staying in the area, making sure SK just don't start it instantly. They want to be nearby to at least try and extend a little bit, try and pick up some farm. And of course the blue buff is going to be very important on Cultors, because if SK decides to start the Baron, with all the damage here from Seraph, long range, he can actually stay back and just fire onto them, get them very low, and then Copenhagen Wolves can start a fight and try and get some kills.
Well, let's see, Freddy is now joining the rest of the team as Candy Panda dashes forward, actually forces the jump away from Amazing on Kha'Zix. And SK once again get in position to clear out the vision that the Wolves have bravely put down there. It's always a case of inching a little bit further forward and getting in range to throw that ward and then basically running away once you know that you've got that in. Youngbuck is not there. He does have teleport. He's going to have to use teleport here if it's a challenge for this Baron.
Or they can just try and steal it away with Seraph or with a smite from Amazing if they don't feel they can actually fight for it. Youngbuck is still, he didn't teleport yet. So SK, here we go.
And the blue buff, the Baron buff is stolen there by SK Gaming, and now they're going to try and chase him. They've already killed off Amazing. There is the flash away, but look, Xerath can't go anywhere. The flash is used. He's going to be tracked down here by Freddy122. It's Candy Panda that comes in and steals that one. That's 2 men down for 30 seconds on Xerath, 20 seconds on Kha'Zix. Youngbuck is having to go at this bottom inner turret, but SK don't care about that. They're going straight for the base.
Yeah, teleport is ready on Freddy, so you can always come down if Youngbuck decides to continue pushing. So they just want to get his inhibitor down. They know he won't be able to get all the way into their inhibitor. So SK Gaming, they don't care about him now.
They might consider continuing forward on this one, although they've got some good money behind them. Everyone over about 1,500 gold except the support to spend. So SK have a lot to go back and pick up to think about moving in for a next fight. But they've secured that first inhibitor of the game after taking down the Baron. There's only the base left for the Copenhagen Wolves, aside from that mid lane, of course.
And again here for SK, the only thing they actually need to worry about is not wasting time, because once Youngbuck is actually split pushing here, if they let him get too much time to push all the way in without doing anything themselves, without going down to stop him from pushing, he should be able to get onto the inhibitor turret, possibly even the inhibitor, but it requires Copenhagen Wolves to really delay this game a lot. They need to just try and wait, don't get engaged on, because if he's down in the bottom lane and SK are pushing up to the top lane, he still needs to teleport up. It takes time before he can even join the fight, so they can just dive onto Copenhagen Wolves. It's the most tanky member for them. If you ignore Youngbuck, he's gonna of course be the Kha'Zix, but he's not even that tanky. It's only actually his ulti is gonna help him out here, and they can just ignore him because his damage is not there either.
Right now, SK pushing in the top lane, and once again, wrestling control back vision-wise of the top side of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. Forgiven's trying to push the super minion wave back in this mid lane, and SK will try and force it back in, making the Copenhagen Wolves choose between losing possible Nexus turrets and defending this second inhibitor that they go for. There's the Culling coming out, a lot of damage to Kautar. Half of his health gone with that one. He's trying to put some back and actually doing some good damage in there. We see Karma as well, also got some good poker. Svenskeren and Youngbuck gonna go head to head. There is the stun coming out from Youngbuck. Svenskeren trying to kite him around. Youngbuck's now gonna have to run away. There is the artillery coming over from Xerath. He didn't really do a lot of damage to Svenskeren, and now amazing, he's gonna come out of his invisibility and get picked off in the end by Jesus, who is now on a rampage. They lock up Kautar as well. SK might be able to win the game here. Only 3 men left alive. There's 35 seconds on Amazing and Kautar, and SK are going for it. Surely gonna be able to finish off the game right here. That Nexus turret is going low. Youngbuck really the one to save them as Forgiven gets locked up as well. He goes down. Now they focus on towards Youngbuck, and it's only unlimited. That's not gonna help them out. Both Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus itself is finished off, and SK finished top of the European LCS spring split here. Absolutely incredible turnaround season from them.
And such a dominant performance by the dual lane from SK here, combined with Svenskeren helping them early on, and he just took the lead, and they just snowballed it, shut down Forgiven completely. Copenhagen Wolves had no response to this SK team at all.
And we can see what it means for them there. Candy Panda leading the rest of them over to shake hands with the Copenhagen Wolves, who, quite frankly, just never really got rolling in that game. I have to say, N-Rated was so good in this one. Spot on the entire game.
N-Rated, the clear MVP for me at least in this game. Such a dominant performance. Every single team fight was landing down the CC as well. Talk about how the mid kills would help, but it wouldn't do enough as long as N-Rated could get onto the targets, and he just continued doing it. And once SK got ahead, they never gave Copenhagen Wolves a chance to farm up. They just continued to pressure, walked over to Baron, picked up the Baron as well, and then just pushed on to the base.
Also, Svenskeren keeping up his... this is what we always pointed out with SK. If they're to do well, Svenskeren has to put pressure on everywhere. Evelyn's a perfect champion for that, and he was in the lanes the entire time.
And that's why you ban Evelyn away, especially from a guy who's clearly shown his Kha'Zix was not good enough.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it. He's not been playing Lee Sin forever. His Elise, I don't think we've seen it in 4.4 yet. So there's a key champion for him. It's Evelyn. Second one is Pantheon. So you have these two to deal with here. Why not just ban away the Evelyn, make sure you don't have this early pressure onto you, which he provided. Like, there were even times where he ganked, not even going for the kill. He just wanted to go in, harass a little bit, put a little bit of some mind games here, saying, I'm actually around, I will stay around this lane to gank you in case you overextend. And he kept doing it early game, and whenever he went top lane, together with N-Rated and Candy Panda, they just picked up a kill.
Let's talk about Xerath as well. That's the third time that we've seen him. He remains at a 0% win rate, and especially when, the support on the other side is playing Leona, and he's doing so well with Leona, you're never going to have a good time with Xerath.
Well, Kautar did well in the laning phase. 1 out picked up a kill as well onto Jessis, so his early game was very strong. But Xerath got the issue when it comes to team fights. Same issue Jinx. Got the same with like Syndra, Vel'Koz, all these champions with a lot of damage. They don't have any jumps. They're not very mobile, so they're very easy to shut down when you play something like Leona, when you play something like Evelyn to flank around them, land the slow here. So it's the same issue, but if you actually get ahead with them, if you get to the point where we can take Rocket in the last game as the example, if you get to the point where you get in, you can start sieging, it's a very, very strong champion.
Yeah, and just to look down some of the other scores, Forgiven 1-6-1 was behind in CS. That's actually, we've never seen him die 6 times in a game all year for this one. But again, it's to be expected. I mean, 18-4 in kills by the end of it. That was a real rollover victory for SK. Once they got going, those fights were only going one way.
Yeah, they got so far ahead and they had such a good combo to just continue engaging on to Copenhagen Wolves, never giving them a chance to farm up. So once they got ahead early on, it was just one way for them. And that's where we gotta give credit to SK, because early in the season, the European teams tend to be very bad at closing out games. We've seen it so many times where you got a big lead and then you just continue farming around or dancing around Baron for like 15, 20 minutes. SK Gaming in this game, they said, you know what, we know exactly what we want to do, set up the right thing, set up the Baron here. Once Youngbuck was down in the bottom lane, they just took the Baron instantly, and then they just never gave Copenhagen Wolves a chance to farm up. And again, credit to the early game plan. You guys have Jinx, very easy to gank in the lane. We have Leona, we have Evelyn. We're just going to walk up at level 3 or level 4, get the force away your flash, and then the next gank, you're going to die.
Well, a good win there for SK Gaming, and congratulations on that first place. We're going to flash over to Shox, who's standing by with 2 of SK's players.
Thank you very much, Joe, and the applause is very much merited. In first place going into playoffs, SK Gaming. Congratulations, Candy Panda and Rated. Amazing performance in this game. Let's quickly gloss over this game. I saw you hovering over the Blitzcrank. Did your team say, no, you can't play it?
Nah, it was just a troll.
It was just a troll. Then tell me what you did go for in this comp.
Well, we went for Leona, obviously, which worked very well. We just looked for the support that could engage, and it's all that offered it.
What confused me a little bit is that the Copenhagen Wolves, they banned out Lulu, and then they first locked in Jinx, who is obviously doesn't have any escapes. Did you guys immediately think, oh, Svenskeren, we got to send you there, we got to send you there?
Svenskeren got to do what?
To send Svenskeren to gank Jinx, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know why they second picked Jinx. Maybe because they played it a lot, so they wanted to have it away from us. But like Lucian Leona versus Jinx Karma's, like whoever gets the better ganks, who wins the lane. And we had Eve. They Kha'Zix was also a good ganker, but their timings were off and we are stronger in the 3v3, so we could beat them.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been struggling against Kha'Zix, but you guys just let us through and it was no problem. Why was that?
We didn't feel like it was such a threat in this game. We just felt like the overall pressure that Eve provided would have been a lot more than Kha'Zix does. So with Leona on top, we just covered it very well and we just kept the ganking at the right timings, and that's all we needed.
Was that the key for you guys? Because sometimes we see you struggling in the early game. Obviously, you're great in that mid game. Was that the key? If Svenskeren does well for you guys in the early game, you're going to have the game, or?
Yeah, sure. It's always great to have a jungler that can make like early pressure. So that way we can transition into the mid game where our rotations are like really, really strong. So that's what we want to do.
Yeah, there's not a lot more to say about that game. You guys had a fantastic performance. That means you are locked in the first place. Candy, you've of course been with SK for a very long time, and it seems to me that even though SK hasn't had the longest winning streaks, they do seem the most consistent than they have been for maybe even a couple of years. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, I mean, SK was... I mean, there were some periods where they were like not that strong, but overall, I think they were always in the top 5 of Europe, so that's fine. But it wasn't fine for me, so I'm really happy that we got the first place.
And obviously, a lot is to thank on your duo bot lane synergy, which is going extremely well. Can you tell me a little bit about how strong you think you are, and if you look in Europe going into the playoffs, how this has grown?
Well, I just feel like we have really good synergy in-game and outside of game as well. We are comparable persons, like in everything, basically. So our relationship is really good, and we're able to adapt to everything the other one says and take critic as it is critic. And I feel like we're improving together, and that's the way to work.
Absolutely. And for you and Rated, obviously, last year we were there with Fnatic, then you had a small break. How good do you feel that you are right now? How good does it feel for you personally to be in that first place in playoffs?
It feels very well. Every LCS split I've played, I was in first place.
So we're going to say it was all because of you.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's my team. My team does really well, and we were working hard for this. So we feel really relieved right now going into the next split, and ending up first right now going into playoffs is a really good, just really good overall.
Absolutely, but you guys still have playoffs where you have a lot to prove. Tell me a little bit, if you see the teams you're playing over the past few days, who do you think will be your biggest competitor? What will be the general threats going into those playoffs?
Well, I think we're actually better in playoffs. I think like the history has shown that we like better like best of 3s or best of 5s because we can adapt a lot. We have a lot of champions to adapt, and if someone pulls out something crazy, then we can pull out something crazy ourselves. So I think the players will be good, and if we prepare as well as we do now and put a little bit more effort for the week that's coming, I think we can do very good in playoffs as well, yeah.
And Rated can always pull out something crazy. How do you think it will go?
Well, it's not only me. I think every one of us has something in their minds, and right now I feel like we're a very consistent team, and if we play our game, we will win.
Yeah, a lot of team spirit here. Congratulations once again, guys. Really fantastic performance. Now, as for us, we need to take a quick break, but when we return, it is time for another classic battle between Gambit and Fnatic. With playoff seeding on the line, this fight is sure to get bloody. Stay tuned.
Wolves need to be real careful, because if they decide to just jump in on them, this could be bad news. Svensson is going to get stunned up, but the point is going to be countered. He goes down, Svensson gets the intervention. They lock up Forgiven. Double kill now for Generous.
We got the rivalry of our teams, Gambit Fnatic.
When teams start playing at the start of the season, everything is a bit confusing because people are still kind of getting used to their playstyle. But us and Gambit, we have been just around for so long, so we always in the end manage to adapt and do good.
I think Gambit and us are like the only team that has ups and downs, but always manage to be there.
Even if Fnatic is in slump and playing super bad, when they come to Gambit, they're trying their best to win.
When it matters to win, we are just showing up, and this is all that counts for us.
We are like always the two contender for almost every tournament, and that created that rivalry between each other. We were the only two teams that were always toe-to-toe with each other.
The game is always crazy and both teams can win.
It's a team that you know it's good. We respect each other. Every time you face them, you know they are going to be good, and you always try to give your best, and I think that's why we like them the most.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final LCS game of the day, and what a match it is as Gambit take on Fnatic. The head-to-head between these two teams is close, and Fnatic currently lead that series 2-1. For Gambit to have any chance at a top 2 finish, they have to win this game. Otherwise, the best they can hope for is a 3rd place seed. On the other side, though, for Fnatic, a win will keep them in 2nd place, just behind SK, and push Gambit out of the 2-way tie for 4th position in our standings right now. Yesterday, Gambit, of course, ended the day with a loss to the Copenhagen Wolves. To be honest, they just never really got going in that game.
Yeah, Gambit had one of their classic games where they didn't seem to have their head in the game at all. Darren, he looked very weak on Rise, going 0-5-2, and it's been a long time since we actually saw Darren on an AP champion. It was only Alex who really performed for Gambit. He went 4-2-0 on Zed and kept putting on pressure by split pushing, but it wasn't enough as Gambit's other members were too weak to hold off the Wolves 4 versus 4. Now, in today's match against Rocket, we saw a completely different Gambit. Diamond put on his carry shoes and he picked up kill after kill as Kha'Zix. Yengus, he tried to stop the pressure, but every fight ended with Yengus dying and giving another kill over to Diamond. And with a 5-0 Kha'Zix, Gambit took control of the map and just started attacking turrets with Nidalee and Genji on Caitlyn for the first time in this split. And Diamond, he said in the pre-show interview that Gambit wanted the top 2 spots. So let's see how they perform now against Fnatic.
And for Fnatic, yesterday was a big mixed bag of results for them. They took out Alliance in that epic game where both teams played, honestly, so fantastically. But they really struggled when it came to their 2nd place game, the last El Clasico of the season against SK.
Yeah, and they ran this risky pick comp against Alliance based around LeBlanc and also picked up Vayne for the very late game damage. And Fnatic actually, they had map and objective control, picking up 6 out of 7 dragons. But Alliance, they still managed to defend their lanes and actually got ahead in gold and took the Baron after a very good team fight. Fnatic, however, they responded, and in 2 late game team fights, they beat out Alliance by either forcing them to fight in a bad spot or instantly picking up a kill just when the fight started, which gave them the Baron and the win. The 2nd game of the day for Fnatic was a different story. SK Gaming kited them around the map with their mobility comp, and while Fnatic kept up in gold, they never were the ones deciding where to go, as SK Gaming just kept forcing them to defend lanes. And after a very long Baron dance, SK Gaming caught out Yellowstar and Fnatic, which resulted in 4 kills, the Baron, and of course the game for SK.
And to dive deeper, we need to once again talk about their AD carry and current favorite for All-Stars here in Europe, Rekkles.
Yeah, he performed on point in both games, and he was a constant threat. His Vayne play versus Alliance was a true MVP performance, and against SK Gaming, he outfarmed Candy Panda and picked up a lot of kills to try and keep Fnatic in the game. And he managed to go 13-3-8 in 2 games, and he continued his very consistent top play.
So let's check out then these starting lineups. Kicking things off on the blue side, it's Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex Ich in the mid lane, Genja the AD carry, and of course Edward the support.
On the red side, we have Fnatic. Source is in the top lane, Cyanide is in the jungle, Pekka in the mid lane, Rekkles as the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And that brings us right to our featured matchup of today. We want to focus on this game's junglers, this time around Diamond and Cyanide.
Yeah, Diamond and Cyanide are 2 veterans. Both have played on the highest level for years now, and both have really proven they deserve to be here. Cyanide is a jungler who often plays to support his lanes and help him snowball. However, we have seen him showing he can solo carry games as well. Think back to the Season 3 World Championship where he played 1 versus 5 with Aatrox against Royal. And he's a key part of the Fnatic early game, and we often see them rely a lot on him to make plays and of course smite steal objectives. Diamond, he's what we call a true carry jungler. He likes to play strong scaling champions, and he loves to bring out new picks and builds to surprise the other teams. Picks like Nasus, Volibear, and Evelynn were all things started by Diamond.
He also ran Jungle Shen this year, Udyr in the jungle.
Sometimes it's not going perfect, but still.
Yeah, a couple of things haven't really worked out. We talked about that a little bit earlier on with our Twitter question of the day about innovative players, that Diamond has always been very, very innovative in the jungle. What do we think in terms of, that featured matchup, Cyanide versus Diamond? Where are the bans going to be aimed at, and will they be focused onto those 2?
I wouldn't be surprised to see an Evelynn ban against Diamond. He's so strong on it. Cyanide plays it too, but not on the same level as Diamond. It's one of his main champions. He loves to play it. And after his performance against Rocket earlier, is Kha'Zix going to be a ban now for Fnatic? Will they invest 2 bans actually onto Diamond? Because there are things like Lulu they need to think about. LeBlanc, of course, Alex loves to play it. We even got something from Gambit side like Gragas to ban away, possibly even ban Ziggs away. 2 champions they actually often ban away.
Well, we're going to find out here. First ban will actually be Caitlyn, aimed at Rekkles here. Genja, of course, did play Caitlyn in their last game against Roccat, 2-0-3. We don't see Genja playing Caitlyn. And actually he said, we heard from Alex after the game, I asked him why this time he finally picked Caitlyn. He said, because he got bored of losing to it, he thinks. Other bans coming out were Gragas, Evelyn, and Kazik. So 2 jungle bans against Gambit.
Okay, so we're pretty spot on so far here. They're actually going to focus a lot onto Diamond, and the reason they ban Kazik is simply because of the last game he played here. He was so dominant. And the Gragas ban, Gambit, they like to target away this Gragas, and they love to hit around the mid laners. And Peke, of course, he loves to play Gragas. He often early picks it just because it's such a comfort pick for him.
And LeBlanc will also be taken away, and that already removes the last 2 games for Peke, obviously against SK playing in Gragas, and LeBlanc against Alliance. The final ban here for Fnatic will actually be Lulu, targeted straight in there once again at Alex Ich. What are they going to first pick here with? A couple of jungle bans coming out. It's going to be Diamond on Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think he's just fine with actually Evelyn and Kazik being banned away, because Lee Sin, Diamond, such a fantastic Lee Sin player, and so much early game pressure. Even late game, he's always there, setting up kicks. So very good first pick here for Gambit. Elise would normally be the pick you would go against the Lee Sin here, just to counter some of the early game aggression. But of course, with the nerfed version of Elise, let's see if Sana still want to pick it up. He's played it before actually in the 4.4 patch, so it wouldn't surprise me too much.
Yeah, played it against Alliance in their win just a couple of games previously. 3-1-10 he ended with that, and their win against Millennium and against Super Crew before that. So he's not scared of playing the Elise in this patch.
And let's see if Fnatic want to pick up Renekton here. Otherwise, Gambit Gaming, if they get Renekton onto Darien combined with the Lee Sin, such a scary combo early on. So much early game pressure you can put on this top lane here. So let's see what Gambit decides to do. For now though, Fnatic is going to be the Elise we talked about here. It is, again, it's still a very good pick. Actually, swapped away. So we're going to see more of a poke combo now from Fnatic. Nidalee early on. LeBlanc is banned away. It's normally a very strong pick against Nidalee. That's why also Peke feels confident enough early picking it. However, Alex, he's been playing Zed before. He could actually pick it here and farm very easily against Nidalee and then focus on split pushing instead of team fighting.
Currently Diamond sat on a Carly. Not sure about that one, whether they'll go for that here against this Nidalee. Ziggs for me would be a champion. And we always talk about this, the fact that Alex, he really has his best games when he plays an assassin. Yes, okay, we can discount the game against Millennium 10-4-9 on Rise in the mid lane, a champion which he absolutely loves to play. So that pro player spotlight on him many moons ago by now, but we always find that his biggest impact comes when he has those assassins in his hand.
And in case he locks in the Ziggs, it should be just for lane pressure, and I actually really like him switching over here. Could of course be Darren in the top lane on the Rise, but if it is onto Alex, it's a very easy laning phase for him against Nidalee. He's gonna get all the farm he wants, he's gonna scale into late game, become this monster here, and also he can build early tier, because he's not afraid of being killed by Nidalee in the laning phase. So in case it is going to be Alex in the mid lane with Rise, it's going to be a very good pick.
It leaves them guessing as well. We've seen Darien already play that Rise in the top lane against the Copenhagen Wolves. Didn't exactly go to plan for him though.
But it was against the Donger, of course.
It was against the Donger, that is very true. I wonder if Soaz has been practicing that. We'll find out here, because at least was picked up for Fnatic as third pick. Are they going to lock in this Morgana here? We've seen how devastating Leona can be today. Morgana obviously offers a little bit against that.
And it's fun to see. A few weeks ago we had Karma in every single game. We actually didn't see Morgana for quite a while. Now when people are picking Leona a lot again, we actually see Morgana. And as we talk about here, laning phase wise, Leona, there is options to outplay the Black Shield, bait it out, switch target, and then you can get the kill or land some CC. Late game wise though, team fight, it's gonna make it harder to engage, and I like the pickup with Morgana because it means with this siege combo with Nidalee and with Lucian, they can actually move in, get a few hits on the turret when they're standing there sieging onto Gambit's side, and then put the Black Shield on so there's no chance of the person to get locked up by CC. So that's where the combo makes a lot of sense. And of course Elise, it's the same thing Rocket picked together with Nidalee. It's because you're ranged as a jungler, so you can get some hits onto the turret, and you got your cocoon to counter engage or to land it, and then set up a very easy spear from Nidalee.
What are they going to complement a lineup here with though, Gambit? We see them hanging around here with Ziggs, something that they hovered over before. That would mean that the Rise goes into the top lane for Darien, and Alex plays the Ziggs, and we see Sivir here for Genja.
So with Rise in the top lane, Renekton of course is still open, but Rise is a very good pick against Renekton. I'm not sure actually what we're going to see being locked in here from Source, because a lot of his standard top lane picks, if you look at Shyvana, Renekton, and these tanks, Ryze will do really well against him. He will farm well, he will scale into the late game. And with this Sivir, Gambit Gaming are just taking a comp to say, we are going to engage onto you. The Zex pick gives them good wave clear, the Sivir pick gives them good wave clear against this siege, and then also they have the ability to just engage fights. Land the ultimate from Leona, pop the ultimate from Sivir, and you just rush towards Fnatic here. And I really love Ryze when you can give him some movement speed buffs here, because he's so strong as long as he can get into the team and start doing all his damage.
What is Fnatic going to round off with then? Top laner for Soaz. Oh
no. No.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Yorick in the top lane here for Soaz. We've not seen Yorick for a while. I still remember groaning at seeing the Yorick. It's not traditionally been strong for them, but maybe he's been practicing and he's going to prove me wrong. What do we think to Yorick right now? It's the first time, of course, that we're seeing him here in the LCS.
So Yorick should actually work fine against Ryze in the lane. He can put up a lot of harass onto him, and also, of course, very tanky, good sustain, so it's going to be hard for Ryze to actually shut him down. So I like the pick in that case, and both of them should be able to farm, but I will give it a slight advantage early on actually to the Yorick here. So we're going to see what he can pull out. And also, if Fnatic want to try and lane swap against Ryze, it's a good way to try and shut him down, because he's squishy early on. You can dive him easily, and of course, if you can deny him some CS and delay him getting this tier early on, it would be very strong for Fnatic. So we could actually see them lane swapping.
Darian certainly needs to have a stronger game than that he did against, where did he play it against?
Copenhagen Wolves, the
Copenhagen
Donger.
Wolves, exactly, against Young Bucks. Heimerdinger. 0-5-2 he ended in that one, and just never really, again, he kind of fell into that Darian, not doing well, kind of losing concentration on the game and dying quite a lot.
And that's another reason for Fnatic if they want to lane swap, because if you can shut him down early, kill him a few times, Darren, he's going to continue running out to farm, and you can just continue to kill him. So it could be a way for them to shut him down early, make sure he never really hits the power spike of Ryze. And then with, again, the siege combo, same thing goes as with Rocket Game. If you get ahead early on with a siege combo, you get so strong, you feel confident, just start grouping up and sieging on turrets. That's where this combo really will shine.
Well, we'll see how well that one works out. But you guys, of course, have been voting all day long on this classic matchup. So let's have a look at the numbers. Looks like Fnatic edging this one out. 61% of the vote. Fairly close. We know that Fnatic generally do well in these fan votes, but this is a fairly close one.
Straight up 50-50. It is impossible to predict here. Gambit came back strong today earlier, really showed a strong performance. Fnatic, of course, been playing so well, but also against SK, they had some issues here. So both teams been a little bit up and down from time to time, but both teams, when it really matters, can deliver some fantastic games.
So here we go then, in-game Gambit versus Fnatic. We're seeing Soaz, the return of Yorick.
Yay!
Never been all that. I've not been convinced. I know that Demon is also definitely not very convinced about the Yorick. Actually looks like we're going to have a quick pause here. Seems like Darian
with some issues
forgot something. I mean, he's playing Ryze here, and we heard from Alex how you play Ryze. Yeah. You just kind of put your head on the keyboard and roll around a few times.
It's still, for me, a weird champion to see Darian play.
Yeah.
Because normally he's the guy always split pushing on a bruiser, and then when it comes to team fights, he just jumps into your face. And he's so annoying as well when he plays like Shyvana, Dr. Mundo, Renekton, just runs around everywhere between your turrets. You can't really do it on Ryze. If you start pushing between the turrets, you're a very easy target to gank. That's why, for me, Darren on Ryze, a bit of a risky pick.
We'll see if he can turn his performance around. We said we weren't that impressed with him against the Wolves, a game that they ended up losing. And, well, he's already halfway to getting double digits in terms of deaths from just one game on that Ryze. Other side, though, Yorick, I've been trying to remember exactly when the last time we saw Yorick was.
Gamescom.
Yeah, they played it at the playoffs at Gamescom.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
They played the Yorick. If they won, I'm not 100% sure. And generally, when you see the Yorick pick, it's combined with like a hyper carry. You have like Vayne or Kog'Maw or something. So you have the ultimate from Yorick to make sure this person can stay alive, or of course come back up if you kill him. This time around, they don't have a hyper carry. I mean, yes, Lucian, strong in the late game, but he's not a hyper carry. And Nidalee, of course, definitely not a target you normally would use the ultimate on. So In that case, the pick is a little bit weird, but I think it's actually picked as a counter to Rise.
We also have to say that, you know, Yorick now with a tier more easily stackable.
Yeah, that's true.
That works in his favor. So.
Both these top laners want to get an early tier, get his stacking up here, of course.
I'll see who gets the tier first and who's left crying in that matchup in the top lane, and also whether we're going to see any switches coming in. Right now, both teams lined up across the map. Actually, Yellowstar has forced his way in to the Tribush on the bottom side of the map, just forcing Genja to actually back away.
And again, teleport on both top laners, very popular summoner spell here in 4.4 when it did receive the buff. And looking everywhere else, we don't actually see anything too special. Cleanse onto Nidalee, of course, is going to hurt him even more in the laning phase compared to the barrier onto Ziggs. So it's going to make it harder for Peke to actually go into duels, and his kill potential onto Alex is very, very low, but he wants the cleanse combined with a black shield onto someone like Reckless, so him and Reckless can just push the turrets here against Leona, and a lot of damage.
Fight at level 1 here between Alex and Peke. Peke is finally going to go around the corner and say, no, you know what, I'm just going to recall from this one. So that takes Peke out of any level 1 action, or certainly for a while. They could go a little bit later on, but I think, yeah, this is Gambit versus Fnatic. It's currently 2-1 to Fnatic. Gambit need this win to try and get into the top 2 come the end of this spring split. I'm not sure if we're going to see any funkiness. Right now, Edward just waiting, gets a ward down on top of Reckless and Yellowstar and stops that red buff from being taken away.
And also delays them actually coming down to this bottom lane here, so Genji could at least get the wave going in favor of Gambit here, so they should be able to get the early level 2, which is very, very good when you have Leona, and they're actually going very aggressive.
They're going on to Reckless here. He's going to take a lot of damage, and they've put the Ignite down. Can they get a first blood? Genji going low himself. Yellowstar's chasing. He's baited out the barrier, and Genji has to flash away. So very low from that one. Crazy stuff.
So both summoners used from Yellowstar, but every single summoner used from the Gambit bottom lane here. So big win for them, and they also forced Genji very, very low. He needs to be careful. Reckless, Silver Flash, and Barrier, so he's gonna stay in the lane here, feeling safe. And if Genji ever comes too close, he needs to recall. They're just gonna poke him. This is a big issue here for Gambit because they're gonna fall so far behind in XP.
Gambit were the ones that started all that. They're the ones that got all that early damage.
And they didn't have to. They already got the wave pushing in their favor. They would get the level 2 earlier, but they just saw an opportunity. They went for it, and then Fnatic turned it around here.
That takes Genji out of the lane. We'll see how he can develop as he comes back in here shortly. Yellowstar pushing Edward as far away as he can, and here's the backup from Gambit. Lee Sin and Diamond coming around. I tell you what, Reckless has to be so careful here.
Yeah, but there's 2 early wards here from Fnatic, so they knew there was a high chance Diamond coming down. They need to back off.
Oh yeah, and they've seen that one coming. They start to recall. Yellowstar getting hit there with the Q. Diamond gonna follow through. That is actually a good dark binding, but is it enough? Edward's actually fallen low. Diamond forced away as well, and very calm play by Fnatic. The Spider coming down here as well. I don't think the Cyanide, I don't think, but there's no ward down. Diamond. He's gonna catch out Diamond. And Cocoon's landed. He sinks his planted. Flash over. Cyanide doesn't go through. He was ticking there with the damage from the red buff, but he survives in the end. Crazy.
And Fnatic actually managed to turn the gang around because Genji, he wasn't there yet. It was a 2 versus 2. Good binding from Yellowstar, and then Cyanide coming down here, forcing the flash throw. A lot of summoners used by Gambit here early on.
And now Fnatic gonna look to get some damage down onto this turret.
Edward can die here.
Yeah, Edward from Gambit. Is he gonna go aggressive? Actually gets hit by the dark binding. Not quite on top of that tormented soil, and Genja is able to put a bit more damage back, and that is the tower safe for now. But look at Alex putting down a ton of damage here to Peke in that mid lane, right as we saw from level 1, that one developing.
Yeah, so when you have one of the strongest laners in the mid lane against one of the weaker laners early on with also a cleanse, you're supposed to just punish him, push him up to the turret all the time, hit him, force him to go back, get the CS late. So Alex been doing his job, and of course he spotted Cyanide down in the bottom lane, so he knew there's no chance of him getting ganked.
Just seen both top laners going home and then coming back in using that teleport onto the tower. Both of them do have that tier now coming in, so yeah, that's going to be spam your abilities all day long in the top lane.
This is also one of the reasons Ryze is so strong now, because with teleport, with their buff teleport now, you can early on go back, buy your tier, so you can get it stacking, you get it rolling, so you get your power spike even earlier, and then just teleport back to lane. And so he did the same thing on Yorick here, so works out for both of them, and actually both of them doing the exact same thing.
He is waiting here though. He can get in on towards, so as Darian just stepping forward there for that one. Diamond is coming around the corner. There is a room prison. Soaz might be forced to flash. Will flash away just as Diamond comes around.
So flashed away here. Good setup by Darren, actually staying in range of Soaz, so he moved forward for some poke and then landing, of course, weird enough, he's Rice. How can you even miss your room prison? But still, he landed it onto Soaz and then forced the flash away.
He clicked accurately there.
He managed to click his mouth onto Soaz. Well done.
Very good stuff. And the CS in that top lane actually heavily in favor of Soaz at this point. 39 to 29 goals all day long coming out for him.
And that should be the reason for this Yorick pick, simply because Soaz is like, you know what, I can actually beat you in lane, I can counter you in lane. Because again, we talked about how there's no hyper carry on Fnatic, but of course it's never bad to have the ultimate later on for someone like Reckless on Lucian.
Alexic may be in danger. Actually, Cyanide getting a ward down here behind that Wraith camp. He can't get that spear off to him. He's not level 6 yet, so can't chase in there. There is his level 6, and actually he's getting all excited about that one. Cyanide has in fact backed away from that mid lane. Now he's coming back into it.
But Diamond is nearby here. It can be very scary for Fnatic if they go for this one.
Alexic actually diving away, gets hit with a spear. Cyanide goes in. They flash over the top, but Diamond makes his appearance. Will they follow through? Good damage coming back. Another spear. Oh, not quite landing. Peke's going to go for this one. He's flashed. He dives in. There is the protection, the shield. Side step from Alexic. So close. Darian coming down here as well. Darian might actually get caught out wisely. Went back to the top side there and back towards his turret. If he'd have come down through the jungle, he might have died.
Yeah, but Fnatic here, instantly as they win the 2v2 fight in mid lane, they walk in, get a ward onto the blue buff, so they're going to see it being, when it spawns. I'm not sure if they want to actually contest it, but at least they're going to get the timer, and they know then they can actually go for a dragon, for instance, if they were in a better position. But Diamond starting it up here. Peke can try and steal it with his spear, but a very good ward over here from Diamond, actually spotting him out if he comes in to do it.
Bot lane taking more pressure here. Reckless and Yellowstone had the better of this bottom lane, that's for sure. You can see the health of both Edward and Genja certainly not good for them at this stage. And there is Alex finally coming up to this blue buff. He's just going to throw in the bouncing bomb. Takes that one away with him to take on Peke in the mid.
So Fnatic, they got the timer on it. Of course, Gambit, they were aware of them moving in and warding it. So they know, of course, Fnatic will have full idea behind the next blue buff. And that's where Fnatic can try and set up a dragon, for instance, because they know Ziggs and Diamond is going to be at the blue buff, and then they can rotate down to Dragon. So let's see how they decide to play it in 5 minutes time, of course, if we even remember at that point. But the bottom lane, like we saw earlier on, Genja had to back off. That's why the XP and the CS lead from Reckless, and he's been using it to full advantage, or taking full advantage of it.
Those goals in the top lane causing Darian more problems. Can afford to go back home once again though now. He's got that teleport back off cooldown. He can just buy up what he wants. The workings of that Catalyst, the Protector, and then going to use his teleport to come straight back into the lane on that top side. The question is now, with a little bit more health, a little bit more mana, can he stay in that lane longer? And you can see he goes straight in there, but the goal's just too much pressure.
And that's why this Yorick pick is so smart, because every time Darren wants to get some poke onto Soaz, you just get 2 of 3 goals in your face. They're going to hit you all the way, and you just have to run away while they hit you all the time. So Soaz will always be able to outduel Darren, at least at the moment.
Oh, this could be very scary down in the bottom lane. Cyanide's waiting, but Lee Sin is coming around the corner as well. They do go in there. Edward, what's he going to do with this one? Actually speeds himself away from that one with the help of Genja's ultimate. Diamond was there, as I said. Didn't get involved.
Didn't really get involved, but we saw at least Edward here going on to Yellow Star, baiting out the Black Shield and flashing there. So he did use his ultimate and then just backed off because they saw Cyanide here. Very good wave clear by Alex, taking away all the farm from poor Genja.
Look at the top lane. Darian is getting absolutely destroyed. Thrown a lot back here at Soaz, who's used his entire mana pool to have a go at Darian. But again, he can go back home if he needs to. He's got that teleport.
What he's going to do.
He's going to come straight back in afterwards.
Yeah, he can just come back here. Darren actually want to try and stop him. Don't really think he wants to run through the turret though, but Fnatic now, Genja had to recall. They saw him actually recall, so they're starting up this dragon. Edward also recalling here. It doesn't look like Fnatic actually want to try and contest. Maybe a steal from Diamond.
Nope. Actually, completely backed off from that one. So that is the first dragon of the game. Going over to Fnatic gives them a 1,000 gold lead. Not a massive one at this point, but every little helps. Actually, Soaz did come back in here with that teleport, and he's going to get back to farming up the storm that he's done so well. Now Peke, of course, doing a lot more damage, but look at that from Alex Itchy. He's not missing these skill shots today.
No, Ziggs can do so much damage onto Nidalee, and of course, Peke needs to land the spear, or he needs to go full in phase onto him with his in cat form so he can get some damage, which is very scary against Ziggs here. But what I also like about the thing for Soas, early magic resist, of course taking less damage from Ryze, and also due to the fact that Genji is so far behind, so there's gonna be a long time before he's really gonna get some damage here, so magic resist against Ziggs and Ryze is gonna mean a lot for Soas.
And again, forcing him to back off. Now, Diamond is called in to help out on this one, and there is the first damage coming in towards Soas. Diamond comes across the side. The flash is back available here for Soas, and Soas is going to just walk straight out of this one. Cyanide's coming in. There is, in fact, the kick, and Soas has his ultimate, of course, to use in this one. That is a brilliant flash over the side, though. Diamond now taking the damage here. Cyanide's going to try and finish off, but Soas just played that one so ridiculously cool.
Yeah, he was just baiting out, waiting for Cyanide, and he waited in the bush and just flashed instantly as Diamond tried to come in here. And a good cocoon!
Oh, they're turning this one around. Diamond has to flash away from it. Are they going to go under the turret? Darian sticking around. And Soas is still pretty low. He's going to be getting some health back, though, from those goals. Will they dare dive into him? Not now that the minions have gone.
But they can continue to push it out here, get some good poke onto Darian. Sun is without mana, so he won't be able to do too much, but as long as they can shove the wave out here and then go back, or actually it seems like they want to stay.
Doing some good work in there as well, but again, the minions just blasted down by Darian, who used his ultimate to help things on that one. And Fnatic back off, but it looked pretty grim, to be honest, for Soas. You have to give him the credit there for being able to survive that one, moving into the bush, flashing straight back out after.
He was just buying time for Cyanide to run in there, and he also had the ultimate. He didn't actually use it. Yes, he would give up a kill, but he would have been able to stay and fight afterwards with Cyanide here, so he was just baiting it out here. Mid lane wise, Peke have been doing a good job trying to keep up in CS, but Alex is of course having the lead, and down here in the bottom lane, they can go aggressive.
Oh, bad news for Edward. He's going to get the solar flare off, but he is going to fall, but Reckless taking a lot of damage. Ignite is going to finish off there, and now Yellow Star in all kinds of trouble. Diamond landing that point blank Q. He's going to zap on off. No, he's not, and he's not going to need to either. Genja will secure that kill. That's a killer piece for the support and the AD carry. Meanwhile, Alex Itch going to take some pressure in mid. Flash and a second flash. Alex Itch timing that one to perfection.
And Fnatic down in the bottom lane used so much time and damage on killing the very tanky Leona, so Genja was just left alone. Boomerang Blade back and forth there, a lot of damage onto Fnatic, and with 2 kills from the LPM of Diamond and the turret now, Gambit, they're back in the game.
Back in the game, and 1 turret apiece. Still 1,000 gold from that earlier dragon. Well,
because they timed it, yes, we talked about it 5 minutes ago, blah blah.
Picking up that one, Edward's actually coming in from the side here to try and stop that happening, and Alex is going to be there in time as well, so actually despite that early presence on the blue buff as it spawns, it looks like Gambit will be able to keep that one under control.
And Edward likes to do this whenever he recalls. He always looks for opportunities to actually roam up with the team. So he's going towards this top lane now, but Soas already recalled, so he's not gonna risk anything, and Edward, he's just continuing going.
Nice little dart behind him there, and the spear just dodged away from by Alex Itch. That turret has taken a bit of a beating, down to less than half. Actually, another one lands. Where's the spear from Peke? Well, the minions came out anyway. Wouldn't have been able to get through.
And that's going to be a scary combo from Fnatic. Every time they land a binding or cocoon, they can just fire a spear. There's no chance you can dodge it. That's going to be very strong when they actually start sieging up or poking before, for instance, a dragon fight.
Edward actually coming to help out and give some backup to Alex Itch in this mid lane. Let's have a look down some of the items here. We see between the AD carries, Reckless quite a lot ahead here. Bloodthirster done for him, BF sword and a long sword on the side of Genja. Of course, there's a big CS disparity there. Only 600 gold behind is Genja in the overall equation now.
Well, he got the turret, he got a kill and an assist, of course, so he had something at least to get back in the lane, so it was very good for him when Fnatic actually decided to go aggressive onto Edward when the Gambit could turn it around. But still so far behind in CS, of course. It's going to be a big difference. Wow!
Mid-air spear, not bad at all from Peke there. He's going to throw another one while stacking up the turrets, and Alex is just using his satchel charge to actually get into that mid lane. I don't think he was quite calculating the fact that Peke was going to hit that one. They had full vision of him with that ward from the side, and now they're actually coming up towards this middle outer turret. Alex uses his ultimate to make sure they can't keep going.
And this is one of the reasons we see the Ziggs pick to try and wave clear against the siege combo here. It didn't work because the turret was already low, so Fnatic with 4 members could just take it. And it shows at least why Alex picked up the 6. He wants to try and be able to clear the wave so Fnatic can just group up whenever they want and poke. But Cyanide coming up towards Darien here in the top lane. Flash is up for him. And also just backing off here, nothing happening.
Diamond though, doing well with that one. Actually was leading the game and forcing, went up towards that top lane knowing that Darien was going to have to back off. Didn't want to leave Soaz too much free time on this turret. And that 20 CS lead that Soaz built himself remains in there. We've just seen Rod of Ages actually picked up by Darien after that tier from earlier.
And Darien is about 100 mana ahead also on his tier compared to Soaz, so he's gonna get it fully stacked before. And with the Rod of Ages stacking up as well, so he's looking now to go towards this 25-minute or maybe even earlier power spike from Ryze where he becomes such a beast. But Fnatic took the first dragon, had the timer on the second one here. Gambit nowhere near to respond, easy dragon. However, the mid turret is the target.
The target Soaz is actually in there trying to do as much damage to Diamond as he can. Yellow Star coming across the side here as well. Do they want to fight? Don't think that they do. The bouncing bomb will zone Fnatic back off, but they may just turn and say, we've got position on this mid lane.
And they can actually push it down here with all the members and start poking away. Look for the spears from Peki here. If you can land 1 or 2 of them, it will force Gambit to rethink if they actually want to engage. Maybe even force them to back off, so they can get a lot of damage here on this turret. So very good zoning from Fnatic. And he has to engage.
Edward's going to go into this one, throws down the Solar Flare. That will slow down 2 of them. Genja running right in the middle. Diamond's in there. The ultimate from Alex Ichland. Yellow Star will lock one up, but Cyanide's going to go down. It's 1-for-1 in the end.
So here again we see both combos in action. Fnatic wanted to siege up here. Don't really want to fight. As soon as the engage came in from Gambit, very good engage from Edward and Diamond from behind here. We saw the entire Fnatic team just trying to run away, just trying to kite away. Meanwhile, wow, it's actually doing quite a lot of damage already.
Yes, max range there. Fiend's Unholy Grail is all that Peke has, so throw in a needlessly large rod on top of that one, which Peke is not going to be too far away from being able to buy. And well, that's a almost dead Sivir.
It's at least going to be an issue. Fnatic, of course, they want to have this death cap onto Nidalee before they really start the siege. That's why they can return to the lanes now, just farm up a little bit. They're missing some key items before it really starts to hurt. But meanwhile, in this top lane, though, Soaz is just constantly pushing down. And Darren, he's going to take some damage, but he's also able to pick up quite some farm.
Yeah, Soaz actually getting locked up there in range of the turret. Got himself that Spirit Visage now, so going to be healing back a little bit more from his ghouls. And we'll see how that one all develops. Still, 20 CS is the lead for him. Cyanide is going up there, so Darian's going to have to be careful now.
There's no flash on Darien here. A cocoon from Elise, and he should be dead. However, of course, Yorick not exactly bringing a lot of damage to the table, so in that case, Darien should possibly, or maybe, be able to survive here. Actually, let's wait and see, because of course, Elise with a lot of damage.
It's level 10 for Cyanide as well. Darien yet to step out far enough, as though he's Spidey senses running over time. Yellow Star actually coming up. There's a cocoon. Oh, he's managed to land max range. Darien, is he going to be able to escape? In comes Diamond. There is the kick. It sends Soaz actually closer in. And now Cyanide with the repel will be able to get away. Soaz has taken some damage. Yellow Star going to walk over on towards Diamond. But with the presence of Edward, they have to back away. Nice kill for Fnatic.
Yeah, and the kick here from Diamond actually meant that Fnatic didn't have to use the flash to get out or get closer to Darien to pick up the kill, because he kicked Source into his face, kill here for Source. They actually did have enough damage, after some time at least, to kill the Ryze.
And there was Peke cheekily stealing away that blue buff. Knew that Gambit have gone up towards the top lane. Just came around behind them, takes that blue buff away from Alex Ich here. Could be a vital pickup for them as teleport again. With Darien, will bring him back into this top lane. Doesn't want to be missing any fun. Quite dying for the first time in the game. It's close to the 30 CS behind now.
Well, all for him now is just pick up farm, always use your abilities so your tiers being stacked up, and then once you hit the mid game point or the late game point, you will be so strong. Even if you die 4 or 5 more times, you already got your 2 key items stacking up. So for Darien, he just needs to continue trying to farm away as much as possible. And when it comes to the late game, Ryze against Yorick, I would prefer Ryze.
Well, we'll see if that is the case coming in. We look down some of the other items that have now been completed and bought. Reckless has got his Zeal on top of that Bloodthirster. Genja actually not finishing off that Bloodthirster as of yet. Does have 940 gold, so we'll be able to go back and finish that one off next time. Or just, you know, start building towards the Zephyr.
He's actually not been building it for a while, so I'm proud of Genja. Stop building it for now at least. Can't say what he's going to do this game. We'll wait and see. He's just clearing out the wave. We're actually recalling now, so should be picking up the Bloodthirster.
There's a lot of slows and roots with Fnatic. That tenacity could come in handy for him. We'll see.
Just
right
stop.
now,
Just
Fnatic are pushing in towards this outer turret in the top lane. Only really Edward there to stop them. In fact, I tell like us, Diamond is there with him as well. They've actually managed to keep hold of that one. Meanwhile, Alex being dove onto here by Xpeke. There are the mines coming in. The shield. The spear not enough, but he had to flash away from that Dark Binding.
Had to flash the Dark Binding. He would have died otherwise, because Yellowstar is of course maxing the Dark Binding, and then he could even walk in, ignite him. So good flash here by Alex. And we also see Fnatic actually with 3 members up in the top lane taking the turret, and meanwhile pressuring the mid lane. So they have full control of the map here, and we see Gambit just staying in the lanes, and good cocoon.
Oh, that's a brilliant cocoon over the wall. The Colin is absolutely ripping Darian to pieces. Reckless gets a kill for free there. That was a complete freebie given up. And this is the Darian that we talked about, losing concentration, going a little bit deeper than he's safe to do.
But it's also due to the fact that Fnatic got full control of the map. They know they're the ones deciding where Gambit should actually be to defend, so they're not in a risk of being ganked or killed because they're the ones deciding everything at the moment. So Reckless even moving all the way from bot lane all the way up the top, gets a kill, fine enough for him.
And that kill turned that Zeal into a phantom dancer now as well. So they are in a very, very healthy position. If you look at Peke, actually picked up that Nielsen Lodge already, got a Negatron cloak as well. So decided not to go straight towards the...
Could be into a Banshees though. With Cleanse and Banshees, it's going to be very, very hard for Gambit to engage onto him. And it's the only thing he worries about, because Fnatic already hitting gold. This Dragon, Gambit is nowhere near. It's going to spawn in 2 seconds. Fnatic will pick it up, extend the goal lead. And as a pick comp, once you get ahead, it's where all you need to avoid is just being straight up engaged. So with a Banshees, with Cleanse onto Pickle later on, again, then Fnatic can just start sieging away, and Gambit just have to try and pop the Banshees, then engage, pop the Cleanse, and then try again.
More Diamond here trying to clear out a pink ward, and there is the Dark Binding. The cocoon follows up the Culling from the side as well. Diamond goes low, spear didn't quite connect onto him, but we see the danger as Soaz has TP'd in behind them. He's on towards Genji, who uses his ultimate. Cyanide there as well. Here comes Yellowstar with his ulti running. Soaz does get locked up, and in fact Yellowstar had to flash away. Now the focus comes towards Soaz. Edward is there, ulti's thrown left and right. Here comes the big bomb. Soaz goes down. His ultimate is going to be coming up. He can suicide with this one straight in as they dash towards them. Genji goes down. Spear hits Edward. They're going to keep going through. Soaz will be the one to tank this one up. Another spear lands. Doesn't have the damage to finish Edward though.
But this Yorick pick is definitely doing work in the team fight, tanking up so much damage. Then he respawns with his ultimate and he stays in the front line, so Fnatic can continue firing his spears from the background here. Reckless doing a lot of damage as well and joining in. Look at the replay. Teleport first from Source. Darren didn't actually teleport yet, so he's going to join in later for the fight. You see Elisa being in the top, joining in the fight as well. And Source, only man in the front line here, is just going to tank up all the damage. Yellowstar, a little bit out of position, forced to flash away, didn't actually get anything in this fight here. But then Source, being the target, ultimates himself. He's going to stay alive or respawn and continue being here. So annoying. So Reckless and Italy in the back line can just land all the spears, land the damage, and whenever someone is low, you can go in and try and finish.
Credit to Edward there. He actually came in front of Darian to catch that spear for him. Otherwise that would have been a dead rise as well. At least Fnatic 5-4 up in kills. 2,000 gold though, the important point of this one. 3-1 in turrets, and they've got a good few wards down, a lot of traps on that bottom side of the map as well. Interested to see how Gambit try and come back from this one. They've got to stay together and hope to catch someone out, surely.
Well, yeah, so they just had a team fight win 1-for-1, so it's not all bad for Gambit. Their combo is very, very strong once they actually get the team fight started, once they get onto Fnatic. They need a bit more damage before they can really deal with this Darren with Source, but now he's being ganked.
Going to get kicked back from this one. I don't imagine that he lives, although that'll help him out if Diamond misses those point-blank range Qs. But there is a lockup once again in the room prison. Soaz going to ulti himself here, but that's going to be the kill, and Soaz won't do anything apart from pick up a bit of farm there.
Meanwhile here, Fnatic in the jungle of Gambit, but the minion wave wasn't pushed up here, so they couldn't actually get onto the turret. So Gambit picking up a kill and not losing anything yet at least. They're still staying around here with at least 3 members in the bottom lane. Can they land something? That's not going to do too much.
Well, pushing on towards this inner turret now in the bottom lane, and Peke quite happy to tank a couple of hits because, well, He's Nidalee, and he can heal it all straight back up. Meanwhile, Reckless hammering away at that middle inner turret as well. That's a great dark binding coming out of Yellow Star to stop Diamond getting across. And this is where it gets really dangerous for Gambit. Being split push on two fronts, how do they stop it?
Well, you engage. That's it. You get to the point where you can actually kill Fnatic, and then you engage onto them. That's the only thing you can do. You can't out-push them, you can't out-poke them, so you just need to straight up engage when you feel you're actually strong enough. Or, if someone like Peke moves in to hit the turret, and then without him expecting it, you land the ultimate from Leona and you start the fight here. But Gambit, this entire game, Fnatic has just been moving them around the map. They've been doing such a good job rotating around, making it hard for Gambit to pick up the farm they wanted. Genji is 100 CS behind Reckless because every time he tries to farm, Ziggs is there, taking all the farm away from him, or someone else, Darren, is there, taking away the farm. And he's actually going to be a very important member. He needs to get a Last Whisper to this game because he needs to be the one, together with Darien and together with Alex, killing Source in the team fights. As long as Source is alive in the front line, they will never be able to get past him and on to Peke and Reckless in the back, just firing away with the long-range poke, of course. So for Gambit's side, gotta continue farming as much as possible, and then they just need to try and catch out Fnatic if they become too greedy with this engage combo from Gambit.
Well, speaking of a Last Whisper, Reckless now has his in there. We've got the Rabadon's Death Cap finished for Peke as well on Nidalee. That's two items that are gonna scare Gambit, especially the Death Cap.
Yeah, well, both of them really big power spike items, and Peke actually had a lot of gold before he decided to pick because he picked up some more AP with the Death Cap here, so he's really gonna hurt now. No matter who's hitting, no matter he's actually hitting the spear on, it's gonna hurt. Even Diamond, who's supposed to be the tank here, is very little magic resist.
So Fnatic, well, up by Baron. Say up by Baron, they're just gonna kick this one off. Two of them will be starting this Baron, and look at Diamond, Gambit's position just in general. Diamond is the only one anywhere near to that Baron buff, and to be honest, this is just going to be a freebie for Fnatic.
Yeah, and well, again, they've been playing the map so well, so them getting the vision control of the Baron area and just knowing that Gambit wasn't anywhere near to do it is what they can do. And we've seen these pick combo or these poke combos today, and whenever they get ahead early on, they are just so strong, so dominant. That's why these teams love to play champions like Nidalee.
Let's have a look down some of the other items here. Muramana now in there for Yorick as he finished stacking up that tier, and on the other side, Seraph's Embrace was picked up there, or the Archangels, of course, and both those tiers stacked up nicely. However, I mean, how long does this game need to go on for Darren to actually get into a position where, if basically Edward starts off a perfect fight, that he's going to be able to kill Fnatic with the item disadvantage that they've got here?
Well, Gambit, they got enough damage if they can get on to the backline of Fnatic, but that's only like an absolute perfect team fight where Yellow Star is sleeping, he's completely missing the black shield, and both Reckless and Peke are just standing there waiting for the stun from Leona so they can actually pile onto the backline. In case it should happen, Gambit will have enough damage. But in a normal fight where they need to deal with swords first, they're actually going to need Void Staff onto Ryze, and they're going to need Last Whisper onto Genji, and of course Void Staff onto Alex, before they can really start winning the fights, because they need to melt him. Not once, but twice, and then they can get on to the squishy targets from the backline, of course.
Well, doesn't look like there's a Last Whisper coming out of Genji anytime soon here. He's got a BF sword and he's got a Zeal, so going in two different directions there in terms of his itemization. Fnatic are pushing turrets once again. They got Nidalee in the middle, who's going to be pushing alone, and the rest of the team pushing straight out. There's the cleanse actually used by Peke to get away from that engagement, and that's what Gambit are going to have to do.
Yeah, two ultimates down from Gambit here. Ryze and Leona without the ultimate, so Fnatic can just continue pushing up here. Of course, no cleanse for Peke in case a fight should break out, but that's where, whenever he actually decides to go back, he can just pick up either the Quicksilver Sash or the Banshees for next time.
To pressure that top outer turret. Alex is just spamming as much of his abilities as he can in there to stop this one from happening, but Peke is not showing any signs of letting up this split push in the mid lane. They still need to be a little bit careful about how close they step in there. If Darien decides to go super aggressive, flash over and really lock up Lucian, then that could be bad news to the start of the fight from this one. But this is standard split push from Fnatic.
This is just a poke comp in action. A poke comp so far ahead, they're not scared of anything. But Darien actually going in.
And Darien's dead.
He died.
I said they might have to be careful if Darian goes aggressive. He did go a little bit aggressive, but it was actually Reckless that got the kill. And, well, that's just made it a lot harder for them to defend against the heavy poke of this one. Actually, Peke decided now splitting off in the middle is not what they want. They piled up all 5 on that top lane. They do actually catch Edward here. An ultimate from Yellowstar going to come down. They're going to fight this one. Edward is now locked up. Have they got the damage to finish him off? Yes, they do. That's a kill for Soaz on Yorick, and that's the inhibitor.
Tremendous inhibitor from Fnatic, and they can then either continue pushing or start backing off here. If they land a spear or a cocoon, they can go for a kill more.
Actually, Diamond is quite far out from this one. Will they actually go for that turret? We can see there in the bottom left that there's a big wave of minions actually pushing the bottom lane here. And Fnatic certainly don't want to be losing any more turrets than they have to.
Unless Source decides to teleport up there to actually clear the wave, then it will be a turret for Gambit. Only the second turret of the game. Actually, there's the teleport. He's gonna clear it.
Yep, the turret doesn't actually go down in the end. So nice try from Gambit's minions to get them some gold back on the board. Doesn't quite work out that way though. It's 14,000 gold lead almost that Fnatic currently have over Gambit. Not looking good for Gambit. As we said in the pre-game, Gambit have to win this game if they want a top 2 finish.
Yeah, and it's not looking good right now. And Gambit is thinking what everyone who's normally playing against Nidalee is thinking. This is so annoying. Every time you play against Nidalee, you fall behind and just start spear in spear every single time. If you get hit, boom, back to base, over and over again. So for Gambit's point of view here, of course they need to stay positive, keep the mindset they can still win the game, but they really need the perfect fight to turn this one around.
Let's have a look down some of the more items coming in. Void Staff was picked up not too long ago for Peke, and he's also building towards that Zhonya's as well. Got himself the Seeker's Arm Guard already in. Bit more tankiness with the Giant's Belt for Soaz as well on Yorick, so he's going to be even harder to take down. And once he goes a little bit further into that build, it's pretty much just impossible to, well, you can maybe kill him the one time, but the second time he's up there, you're going to have to do it all over again. Never good news as Peke here steps forward, couple more hits onto that turret, steps back out with the heal, and they'll continue to do this until Gambit crumble. However, look at Lee's in position. He's going to try and get around the back and kick one through the rest of the team. There is Reckless actually coming away. There is the kick, and Reckless flashes straight away from it. Meanwhile, Yellowstar's coming around. Edward is right at the front of him as well. That's a good solar flare, but Edward's going to go down. It's Soaz that gets that kill. Genja is low as well. Diamond falls low, but Fnatic themselves not the healthiest.
Yeah, not the perfect engage here from Gambit. They tried, however. Diamond actually came all the way around, but from there on, ultimate from Leona didn't hit anything, and the kick, straight after the kick, just flashed away from Reckless here, so Gambit never really managed to collapse onto it, and now Fnatic should be able to pick up this turret.
Going forward actually gets room prisoned by Darian, but they've had the damage. They were able to tank it up long enough, and they finish off the second inhibitor turret of the game. But look at Gambit chasing them back out. They need to be careful there, Fnatic. Certainly not very healthy. Where's the spear? Peke doesn't have vision. Diamond just sidestepping it.
So the inhibitor is still up actually. Only Peg is staying here to try and kill it, but he's gonna back off now. The rest of Fnatic though rotating down here, getting the last outer turret away from Gambit's side. So it's gonna be all about getting this inhibitor in the mid lane and then going bot lane to get the last one for Fnatic. Once all the inhibitors are down, again, it's not gonna look good.
Not easy to defend from, that's for sure. Darian trying to push things out here, and if we look down Genja's build, there's still no sight of that last Whisper.
He's not gonna build it. That's it. He's gonna go Infinity Edge. I'm sorry, but he's gonna do nothing against Genja. I mean, against Source, of course.
Source now has warm-ups in on top of his Randuin's Omen, Mirror Mana, Spirit Visage. There's another dragon being picked up by Fnatic as well. In fact, they're 5th of the game. All 5 dragons and the single Baron. Possibly the second Baron going to be coming up here shortly. That has now respawned in. Gambit have got a few wards down already. To be fair, Fnatic don't really need the Baron at this point.
Not at all.
But it's always a welcome pickup, if you can take it without the risk.
Well, if they can get Gambit to move out of their base and then land some spears onto them and then start a fight, it's fine for Fnatic. It could be a way for actually get a finish onto the game. Otherwise, they need to dive onto this bottom lane turret down here or continue doing the siege from before. They are starting it now. A lot of members here zoning the rest of Gambit away, but we should actually be able to see a fight. This is the chance for Gambit to try and get Baron and some kills.
Maybe the only chance in this game. The spears come through, Dark Bindings will start to land. There's the ultimate coming in, and he got it! They got it! Leona picks up the Baron. Edward will go down afterwards, but Fnatic making a possible catastrophic mistake. They're gonna try and outfight Gambit here. They've already got one man down. Can they get any more? Rappel over the wall as Alex Sitch. Oh! He got away. Recalls right under Soaz's nose. Peke has chased the rest of them out. Spear was dodged there nicely by Genja. They lost one man. That was Edward. He picked up the Baron. They're probably going to lose a second. Or I think Diamond being very, very slippery with this one. Managing somehow to run rings around Soaz. He's just waiting for that next call to come out to get the slow. Diamond gets off to the ward. Is he going to go any further? He's going to look for the white here. Not up, I'm afraid. Diamond is running for his life, and I think Soaz has got bored of chasing him.
Yeah.
They're in the base, so...
Couldn't really be asked chasing him any longer, though. Peke is staying down here in the base. So, Fnatic, they got Gambit to move out of the base. They could actually have turned around and set up a fight, but Baron got so low, and then an Elise and Cyanide, normally a person always on point with the smites, actually lost it over to Edward with his ultimate, and Diamond, he's still here.
Yeah. Just life stealing back there from the Golems, right up in Fnatic's jungle. I think Cyanide had a look around to see where he was, and after spotting him there by the wall, but decided, you know what, just can't be bothered to chase Lee Sin. It's a bit of a futile.
But again here, the Baron for Fnatic, yes, it was risky to start it, but it could actually just have turned around, and Darren very aggressive onto Peke.
Good damage as well, and we see there that he is getting stronger and stronger as things go on. There's the hero, at least up until now, for Gambit. Edward managing to steal Baron right from under the noses of Fnatic, but they probably need another one at least if they're to be able to push right back on this one.
But the good thing for Gambit, it extends the game at least for some minutes now, because Fnatic don't really want to just push up against this Baron top team. They want to wait it out, so it buys some time for Gambit to farm, get maybe at least one item on each member more, which is of course going to help quite a lot. The longer we go into the game, the less a gold lead actually means. Of course, if we can go to the 50-60 minute point where everyone is starting to pick up the 5-6 items, that's where the gold lead is going to become less important. But it's still quite a while before we get there, so Gambit need to get the next Baron, and of course, defend this push here from Fnatic.
And they are pushing straight down the mid lane. Spawned in as Genja. Going to get caught out from this one. Actually, they may turn it around here. Yellowstar going dangerously low. Cyanide's right in the middle of them as well. He's forced to flash away. The spear does land on towards Genja. Here comes Soaz now right into the middle of them. But the Inferno Bomb is going to do so much damage. Darian actually gets the finisher. Fnatic have to back away. Not sure if that was the wisest decision. You said it yourself. Why fight against a Baron up team with that risk?
It was a very aggressive move by Fnatic here. Luckily for them, they only lost one member. Could have gone even more wrong, actually. Diamond kicked one of the members from Fnatic out and saved him, but then Daewee coming in from Darien, picking up the last kill, and he was left completely untouched in the fight, and he also completed his Void Staff now. So both the AP carries from Gambit with the Void Staff, so they're going to start doing a lot of damage on the Source. We actually saw him in the last fight here. He joined in, and then they switched the focus to him, and he went low very, very fast, so they're starting to get a lot of damage onto him from Ryze and Ziggs.
I don't know, this has all the makings for a epic comeback here for Gambit as well. You know,
if they do it.
Holding on to their base, stealing away a Baron, slowly but surely doing a lot better in these team fights. The question is, when the next one comes around, when Fnatic feel comfortable to be pushing right up to that base again, can they hold on to these inhibitors that are now completely wide open?
They need to just engage straight up. They don't want to take the chance of getting a spear in the face or getting poked by whatever we have from here from Fnatic's side. So if Gambit can actually engage straight onto them, like we saw in the very last fight here, they will still have a chance to turn it around, because we need to remember, Nidalee in a straight up fight is not the strongest. You want to hit the spears first and then go in when someone is low to get the kill, where Ryze, Ziggs in the straight up fights are very, very strong. That's where Gambit can still try and turn it around.
See there, Fnatic really worried about Diamond and his position from this one. We saw him coming in that earlier fight on towards Reckless. He did get the kick, but Reckless flashed straight away afterwards. Spears coming through, non-connecting just yet though, and some good damage back on towards Soaz. Reckless has finally stepped a little bit further forward there. They've done good damage onto that inhibitor, but they're so wary about actually going in there and committing for the kill on it.
doing a very good job here from Gambit's side, dodging out from the spears here, just waiting for an opportunity to engage. There we go!
Oh, this could be bad news. There is a solar flare coming down. The Inferno Bomb not really doing the damage they're looking for, but there is Genja at the front. He's going to start to go low, but Cyanide will die. That's a 1-for-1. Genja gets locked up inside the dark binding. Diamond now going to be focused. They throw down all the damage towards Soaz, and in the end it stays at 1 death apiece. But Diamond went so low that he has to back away to heal. 2 inhibitors have gone down. Reckless steps forward, almost takes Darian with him. They've got those minions coming in as well. Fnatic going to go for the Nexus turrets. First one will fall. They're still a little bit too low to hang around. They're going to back off.
So got one Nexus turret here. It means the super minions coming in whenever they decide to push the bottom lane. Could potentially kill the last turret, and it's going to be a big deal here for Fnatic. Teamfight-wise, trading 1-for-1. Still, Gambit doing a very good job despite being so far behind in goal, actually going even in these fights here. But Fnatic, of course, as long as they can always go at least even and continue poking afterwards, they can stay, like we just saw here. Get the Nexus turret, get the Dragon. So they keep extending the gold lead for now.
Fnatic get themselves Dragon number 6. Baron number 3 is going to be coming up in less than 1 minute's time as well. And look at Diamond and Gambit past the halfway point of the map, something that they've not done for quite a while. And there is their second turret of the game coming down. Every little helps in terms of the gold at this point. The culling from Reckless, taking half of Diamond's HP. You see the damage from that one. Blue Buff's going to be going over here as well towards Alex Hitch. And, well, they need to start getting a bit of vision down.
Yeah, Baron up in 30 seconds here. 1 pink ward over on Fnatic's side and 3 sweeping lenses. So once they push this wave up here, they can move into the area and place a lot of vision here in case they actually want to go for this Baron again. They don't need it, so they can just go down here bottom lane. Don't want to risk losing the Baron, getting the game going even longer here. So wisely enough, ignoring Baron for now, going straight down here to try and get some damage on.
They actually used the Ghouls there to tank up the couple of turret hits that were thrown their way. Managed to lock in Darian as well with that dark binding and trying to harass him as much as they can. There come the spears. He actually hit the minion just in front of him. Soaz has gone off towards this mid lane, and the siege starts up once again for Fnatic. Peke again steps forward. Heals pretty massive by this point as well, and that's onto the fairly tanky support Leona as well. They've got Rocket of the Iron Solari in there, and there is the Solar Flare. He's actually landed onto 2 of them. The Inferno Bomb ripping through Reckless. Yellow Star's going to go down. Soaz tanking up the front as Edward gets hit by another spear. Lee Sin comes in. Whoa! There is the kick, the shutdown. Diamond is going to fall here, but Cyanide may go down as well. That's a good repel, and now the rest of the team turn back in. Soaz going straight for Genja. We see Peke trying to get in there as well, and Genja's going to fall, and that is 4 men down. A double kill for Soaz, and there is the teleport onto the super minion there. Nexus turret is already gone. They're going to focus down the Nexus itself, and Fnatic take down Gambit. Brilliant performance. A glimmer of hope there for Gambit as they stole that Baron, but Fnatic in the end just too strong.
And Fnatic, they really know how to play this siege combo here, getting full control of the map early on, forcing Gambit to just try and find farm everywhere they could. Meanwhile, though, they were just pushing turrets from Fnatic's side, landing the spears, getting the kills, and getting all the objectives. I don't think they lost a single dragon in this game. They did lose a Baron, but they didn't lose any dragons. So much gold from Fnatic. As soon as they got a hit, used it to the full advantage, pushed on all the time, and while the last team fight here from Gambit was actually a very good team fight, they were just so far behind that Fnatic could cut it away. And also Alex, he had to back off, go back to his own base because this Nexus turret died to the super minions, so he couldn't stay with the team when they were chasing.
We have to say Yorick pulled out here for Soaz. Ended really nicely on it as well. 5-2-7, double kill right at the end. Did very well in the lane, kept Darian low HP, constantly harassed, behind in farm. What's your overall opinion on the Yorick here from Soaz?
Well, the Yorick pick worked pretty much perfect for him. I mean, he used it as a counter pick to Rise to out-farm him in the laning phase, put a lot of pressure. We saw Cyanide coming up a few times to try and pick up the kill onto Darian here. And then also when it came to teamfights, he was the man in the front line. In the first few teamfights, we saw him ultimate himself because he just wanted to stay alive. And when you have Nidalee and Lucian poking away from the background, it worked for them. So while I said the Rise pick would be my preferred one when it comes to the late game point, Darren did a lot in the late game fights, but so did Source actually. So respect to the Yorick pick.
And turning away from, the positive side of it, I have to question you about Genja's build. Again, I'm sorry.
I'm not.
But
he did pick up a pickaxe, so he was going into the last Whisper. He would have picked it up here. He just delayed it. And the fact when you go bot first into Infinity Edge, it's two items that really don't have any synergy with each other. And you invest a lot of gold, especially into the Infinity Edge as your second item. No attack speed, no armor penetration, and you have no crit to supply it. So it's not a dead weight item, but it's just not worth the gold.
Especially when you look over at what Fnatic have, two Randuin's Omens in there. The fight was, if we think about that last fight and how it all went down, Fnatic was super low.
Yeah.
It was Soaz that came back in there. He was the one with the boatload of armor that Genja needed to break through if they were to win that fight.
It was the thing we talked about. When you have Ryze, Ziggs, and Sivir, you only have Lee Sin to actually dive onto the backline. That's why you need to kill the front line first, and that's why you need to build towards killing it. We saw Void Staff early on for Darien, and also on Alex, so they were built towards killing this Yorick. But when your AD carry goes a different route, it becomes harder. I'm not saying Genja lost the game by himself, but it wasn't ideal what he built.
And we have to say as well, if you look at Fnatic's whole plan, they pretty much nailed it once again. This is the kind of Fnatic setup from last year that they were so hard to beat. If we look back towards the spring split where they did so incredibly well, Peke on Nidalee being off from the rest of the team, pushing in lanes, then grouping up, throwing spears from left, right, and center. I mean, he finishes 3-0-8 with this one, but so much poke damage done, opening it up for the rest of the team to just get in there and take objectives.
That's what we have seen from Fnatic lately. When they play these siege combos, they always manage to do well early game, get a hit, and then they just give absolutely no chance for the other team to actually come back. They just continue to pressure every single lane. They don't group up too fast. They continue just pressuring the lanes, Sunlight moving between them, of course, and they're just farming up, poking away. And once they get a big enough lead, start grouping up, start hitting towards the turrets, hitting the spears when you're actually trying to defend them. And it's just so annoying and so hard to play against, because once you actually fall behind, it's a reason there's so many people who hate to play against Nidalee. Once you fall behind, you just need to have a perfect team fight to actually come back in the game. Otherwise, you're just going to sit there and take poke. So coming into the playoffs, it wouldn't surprise me to see Nidalee being one of their must-bans versus Fnatic.
Well, a good win for Fnatic. We have Shox and Demon standing by with Soaz from Fnatic. So let's check in with them.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Soaz. Immediately gets an applause. Obviously, because he played Yorick. I mean, when you lock in Yorick, it's because you want to make those flashy plays, right? So tell us why you went for it.
Basically, we had like a siege. We didn't have the siege comp at this time. We had like Nidalee and Elise, so yeah, kind of siege comp. And we had like full AP. So we needed an AD top, and I said, the only hero I can play against Ryze is probably Yorick as AD. And it was pretty good to siege as well with all the spells he have, so Yorick was pretty fine, I guess.
So what was the plan with the ulti? What was the thinking behind it? Because ordinarily when you pick a Yorick, you either give a hyper carry or a crazy burst mid laner that you can just use the ult on.
The use of Yorick in this setup was not too, like, it was not about the ultimate, it was just like sieging and have a tank, because you cannot play like Renekton or like tanky top lane against Ryze,
so he basically, it's a champion you have more fun on.
Yeah, it's the champion that could play against Ryze.
Confirmed. Soaz actually has fun on Yorick. Tell me about the game then, because you guys were doing pretty well, and then all of a sudden, Solar Flare out of nowhere, and the Baron gets stolen.
I don't know. I'm just gonna blame Cyanide for this one, I guess.
I know. I mean, how Elise with Smite. And at least you got the Q, the bangs, yet stolen by a solar flare? This is incredible. Did everyone just like back away to try and get something? I mean, what was the calls at the time?
I think I went a bit on them, so I didn't really check the Baron, but I think I saw Cyanide doing Q Smite in the same time as they did their Solar Flare and the ultimate of Ziggs. So it just combined the burst and they got it, so it was like 50-50. But yeah, whatever.
And then after that, you guys, of course, were still ahead, but you had to close out the game. And then even though you did very good versus Ryze, it gets so dangerous in the late game. Was it about time to close it out?
Even though we lost Baron, we knew that we could just siege, since we took all the inhib turrets, and we took like 2 inhib at some point. So we just siege bottom, and even though the fight was like equal, we managed to keep chasing them with Peke and got 2 kills and just finished the game.
So you're currently 16-11 in the season. You are now second place on your own at the moment. You're playing Roccat tomorrow, which is a very important game. You got a 2-1 lead over them. How has the season overall gone and leading up to this moment? Is this what you envisaged, finishing second place in the overall? Of course, playoffs, completely different story.
Well, my goal, and I think our goal, is always to be top 2. Top 1 would have been cool for All Stars, but it's always the goal to be top 2 in LCS. So, yeah.
Maybe one final follow-up. If, you know, next week into playoffs, after what you've seen here the last couple of days, how strong do you think your showing will be there? How strong will Gambit showing be after you've seen Alliance, maybe?
I think the strongest team will always be like Alliance, Gambit, SK, and us, I think. Like the top 4 in the LCS, I would say. So, yeah.
Well, what do you want to know? Do you think you can win, obviously?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Sitting on the fence.
Yeah, there you go. Just play York. Okay, well, congratulations. Very good job from you guys. As for us, we're going to head back over to the Fishy Joe to take a look at the table.
Thank you very much, Shox. And with that last match complete, let's see where the teams stand with one more day of matches remaining to be played. And look at that. No ties, at least for now. We have SK Gaming in first place with 17 wins, 10 losses. They have secured that first place seed in the playoffs. No one can catch them now. Fnatic in second with 16 wins, 11 losses. Roccat in third with 15 for 12. And Alliance in fourth with 14 and 12.
And then in fifth place we have Gambit, 14 wins and 13 losses. Right behind them, Copenhagen Wolves, 12 wins and 14 losses. Seventh place, Super Hot Crew, out of the playoffs, of course, is with 10 wins and 17 losses. And down in the bottom, we have Millennium, 9 wins and 18 losses.
So let's talk briefly about what that means for the end of the spring split. We know that the Super Hot Crew and Millennium will be sent to the Summer Promotion Tournament, while all the other teams will be heading into playoffs. Now, after SK's wins today, they secure that first place seed and a bye directly into the semi-finals. But the rest of the lineup is currently still in the air, with a lot to be decided in tomorrow's 5 games.
And we would like to point out that if any tiebreakers need to be played after tomorrow's scheduled games, those will happen right after here on our stage. And as we've seen in the European LCS, ties happened a lot. So we could see a super day at the end of this Super Week.
And here are the final games in the split that will decide the positions in the table as we head towards the playoffs. First up is Millennium versus SK Gaming, first versus 8th. All decided already, that one. Then the Copenhagen Wolves and Super Hot Crew face off.
And after that, Alliance go up against Gambit, and then Fnatic will face Roccat. And we'll conclude the week with Alliance versus Copenhagen Wolves, unless, of course, we have tiebreaker matches. And those matches, they start on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific.
Well, right now it's time for the European Challenger Series to resume their quarterfinals with a best-of-3 between Reason Gaming and Mousesports. Freak and Zyrene will bring you those games, so let's send it over to them.
Thank you very much, Deficia Joe. Welcome to the European Challenger Series playoffs, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Aiden Zyrene Noon, and we don't have as nearly cool of a name as Deficia Joe.
No, but that interview desk, if it's Shox a D-Man, is that She-Man.
There you go.
She-Man interview combo. I like it.
It's powerful. It's strong. Tonight we wrap up the European Challenger Playoffs quarterfinals with a best-of-3 matchup between Reason Gaming and Mousesports, formerly known as Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, and, you know, it's time. Check out that bracket.
Check out the bracket, guys. Of course, only the top 3 teams are going to qualify for the Summer Promotion Tournament, and after sending Team Coast Gold packing yesterday, Denial Esports advances to the semis, and they're going to face the Series 1 champs of Cloud9 Eclipse.
And tonight's winners move on to the semifinal bracket as well, where they will meet the #1 Ninjas in Pajamas.
Of course, when you're arguing game knowledge with your friends, you can always set the record straight by going to lolesports.com.
You'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So now let's break down tonight's quarterfinal match, Reason Gaming versus Mousesports. Now, these two teams last met during the round of 8, where Reason 2-0'd the Mice in one of their best performances of the season.
Yeah, and it certainly was. Trashy cleaned up in the jungle with an unbelievable 13, 3, and 25 in that match on Lee Sin and Elise. And while Barney D supported on the shoulders of the Chain Warden with 19 assists in those back-to-back games, he went an epic 3, 8, and 38 on Thresh. And the lowest KDA of that matchup was Senkux in the middle. I love that Talon that he brought out. But he did have a respectable 4.43 KDA, telling you something about their cohesion in that series.
Yeah, even the worst performing member plays quite well overall. Now, of course, the godlike play of the round of 8 didn't hold up against the Ninjas in Pajamas. Reason Gaming were reduced to mere mortals in the face of the Series 2 champs.
Yeah, true. NIP showed why they're the champs in the semifinals. Reason Gaming was only able to rack up 9 kills over 2 games. And with their slow and methodical play, the Ninjas were able to contain Trashy in the jungle, leaving him with a 1.0 KDA in the matchup.
So Mousesports is going to want to kind of replicate that and contain Trashy and keep him down in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And in that round of 8 matchup versus Reason Gaming, they were so outplayed in the jungle, and it was like bringing a knife to a gunfight. It was really outmatched. And last time, Mokate had the lowest KDA on his team with a 1.1 against Trashy's monster 12.67. And he has been replaced by Kanoki coming into this game, and he'll get to start here in the playoffs. And they really need some fresh play at that jungle to amp up their game. He's coming in replacing Mokate. Not really huge shoes to fill.
Sure.
But I want to see how Kanoki goes up against Trashy, who's like number 16 in Challenger, and he's proven himself that he is the carry jungler that Reason needs.
Exactly, and so I want to see how that plays out, because we actually just saw a little while ago in our match yesterday with Team Coast Gold, they brought in Airwalks, who was number 15 in Challenger, great jungle player, and you saw that team have a lot more life in them. They nearly took a game off Denial, who's an incredibly strong team overall. And so Meet Your Makers, a team with a lot of LCS experience, a lot of good players in that roster. I personally really like Kuban on the top lane. I like Mockler as AD carry. And now with a much stronger jungler to hold them up, I want to see how well that plays together. It's kind of unfortunate, like Meet Your Makers, that lineup been together for so long. Sharu's off the lineup, Take Funds now in the mid lane. But I want to see if everyone else kind of steps up, because Libic as well, their support, has been having a bit of a rough split as well.
Yeah, so now the Mousesports with the new lineup, new members coming in mid-jungle. Saw Take Fun, like you said, had a very good Gragas game. I think he went 6, 3, and 10. And that was probably the best score on his team.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Everybody else didn't have a great performance. That was a loss, too, where he goes 6, 3, and 10. So just playing to their strengths there. And they picked most of the same champions every time. Only one person changed champions between games, and that was actually Mokate switching from Elise to Lee Sin. In the top lane, it was Jax both games, then Gragas, then Sivir, then Annie, both games.
Yeah.
They lost the first one, and they said, all right, let's just do the same thing with a different jungler, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, and so what's kind of interesting about this, though, is so I think it's unfortunate that Mousesports ran the same comp both times. You accurately kind of point that one out. And it's like, yeah, it's a little silly. So now these teams could look at each other and say, okay, Reason didn't change a single player. They kept the entirely same lineup, which means that all the bans that Mousesports ran last time, which is like the Wukong, which is Trashy's most played jungler, the Yasuo, which was, of course, removed away from Sencooks, and the Renekton, to try to give Kuban some room on Jax. Like, okay, those bans might stay around. But at the same time, as Mousesports, do you switch your comp up now and say, you know what, Renekton ban not as important. You know what, the Wukong ban, honestly, I'm not a fan of, because Wukong's such a weak early game jungler compared to things like Lee Sin, Elise. Like, let him play the low pressure jungler, because that's how NIP won.
Yeah.
NIP beat these guys by giving them Wukong and then having no ganks fall through.
Yeah, it was a very slow and methodical game from NIP, just rotating perfectly and also playing very safe.
Yeah.
Saying, we know that we have more team cohesion in the late game than you do. Yeah. We're not going to let Trashy get any openings and get his foot in the game. And it was very great. And also, I like how, like I said, everybody played the same champion from game 1 to game 2 for Mousesports, except for the jungler, and they kicked him from the team.
Yeah.
No switching champions here. See if they pick the same lineup again.
Gotta play a standard. Now, this is what I like right here. This Diana ban is aimed at Kuban. He's been spamming that in solo queue, full AP, like Death Cap Void Staff style. So unfortunately, we don't get to see Burst Diana come out from Kuban, but I was like hoping to see it. I was like, oh man, it's exciting. Pulls the ban, which means I like this. Reason have done their research. They checked everyone's profile, saw he's been spamming it, removed it.
Oh, you should. It's the playoffs. You have to know who you're up against. You can't just walk in blindly and say, all right, I don't know this team. I don't know what they play. We're just going to play better than them. But you don't know what they do.
Yeah.
So I love that research there.
So you want to know. But what's cool about this, though, is that Kuban still has Jax, Ryze, and Aurelia as his other top most played in solo queue. We can see those come out. And I actually want to know if a Ryze ban comes through because, or sorry, a Renekton ban. And it doesn't. It's a Kha'Zix ban. I like this because if Renekton comes through, Ryze beats it. If Renekton doesn't come through, Jax beats it against pretty much any other matchup. So Kuban Ryze, I think, is likely here.
I like how his name is Kanzi San. I think is on a live service. He's Kanzi Senpai.
Oh, okay.
So now he's San. He's among his peers. He's no longer Senpai here.
among his peers on Mouse Sports. So the Renekton first pick does come through. Beansu, he's been very consistent for his team. 4.4 KDA for him across the lineup. And the Wukong steal comes through. All right. So they don't want to get trashy Wukong, but they take the pick, not the ban, to get rid of it.
Yeah.
With Makler playing Lucian.
I like that. Now it's up to Trashy, who his best performances have been on Lee Sin, which is now banned by them. And it's also on Wukong, which has been taken away. So he's going to have to fall back on something like an Elise, which is still open. But they're going to wait on that because why not secure something else, like a support for your team?
Barney D is just a gigantic Thresh player, plays it all the time. So they hover on Morgana. I actually think Morgana's best matchup is Thresh, just from my experiences in solo queue with players worse than these guys, to be fair. But like everything is so telegraphed from Thresh, they're pretty easy to black shield.
Yeah.
And anytime it goes for harass, you're gonna be taking all 3 ticks of the puddle, and it's gonna make your life really pain. So I really like Morgana into Thresh as an advantage for Mouse Sports. I actually really love the fact that they're playing Morgana with Wukong, because you can't remove him during Cyclone anymore.
Exactly. I love that pick, and you were talking about how you think it's the best matchup. I completely agree with you. With Annie, it's kind of like, oh, instant stun. You have to black shield preemptively.
Yeah.
And if the Annie jukes you, then you're like, all right, I'm just going to wait it out. Whereas Thresh is like, all right, here comes the hook. You see it. And my favorite / hate it when it happens to me is you put down the box, and then he black shields and just walks through it. Just like nothing happened.
Breaks all the walls for the team.
Yeah.
Oh, made it happen here. Morgana does come through. Interestingly enough, though, for Mouse Sports, Kuban's going for Shen here in the lineup. So a very defensive team right now for these guys. You've got the Shen ulti, the Morgana shields, and whatnot. So I want to know what's the high damage backline here for Mouse Sports, or the high like heavy wave clear, like maybe a Ziggs, to hold up with a Shen split push in late game.
I don't know, because Take Fun is a relatively unknown player. He's played a lot of Gragas when we last saw him. It's possible it could be that. LeBlanc is still banned, so he can't pick that up. Nidalee, we've seen that a lot today.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much it would synergize with this composition because it's not poke-oriented. It's more
they have no wave
It's
clear.
like engage, save, Shen, maybe Orianna. We need something. Like Ziggs, I actually think is the best choice, like you said that. We'll have to see. And that is a great idea to steal it away. Because Reason Gaming's sitting there thinking the same thing. They're like, all right.
What are they looking for?
What are they looking for? Let's take away the Ziggs.
I like this. So Ziggs comes through the Elise for the incredible early jungle pressure. I like this from Trashy. Last time we saw him on Elise, I believe, at least when they were playing these guys, he went 5-2 and 13 on it. So Trashy's going to have a good future for him. I mean, honestly, it's overall a very aggressive early game team.
Yeah.
Thresh, Caitlyn, bottom lane, great. Renekton top lane is great. Ziggs has wave clear for days. All these lanes able to push. I want to see how Mouse Sports holds up to heavy early game aggression.
Yeah, like you said, all across the board for Reason. Early game, but the Ziggs is going to help them out in the late.
True.
Which is the big thing. If they can get an early game lead and start sieging up, Ziggs is just devastating. And then you clear the waves, you get up to the turret, and then it's like, all right, we're ahead, everybody engage. And you just go straight in, possibly get some picks, or poke them off with the Ziggs bombs. Now Mouse Sports taking their sweet time with this one. And yeah, the Orianna, because they lack the wave clear.
Yeah.
It's the big thing here. And you need something that will counter the wave clear of Ziggs in a siege moment.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Good.
All right.
There's the damage.
Okay.
Now, this is risky for Mouse Sports. They've got no wave clear to speak of almost at all, aside from Lucian, basically. They're hoping for like some incredible wombo combos.
Yeah, and it's pretty short range in terms of clear, which is the big weakness of this team. Katarina doesn't clear unless she's in melee range.
She'll get hit if she does.
Yes, exactly. Very risky. We're going to have to see how it turns out. There's a lot of things that can stop the Katarina ultimate, though. Everybody on the team can stop it except for Caitlyn.
Yep.
So last picking that into, you know what it's going to be up against, which is...
For what it's worth, even though you're right that Reason can stop it with about 5 abilities on their team right here, most of them are like unreliable or hard to access. So you've got both Hook and Cocoon are skill shots that will be blocked by the first target hit, so they're unlikely to stop Katarina.
Black Shield.
Yep, I forgot about that. The Black Shield's going to work with Katarina and block any of it anyway. So Ziggs, as pretty much the only high magic damage source, has to break Black Shield and then set up a CC from someone like Renekton or someone like his Soundshell Charge afterwards. That's going to be fun. We might see some full channel cat ults.
Oh, man. So I like that setup, the Black Shield and the composition here from both teams, on top of the Wukong ultimate.
Yeah.
They're looking for the wombo combo for team fighting up against this early game aggression team.
Yeah.
So Reason Gaming might look to actually split push and try to make some advantage.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's a Shen.
You cannot split
so
push
you
a
can't
Shen.
split push against that.
No.
So a lot of cards on the table here, and everybody's still sorting it out. Like, all right, Reason Gaming, we're going to have Shen split pushing against our Renekton.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are we going to do with that? Renekton's going to have to jump into the team fights, let Shen push. But then if you team fight, you're up against a Wombo combo team, and you're sieging.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the one matchup I think works well for Reason is kind of by default Renekton wins early game, and they've got Elise instead of Wukong in the jungle. I think it's very possible for Reason to win top lane so hard that Renekton can keep the shove going, and the team can rotate into Shen's lane and just push his turret down. And there's never really any real pressure from the Shen coming back from Kuban. So I think you can actually snowball top lane as Reason. I think all the lanes are actually snowballable.
Yeah.
So I want to see how that plays out.
And I want to reiterate that these teams played each other in the round of 8, and it was pretty much trashy from start to finish with almost a 13 KDA if you round it up. And I love that ward start. He started with the green ward in his inventory.
Yeah.
Sees all that, gets all the info. Now they're going to set up for it. And remember, they have a pretty early game team here.
This is so good by Mouse Sports. I feel like they researched this. They went through Tribrush, went through the ward, and immediately all recalled.
Wow.
The amount of mind games these guys have. Reason knew the top lane pick of Diana was coming, banded it out. Mouse Sports know, and this isn't necessarily Reason specifically, but a lot of teams will ward their Tribrush because Tribrush is the one brush that you can get skill shot over the wall from easily.
Yeah.
Like top side or bottom side. The rest of the general standing spots are pretty easy to like see him coming. So Tribrush is a common ward spot. And now Mouse Sports are going to be like, wait for the invade.
Yeah.
And it's not coming.
And Beansu is sitting here saying, I have to back now or else I won't make it to lane on time. If it is just a standard 1v1 lane, and I'm Renekton, I have to get that early game advantage and start pushing it. So leaves them all, and they're all pretty much petrified in that bush. They're still sitting there. They're waiting for this.
Yeah, but Mouse Sports are going to get the early lane push. So the thing is, they're going to have level 2 first for sure, which is a pretty big lead to have in the 2v2 lane. Especially against Caitlyn, who normally is such a good pusher early on.
Cooks just throws a bomb just in case into that left
worth it.
bush.
It's worth checking
It's definitely worth it. Any vision thing. And now they see everybody's in the lane. They're like, oh, now we have to get there. They fooled us. How did they leave? They backed.
Yeah. Ultimately, it just manifests in Mouse Sports having the quick early game push. Ooh, a nice hook's going to land, but the hook onto Mockler as well. A lot of damage back and forth. The Torrent shield opening for Morgana. Libic just happy to take damage. He doesn't care too much.
And Barney D has exhaust.
Ooh.
So if they go for a full-on fight there, he's going to just have to get into range. Use it to ignite. Actually give it a little bit of an edge in the early on. Exhaust is more useful, the more powerful the person is.
Yeah. And look at the trinket ward usage as well. Only one trinket's been used so far this entire game, because once the early wards went down and you knew where the jungler started, there's no reason to look for a gank until at least 3 minutes in, when junglers typically get both their buffs, and then the trinkets come down and say, okay, where the gank's gonna come from. Oh, good dodge.
I like that. Barney D knows how to play the Thresh. You wait for a minion to die right in front of you, and as it's dying, you throw out the hook. And you have to coordinate with your AD carry to pull that off. Because it takes like a quarter, like a fraction of a second for the enemy to realize that minion's dead, that's no longer a safe zone for me.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Blitz walking up to a lane, killing it with his R, and then throwing out his hook immediately.
Yeah.
There it is. Telegraphed.
Yeah, good Black Shield. Libic knows about it. Made it happen. Zero loss. Actually, Black Shield does cost less than Hook, so mana advantage for Libic.
Whew.
The plays.
Both junglers are hanging off on the side here. Deep ward's coming out. The Senkux.
Wow, the early damage coming in, forcing the WA.
Hanging to
Trashy's on
Trashy.
the wall. Oh, big damage
Ooh.
onto Kanzi. Forced to jump over. There comes the repel.
Oh,
The
he wants
Trashy
it.
wants the damage. 1 Q to go. Flashes, takes the kill. First blood.
Oh,
The
he's gonna
damage
die.
comes through. Take Fun gets it back with double buffs.
The flash there from Trashy to close the distance, I'm not sure if that was necessary, because the flash was already used by Ko.
Yeah, Kanzi.
So, yeah, Kanzi? Yeah, I was shortening it. Kanoki is what he... Kanoki
Yeah.
Kanzi. Kanzi
Gotta call him Kanzi
had
here.
already flashed go over the wall, then he repelled after him. And I don't think that flash was necessary. He was about to have his Venomous Bite back off a cooldown, which does close the distance for you.
Yeah.
Then when he flashed too far forward, he didn't have it to get out away from the Katarina and took a tower shot that an extra tower shot that he probably shouldn't.
True. So now we basically have to say, okay, what's worth more, the extra 100 gold for First Blood or the double buffs on Katarina? And to me, probably the worst double buff mid laner is probably Katarina. But still, it's something to keep in mind. There's going to be extra chase potential there if Take Fun gets in on Sencux.
I'm trying to think of a worse double buff mid laner. I was about to say Yasuo, but I'm like, nah, he gets a lot out of the red.
Yeah.
He doesn't get anything out of the blue, though.
I mean, he gets... Yeah, he gets basically nothing.
Q
He gets wind walls.
Yeah.
He gets more wind walls.
Yeah.
It kind of matters. Take Fun, 10 CDR for the buff. Kills minions fast, almost gets the damage in from Limbic. Just the harass coming through. Doran Shield Morgana, though, is pretty durable. But I got to point out, a minion kill lead here is pretty sizable right now for a reason. 10 minions among the 80 carries.
Yeah, and the fact that neither of the supports started with a gold generation item, typically Morganas will almost always go for the Spell Thieves level 1 to get that extra edge. He goes for the Dorans because he knows he's going to take some harass from Crystal. It's a good choice by him. And also at the same time, Barney D is going for that Sightstone early so he can start sweeping vision and allowing gank from Trashy to come in earlier.
Yep. And of course, you know, the problem is Trashy's been looking for round 2, walks by a ward, actually a couple of them. So Mousesports knows he's over by the Wraith camp. Trashy waiting around. I don't think he's quite in vision where he stands.
Trashy likes to fight. He
really
loves to fight. He's always making a play. He's always going somewhere. You never see him just sitting back farming the jungle. He's either counter jungling, taking away some gold, or he's making a gank. They see.
Yep, Kanzi doesn't walk through the brush. Early pink ward comes down from Reason to help watch for the gank path, and you can see that they back off from this one pretty safely.
Yep. And that means Trashy, he's going to go counter jungle the golems.
It's a good choice. Could take the Wraiths too if he wanted, but didn't want to get stabbed away by Take Fun. Once again, Wukong walks by a ward. Very unfortunate. Trashy going to be okay here. Kanzi doing the same sort of play right here. Warding offensively into the enemy jungle. I mean, both these teams are trying to get vision on the junglers in their own territory to track rotations.
He walked by it again.
Yep. Their time, not the charm.
See, that's the thing, is when you place that pink ward down, you have to go immediately there and place it so that the enemy never knew that you had a pink ward in your inventory.
Yes.
You can't walk into lane and then be like, okay, I'm going to walk to the right and place a pink ward, because they saw you place it. They're not dumb.
Yeah, they saw it's gone from inventory. They knew where you were last.
Yeah.
Well, Crislin, though, 52 to 43 in minutes in the bottom lane. Barney helping him out with this one. Barney will have a small edge, I guess, in the item game against Libic because his Sightstone will only cost him 400 gold now. Libic has to invest 800 to get his item here. So we'll see when the 80 carries back up for items. Nice harass from Take Fun. Sencux. Why do Ziggs do that? They put the satchel charge forward and then run to it.
I don't know.
I see so many Ziggs do that.
Instead of on top of himself.
Yeah.
And he had a pretty good angle, too. He probably could have knocked Katarina out of that.
For sure he would have.
And
big harass.
Something that I actually never talked about was Take Fun took teleport. So he's looking to get to those side lanes and pressure them. But also this gives them even more global map pressure. Shen, Katarina with teleport.
Yeah.
You can make it a 5-on-2 bottom very, very quickly. And then go pressure Dragon. You give up some more of the map, but then you can be like, all right, it's bottom time, like ARAM, let's go.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to see if Mousesports can make the map rotation plays. Quick wave clear in the mid lane. Take Fun going to kill off the minions, but his TP is up. His wave is dead. And it's actually Sencux forced back right away. So, going to see how much time he needs to spend on this one. Kanzi, though, unfortunately walking on a ward. And Trashy coming for the counter gank pretty soon.
Yeah. Kanzi wasted a lot of time up there.
Yeah.
He has Cyclone available to him, so he wants to use that on somebody. And his CS is good. Trashy is a little bit in the lead in terms of kills, because he actually got that one for himself, so his gold's up a bit. But in the overall, slight CS advantage here for Reason Gaming, mostly from that bottom and top lane. Middle lane's been actually quite even despite a melee Katarina up against his auto-attack harass Ziggs.
Yeah, Take Fun's playing it very aggressively. He's maxing Q, so anytime he sees kind of an opening, he can jump in and deal a trade to Sencux, and then kind of back off if he needs to. It's working quite well in the 1v1. I'm always a fan of Katarina players and how they play the matchups. Anytime you have a melee versus ranged matchup in general, you actually have to play it very aggressively and punish every harass that you can.
Correct.
If you just take hits, you'll fall behind.
You have to punish it correctly, too.
Yeah.
If you overextend too much, you're going to take too much harass on your way out, and if you're not enough of a threat. So if you look at his item build right now, he bought the Sork shoes so he can get rid of some of the MR from the Chalice, and then he buys a Negatron cloak to negate some of the damage that he'll be taking on the way out from bouncing bombs. And that ward has been there for so long.
Number of champions seen by that ward, like number of...
Okay.
He's all right. He's fine. Got the ward jump.
Spun a bit for fun, too.
Short enough cooldown, no big deal. Yeah, Sencook's getting a little bit of a push lead now in this one. Makler taking some damage as well.
Ow.
Does not have a Vamp Scepter. They both went. Oh, the flash ulti coming in. Can they find much? The double stun gonna land. Here comes Shen ulti. Big damage to Chris, but they're gonna go for Barney D on this one. The taunt comes through as well. Big damage. Kill picked up by Kuban. Nice play.
And then they're gonna go straight for the dragon. This is that 4-on-2 play that I was talking about. They're gonna go ahead and have Take Fun in the mid. Teleport still available to him. Renekton in the top. He'll get some free farm. That's fine. He's Renekton.
The Suncook is coming down. So he's kind of got the inside track and puts the damage in. Take Fun didn't follow him down the lane. Ooh. So Mousesports are forced back. It's just a kill for a lot of pressure-relieved top lane.
Yeah, and Kuban actually is now down almost 30 CS. He's at that 22 mark. And Beansu, he has the Tiamat, so he'll just clear this wave instantaneously, and he can go anywhere that he wants to. Now, Kuban, he knows he doesn't have the Stand United available. He can go ahead and proxy this wave, go dirty farm it, get more damage on this turret if he wants to. He could actually walk up and just kill it, tank the turret even if he gets taunted. But the question is, does he want to kill the turret now? Or, because once you do that, you have to push up even further as Renekton against the Shen. So he's going to just leave it alive and just continue his CS advantage.
Makler going for a bit of damage here. W comes down. Ah, just the lantern.
Oh,
Take Fun. TP to a ward. Couldn't find the kill for the team, though. So, you know, half this is working for Mousesports. The shuttle did pay off for a kill. The Cat TP did not. You've got a pretty big window now where Take Fun has no teleport.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that they weren't able to get to the dragon previously is that Kuban had so much pressure top lane, he actually backed. And had to walk to that lane, or else he would have lost the turret.
Yeah.
And more waves, and just even more gold. So, 500 gold lead for Reason Gaming right now, just by these CS numbers in these lanes. And now in the overall, in all lanes, advantage.
Trashy snuck in to the middle brush right.
They pinged him.
Oh, they did. You're right. He didn't sneak in.
Not as sneaky as he thinks.
Apparently not. Oh, he's going to look for it anyway. He's going to wait in the front brush. We'll see if the lane pushes out. Now, Kuban does very well. He freezes in front of it.
They definitely saw him. That is the cue for them to go for Dragon. They know Snow Smite is available.
Ooh, but a lot of damage still comes through onto Mousesports. Sencook's just so good at harassing over the wall. In a 3v4, they stop Baron, or Dragon.
And now they're going to get a turret for it. And they have to answer with a Dragon, but they're not going to.
They can't.
Yeah. And that was a good play by Reason Gaming. I love Sencook's just getting them in the pit, harassing them down, and dissuading them from even continuing damage on it. It's not worth the risk. And now Beansu, up 30 CS over his lane opponent. He can go ahead and start roaming around the jungle, making it his own, and Trashy's right there with him. They're going to start warding this up, start stealing buffs and camps.
Gonna be Kanzi looking for it. Smite's gonna come through for Trashy. The knockup's gonna come in though. He's gonna finally get them both into the air, but Beansu.
Oh, they're walking towards Katarina.
He's gonna get over the wall. He's gonna be all right. Katarina on the wrong side of it. Kanzi flashes over. Doesn't quite have the damage for Beansu to go down. Did he get enough damage? Q comes out. One more dash and he'll kill him. Gets it with the decoy and the jump in. There's a kill. 3-1 Mousesports.
Sencook's actually used his satchel charge there to go ahead and interrupt Take Fun's ultimate. Down bottom.
And the stand unit is about to come up as well. Will they have the damage exhaust there onto Makler? But Barney D just not going to survive this one. Krislin now taking damage. There's the barrier and the shadow. Can he get into range with him? Flashes in. There's the net coming out. And he's got nowhere to go. There's the binding. There's the damage. Krislin goes down as well. Double kill to Makler.
And now the gold is even. But here comes Trashy. He's so aggressive. Is he going to get it?
Goes for the 80 carry. Still has red buff. Taunted far away. Kuban, good damage. Will he dive it? Lands it successfully. The flash, the Q will kill him. Just the auto attack. Kuban. Wow. 6-2 now, Mousesports.
Just a Sunfire Cape. 202 on that Shen. A lot of map pressure, but now it's even in gold still. Despite the 4 kills going over to Mousesports, 1 turret in favor of Reason Gaming. And here's the thing, is you have to, like, kills are all nice, right? You have to transition them into objectives, and that's where the majority of gold will come from. He's going after Take Fun.
He just takes the fight back to Take Fun. 400 health, 100 health, one more Q will do it. Kanzi, can he get the damage? Oh, the Q lands. Good damage from Wukong, though. Flash over the wall. Sencook's satchel as well. Nicely played.
Wow, if he had missed that bouncing bomb, it would not have been worth the chase. Very good. I like the placement there, because he threw it a little bit to the right of the wall, and Katarina's stuck between a bomb and a
Yep. That's why you never walk by a wall.
It's going away.
Champions. Here we go. 14 minutes in. Pink ward finally goes down. Motorsports has to wonder how long it's been there. Dragon levels up. You saw that on your screen. And there's the Lantern. Splits the uprights. No Dark Binding there, but you can see a 500 gold lead for Reason Gaming. They're up ever so slightly in globals, but down 3 kills. Mousesports have been making some good plays, just not capitalizing on them too much.
Now, Hanzi starting up the blue. He's going to give it to himself, most likely. And now, Reason Gaming, 5 men strong in the Dragon. They're set up for this. No Stand United available for Cuban. He's going to have to walk. No
teleport either for Cat if he wanted it, but Mousesports are squaring off on this side of the map, and Kuban has actually come down and walked into the hook. Ooh, take fun, taking a bunch of pain. Good Black Shield. But here comes the Wukong ulti as well. Binzu not in a good spot, rooted up. He's going to go down, trading 1-for-1 right there. It's going to be a kill for Take Fun. Senkook's got nowhere to go, stunned up as well. Do they have the damage? Oh my gosh, in the backlines. Huge pain coming out. Senkook's 1 hit from dead does go down. Reset for Take Fun. Jumps to a teammate to throw a Q out. Another 2-for-1. Mousesports really good at fighting here.
That was a fantastic Black Shield, and you talked about Libic before the game. You're like, oh, this guy's a really good player. He is. That was fantastic. Black Shield was right on point. His ultimate, even though multiple tethers were broken, he's like, Senkook's is worth it. I'm going to put my body all the way up there just to root Senkook's, and they pays off. They pick him up. I like that aggression there. But still even in goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mousesports just are getting kills, and they're actually giving up a little bit of pressure on the mid lane. This might go down. And just to talk about individual players here, I mean, Trashy, 3-2-0.
Yes.
He's got 75% kill participation, pretty much equal deaths across the team anyway. He's pretty much holding up his end of the bargain. For Mousesports, the 2 best performing players on the team throughout the entire summer split, as well as here, are Kuban and Makler. They have always been rocks for the team, and you're seeing that still. 100% kill participation, only 1 death, sorry, not 100%.
It's close.
3/4 kill participation.
75.
And 1 death between them. Still great play for these guys.
It's the same thing with Libic, though.
Yeah.
He's also stepping up to the plate, and he's doing a little better than Makler. He didn't die.
Yeah. Perfect support score, 0-0 in anything. 10 CS, unfortunate, but you know what? It's okay.
Probably got some of that trying to push the wave.
Yeah.
But regardless, Dragon goes over to Mousesports there. Now they're in the lead by 1K gold. 2 turrets in the favor of Reason Gaming. They picked up that mid. And Mousesports made a great rotation picking up that Dragon pretty much effortlessly. I like their positioning. I like their zone control. And the fact that they're keeping toe-to-toe with this early game composition of Reason Gaming might spell disaster for them in the late game. Because Mousesports have this Wombo combo and the global map control, which they have been using perfectly to the T. The teleport, the Stand United, the AoEs here, and the Black Shield. Mousesports looks really good. They look a lot better than they did previously when they played in the round of 8 versus Reason Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they've overall picked up 2 great players to the roster in the last few months. I think Kanzi-san especially has been doing at least a little bit better than Makata has been. Jukes back around, doesn't quite find the opening he wants, but 84 CS on Wukong. Actually getting a bit of a minion lead over Trashy here. Gotta say, that's actually pretty relevant here. Level 10 on both these guys, but a good set of items here. He's going to be going into tank Wukong. Probably Randuin's next for him. See where he goes.
And Trashy loves to just gank and walk around the map. So having a CS advantage over him isn't a huge surprise, but here comes Libic in the back line. There's going to be a Stand United.
Stand United comes in onto Wukong. Libic actually dodges the flay. Dark Binding's going to land on a Barney D. This is the entire team grouped up together.
They retcon it. He decides not to go. And now they're chasing Libic down.
Libic on the wrong side of the tracks here. Trashy and Takefun in a bit of a fight, though. Trashy not where he wants to be. He has to pull his team back to defend him. But huge damage comes through. 1 hit from dead. Red buff ticks through. Kanzi-san gets it with Lizard Elder red buff. Nice play.
There was too much chase onto Libic there. Ends up using the ace in the hole. Doesn't get the kill. And so Kristalin not involved in that fight. It was a 4-on-4. But if you get the support out of the fight for the AD carry, the sustained damage, it's definitely a worth chase there.
Absolutely, and of course the jungler going down relieves a lot of pressure on the map that Reason could have had otherwise. At least such a good early champion. Kanzi-san knows he's on the wrong side of the map, but still wants to pressure for this blue buff. Just you can see how he has no ward coverage, so he doesn't greed for it. He knows Renekton and Thresh could lock him down, says, you know what, never mind. The safe play there. Kanzi-san.
Yeah, he knew that Trashy was down, so he was like, all right, I want to invade the jungle, but let's not get greedy.
Yep.
It's a good restraint there. He wanted to try and shut down Senkook's, who's been having a pretty good game in terms of CS.
Yeah.
And both these teams neck and neck, despite the kills being in favor of Mouse. But I have to say, Reason Gaming's rotations are good.
Yeah.
Only problem here is They haven't been
Mousesports are
transitioning to
playmaking.
kills. Oh!
Okay, good damage coming through. Black Shield in from Libet. Can he get around the minefield?
It's
Does
in the
not
wall.
land the binding.
The lantern was in the wall. He couldn't make it there.
He didn't cast it far enough, but the damage coming through too much. Barney D gets the kill credit. TP comes in from Katarina. Shen's there as well. Nothing for Mousesports. So a little bit greedy there from Libic, honestly, without any support. Goes into enemy jungle. Doesn't make it happen here. So Mousesports, though, their team is all about playmaking, right?
Yeah.
The standard editor from Shen, the teleporting from Katarina, they're constantly looking for these random plays to make to get in on their opponents.
Unexpected, too. That's the thing, is it's going to take you by surprise.
It has.
And Libic's been setting this up, too. He's like, I'm going to come from the back line and cause panic and havoc in the middle of your team.
Yeah.
Try to root them up, and that's what he was trying to do there, was try and converge. And it's like, oh, look at this. We have 3 people on this one guy, and Morgana's behind you to cut off your escape. You can always just use his soul shackles and slow them down and allow his team to catch up. But 500 goal between these two teams, again, it just keeps going back and forth just within this 1,000 goal difference. Very, very even, and huge like improvement here for Mousesports. They have been playing with Take Fun for longer now.
Yeah.
And having him synergize. And I like the Katarina. It's a little unorthodox from what we typically see in the mid lane. And we're going to have to see if he can get those full channels off. And the Black Shield is there to help. I love this composition in the overall here.
Yeah. I want to see how it keeps playing out, because Reason Gaming, I feel like if they get into a dedicated 5-on-5, just like a straight-up sort of siege push situation, I think they're in better shape than these sort of random 2v3s, 2v4s that keep happening around the map. So
yeah.
As the laning phase breaks down, we'll see where Reason Gaming goes. 20 minions only in the top lane. At this point, 20 minions behind Renekton at 21 minutes is pretty much fine. At this point, Cubon's escaped the laning phase successfully. He's surviving. He's in a good spot right now. Take Fun also has escaped the laning phase pretty successfully. 2-1 and 2. Abyssal Scepter is done. Going for a Deathfire Grasp next, which I like a lot as well. So a lot of burst comes out from that item. He can get a reset off of the squishy in the back lines. And now we just play the waiting game. You see, okay, Reason, I feel like they're the team that needs to make moves if they want to get ahead here. Otherwise, Mousesports can sit there in the laning phase and just teleport into battles.
Oh, yeah. And I like the fact that you're talking about the playmaking, you were talking about the numbers advantage there, like 3v2, picking people off. Mousesports baits you into a fight, making you think that it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, here are my buddies. They're like mice. There's more than you think there.
More than 3, and none of them blind.
Nope, no Lisa in this game. Banned away.
Nope.
So blind monk for the mice.
Don't need him.
So Dragon's going to be the next point of contention here, and Mousesports is perfectly content with getting there first. Even though Senkux is on the field on that Ziggs, they don't mind the poke. They say, we're going to burn it down. Also, if you engage us, Cyclone, Death Lotus.
Yeah. There's a really good combo available. Mousesports do have a nice mix of AoE teamfight, but also of counter-engaging. See if this pans out in the rest of the time. Reason Gaming do want to play for this. All 5 members are here for Dragon. Will they pull the Mousesports rotation? Looks like the recall from Take Fun, just the top lane siege. So Dragon for top outer turret's going to come through for Reason. That is a gold lead for them. Actually, yeah, top outer turret did just go down. Cubon still getting some free farm. He's up to level 14. He's actually out-leveling Beansu's Renekton now. This Renekton pick might not be paying off.
Yeah, it's because he's been involved in so many kills and assists, whereas Beansu has just been involved in a lot of deaths.
Barney D with a hook steals away the big wraith. That was nice.
100% more swirly.
I mean, like, it's significantly swirly now, I gotta say. I like the new particle for that.
It's a good buff.
Yeah. So much stronger now. For the casters especially, we can see it.
And now, see, Morgana Libic's like off on the side, not even near his team. He's not on peel duty. He's on engagement/retreat, like cutting them off.
Oh, Kanzi on top of a ward, gets spotted out. Puts a ward over the wall as well. Yep, he's not happy about this one. And it's weird that Libic's used as the engage tool, but he has to be. Like, it's so hard to force it with Wukong or Shen that it's basically submarine Morgana.
Exactly. If you come from the back and you soul shackle them, where are they going to run? They have to run through you, and then they'll get stunned, or you blow up Morgana as fast as you possibly can.
But with a Shen, that's hard.
Exactly. And then Kanoki comes in from the front with the Cyclone. And
here they go.
Here it is, Submarine.
Wukong flashes over the wall, jumps in, they get 2 with it. See if they can get any more damage. Beansu in the front line, though, is a tanky man. There's the Morgana ult. He looks for Beansu. They're going to get no stun coming through. Honestly, no real damage on the engage. Take Fun still has ulti, doesn't use it on anyone.
The disengage from Reason Gaming was on point right there. They only let the Cyclone hit 1-2 people. The Morgana ulti only got Renekton for like a fraction of a second. He just sliced away from that, and he was fine. And now they can continue the siege.
And they're going to get a lot of damage in this turret. They could take it down. In fact, it looks like they will. Mousesports are going to give up the chase. Reason Gaming spent 3 flashes for 1 to get out of that one. So you figure in the next like 3 to 4 minutes, Mousesports could try again without those flashes. But in the meantime, those Summoner spell cooldowns did give Reason the teamfight win and the mid turret.
Yeah, it seemed a really forced engagement there.
Yeah.
Without the proper positioning. But the flashes, of course, put a wrench in that plan, even if they had the positioning on top of it. And you can see here a lot of gold in the hands of Mockler, who has not spent it yet.
8,600, highest gold in the game. You see 300 gold for the top laner as well for Kuban, but honestly in a close game, you can see where all the money's really spread out. The saving grace for Mousesports, as you identify, is the AD carry, and the rest of the team is kind of there to set him up.
And he's not really involved in the Wombo combo for the most part. He does have AoE damage that he can throw into the fight, but he's not going to be a priority target. You'd be sitting there saying, all right, we have to kill Morgana before the Soul Shackles get off. We have to interrupt Katarina. What are you doing about Lucian? Almost nothing. You had to pretty much catch him out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Trinity Force is done for Mockler, so 2 big items and starting on the last Whisper. I'm actually surprised to not see Xerxes come through for Lucian, but let's see if Kuma can outplay the 1v2. He's got kind of nowhere to go. Teleport is up for Take Fun. Looks like they're not going to pull him over for this one. Instead, they're going to try to buy time to make plays elsewhere. He's pulling 3 people to the top side of the map. Elise heading over as well. The rest of Mousesports going down the mid lane with Lucian pushing in the bottom. Kuban, though, now out of energy.
Trash is coming in from the side. He gets Libic.
Oh, that is not good for Morgana. Flayed in the background, forced a flash away, but there comes the knock up there. 2 men from Wukong. The spin from Take Fun doesn't do much thanks to the exhaust. Damage comes down on Akanzi San even still, and they're trying to make more happen. Crislin jumping in. He's doing what he can. The decoy comes out. Kanzi San goes for Barney D. Not going to matter. Gets taken down. Now Kuban does escape because the rest of the team went to go help the mid lane fight, but it's still a -1.
And they got double buffs out of that instead of a Shen.
Yeah.
So a little bit of an influx there in buffs going to Reason Gaming. Now they're going to push up the mid. And Ziggs, he does decent damage this with his passive. You have the Caitlyn, you have the Elise. They're going to get this turret. Not an inhibitor, but now it's an open option for them at any time.
So Reason Gaming now 27 minutes in, still down in kills, but up 1,600 gold. They found the way in is team fights. It's, hey, catch the Shen out. He's the global. You gank the global. You don't gank with the global on the other side of the map. They put him down. They got the counter engage they wanted in the mid lane. A great hook to start things out to force onto Libic. Reason Gaming with the 5v5s are doing well.
I don't know if that was exactly a 5v5. It was kind of a trickle in on a 3v3. Yeah, I gotcha. Kuban, he's trying to put pressure on here and coming around the back. Look at how little damage he takes.
Not very much.
No,
full tank. Sunfire into Warmogs.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, on Shen it does. He has 2 health scalers.
One of them is damage.
Yeah.
His passive, his key strike, he does more damage based on his HP, bonus HP. So he's actually a little ridiculous now when he fights Beansu, and he'll heal more too.
Yeah.
Off of his
heals teammates more too.
Warple Blade. Yeah, based on theirs.
Based on Shen's health.
It's Shen's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everyone heals based on Shen's health, so he actually is a better healer with a Warmox. Doesn't mean too terribly much, but it's something. It'll help Mockler more than anyone. A little more life back in these fights. We'll see.
I was just thinking about Shen in Earth mode. I want to go dash everywhere.
And you would move.
Throw blades.
You'd have permanent shield as well. Your W would always be on.
Your feints, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's probably not as crazy as Hecarim. That one's ridiculous.
Hecarim is super
Hecarim is so much fun. You're like a baton twirler the entire time. Anyway.
So would Katarina.
Yeah.
She jumped everywhere. The Recess would fully reset her ulti too. 1 kill, new ult.
All right, so Dragon's up in 5 seconds here. Nobody's really poised to take it. There aren't as many wards in that area. Mousesports has a little bit of an advantage, and they're trying to catch out Crislin right here. But they see Senkux and Trash coming in from the back with that ward that they had previously. So they're going to go ahead and... Wow. So yeah, Dragon goes over with no contest here.
Yeah.
To Reason Gaming.
Well, Mousesports have kind of lost control. They're the team that wants to make plays and rotate around the map. But the problem is the only wards they really have are the ones from Libic. So they have, I think, pretty low vision, and they're not really able to make constant plays. So I'm wrong about the wards, by the way. There's like 5 other ones on the map. But like, they've lost the ability to like jump in and turn these fights around. They're not as present for these objectives. And so, when they're not the one forcing the plays, they're kind of like, well, I don't want to ult into this. And they're kind of rolling over right now.
So Take Fun picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah.
Afraid of the AD damage here. Only Senkux is the only AP threat, so he's building his resistances up. Don't know if that'll be a Zhonya's or if we'll get the DFG first, because he had the Fiendish Codex. Or he could be a man after my own heart and get Banner of Command.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my favorite.
It's a good item.
And Libic, he's still looking for these side ganks. And it's forcing Reason Gaming to ward, kind of like if you were against a Fiddlesticks. Oh, it's so close.
Almost. It's okay, mid lane siege, here we go. Reason, they have all 5. Mousesports, they've actually pulled Shen into the base instead of splitting on the top. This is the ideal situation for Reason, because the Shen is just wasted right there. The teleport from Take Fun, wasted right here.
You've nothing for that. Exhaust up for Barney D, so if Take Fun does get in, he's immediately going to get exhausted. And really, I'm going to say it again, Mockler, he's like down the totem pole as like the 3rd priority target. So most of the damage from this fight is most likely going to be coming from him if he's left alone. But if he gets picked off, definitely the squishiest person on the field.
Let's see what these guys can find.
And this is just the siege up from Reason Gaming that I assumed would happen eventually.
Yeah.
31-minute mark.
It's
a little late for it, but they do not have a turret there for Mousesports. But here comes Cubon from the back. They see him too.
All right,
they know he's coming.
Engage. Can he find much? Gets a 2 to 3 man taunt. Tries to take some damage in the back line. Senkux, Grizzlin, both forced away. Ziggs Bomb hits a lot, and Libic forced to take the channel. Pikanzi-san in the front lines, taking some good damage. Exhaust on the cat takes her down. No kills still picked up. They still look for the engage, and Grizzlin will go down. Mockler trying to clean up. Can Senkux go down? Barrier, Black Shield use. He does not chase through. 1-for-1 fight, actually. 80 carry for mid laner.
And that exhaust coming out there stopped a lot from Take Fun. He would have gotten multiple resets. Look at how low everybody is. If he had killed somebody a little sooner, would have been reset, boom, boom, boom. Everybody's getting dropped. That's Barney D pulling his weight at Champion Select and knowing what he wants to bring to the table and how to play this matchup as
Absolutely.
So, big tactical decision there by him. And then this Stand United, we used up Morgana to get him out.
Yeah.
Saved his life. And then Mockler, like I said, he's doing the brunt of the damage.
Yeah.
In that. He ended up getting the kill onto Chrislin, and it looked like he might have wanted to continue that pursuit onto Senkux, but just the Hexplosive Minefield is too much to walk through.
Yeah. There's one thing I don't like about Mousesports, actually. Is as much as Black Shield Katarina is good, they've never really gotten to use it.
Yeah.
What I like, if they had a Leona, because the problem is Libic can't participate in fights. When he goes in, he gets hit right away. He's forced to Black Shield himself a lot of the time. He takes the standard editor from Shen half the time, meaning that Kuban leaves the fight at that point. And so Libic is having very little impact actually in fights, less than you would expect. Whereas if he was like Leona or Annie or something, able to actually help engage fights, lock them down, so they don't have to like force this awkward Shen or Wukong engage, they can actually set up Katarina much more successfully.
Yeah, and he bought the Zhonya's Hourglass now, so he can put himself at risk, be a little safer, but of course your ulti doesn't channel through it.
Yeah.
And I would be more interested to see Libic have one. And look at that. They tried to force the engage there. Both Talisman of Ascensions popped.
And we'll see. Just going to be the disengage. Take Fun. No big deal. Jumps to a ward. It's going to give him a little bit of reduced damage taken while he takes the Kate ulti. No big deal. Let's see where we go with this one. Had a quick reconnect. No big deal. He's back in real life. Don't worry about it. We still move on 5v5 in this one. Take Fun, Libic, Mockler. Waiting around. Let's see where we can go with this one. Ward control right now is here for Reason Gaming. They've got the pink ward in the brush in front of Baron, as well as the one in the Baron pit itself, meaning that they can actually guaranteed set up a bait.
Look at how little damage he takes.
So getting knocked around a bit though. Kanzi-san looks for the engage. 3-man knock of the Dark Binding on a Beansu as well. Ziggs ulti hits a couple. Libic, look at that. 2 overextended. He pops the ulti, has to run away. Ignite is on. He will fall, making it a 1-for-1 though. Top laner for support. Kanzi now forced away. Pops the decoy. Nowhere to go. He's going to take it down. 2-for-1 fight. The bombs into Mockler. 1 hit from Dead. Senkux jumps forward. The Q.
Nope.
Chrislin's ulti's up in about 6 seconds.
He wants the vision, and he can kill either of them.
Goes for Mockler. He's dead. Here we go. 2 members alive. Kuban and Take Fun only. Mid-inhib will go down. Now can Reason take down Baron? Look at the ward coverage. 4 pink wards cover the Baron area and a smattering of green wards on the route in.
And Mousesports, they have it all concentrated on the right side. So they don't see this Baron. They're going to have to slowly ward up as they're entering, put one over the wall, put themselves at risk, where Reason Gaming will see them do it the entire way in.
Yep. Well, down to half HP right now. Take Fun wants the opportunity to come into this one. Gonna dodge the first set of bombs. Kuban, if he can set up a good taunt, they could get the kills in. They gotta look for something here. The taunt onto Krislin. The immediate flag and stop Take Fun mid ulti. Standard Net is gonna get him out of the fight. Taking a big bunch of pain. Q comes down, picks up the kill and the Baron. A 4-for-1 overall. Plus Baron picked up Reason, huge lead.
And I want to jump back a bit to the engagement where Kuban brought them so far forward that Kanzi was able to get a great Cyclone. It looked like it was going to go in Mouse's favor, but there's just something about this composition that isn't pumping out the damage. The exhaust onto Katarina, Morgana's support is trying to get in there, and he's just getting burst out. He's not a good source.
Yeah.
And it just falling short in comparison to Reason Gaming.
Morgana's not working with the all-in comp. The thing is, they picked Morgana early, like alongside Shen, so they said like, okay, we need a very high damage mid laner. They like needed a high damage mid laner, but the thing is they needed a backline high damage mid laner.
Yeah.
You can't go like heavy frontline plus Morg, because Morg will die. Which we're seeing from Livic, unfortunately. 2 deaths now, he's been having to take a bunch of shields in team fights. I think the Zig steal was super important from Reason Gaming. I think if Take Fun knew something like Syndra, that would have been fine. Even Heimer would have worked.
Yeah, they don't have a way to soften people up before a fight, whereas Reason Gaming has 2 things at their disposal here. And Krislin, he's always been using his Ace in the Hole on cooldown, mostly onto Take Fun. So he's saying when you get into the fight, you're going to be half HP as Cat, so I'm going to make you go ahead and blow your Zonias earlier than you would want to.
Well, it's going to be the push now onto the top lane there with Baron buff, with mid and Hib already dead. Reason now look for the top lane, most easily reached. Tier 2 turret already dead. Here comes attempt number 2 here. Big damage coming through for Krislin. Does take the binding though. Mouse going to go in for this one. The taunt comes through, doesn't do enough though. The stun to Take Fun. He's not in a good spot. Kill comes through to Sencooks. Now Kuban set up in the front lines as well. Cooling not going to do a whole bunch. Kanzi-san trying to knock him around, but he's going to flash away as well. Makler now a little bit alone. Nice little black shield though from Livic, going to keep him alive a bit longer. But top inhib turret goes down. Top inhib going to go as well. +2 fight for Reason.
And Mouse Sports, they were holding toe all game long. But Reason Gaming were just getting objectives and pushing further up on the map, playing the ward coverage game too, and they are most likely going to end it right here.
Here we go, turret number 2 under siege. Baron buff still on top of them. 47 minutes, 10 seconds in. Morgana ulti from Livic, trying to keep his team alive. Hook won't land, but the Nexus now made available. And this will be game 1 of the quarterfinals. They're going to Reason Gaming right here. One more win, and they match NIP in the semis.
And here's something to note too, is that Reason Gaming previously beat Mouse Sports 2-0, and then they were 0-2'd by NIP.
Yeah.
So they might actually just be playing through the entire bracket again as if they were starting over from the series.
Yeah.
So, big shout-outs, though, to Mouse Sports on that one. Able to keep toe-to-toe with somebody who actually 2-0'd them last time for a pretty decently long game there.
Yeah, they made it really fun. I liked their team comp early game. The problem is I think a team like that doesn't work if you get behind.
Yeah.
I think you can get away with these weird anti-synergies because if you're ahead, you can just force the fact that Katarina's immune and Morgana can just be this weird like half peel support. But when you're behind, you need everyone to contribute 100%. You need everyone to use all their abilities, and Morgana could never ult in fights.
Yeah, and they kept grouping up for team fights because that's what Reason Gaming was doing.
Yeah.
And they had a teleport and a Shen ulti.
Yeah.
And we stopped talking about it by like 25 minutes into the game because they stopped using them.
Exactly.
It was basically, I'm going to Shen ulti somebody in the middle of the fight to give them a shield instead of using it as an engagement tool, using it to split push, using Katarina teleport. So the laning phase was really good in keeping them toe-to-toe. They were ahead in kills for a very long time on the side of Mouse Sports. But then those spells, they were just not using them to their full effect in the late game.
Yeah, they did not manage to just... Like, the way they should have stopped the siege was actually by splitting.
Yes.
And saying, deal with Shen, deal with Shen, deal with Shen. Keep dealing with Shen, you still can't. And creating pressure everywhere and keeping the aggressiveness going. Mouse Sports, unfortunately, could not do that. They succumbed to the siege. Of course, that was very well played by Reason overall. And I gotta say, I think their champ select moves, grabbing the Ziggs, that was big. I think their ability to identify it, let's get the siege. And even then, to second that, they also did find the ganks onto Shen to bring Kuban down and say, oh, you push top lane, you don't have Stand United. They found him, forced him away, and they got to keep the siege going. They identified when to go for Baron properly. Their ward coverage was better. Like, every one of these little pieces was right for Reason.
And those puzzle pieces just add up to saying victory in the end for you. Because just from the start, like champion select, they pretty much forced Take Fun onto a champion that was not suited to their team composition in the overall.
Yeah.
Because it was last picked. He was hovering over Orianna for a bit. It was like, okay, that could work, right?
So low damage, though.
Orianna, you go ahead, shockwave people into the Cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd have to farm for a very long time against this early game comp, so it's risky. But I think the Katarina is just a huge gamble.
It is.
But they wanted the wave clear, even though she's melee wave clear.
At
So
that point, it's not wave
Orianna
clear.
would have done it better. Gragas would have done it better.
Yeah.
So
Gragas was banned, I think. Maybe not. No, maybe I'm wrong here.
I don't think so.
Then yeah, Gragas would have been a great choice
it
there
was,
as well.
It was LeBlanc, Lee Sin, and somebody else.
And somebody else.
Somebody else.
Doesn't matter. We're going to figure that out one later. Don't worry about it. Guys smarter than us will tell us what it was. With game 1 behind us, we have to take a quick commercial break. And then we'll be right back with game 2 between Mouse Sports and Reason Gaming. Stick around. We've got more Challenger playoff action right after this. Hey guys, welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series playoffs. We're jumping right into our second quarterfinal game between Mouse Sports and Reason Gaming. Now Reason took game 1. We're going to see if the Mice will be able to come back and force a game 3. In
Mouse Sports played well, but ultimately their global presence wasn't enough in the late game. They weren't using the teleport or the Stand United, and the top laner and AD carry played well, and the rest of the team will have to match their efforts in Game 2. And Reason Gaming, just in the overall, without those summoner spells, the teleport and the Stand United available to them, had more map pressure and better control.
Yeah.
Just grouping up and forcing the issue. The Zig Siege was fantastic.
Absolutely.
The Caitlyn ace in the holes to take fun out of the fight, which is great.
And I'm also impressed by Beansu because first pick for Necton, counter-picked quote-unquote by Shen. It's a good pick to go for Shen there in that matchup. And even though at one point Kuban Shen had like a level lead, had a gold lead, was strong overall, you never saw Shen really pull that much negative attention. Like, yeah, he would get ganked once in a while, but like didn't break the siege apart by being a Shen. Pulled some attention, but kind of got stopped pretty often. And never sort of won that matchup on that sort of outscaling Shen. So I got to say, Beansu held him down well. Never got punished for the late game, really, in any situation. And the push came through really well.
Yeah, I was really surprised he wasn't making use of the Stand United. That's the big thing for me. If you're going to pick Shen, use all of his kit to your advantage. You see people force the issue and be like, all right, it's a ticking time bomb. Shen is going to take top turret if we don't fight now.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is they didn't have the wave clear to keep Reason Gaming off of the turrets. That's why the Katarina pick was kind of in a dyssynergy there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Gragas, I know you talked about that in the post game. Gragas would have made sense.
Times.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You know, something more offensive and a little bit more longer range that can deal with threats. I also like the fact that Reason Gaming, they identified some of the Shen pushes and said, you know, we'll give top outer for Dragon. Dragon's worth more gold. It's worth more experience. Eventually we'll lose top outer turret to Shen. If you keep getting kind of enslaved by that idea, you just stop making plays. And the fact that the teams I really like the teams that are able to make smart trades. Say, you will get this, but we will get this. And this trade is in our favor. And for no contest, we'll just go up 200 gold. The teams that identify that and do it right, smart teams.
Oh, yeah. Just tiny gains over and over again. And then it adds up. It's like, we got 200 gold here, there. And now it's a 1,000 gold lead.
Yep.
And then you're like, all right, let's group up and fight because we have 1,000 more gold in combat stats. And then snowball it from there.
Yeah.
Just getting those tiny advantages, the tiny, tiny trades. It's like Dragon for turret. This Dragon's worth a little bit more now. Or they get it to just stay in tow.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. So I want to see now what else Mouse Sports can bring out. So last time these guys matched, Mouse Sports ran the same comp twice.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. So for their sake, I hope they run a different comp here. I think like they didn't play some of the basics of the comp properly. Now there's a lot of things down in the background that they can still play. Instead of the Shen, who's kind of a passive play around your team top laner, the fact that Kuban held up pretty well, survived ganks, and kind of thrived really well, I want to see him play the Ryze, play the Jax, play the Irelia, play the late game carries that he can kind of just go even, wait around for a while, and then be a huge threat late. Be an actual impact. And then if he waits around with his team in team fights, that's fine. If Jax is waiting to team fight with the team, that's where Jax wants to be. He can go kill people. That's not a big problem. On top of that, Kanzi has a fun champion pool himself. He plays jungle Jax, actually.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of these high damage guys, I want to see that come through as well. Now, for what it's worth, of course, Mouse Sports did ban Kha'Zix themselves. If they can get that for Kanzi, I think that'll be an improvement as well, getting in on something a little bit more damage-based. I've never really been impressed by jungle Wukong. Even though it's a bit popular, I never see it quite work.
It's very good in solo queue.
Yeah.
That's really where it shines because you can have that early game aggression for the most part. And then in team fights, I think it's the jungler that has probably one of the most relevant team fight abilities as an ultimate. Like Pantheon, he's like, all right, I can zone people and do some damage. Then I'm in the fight. He's like, all right, I got the CC with constant damage. Very similar to Zack's ultimate.
Yeah.
Actually, very, very similar.
Very similar to Zack's ultimate.
It's very similar. Single target knock-up, damage is just dealt a little differently, increases movement speed.
Yep. Wow. Physical damage, magic damage, different spells.
That's the difference, yeah.
There you go. Works a bit differently. Zhonya's actually, I think, fully stops the spell as well. Yeah, so I want to see that differently. I want to see Libic. It's weird because Libic is kind of, he's just playing Annie and Morgana. I think Annie would have worked really well there. I think like a couple of small changes actually would work. As much as I said, like, Mouse Sports should run a different comp. If you did two things differently in the comp, actually it would work.
Oh, yeah.
Like switch out Katarina or switch out Morgana for Annie. I think that's all it would kind of take. Or even switch out Shen for Jax and just like beast that lane really hard.
Yeah.
So I could see them running the same thing, but I think they do need to grab champions a little bit more comfortable to the players, and so that they can make more individual plays. Because the early game went to Mouse Sports, and when the early game goes to you, that speaks to individual play. It speaks to you being very good players by yourselves, and if you empower those guys to carry the games, that's a big up.
No, absolutely. And it's important to note that they swap sides, of course. Now, this is very minor, but of course, Lulu is a must ban, and it's typically banned by red side.
Yeah.
So now Mouse Sports, they're going to have an opportunity here to get something that wasn't banned last game. Might be the Lee Sin, might be something else that they substitute on the side of Reason Gaming for that Lulu. Or they could just get it handed to them.
Yeah,
first pick.
you know what I feel like is actually going to happen? This is a blind guess. I don't know. I feel like, judging by how powerful bans can be against the Mouse Sports champion pool, Reason could leave Lulu and Kha'Zix up, get one, give the other one away. Not that big a deal. I think like Trashy could outplay Kanzi and let him get Kha'Zix. I think Senkux can hold on with someone like Ziggs against Take Fun. Never mind, Ziggs gets banned. And maybe that changes things up. But I feel like there's so many important bans like Diana, like LeBlanc away from Take Fun, that make you maybe not want to ban those two and use your bans elsewhere.
Yeah, but there's a lot of mid-centric bans coming out here.
Yeah.
Ziggs, they didn't want that because the wave clear was just so intensive last time. And they don't want to first pick it either, which is what that speaks to me. It means Take Fun, regardless of having a champion pool that's mostly centered around wave clear, if you take out the wave clear champions, who are you going to play? And wow, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go. Take Fun doesn't play any Lulu.
Wow. No, you're absolutely right. He doesn't play Lulu.
Yep.
So that is
Reason get the bans that they want. They get the LeBlanc ban from Take Fun, the Diana banned away from Kuban. This lets them ban Kha'Zix if they want. It is a champion Kanzi plays, but they could also just continue to target someone else's champion pool.
It's a very
something like Jax is
very vulnerable position to be in when you don't play one of the most banned champions. Basically, become a crutch for your team, where you have to give up a ban for that.
Yeah.
So it's not a position you want to be in at all. It's a horrible place to be.
Okay, Reason don't need to ban Jax anymore because Renekton is still on the table. The Wukong comes through, moving it from Trashy. That was an early pick from Mouse Sports. They were very afraid of the Trashy Wukong. I'm not convinced, but I trust them. They're great players. So they ban the Wukong away from Trashy. He'll get maybe the Elise for Lee Sin again. It's going to be the Rise banned away. Yep, Reason Gaming want Renekton for the top lane.
And I feel like Trashy's good enough on enough junglers that targeting almost any ban at him is not really worth that slot. Like if he picks Wukong, okay, that's fine. I've seen him play Lee Sin, Elise. He's had fantastic performances in all of them. We saw it again with Elise. So, very large, standard jungle champion pool that takes more than 6 bans to get through. So,
yeah. And I think Reason Gaming just won the banning phase. Because, so Mousesports got a contested pick of Yasuo. They had banned it 3 games in a row so far against Reason. They said, okay, Take Fun, bring the Yasuo in, do what you can. But Reason just got the Renekton, which is a good matchup against Jax in the first place. They got Kha'Zix jungle, the most hotly contested jungle in the game right now. They got that for themselves. So now Mousesports like, well, shoot, those are 2 really, really big picks that we just lost, that we don't necessarily have counter picks to. And they've got to get something else really big to turn this around.
We'll see if that Heimerdinger does get locked in. Don't know if it will. But in the meantime, like you said, highest priority jungler here wasn't banned away. Opt for Wukong instead, and Trashy, he's played Kha'Zix a lot in solo queue, and he wrecks with it. Just, I don't know if that pretty much goes without saying.
Yeah.
Because Trashy's just a really good jungler through and through. And I remember talking to Reason Gaming's manager way back in the day when I was just first researching them. He's like, yeah, we put a lot on Trashy's shoulders, and he will take a lot of the kills, but we're fine with that. He will carry the game. His early game aggression and objective control is on point.
Yeah.
And that's why he loves Wukong as his most played, because he'll just contest the objectives with the Cyclone.
He'll just fight you.
Exactly.
All right. So we see that work out. Of course, just to point out, I know we talked about Airwalks yesterday. Trashy, number 16 in the Challenger ladder. I don't think we actually spit that stat up there, but Trashy is in the top 20 in EUS solo queue. He's seriously freaking good. You've seen that here in the games. We're still going to put his praises out there. He's a really big linchpin of Reason Gaming. So Lucian, Leona comes through for the bottom lane for Reason. They're going to have a great lane pressure here. We saw that work incredibly well for Fnatic not long. I think that was the lane matchup. I'm trying to remember. No, SK played it. Candy Panda and N-Rated had a really good matchup there.
Yeah.
So Mousesports have to be aware of a very aggressive bottom lane. Morgana Caitlyn can be the pickup. And, of course, this is worth pointing out, Kuban, not actually a big Lee Sin player, but I know top Lee Sin has been popular. Maybe the Elise does come through.
Everybody's been playing like a little bit of top Lee Sin lately.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. They're like, all right, that's the #1 aggressive top laner right now.
Seems to be.
Yeah, because if you just get in the lead a tiny bit, snowball it pretty hard. And there's a lot of physical damage coming out here. That's something to point out on the Mouse Sports lineup.
Yeah.
That almost everybody in solo lane is actually physical damage, and then you throw the Sivir on top of that. You're going to have your Elise with some % HP shred with magic damage, and then the Morgana, who they actually pick the Leona into the Morgana.
Yeah.
Which...
No, Morgana came first.
Yeah, that's why
okay.
They picked the Leona into the Morgana.
Right, there we go.
Like the Morgana came out first, and then they picked the Leona into it.
Yep.
So he's saying we can totally do that. And Senkux,
he's back on Talon.
He's back on Talon.
Okay, so let's break down these lineups real quick.
All right.
Things are getting pretty crazy. Unless Mouse Sports don't keep swapping, because you could have support Elise mid Morgana. I doubt it, but like I don't want to throw things out of the window because we see things go all over the place, and I want to wait. And I know the rules with LCS is last 20 seconds. You have to swap by the 20-second mark. I forget if that's still the rule for Challenger. Unfortunately, I don't know that myself.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
But
so we're going to have to wait for a while. So let's start with Reason Gaming. Honestly, aggressive early game pretty much everywhere. Renekton top lane, Kha'Zix to follow up, Lucian, Leona, great bottom lane. Talon, Senkux didn't have the best early laning phase. He actually had a lot of deaths overall because he was trying very hard to play make. He kept trying really hard to like start things out, go in, dive, make a fight happen, and then his team would clean up even if Senkux would die. And I found that to actually be very successful for him.
And so we're actually going to see a ton of armor this game because everybody on the team of Reason Gaming, physical damage. Everybody but 2 people on Mouse is physical damage, and they are not going to be getting a bulk of the gold. Unless, Elise is snowballing really hard and then starts building AP, which is... her ratios aren't that great. She does more with the % HP shred, penetration. But, anything could happen. We just saw a top lane, either Elise or Lee Sin get locked in right there for Cubon. And if anybody can play that top lane, it's going to be Cubon.
Yeah, great player overall.
Yeah, don't know which one it is just yet. They could have been Joshness there. I saw that Yasuo was on Libic for a bit. I was like,
no, that's a late swap.
Support
that's
Yasuo,
a big Take Fun champion. Like I'm 90% that Take Fun's playing the Yasuo there. It's his 3rd most played in solo queue.
I don't know, man. You can win while the minions just deny CS.
Sure. And then with your no gold scaling, you'll be super useful in team fights.
Knock everybody up, man.
It's worth pointing out there's not a lot of knockups actually for the lineup. The only one they really have is the Lee Sin kick.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you can get the team into range. You can do all that kind of fun stuff. It is top lane Elise, by the way. That's where the swap ends up going there. I was surprised by top lane Lee Sin. Elise is going to come through. Now, what's interesting to me is Elise has received steady nerfs for a while. We haven't seen her in the top lane for a very long time, and Renekton is actually pretty decent versus Elise because of the sustain. With her base damage going down even lower, it'll be even harder to push Beansu down. So I think Kuban has something to prove here by bringing top Elise back.
He's
great player.
Tall
We'll see
order.
if he does it. Yeah.
There's a tall order there.
Very.
Because Renekton, eventually, if he gets the Tiamat, he'll just clear out your Spiderlings with a Call of the Meek, Tiamat, and an auto attack. So your damage gets greatly reduced when you're in Spider form. But people don't give the Spiderlings enough credit. They do a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Yes, they do.
It's the burst damage that people pay more attention to because there's a big red chunk coming out of your HP pool. But the sustain from the Spiders is ridiculous with the Skittering Frenzy on as well. And something I want to point out is Senkux, despite not being in a ranged matchup, he goes for the Crystalline Flask because he wants the mana regen. He wants to be able to trade with Take Fun early on, who's going to have that shield for himself, who's passive. And this is how you typically start on Talon, every time. You'll pretty much always do this, because the Rake, in order to clear out the minion waves, you have to use some mana.
Yeah.
So, need that chalice. And it looks like Mouse, they go for the invade on the blue. But Reason Gaming, all in the top lane, except for Beansu, who's looking for a bottom lane swap.
Ooh, interesting. So Reason, they want to hold down Elise early on by putting Lucian Leon in the top lane. Kuban's going to be in kind of a sad place here. Actually, Renekton is going to be, so Kanzi-san and everyone's going to start this, and they don't actually see Beansu on the side. No one's waiting in the brush. There they go. The team anyway. They're going to be fine. Kuban spots this as well. So both teams actually leaving their dual lane to grab the buff steals. And both guys going to start with blue buffs here.
Beansu eats a Dark Binding. How is he can't clear the camps by himself unless he backs afterwards. He doesn't have the assistance of the jungler. A lot of 2v1s will see top laner just hang out with the jungler for a very long time and be like, all right, soak in some EXP, it's all good. But nope, he's not going to have that luxury, and Elise does not fare as well as Renekton does. You can repel a turret dive, which is basically the only advantage that you have.
Yeah, but honestly, who cares? Elise is one of the best junglers in the game.
Yeah, he's back to it.
You know, when we talk about these lane swaps, we're like, why are the top laners jungling when the junglers are in the lane? Don't worry, Cubon, pick the jungler. The jungle in the early game. He'll be happy to give up his turrets and just get gold back.
It's working out for him. He's 3 CS over Beansu. He got a ward for himself, so most likely ward behind him to make sure that when Trashy comes up, he will see it and know when to back off.
Yeah. He's already trinket warded his own blue buff to see if there's any more moves going on early game. Trashy's already showing up for the 3-on-1 top lane. Looks like we are going to see Kanzi get over across the map as well. There was a ward that's going to spot this.
They're going to see each other here. Actually,
I don't think Trashy got spotted.
Trashy didn't get spotted, but Cubon's actually
going to see him.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's the formulaic 3-on-1 when you lane swap. Is that the junglers, after doing your buffs, will come into the lane, and the top laner has to give up the turret or kill themselves.
Yep. So that's going to be the case right here. Mousesports should have a small push lead here because of the fact that they are hitting an easier to damage turret, although you can't discount the damage that is going to be available. You're going to see that, the top laner is going to go down actually at a pretty similar time. I'm impressed by the damage output from Reason Gaming. These guys are going to trade pretty equally. So now Mousesports make a quick adaptation. They're going to go for early Dragon, I believe. You can see Libic putting a ward over the wall to make sure they get this. And now the question is, can Kuban keep Mousesports from losing second-tier turret top lane?
Yeah. Basically, it's a rush for Dragon versus a rush for that tier 2. What can you do? It's a push-off.
Yeah, Libic and Kanzi going to be dodging Dragon aggro back and forth. They're going to get that pretty successfully. This Dragon's going to be worth, let's see the number, 125 per person. So a 650 gold Dragon total.
So a little bit of a miscalculation there by Reason Gaming. They decide to push, but then they all decide to back, not even getting any damage on that tier 2 turret.
Yeah.
They give up an early Dragon for it. Granted, it's only 500 gold going into the hands of Mousesports over them. But I like the fact that Take Fun was pushing up the entire time versus Senkux, because if Senkux had showed up to the Dragon, all you had to do this early on is throw out like a rake or two. You could cutthroat somebody. If you look at how low Kanzi is, it's ridiculous. You have to keep that mid laner down. You have to keep tabs on him, know where he is.
Yeah. So smart moves by the mid laner to keep the rotation from happening for Reason Gaming. Barney D now going to set up his lane. You can see the ward across the wall, going to make sure that no one sneaks in. Doesn't make life too difficult for Reason Gaming's dual lane. Machler doing the same here. To watch for any ganks, and now we're actually back to standard lanes. Pretty equal CS on all sides, 21 to 24 for the AD carries. 22 to 10 for the top laner, but there's a big wave for Beansu still to farm, so these guys will equalize.
So they swap it back. Dragon control is in favor of Mouse, but it's not even on the field because they got it with all that control they had accomplished. And now all these wards coming down in that area from Mousesports, even though they have the Dragon in their pockets, they're warding up all around that area to make sure that when they push up, they're safe.
Until you get wards in the blue buff, though, you can't push too much farther than this.
Yeah.
They know there's no gank pressure yet, but keep in mind, Trashy's around. There's a little bit of a root on a Barney D, some damage coming through. No GP10 for Libic's Morgana. Doran shield start again.
Oh, he's got knocked up. Ulti.
Good amount of damage coming through. Senkux down to 400 health. Take Fun winning that trade pretty successfully. I actually want to talk about Yasuo vs Talon, by the way. Hold on.
Yeah.
Trashy might get something.
He's going to try to.
Yeah.
Trashy's a level up over Kanzi. We also see Kanzi's over there.
Okay, Trashy shows himself.
Yeah, he's just here to help.
With Take Fun not being afraid, they have to know there's a jungler waiting.
Yeah.
He just backs off. A little bit harassed. Okay, so Talon versus Wukong, you wouldn't think, but I'll bet you odds are really high. Talon can get his full combo to always land on the Take Fun. He can always get full damage.
Oh.
Ooh, nearly gets the Q. There you go, Smite it taken away. Happy stuff for these guys. The reason I say that is because the 1 second silence is enough to get your rake to go out and to get the first part of your ulti to come through. And no matter pretty much which way Yasuo wind walls, you can position such that the second part of Shadow Assault of Talon ulti will hit at least one of those little blades, and you can probably guarantee a full combo to land. Now, whether that's enough to kill Yasuo or not remains to be seen, but Here we go, engage in the bottom lane. Knock taking a bit of damage. Black Shield comes in, and the stun comes through for Barney D on the wrong target. Libic is safe as well.
There's a lot of spell shielding and immunity in that bottom lane with the Sivir Morgana combination. Spell shield 1, go ahead and get your Black Shield. Be immune to everything else. It's a very long time of invulnerability, especially against somebody like a Leona. And once again, he does bring the exhaust to the table.
Yeah.
So Barney D is ready for these team fights later in the game, but also keeping people down in the early part. Up on the top lane, Cubon actually has an advantage over Beansu by about 10 CS.
Yeah, it's always the case when you got a sort of a push lead. There's like this hidden CS lead that's not quite as high as you expect, but even still, it's a guaranteed +6 here. So I am impressed by Cubon's play early on. The early jungling paid off with some gold. Double Doran's ring he went to the lane with. Kanzi is waiting around to look for the red buff, and he's going to aggro it right in vision.
Well, he also has the backup of Cubon here, and Take Fun's playing to that side.
Yeah, Take Fun's going to get there first. We'll see how this fight goes.
Know that Cubon's here.
Down. Oh, the stun on Asenko's huge damage coming through to Talon. Going to jump over the wall. Ignite is on, though. He is going to go down. Cubon gets first blood, but in the rest of the fight, the Lee Sin will drop as well. The engagement on Trashy. Huge damage. Take Fun finds another kill. Beansu now not in the best spot. 2 Qs till he gets a knock up. Jumps forward, dodges Cocoon. Does not chase it down. 2 for 1, though. Gotta say, great for Mousesports.
The volatile Spiderling was lazy. He got tired and stopped chasing. It's just there in the corner. It's like, I'm so tired. I don't want to go around.
Even the chasing is volatile.
Yeah. But they are going to secure the red buff for themselves as well as first blood. That's a 2-1 in the overall trade there.
Yeah.
In favor of Mousesports, who are playing the early game really well.
Same as last time.
Just like last game. But I like their comp better this time.
Yeah,
except for the Elise top. But he's actually playing it really well. Oh, Take Fun's caught!
Not in the best spot. Sencook's gonna get the kill, gets the red buff back for himself. Gonna say, that man waited around a little bit too long in that one. Thing is, they should have known that was warded, actually, because the trinket from Trashy went down in vision range.
Maybe thought he had time.
You never recall in the enemy jungle on a ward.
Yeah.
You just never do it. It's like
rule
number 6 of counter jungling. Don't recall on top of a ward. Just don't do it. So, red buff actually goes to Reason Gaming this time. Trashy, getting around. A little bit of an engage in the bottom lane. Black shields are going to be strong there from Libic. He is stopping the stuns from Barney D.
They don't know that Trashy's down here.
Goes in with the ulti, finds Libic. Huge damage comes through. Down he goes.
That's
no
a big
even assist.
You don't want to walk towards that.
Blanco's got nowhere to go. Puts the barrier down. Barney D forced to run away. Almost gets the damage, but no. Suncook even comes down as insurance. Bot turret should be going down.
So when you have such an aggressive player like Trashy, and you hand him Kha'Zix, one of the best junglers in the game currently, you have to have something up your sleeve for that. And you have to keep tabs all over that side of your jungle because they didn't see him coming in at all. And you saw that there with the ultimate, with the Void Assault. Walks up the 2 seconds straight up to him. Is like, oh, here I am, just immediately underneath your turret. That's got to be one of those moments where you're like, I'm dead. I thought I could do something. Take Fun's having one of those too.
Not in the best spot for himself. Trying to get away. Looks like he'll be able to with this one. Okay, he's safe. He's safe. He's going to be okay.
Once again, Sencook's going for the mobility boots, so he's going to start walking around the map, creating pressure, if he wants to use those effectively. Just similar to what he did last time, too. Because we talked about no real boot out there is great for Talon. Even with the mobility boot nerfs, where you're slower in the combat, he still has mobility tools available to him.
Yeah. It's actually interesting. Mobi boots like that are in some, like, I know I keep fighting you on this every time you say it. Like, they're definitely nerfs in combat. Like, they are weaker boots. But hold on, Kanzi-san, not in the best spot. Gets stunned up, jumps over the wall. Nice move right there. Ward is already down.
Oh, they're getting collapsed on here.
Take Fun does not land the Q. He's going to jump in on Barney D right here. Kuman's going to land the point blank stun. Barney D taking huge damage right now. Puts a ward down, does die. Repel's not going to find anyone else to fight. No big deal there, but of course Cubon did make the rotation down for the Dragon, so Mousesports again in control.
Yeah, no time to fight me on this. They're going ahead and testing. Trashy got cocooned. He's dark fighting.
The stun and Trashy, the knock up there as well. Take Fun does not follow it up though. Gonna be the knockback towards Beansu, keeping them all safe.
Didn't go for the last breath. Sencook's. Ooh. He's slower in combat. It might might hurt him here.
I mean, yeah, those Qs can actually stop him out right there. But yeah, to finish the point, yeah, it's nerfed in combat, but you have 200 more gold to spend on items. So the detour to grab mobility allows Sencook to keep grabbing more damage while still being quick.
Yeah. It's just when you get into combat, it's great on somebody who has mobility tools available to them.
Yeah.
Like the Cutthroat, like the Shadow Assault. Yeah. Just because if you buy them on Wukong, it's kind of like I have to ulti to keep up with people.
True.
I can engage.
True.
Which is the key point of that. but at the same time, you're like, all right, I have to have E to keep up with you. And on the overall, though, boost mobility are in a very healthy place.
Yes.
On a lot of champions.
They seem to be. Seems to be working out pretty nice for guys.
Because they used to be bought on just every jungler in the game.
Yep. A little more optimal now. You do see a lot of Merc treads because those are so common.
Yeah.
Junglers still want the tenacity.
Now we see a lot of Merc treads.
Yeah.
With the Spirit, the Ancient Golem, and the fact that mobility boots. And a lot of junglers skirmish now too. They are usually primary initiators.
Yeah, a lot of the junglers that are common right now are fighters.
Yeah.
Pardo's making Nautilus' life a little bit difficult. So like jungle clear is a bit slow compared to like Kha'Zix, and he's definitely going to lose that fight as well. So we'll see if he brings enough to the table to be worth being grabbed at some other point in time. Take Fun, going to take Race. Apparently Race equal fun.
Yep.
It's science. We've proven it right now in the LCS, the Challenger Series. Race equal fun. They both reacted. That's good.
Yeah, on the same page. And so, nobody's bought any armor in this game yet. Despite there being majority armored physical damage here with that mitigation, Cubon's the only exception in any of the solo lanes.
You know what's funny about this, actually, is think about who would even build tanky on Reason. Beamsu in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle. This early, Trashy's still getting his damage output going. Beansu's fighting Elise one-on-one. Needs to buy MR early on. So no one gets to buy armor yet. This is actually a really nice power spike for Mousesports, where the damage is coming online, but no armor is yet.
Exactly. And even with that magic resistance for Beansu, we have just 30 flat penetration coming out from the build from Cubon already.
Yeah.
The boots and Haunting Guys. He'll probably have some more in his runes and masteries. But on top of that, he's got this 30 CS lead over Renekton as an Elise, who got 2v1'd at the start. Cubon, what are you doing? How do you do it?
Skillfully as how.
It's ridiculous.
Very, very well played. I gotta say, I'm impressed by the Elise top lane pick. It is working out right now. We'll see how it transitions in team fights, because right now Beansu is held very far down. Top lane turret should be going in. One more attack. They get it. Looks like Trashy Beansu not going to try to capitalize on the positioning.
Like, I know on a lot of websites, it's like, oh, Elise is a counter to Renekton early on in the laning phase, because it's just, oh, I'm going to vomit on you and take percentage of your HP.
Yeah.
Okay. And Cubon, the big thing is you have to harass him without spending your mana and out-damage his Call of the Meek heal.
Yep.
Which he has successfully done, and it's not an easy task to do. So... But anybody thinks that it's an easy matchup, just go play Elise versus Renekton in solo queue, and you will feel the pain.
Yeah, and just with 2 Doran's Rings for mana regen, like no flask, no mana potions that I saw him buy, but managed to get the harass going.
That's enough.
Cowl's still not done. Yeah, it clearly is. I mean, it requires good last hitting to do it.
And
you're going to get a lot of
Elise's wave clear isn't that great either. Volatile Spiraling is the main source of it. This too.
And Trashy waiting in the wings. No, jumped in there. Good damage comes through, actually. Konzi really looking for it, but the
they stop
hold
him from
comes in. You're going to find that they have the damage. Trashy does go down. Take Fun makes it happen. Livik not in a good spot. He's going to fall down as well. But Take Fun could find more. Does he get the damage out, but does not have the ulti anymore. Because the knockup doesn't find too much else. Beansu on the way back. No armor on him. Taking some pain. I'm going to say a 1-for-1 so far, but Mousesports in control of the map.
I liked the Solar Flare to go ahead and stop the pursuit there. But the Lee Sin kick came out, and Take Fun immediately used Last Breath off of it. Beansu!
Oh, Beansu! Oh,
so,
man.
Rule number 1 for top laner, don't back in the middle of the lane when your enemies are right there.
Yeah. I mean, pay attention,
Flashbacks to All-Stars.
Yeah. Yeah, a little more attention there. Unfortunately, for Beansu, he did fall down. But, of course, a great job by Mousesports. Now 3-2 in turrets, equal now in kills, and a minion lead in both the top lane and the mid lane by a lot.
Yeah, 30 in each of those. And now we have the Tiamat completed for Senkux. You were talking about the Tiamat synergy where you can go ahead and use it, cancel the Shadow Assault and get it out quicker. Force the flash.
Well, there we go. Take Fun pushed back right here. 2,500 gold lead right now for Mousesports. And Reason Gaming looking for the way back in, but honestly, they have not found a global to grab off the Mousesports recall. 30 seconds until Dragon, and it looks like Mousesports will be ready for it.
There's a lot of mobility fighters in this game, and I love watching it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mobility. You see, like, Cutthroat, instantaneous teleportation, and it's like, oh, we can see him now. Now it's Shadow Assault. Now it's Lee Sin coming after you, and oh, there's Yasuo in the fight. And a Kha'Zix just jumping in there for fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of brawling, and I love it.
You know what's worth pointing out? Reason Gaming have 2 in-combat stealth characters.
Right.
Pink wards and an upgraded sweeper are very important for Mouse.
But also Lee Sin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lee Sin can reveal with his E and his Q.
He's using it on Trashy just a moment ago when he was ganking him. And oh, Trashy's gonna have to get out of here, Libic.
Blind binding, Libic. Whoop. Good dodge. But it does mean there's no ulti for the Dragon Bite, and Mousesports are there in plenty of time. Renekton and Beansu on the wrong side of the map for it. So Mousesports with another global. They move forward.
Completely mirrored from last game with the just flipping it.
Yeah.
Even in kills, but this time Mousesports is up with the Dragon control and the objectives. One more turret up. And they don't even have the same global pressure that they did last game with the teleport or the Shen ultimate Stand United. They're just walking there. They're grouping up, and they're saying, oh, we actually have a composition that's really good at team fighting and has synergy within itself.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and just do this. Despite having a top lane Elise, which isn't a standard meta champion, is working out perfectly for them, and Beansu has not gotten off the ground. Just now, like, he has to completely ignore going for a Tiamat.
Yeah.
He's going full tank build Renekton, so his damage is substantially lower in team fights.
Yeah, but we'll see if, like, the thing is Renekton is, even without damage items, is enough of a threat to someone like Sivir that he can still make her hit him.
Yeah.
What I actually want to watch is the damage output of Mockler versus the tankiness of Beansu. Because how long will Beansu keep Mockler busy? Like, yeah, okay, Sivir can ult the team anyway, and yeah, she has Ricochet anyway, but it's how long is Mockler going to be busy? How long is Livic going to have to peel for it? Can Beansu get tanky enough by the time we get to endgame? By the time the big team fights really happen?
Yeah, and I assume it's a decision where they're like, all right, we have enough damage with Trashy and Senkux. Wow, Cubon.
Pretty good early damage. Trashy again forced ult. Barney D locked up right here. The shield is on, but not going to be too much force to back off. Senkux looks for take fun. Big damage comes through, and look at the burst combo. Doesn't even try to use wind wall. He can't.
At the same time, if Senkux has actually just continued on to take fun, most likely would have been his death. He had that third charge up for last breath. Ready to
He's out of
finish it
cooldowns
out.
anyway.
Yep.
Talon's kind of a one combo sort of guy. Wow, big damage on Krislin. Forced a barrier. A lot of damage coming out of Sivir right there. Just the Bloodthirster making it happen. And I also got to point out, Take Fun did grab Ninja Tabby. No Zerkgreaves said, look, I'm fighting a freaking lot of AD assassins. I want to not die to them.
Yep.
So he doesn't.
Then we have Senkux. Still with the mobility boots. You have to roam around to make great use of those. And Trashy already has a Giant's Belt in his inventory, trying to negate some damage, trying to just stay alive in these all-out brawls, which will be the key in these fights, is to get some tankiness. Because there's going to be a lot of damage, because all these champions have great base damages.
Oh. You don't shield wards anymore. Gets revealed. Trashy stun goes on a Senkux. Some decent damage comes through. Talon down to 1,000 health right here. Kuban's still a major threat right now. Level 11 for himself. Hasn't even maxed the W so far. Take Fun level 12. Going towards Eve. Dark Bunny's going to land on a Barney D. Forced back. The Eclipse ends. 1,000 health on the Leona as well. Mousesports. As long as they position well for the fight, you can see Kanzi-san waiting around and being the disengaged there. Able to jump in. They're going to be a two-man knock with their Barney D low on health. The knockback coming in through to everybody. Living with a big ulti as well. What can they find? The kill on a Yasuo actually comes through for Reason. And Senkuk is out. Trashy does fall down to Kanzi-san though. The new jungler for Mousesports really coming up big there. It's a one-for-one trade, but Mousesports still in control.
Now they're going down that mid lane. We see Kanzi-san off on the side, looking for something, but they're most likely going to have to give this up.
It's a cute move. The mid-air jump. You gotta be really strong to be able to jump in the mid-air. Like, how hard do you have to kick the wind to move yourself? Like, there is resistance there, theoretically, that could be possible with enough force.
Lee Sin's a parkour master.
Seriously.
Ridiculous. Doesn't even need buildings.
Nope. Just the air.
You could use wind wall.
Yeah.
He's got Yasuo on him.
You jump off a wind wall. That'd be awesome. Parkour off a wind wall. I feel like a Nivea would be really strong on that one. She'll just fly up higher. It's like a really good thermal.
Okay.
What if League of Legends had like true-to-life physics?
Oh god.
Would Janna even get stopped by a wind wall? Could she redirect the wind wall?
Would you go up the wind wall? Just
I don't know.
Float? Oh, speaking of physics.
Senkuk's finding the opening onto Kuban. Wow, the flash stops the second part of R. Repels up.
So much damage.
He's going to survive.
So much damage. Oh.
He survived because he flashed R2. We'll see if Senkux can get away.
Cubon's burst is huge. Senkux up. Oh!
He tried to predict the jump, I think, but it didn't really work. Makler gets the kill anyway. Nicely done. There we go. It's cash money for Makler right there. The kill does not come in for Senkux. Cubon escapes that one. Cubon going for a Zonias after the 2 penetration items. I think it's a wise choice. I got to point out, though, Beansu caught back up in minions, and they're both 1 kill, 2 assists. So for all the early game shenanigans, Beansu is back to being frenetic.
Yeah. But Elise in the top lane, we just saw the damage burst there.
Yeah.
And that is going to signal to Senkux and the rest of the team at Reason Gaming, you can't just build armor.
Nope.
There's a lot of damage coming out. Basically took him from 100 to 25%.
Yeah. And that's what I love about top lane Elise, is that your core build is 30 flat Magic Pen. So if no one ever builds any MR, you still shred through almost all of it. And so you actually force some kind of itemization because they're going to have 0 otherwise.
We see, looks like he got the memo there. So Trashy looks like he's on his way to a Hex Drinker and a Brutalizer and a Randuin's Omen.
All the above.
All the above. He's got a Giant's Belt, he's got 2 long swords, and he's also got the
No Magic Mantle. Oh, he's got to finish one of them.
I assume it's going to be the Hex Drinker.
Even Aegis wouldn't be bad. Aegis would actually help quite a bit, because the entire team would need the 20 MR to survive Cubon a bit more.
That's true, but that's Barney D's job. Give it to him.
Yep.
Take the support to it.
Yeah, well, the dragon goes down, going to be picked up. Blue buff goes to Trashy, actually, forced to, looks like, smite that one away to make sure no steals come through. So Senkux, largely without blue buffs this game. He's gotten at least 1. I've seen him take at least 1 of the blue buffs, but being a little bit denied here. Looks like Mouse Sports have ward control over the blue buff area, and they're going to see the bottom lane, the right-hand side of the map right now.
And denying these blues is great, because Talon's a very mono-dependent champion. Oh, sieging up.
Doesn't stop the entire culling. Part of the mini wave does go down. Barney indeed not going to find an opening here. They could have let him last hit some of those. Get his Targon stacks to use. Honestly,
yeah.
So here's the thing, right? Like, their team could use Aegis so badly. Denying CS from the Targon's Brace or from the base of the mountain actively hurts them against Elise. Like, you're hurting yourself by denying Leona. You know that, right? Hashtag support tips. Don't deny the Targon stacks. Don't do it. It's bad for you. Oh, Barney D. Still not allowed to get any CS. Although, I mean, to be fair, also he's partially playing safe. He's worried about Dark Bindings, but at some point, you just got to let Leona get it.
Yeah, top turn's taking a lot of damage, though. These minion waves are pushing up to it, and nobody's there to answer. And Cubon's off on the side, just throwing out some cocoons.
Yeah, at least poke's not very useful.
No.
You can't W over walls in the Q1 breach. Ooh, Solar's going to land onto 3 right here. Kanzi waiting around, going to kick Senkux in, and there comes the engage on the backside. Doesn't even get any more kills than just the Talon so far. Crimson on the back line does go down. Yasuo getting kill credit for 2 of them so far. 3 kills come through. Big fight for Mouse Sports.
So even though that was a fantastic Steel Tempest, no last breath follow-up because he was eclipsed, or solar flared. Wasn't able to follow it up, and then they just kite forward, and Senkux, great kick from Konzi. They're going to get a turret off of this, and I want to take a step back for a second. Mouse Sports are 3-0 to Reason Gaming. Reason Gaming has beaten them 3 times in head-to-head matchups in the Challenger Series. This could possibly be the first game they ever take off of them, and it's arguably one of the most important, because it is the playoffs now. Whoever loses this best of 3 is out, because it's the quarterfinals. So if they win this one, even it up, there's a lot of pressure on Reason Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, in Senkux, like, he is not having a very good game here. No. First game, big game on Ziggs, played incredibly well for the team, was a big driving force in the siege. Here, his damage is coming online, but he's 2-3-2. He's got to make a much bigger impact in the fight so far, and he's not found his way in just yet.
His damage is not coming to fruition. Cubon has some armor in his kit too, and then it looks like Take Fun is heading that way with a Warden's Mail. So now we're going to start seeing the defensive stats coming out. Up top, though, they ping Makler. They know that he's there. 4-on-2. This will look like in favor of Reason Gaming. Oh, they repel to get vision.
That was nice. Cubon definitely knows how to play Elise. Moves like that, like, let you know. Yeah, kind of
Oh, he misses
Dark
him.
is going to land onto Senkux in the back line, actually. Arguably a good target for it there. The engage comes in, though. Down goes Morgana. Kuban diving in 4. You've got Crimson on the other side. Trashy coming around as well. Has a shield on top of him. Beansu on the front line, flashing over the wall. 5v4, but Mousesports
Barney
still in control right now.
Barney.
He's going in, wants the engage. Take Fun is going to go down. Knockoff's not going to matter. Now Mock's in a bad spot. Flashes over the wall. He's got Kuban on the side to help him out as well. But here comes Trashy. He's going to get the reset. Can he get Kuban as well? Big damage comes through the leap. Jump into the air. Jumps back away. Kill comes through. Double kill Trashy. 4 for 0. Kanzi-san gets away, but he's on the wrong side of the map.
And now he's going to run back into Barney D. He's going to take that. Oh, he's going to go back to the ward. He
There's
wants
the
the
ward.
card.
Silence.
Oh!
Not going to happen. Stenga gets the kill. Ace comes in for Reason. It would be if Livic didn't respawn. But now this could be Baron and a big comeback fight for Reason
The only
Gaming.
person who can actually do anything about this is Libic. He's so far away. It's going down so quickly because of Kha'Zix and all the damage they have. He'll get there, but it's going to be a miracle steal.
And he can try.
He can definitely go for it.
That's going to be the Black Shield coming down. Q, nope. Blocked by Senkux, smart choice. And now Libic not in a good spot. W's not quite going to hit. Still running away. Puts a ward down on top of another ward. There's the E. It's going to be the lock up there. The stun lands as well. Libic's going nowhere. Kill picked up by Trashy. 5, 3, and 4. That's big.
He was previously 2 and 3. Picked up 3 kills in those fights. And now, Mouse still up in gold, but temporary combat stats, Baron off the field, siege potential here for Reason Gaming, and that fight just did not go their way. I sitting there thinking Barney D's on the wrong side, but he was absolutely on the right side there. And a lot of that was because Libic, to start the fight off, Dark Bindinged and face checked at the same time. Dark Binding, for some reason, was just a little too shy to the right, hit Senkux in the way back line. Then they walk forward and they're like, oh wow, there's people in this bush, Libic's getting blown up. And at the same time, Kuban dives the back line, says, all right, they landed onto Senkux. They start kiting backwards, and Barney D, there's no focus on him. He goes off to the left. When they come back around, they recollapse in a 4v5 with all their small cooldowns back up, ready for that engagement.
Exactly. I'm surprised Mouseport stuck around.
Yeah.
4v5, they could have just gotten out, all went one direction.
Well, if they had gone backwards, they would have run into Barney D.
But it's
possibly could have
waiting.
picked him up. Yeah, because he came into them.
Yeah.
Which was not the right move there for Mousesports.
Yeah. Better than waiting around to get collapsed on.
May have been a little overly confident because they had the feeling that the game was flowing in their way.
And they got strong players. Like, they had the ability to fight. It was a close battle even regardless. Kanzi-san does not steal the Blizzard away. It goes to Trashy, who's got a level lead here in the jungle. Mid lane siege comes in. Now Reason, with this Baron buff, they've only killed 2 turrets so far. There was a lot of potential gold on the map, but also a lot for Mousesports to defend.
Yeah, and speaking of potential gold, Dragon is up right now. This turret is at about 1/4 HP. So they have a lot of options available to them. They can siege up and use this Baron buff right now to go ahead and push this issue, get that turret for themselves, then rotate to the Dragon and start a fight there. Or just continue their siege.
Well, there we go. That turret's going to be going down. Prison gets kill credit. Why the heck not? Money coming through to the Reason Gaming lineup. And the minion clear is very quick for Mousesports. Now, Reason is interesting because they basically lose 30 seconds if they go to Dragon and then come back for another siege. So they're capitalizing their Baron as much as they can just to get these turrets for sure, get as much potential turret damage. But this counts them not losing a fight so they can get Dragon on the backside.
So, Kuban, there's a huge minion wave top, and he's slightly... It looked like he was slightly going for it. He wanted to go for it. But right now, they sweep this ward out, and now, yeah, he's going to rotate over there. But it's good because Reason Gaming doesn't actually have a minion wave for a very long time.
This is so good by Mousesports. They stopped the wave, and Reason didn't react to the gigantic wave top. They let Kuban get all that golden experience very successfully. It was a great move by Mousesports. He waited till the mid lane was gone and immediately left. Wow, Mikhail's used to keep Prism alive, and he barriered.
And healthy. Kept him nice and healthy.
Yeah.
So Dragon still on the field. No move for it just yet. Wards over the wall. They see this. But Mousesports does not. Mousesports denied a vision. They're starved.
But at least it does give Dragon over some Reason Gaming off the Baron buff. Get 1 turret, 1 Dragon. They have 15 seconds left. We'll see if they get much more. The game now within 700 gold. That team fight, so necessary for Reason Gaming. Brought them all the way back into this game. But you still got to wonder if they can keep it up again, or if the Yasuo carry, the Elise carry, can come through from Mousesports.
Yeah, it just takes one great Yasuo ulti to turn the fight around. Oh, the Dark Binding looked like it was going to hit Chrislin there.
He would have died off it too. There's
Relentless
no more
Pursuit,
disengage tools.
it's on his tail.
Yeah.
It was like inside of the animation.
No.
Like, nope, 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 nope.
No, don't get binded. Safe.
Just barely.
Yeah. So it's interesting to point out, Reason last time had Caitlyn Ziggs. They had a great siege team. They could just show up in front of a turret and eventually make their way through. This time, almost no poke. Only one ranged champion on the entire lineup. And he doesn't have cleanse. So it's very difficult for Reason to do anything when they're ahead. They need these like rotational catches.
Yeah.
Ward control, set up things like Baron, set up things like Dragon, maybe steal away red and blue buff, catch him in the jungle, go from there with the Leon.
Which is one of the reasons I was surprised that they didn't go Dragon immediately after the first turret.
Yeah.
And then after that, rotate top to the huge minion wave.
Yeah.
Because that would have been free damage on that turret. And if you keep control of that left side jungle, you force Mouse Sports to push up and try to regain vision in the dark, or buy a blue trinket, which would be
get one.
Be a great, actually a great pickup right now. Or force them to rotate the long way, and then you just eventually whittle the turrets down.
Yeah. And I'm actually a little... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and they opted for none of that.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised by the low number of sweepers in the game. You normally see a minimum of 3 per team by 25 minutes. Mouse Sports only holding on to 2 right now. They really wanted to get trinket wards down to help watch rotations.
Ooh, they're looking for a catch here. Barney's going to take the bait.
Eclipse goes down. Solar Flare as well. Not going to be enough. Senkux wants the fight anyway. Pops ulti. Big damage comes through. Here comes Chrislin as well. Trashy in the back lines. The Naga comes through. Trashy not against Pop. Forced to jump backwards. Chrislin goes down. Taking that 2 kills. Make that 3 kills now so far. Mouse Sports. Big team fight.
So they just come in from the back, sit in the bush, and there were pings around it. Like, Mouse Sports had complete vision of that area, so Reason Gaming just caught out.
Overconfident, honestly. The fact that Senkux went in, it's like, it's 4v5, let's engage. Doesn't deal enough damage.
Trashy was
and
pretty
baits
far,
his team in. Exactly. They didn't even have Thor at the time. It was like a 2v5. Beansy wasn't even in the fight.
Yeah. Senkux barely saved there. Got Lee Sin kicked out, and Morgana Tether didn't last. So, very, very close. And yeah, all the vision from Reason Gaming had been focused on the left side of the map near the Baron. So that all that Dragon area, you can see Mouse Sports has had a complete dominance of it.
Yeah.
And now he's looking for something. Beansu, what you want? Oh, he stops the back.
Okay. Loses Banshee's Veil. No big deal.
Senkux. Oh, he's looking for blood down bottom. But they ping it.
Yeah,
they know that he's there.
Senkux runs fast.
They know that he's sick.
Pops the jump against the silence. Big damage comes through. Mockler. Oh, he blocks the return R. The kick from Kanzi-san. Mockler stays alive.
Too greedy on that play.
Yep.
They saw him with the pink ward. They saw him with all that ward coverage on the right side of the map. He doesn't know that it's there, granted. But he's getting so aggressive and so picky in terms of what he wants to do. He's like, I want to pick this guy off. Let's go get him. And you saw that committal. You saw the pings come out. And you're like, all right, he's going to go for it. This is so telegraphed. And Baron is up now with 25 seconds left on Senkux.
That is not the right timing here for Reason Gaming. Overconfidence, I feel like, is the name of the game right now. They were 3-0 in the series, or like 3-0 so far in Challenger, 1-0 in the series. Now Sports looking for a bit of a trap. Pink wards come down. Can they find the engagement of Barney D? Can they find the engagement of anyone? 3 seconds now till Talon comes up, and Mouse Sports, they squander the 5v4. Several comes in.
He's so fast.
Cubon, can they find much Dark Binding? Plus the stun comes out, does not land. Mouse Sports forced to disengage. A nice little wind wall to keep him safe.
Now they're going to back off of this. And the funny thing is that Mouse Sports, you're talking about the sweeping lenses. They only had 2 last time I looked.
Yep.
And they still have ward advantage.
The thing is, there's still a pink ward. There's no pink ward, I should say, in Baron Pit, meaning Reason know about everything here. They're going to move forward. A little bit of damage on Olivik. Looks like it's going to be a disengage by Mouse Sports. They're going back and forth. Solar Flare is going to land onto Mockler. The engage comes in. Windwall comes down. They have the damage. Trashy knocked away.
Baron's still aggro.
Gets a kill. Baron is aggro, dealing damage. Beansu not in a good spot. Barney D. It's a 2-for-2 fight so far. Kanzi-san stays alive. Chris on the back line though. Can he find Kuba? Can he find Mockler? Stun on a Beansu. Not good for Renekton. Mockler, big damage.
Buff.
1 hit to go. Spell shoot comes in. Chrisland does not want to help Mockler right here. Ricochet damage. No, not going to be enough. It's going to come too slow. All right, -1 here. Reason Gaming stop Baron. Going to lose another extra member of the team. Mouse Sports clawing their way back in after a very rough fight before a Baron a second ago. I guess 8 minutes ago.
Kanzi can just see Trashy every time he comes in. They also have the sweeping lenses completely upgraded to the Oracle's lens. So that when he stealths, Trashy's still going to be taking damage. You saw it there, just trying to burst him down, get him off the field so that they could possibly continue the Baron and pick it up with no chance of the smite stealing.
Looks like Krislin puts the ward over the wall. I don't know if he really wants to go for this one, though. He's got to be afraid of a Lee Sin. Teammates still pretty far away. Krislin W. Nope, not going to matter. Smite comes through. Here's a Sivir ulti. There's going to be no chase right here. So, man, what a game, though. Mousesport's on their way back in. And I want to keep tabs on the Elise, by the way. Death Cap was his second item. Actually, he only just now got Zhonya's, I believe. And he's now going towards what I'm guessing is Sunfire Cave.
Yeah, a Void Staff, there isn't enough magic resistance on the field.
Not yet.
Have to get to about 5 items for a lot of these pieces before they start itemizing that.
Livik taking some pain. Nice dark binding over the wall, but Krislin and Trash is looking for damage. Livik could get jumped in here. Big burst comes through. He will be going down. And now Makker's in a bad spot. Pops the spell shield. Trashy forced to jump away from this one. Take one has a knockup. Cocoon. Knockup's not going to land. Here comes Elise for the Q. Gets the kill. No! It's still going to come through though. Kuban now low on health. Barney can't keep chasing. Kanzi-san into the back line. It's a 4 versus 4 on the map, forcing the flash and the dash over the wall. Reason Gaming disengage.
Nice zonies there from Kuban, but also Barney D gets out with his life. It was so close. The Maw.
Yeah.
Is what did it for that quarter second there on Trashy. He was like, he's alive. Nope. He's dead. And now he has flash up and available to him. So he'll have that in the next fight. And here's something. Livik, his itemization. He gets the Zeeks.
Zeeks Herald.
He's like, all right, we have enough people who are auto attack based with damage. All 3 of them are going to benefit from that.
Yep. I don't see it often.
That's a real support right there. Being manly.
I mean, 20 CDR and some health does help Morgana, of course. But the rest of that item is there to help Kanzi-san, to help Take Fun, to help Makler. And they'll enjoy it. I mean, there's a lot of lifesteal now to be had. I mean, both Makler and Take Fun already have a Vamp Scepter built item. They have even more now. So they're going to be nice and happy in team fights. Krislin has his red buff, 4, 2, and 5 for him. Actually adds the Hex Drinker himself. I very rarely see Hex Drinker on AD carries. Normally you see Spectre's Cowl.
Or you'd see something like a QSS against this team that has so much lockup.
Yeah, I could see QSS being really good against.
And like Mikhail's was already purchased by Barney D.
Yeah.
So that would be used to try and remove that. But you can never be too safe against this team.
I agree.
Coons from Kuban have been great. The Dark Bindings as well.
Yeah. Honestly, though, Banshee is still the ideal pickup for Krislin.
Yes.
Like, yeah, getting extra health isn't amazing against Kuban, but they're still base damages. Like, health is still a good stat regardless. And you'll block Dark Bindings or Yasuo Tornadoes with it. Of course, you can't afford it, but still, that's the item I would go for.
That's typically the magic resistance item. We'll see that or GA. More so, Banshee's Bill as of late.
Yeah.
And wow. So Take Fun, despite having the static shift.
Flash is not going to land it. Senkuk's taking huge damage, forced to disengage from this one. Trashy binded up now. Kuban to the front lines. Big Morgana ulti about to find the stun on a Barney D. He's going to go down. Krislin on the side, not going to do much. Another kill picked up for Mousesports. 19-15, 41 minutes in. Could they push the base?
Kuban's damage is ridiculous. His burst, and then he just sits there, a golden spider.
Yeah.
And his team just cleans it up afterwards. The amount of pressure and the amount of safety he has. He has a GA, too. So he's got GA, Repel, Zonias. It's really hard to kill Kuban, and it's no wonder he only has 1 death in this game.
High burst player, here we go. Mid inhibitor is going to be laid open here in Mousesports. With a 4-kill lead, going to get the first inhibitor of the game. And a pretty quick disengage off the Baron buff that is timed out soon. Stun on a Trashy, still looking for more. Not quite going to find it. Mousesports backs out.
So they're making their move top. Try to cut off anybody who chases them, clear out the ward vision, establish dominance in this top lane. That is what is next in their sights. Go ahead and push that out. Look at this. This is so sneaky. So sneaky. It worked once. Why wouldn't it work twice?
Oh no.
Is it the same guy? Barney D!
The Repel comes in a bit early, but the Cocoon's going to land. Take Fun on the side. Barney D's got nowhere to go. Spell shield by Mog is going to be safe. And there we go. 5v4 top lane has a minion wave. Mousesports, they could keep going, get more on this one. Krislin with the ulti into the back lines. Good damage on Olympic. Kami's not going to help keep him alive, but there's a low health Morgana. Here comes the siege.
Don't even back. They think they have this? Mousesports.
I don't know, this might be a little bit too aggressive. There's a couple of low health bars here.
Yeah, Barney B's off the field.
Ooh, done a
very long time.
Big early damage. The jump in from Lee Sin, dashing away. Damage back onto Kanye-san. Big ulti comes in. Gonna be a lot of pain. Turret goes down, trashing the back lines. Gonna get Randuin's kicked in the face. Down he goes. 5 versus 3 for 10 more seconds. Take fun. Looking in for Beams right here. This Renekton not in the best spot. Stun comes back around the big damage of Krislin. But a good Windwell's gonna keep him safe. Top inhibitor goes down as well. The respawn's just now for Reason.
And so now they have super minions up in the mid lane. Now they're gonna start coming into the top lane. And that was a great stick around there from Mousesports on the overall. Once they got an advantage, about 4K gold for themselves, they just took an entire arm after that. Now they're looking for the victory here. They have those 2 lanes pushing. Most likely will go to the bottom lane and just push the issue even more in the timer on.
Well, there's 2 good timers here from Mousesports right now. Kuban's just getting blue buff. Dragon comes up in 45 seconds, then Baron comes up 30 seconds afterwards. Mousesports can secure 2 more global objectives and then start the siege with almost no missing beats.
Yeah, that's true. It's great timers here. Very lucky. I don't know if that's calculated.
Fortunate. They're fortunate
very
timers.
Fortunate. Very fortunate timers for them. If they were keeping them, be like, all right, push this wave out, go do Dragon, go do Baron, then go push, have these extra combat stats, have even more gold available to us, and some more levels, which never hurts your support in the late game.
I mean, you got to remember, Mousesports, earlier in this game, threw away a very big 5-for-0 fight and gave away Baron. Nearly lost the game because of it. They did claw back in, but they got to realize, look, Reason can win these fights off of one good push. Remove the globals that Reason could take off of the team fight win to make sure even if you do lose a fight, you don't lose much for it.
Yeah, and they clawed their way back in, basically Fnatic pushing people.
Yeah, they did. It was one really good catch.
And then they did it again to Barney right there, and that was the turret and the inhibitor as a result. And now we see Hanzi. Actually, they're just going to ignore the Dragon and the Baron because Reason Gaming can't go for them right now.
Yeah, they can't go for them right now. I think even a team fight lost. Wow, very aggressive play. The jump in. They're going to find the quick kill on a Sencooks. This could be the game. Do they find much more? Finding on a Trashy. Take Fun forced to run away from this one. He's going to go for the more knockouts. Yes, the shield comes in. Trashy, a bit durable. Kuban in the back lines. 5v4. Can they get much more? Libic flash ulti in. Kuban will be going down to the GA. He'll revive up soon. Knock up there on a Trashy in the back lines. Krislin's still alive. Kuban revives. Down goes Trashy though. Barney D and Take Fun. Going to be a much better fight for Take Fun. Looks like 4 kills coming through. Only Krislin alive. Mousesports makes it 1-1.
They're all red, and now Kuban gets dropped there. But all of them are red except for Mockler. They're all so low, and it's just a great little rotation in that micro with Mousesports to take game 2.
There we go. 9-kill lead to close it out. 45 minutes. A hard-fought game. Once again, these guys made it happen by the mid-game. Gotta say, the 10 to 15 minute mark started going really well for Mousesports. They found a couple of fights. The rotations off the first pick, Yasuo, absolutely worked. They found their footing in team fights finally.
Yeah, and they basically picked a lot of fighters into another team that had a lot of fighters, so nobody had any magic resistance or armor even. So it took a very long time for that to come out, and when it did come out, Mousesports has already established himself as the dominant force in the game.
Yeah.
So even it up 1-1 first game that Mousesports has ever taken off of Reason Gaming with their new jungler, who was stepping up big there. I love that Lee Sin pick into Kha'Zix because you can see him and at least do damage to him. Like, people are like, oh, he takes 50% less damage while he's stealth, but at least you could see him and do damage to him when you have that pick on your team.
And I gotta say, they balanced the aggro so well, even though you had a Talon who had... Honestly, I gotta say, so I'm thinking about the Talon pick because I want to bring attention to it. Lost the laning phase early on. Take Fun beat up Sencooks in the laning phase. 20 minion lead or so by about 10 minutes. Pretty sizable advantage there. The mobility boots did not pay off for Talon. I didn't see any of those like roaming ganks pay off. Sometimes he overextended, got himself killed. In fact, in general, Sencooks' engages got him or his team killed. I'm thinking about the 1v1 at Mockler in the bottom lane. Randomly roamed down, got spotted, counter-ganked by Kuban. When Barney D got sort of Fnatic brushed. And then Sencooks re-engaged the 2v5, got his team killed there as well, lost Baron buff. Decision-making, a little bit weak right now. I know Reason Gaming are a strong team. I think they should go back to a sort of siege-type composition and play from there because their team fighting is generally good, but their playmaking is actually screwing up right now. I think they're getting out individually skilled by Mousesports.
It's the aggressiveness and it's kind of the desperation move there too. And I feel like Libic on that Morgana in game 2, like not changing up the pick at all, had a great game 1.
Yeah.
His game 2 was even better. His ulties, he was tethering more people more consistently, more often.
Yeah, worked out. They went into him, he bound them up, worked well. Of course, with that, Mouse Sports are now 1-1, and they're going to be heading into elimination. We've got to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, an exciting Game 3 is among us. Don't go anywhere.
Raise your what?
Hey everyone, and welcome back now to Game 3 of the European Challenger Series Playoffs quarterfinals. We've got a win or go home game between Reason Gaming and Mouse Sports.
And Mouse Sports have got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah.
They took their first game ever off of Reason Gaming in the Challenger Series, making it 3-1, and this time Mouse Sports controlled the team fights. But here Take Fun took charge and was able to get away from the ganks and shut Trashy down.
Yeah.
Which is a huge accomplishment all in itself. And once Mouse Sports clawed ahead, they built steam and never looked back. In Reason Gaming, they need to return to their Game 1 and their previous form.
Yeah, exactly. And so once again, I sort of I break down the elements of the game so that we can kind of think about like what it's going to take to win the game. So I think Mouse Sports are actually winning on individual skill. I think their bottom lane's doing better. I think their mid lane's doing better. I think their top lane's doing better. The one advantage that I think Reason has is the better jungler. I'm still very impressed by Trashy, but I think the Lee Sin ban needs to come back.
Yeah.
Right. It was banned away in game 1. When Kanzi got it in game 2, he had a great impact there. I think that was really scary. I think you have to get the jungler back into a good spot here for reasons they can outplay from the jungle.
Yeah, and Kha'Zix was banned game 1 as well,
Mhm.
and just picked up this game, and they pretty much showed, yeah, you had to bring the Lee Sin ban back, and they opted to ban
Rise.
They banned Rise instead.
Yeah.
That's right.
Diana both times, LeBlanc I think both times. And they brought in Rise for Lee Sin, which didn't pan out.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that one because they love playing Renekton in the top lane. He's been played both games.
Yeah.
Not to much effect. I think he's actually lost both.
I mean, he had the minion lead against Shen.
It's true.
I think that it worked okay in game 1.
I guess Renekton did win that first game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, completely beat up by Kuban's Elise, which was a big surprise, I think, all around. Like, out of nowhere, like, top lane Elise, and it's just, like, dumpstering the lane from early game as well the whole time. I'm very impressed by Kuban's play. Early death cap as well. And just, like, had huge impact that time. And now it's like, well, shoot, how do you deal with Kuban now? Because they haven't even sent many bans his way. Like, a Rise ban once. And it's like, well, here's the champ you didn't even think of. Dumpstered him.
Yeah, and Elise just out of nowhere bringing that back and making it work, and his burst was disgusting in that late game. Like mid-late game, he was just ridiculous. And the fact that he survived a 2v1 just is a testament to Kuban's skill as a player, not just on that champion.
Yeah.
Because that is just a big accomplishment to be able to survive a 2v1.
Yep.
And an even bigger one to do it on Elise, then come out on top over Renekton.
It's good stuff. So now you got to think about the rest of the picks and bans because these guys are running contested picks a lot of the time. So you think back to it, right? And it's like at the very beginning in game 1, you had Kanzi from Mouse Sports. He took away Wukong as a pick for himself. In game 2, they banned it away from Trashy. And honestly, again, I'm still not a fan of the Wukong steals. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but they're clearly respecting it a whole heck of a lot here in this series. Also, the Yasuo banned by Mouse Sports in the first 3 games they played against Reason, both the 2 in the quarterfinals back in the day. Also, game 1 here, they pick it for themselves. Take Fun does awesome. So it's like, okay, well, Yasuo's a contested pick. That's very important. The Wukong is somewhat contested. The Lee Sin, I think, is very, very important. And then you've kind of got a lot of one-sided bans the rest of the time, where support's playing different things, AD carry is playing different things, top lane is playing different things. And so that starts kind of whittling down where your bans go. And again, you keep in mind, Mouse Sports on the red side, both games they banned Lulu anyway. They still don't want to give that one away. Yeah. Kha'Zix, maybe a forced ban as well. And you're like, well, now you're kind of running out of options for these guys.
Yeah, and we saw just dominating performance from the Yasuo. So Lee Sin ban probably coming back. Yasuo ban will probably be coming back as well. The question is, do you give it up for the Diana ban? I don't know.
I think Reason still has a lot of bans to work with.
Yeah.
Like, again, once again, they're on blue side, right? Like, I'm about to sneeze, so I'm going to interrupt myself in a second.
That's fine.
Yeah, the Diana ban, like, I think the Elise... There we go. I've warned you. You can't blame me for that one.
Everybody does it.
Nope. This is the first time I've ever sneezed in my life. Prove me wrong, internet detectives.
Somebody's got something of you sneezing.
I don't know.
Somewhere.
I mean, they found me missing a smite that I chose not to smite.
That's right. I remember that.
I chose not to smite. I was saving it.
You're like, I never miss a smite. And then they're like, Frick's a liar. You miss it.
See, the fact that you miss 100% of the smites you don't take is wrong. That's not a real quote. He never said that.
Anyway.
You don't miss smites you don't take. LeBlanc, Diana still the bans. Ziggs and Lulu still the bans from Mouse Sports. Now, do they remove Kha'Zix? Do they remove Yasuo? That's a big question. Reason Gaming, do they remove Rise? Do they remove Elise? Or what else do they do here? A lot of important questions for Reason Gaming's last ban.
Don't know if you want to ban Elise. It was very powerful. But okay, yeah. That's
good.
That's the better choice here.
I think that's the right ban.
And now Mouse Sports will probably ban Kha'Zix. Oh, nope. They banned the Yasuo.
Ban the Yasuo.
Okay.
This leaves Kha'Zix and Elise available, so... And Wukong, but honestly, I think this is right because they know Trashy will just pick Kha'Zix anyway. There's no reason to ban Wukong. It's a useless ban.
Yes.
So
well, I'm talking about picking it up. Like, Trashy is really good on Wukong, but here's the thing. He's already seen Kanzi's Wukong.
Yeah.
So he's like, we banned Lee Sin. If I pick up Kha'Zix, are you going to pick up Wukong again?
Who cares?
He's like, I saw it. I wasn't impressed by it.
Exactly. Wukong bound to be useless, so no Lee Sin jungle. Kanzi, I don't think he'll re-go for the Wukong. I don't think it's his best pick, and it was a steal last time. And there's no point stealing Wukong when you've already got jungle Kha'Zix.
Absolutely. And yeah, that is pretty much definitely a jungle Kha'Zix. It's extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Beansu doesn't play at top lane, Senkers doesn't play at mid lane. Yeah. And now I think a serious Pants are coming on. I don't think we're going to see another Talon. I think that may have been just a little bit of a...
It didn't pay off.
Yeah.
He's good at the champion. It worked.
He's good at the champion, yes. It's his baby and solo
It worked
queue.
in the 3rd place match. Didn't work here. Mousesports played around it well enough. They group up. Like, that's the thing, right? It's like, this is a very scary Mousesports to me because I think they've replaced their weakest player in Mokata by putting in Kanzi here. And Mousesports has always been pretty good at team play because they've just been together for so darn long. They've been a professional team for a good long time. They're going to have team play. The fact their individual skill is raised up here, they're a much more threatening team. They're a whole bunch of scary here. Libic, I like the choice to go for Anna here. Play more of an engaged champion than Pantheon I like as well. He can set his lanes up for a lot of success.
There's a lot of hard engage here.
Yes.
Annie, Flash Tibbers, you have the Grand Skyfall right on top of that. Go ahead and Aegis of Zionia, somebody right afterwards.
Yeah.
That's what I thought he was going to go for. Because I'm like, don't pick the Wukong again. You know, Trashy's not going to pick it up. He's got the Kha'Zix. You can't play Kha'Zix. You can't play Lee Sin. You played your Wukong and wasn't that great.
Yeah.
Go for something else. So now they're formulating a composition around this instead of having a repeat performance of their first game.
Yeah. You know what's funny about this is you talk about repeat performances. This is a comp that I would run Katarina with. That I'd be comfortable running Katarina with. You have actual lockdown to supplement Katarina. That's not over-forced. Like, Flash Tibbers is like, all right, good engage. Flash Wukong ult doesn't always pay off. So reason now to make their few choices. Of course, they can grab the rest of their bottom lane. They're actually waiting for their solo lanes to get counter picks here, to get good lane matches, because they've been burned by bad lane matchups before. So Caitlyn Leona, it's a fine bottom lane. It's good engage. Barney D's Leona is all right. He's been getting caught out a bit.
Yeah.
But as far as his actual skill accuracy, he's been good at playing Leona.
That's true. He's been landing the abilities. Gets caught out. I like his ultimates. He locks people up and stops them from getting into the fight.
Yeah.
Or uses it to engage. And I want to jump over here to Mousesports. They're definitely taking their time with this because I'm sitting here thinking, you can run Gragas with this, you can run Orianna with this. They would both be great, and Take Fun plays both of those. I don't think he's going to go back to the Katarina. If he did, I'd be surprised.
I think they'd rather blind pick top anyway. I think mid lane is too important for them.
Yeah.
But unless they can get a really safe mid laner here that they're fine to run with. Oh! Okay, so Zed comes through. Now that's not really the most played of either Kuban or Take Fun. I was like about to say it's probably definitely a Take Fun champion, but like Kuban could just be playing that.
Kuban can play whatever he wants. He played at least last game.
Yep.
I don't even care. He can play Zed in the top lane. That's fine.
He played John on top lane for all I care. I'd believe it if he picked it.
So I don't know where that Zed's going to go. But I'm looking at this team composition right now, and they're having that same problem from game 1 with the lack of wave clear. No Gragas, no Orianna. They're going to go try to assassinate people, because this looks like a dunk team to me.
Yeah.
Like Zed's going to go ahead, come bottom, roam bottom at the same time. Pantheon's going to ultimate and set themselves up for success and possibly Barons and Dragons off of it.
Yeah.
So, Reason Gaming, they're going to have to throw it over and pick their solo lanes. One of them will be blind, possibly both if you don't think that that's a top lane. Yeah, true. We'll have to see.
There's always a chance they kind of throw it for a loop. I mean, it's still extremely likely to be Take Funds, but you got to keep the option open. The pick's going to be kind of interesting. Barney D still hovering on Exhaust for a Summoner spell. Is going to be top lane Aurelia here for Beansu. Doesn't play it a ton, but still a strong champion overall. And of course, a great player by his own right. Mid lane Neely is going to be interesting to watch for. You don't have good gank synergy, so I feel like Take Fun is going to have kind of free license to just chill in the mid lane and farm and push and kind of roam around for the map. I also don't see a champion that's going to be really, really good at 1v1ing the Zed either. I feel like Aurelia doesn't build tanky for a while, and Zed's going to power up and be able to one-shot people. And we used to see games where Zed would one-shot Trundles in the split push. Like, I don't see someone who can take out Take Fun.
Maybe takes the fun out of that matchup.
Yeah, it does. They just throw javelins. But the thing to worry about, though, and here's another thing that actually concerns me, is they're running Nidalee against a team with 2 forms of engage.
Yeah, usually you pick Nidalee against something that doesn't have hard engagement, but he's doing it against multiple hard engages here.
Yeah.
And at the same time, They lack the wave clear on both sides now. So everybody's just going to be sitting there saying, all right, who can get the pick, who can get the rotation? And their wave clear is really left to their AD carry for the most part.
It depends who shows up, right? Because if you want to play defense as Reason Gaming, like, you can throw javelins at the enemy champions and tell them to back off the turret. You could probably defend okay with that, while probably Beansu split pushes. I think they're okay defending with 4, though it's a bit risky. For Mousesports, yeah, it's like Mox's got to do it. If Take Fun is defending, he'll be good at wave clearing. I think if Kuban aims it right, he can get rid of the caster mages with Volatile Spiderling, but it's all a little bit iffy. The team that gets behind is going to have a hard time getting back in. It's really like, when you get behind, it's what kind of hard engage can you find? Can you get the Flash Annie ulti on top of a Grand Skyfall, right? That's how Mousesports gets back.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff.
It's that Wombo combo, which we saw they can do in game 1. And then they go for the Elise in game 2.
Yep.
And now it's Kuban back on it again in the top lane, up against an Aurelia.
Yeah.
Which I think is a better matchup for Elise, just in the overall.
Yeah.
As opposed to a Renekton, because the sustain is not as high. You're going to be bullying her extremely hard in that early game. Just, I'm fascinated by Kuban's pick.
Yeah.
And I really want it to be a thing. I really want it to be a thing.
Yeah.
I want to be like, I'll see more top lane Elises, and his cocoons are great. And the fact that she took a little hit in the jungle might mean she's primed for the top lane. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I mean, the nerfs were basically base damages go down on both Qs, and max damage to monsters goes down on both Qs. And there's actually 2 things to think about with this. So, it's interesting how numbers can change where champions go, because a top laner gets more gold and more experience than a jungler. And so if you ever lose base values, of course, you lose lane pressure, of course, right? Your laning does go down, but your ability to compensate for the nerfs goes up, right? Level 18 Elise is arguably stronger than level 18 Elise after, before the changes, because your cocoon lasts for another half a second. And you're more likely to hit level 18 if you are a top laner. So I think you're right. I'm kind of spelling out what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, and of course we saw Kuban buy a death cap. More % health damage, right? More damage output going on overall. Helps compensate for the fact that the base damage went down. So we'll see how it pans out. R&D once again going to start out with a Relic Shield, and for the 3rd time in a row, Livik is starting out with a Doran Shield. Does open up with a stun. Mousesports looking for an early invade.
And Reason Gaming going to go ahead and have their defense just lined up here on the side. So a lot of people have actually, instead of doing the fan out in the Challenger Series with the changes of the 2-minute trinkets, they're just like, all right, we're going to get invaded, and we are probably going to late invade them. So just Clash of the Titans. Nobody's buying those. Well, very rarely people buy wards at the start, despite not having your trinket up until 2.
We see it once in a while. This time they're not going for it. See where everyone goes. Mousesports just happy to spam their emotes. Reason Gaming much more stoic. Let's try this one out.
Yeah.
You know it's do or die.
A baker.
There you go. Panther wants to be a baker.
A baker.
A baker. Now again, guys, this game means a hell of a lot for both teams. The loser is out of the Challenger Series. They are not going to qualify for the summer split. The winner moves on to the semifinals. They'll be the 4th and final semifinalist. 3 of those 4 semifinal teams make it to the summer promotion tournament. Means odds are good that you can get there, but you've got to win this game to get it.
Yes, because it'll be the semis before people participating. Then there's a 3rd, 4th place match with the losers, and the winner of that will take it as well.
Yep.
So whoever wins this plays NIP, the #1 seeded team. So if you can upset them, then that's fantastic. You secure your spot.
Yep.
If you lose to them, you get another chance.
Win your 3rd place match.
Yeah.
And that'll be either Cloud9 Eclipse or Denial. Of course, all 3 of those, well, all 5 teams we're going to see right now are very good teams. We're seeing this here in front of us. But you got to win the matches to make it happen. Looks like Reason Gaming going to opt into the 2v2 lane. Same for Mousesports here at the bottom.
Swap
nice
buffs,
KQ. Yeah, that's fine. Going to be okay with this one. Mousesports happy to put a little bit of harass down Makler. Trying pretty hard to put some damage on a Barney D.
Ooh, immediately we see Kanzi come top. You don't expect a gank this early.
Oh, and the dash is down.
Forward.
Beansu's only going to have a flash to get out of this one. It's been burned. All right. And honestly, there's no real danger of Kanzi losing his red buff, so
That's some Season 2 stuff right there.
Seriously, level 2 ganks top? What is this?
Go get a buff, then go gank?
What is this,
Kanzi.
2012? Come on, guys.
Ah.
Get with the times. That's a flash burned for about 30 seconds of jungler's time. I mean, we talked about this matchup, right? How well Kuban did last time around, how rough it was for Beansu. And now suddenly you've got a flash advantage. The next 4 minutes, if he shows back up, it's a kill. This could be very, very good for Mouse Sports.
Now, Reason Gaming, they have to be a little bit on edge because they lost their first game to them. This new lineup here with Kanzi definitely working out for Mouse Sports, and it is do or die. This very last game here, the pressure is on. The momentum is actually in favor of Mouse Sports. They won the last game. You had to be coming off of that, but it's basically even playing field. You can't let that last loss get to you. You have to look at it and be like, this is what we did wrong. This is where our rotations didn't go. This is what happened in our champion select, and remedy the problem going into this game. And the top lane Elise, once again, so the question will be, was that the deciding factor?
Oh, doesn't quite stop the recall in time. The last quarter second, you get to still recall anyway. Kuba not going to stop that one. I am surprised by the Doran's Blade opening from Binsu. It's really hurt his ability to sustain, but he's going to teleport back up without losing much. Has a flask and some more potions, so see how long it's going to take. The stun's going to land for Sencook's flash is already down. Good damage. The barrier popped as well. The flash, the E.
Oh.
Not enough damage. Too many summoners burn. Mouse Sports. Bit off more than they could chew.
Got the flash for it too, but Take Fun blows his own in return. The barrier from Sencook's saving his life there. And the route that Kanzi has been taking through this jungle has been amazing. Trashy is getting out-ganked.
Yeah, he is.
This early on, he's back. Oh, he's too far away.
Yeah, Senkook will survive that one. Not too big of a deal.
Trashy's on the opposite side. He's set up wards to just know what's going on at the Wraith camp at all times.
Yeah, and he counter juggles it too.
And that's pretty much his style. If he can't get a gank or force a gank or no lanes look gankable to him, especially something like Nidalee, it's not that great to gank for.
Yep.
He's going to go counter jungle. He's going to try to put pressure on the enemy jungler and make them make a move.
Exactly.
Or make them fight him.
Yep. That's the mark of a good jungler, is when you see an advantage, you say, okay, their jungler went to the bottom side of the map. It means you know you can get Wraiths. You know you can steal that away, get rid of some of the golden experience potential, and then go back around. Trashy, making good adaptations so far in the game. Great player overall, of course. We're going to see Kuban push around to the top lane. Double Doran's ring for him. We'll see if he can equalize the CS here. Looks like he'll get close. Beansu also gets a ward gun and Tri-Brush. And we'll see a minute and a half or so until the second round of buffs comes back up. We've got a while till the junglers hit 6, but when they do, they'll have some pretty scary ganks.
Yeah, Kuban's got the double Dorans now. Go ahead and sustain his mana back up after killing. And just passive regen. So he's going to use that just to try and harass Beansu out of the lane.
To be honest, Beansu's doing well.
Yeah, Beansu's doing really well in this matchup, especially compared to his last matchup that he was in. Look at that, just chunks him more and more every time.
Well, chugging the flash charges, we'll see how long he needs them. Of course, his Summoner Teleport, with only a 3-minute cooldown, is most of the way back up. So as long as he doesn't have to TP back into team fights, Beansu can stay around in this matchup and keep farming. And then I want to know, if it does just go equal for a while, who's going to have the better late game? Fed Aurelia or Fed Elise, because they're both trading farm.
I have no idea, but the Nidalee is going to be what this is mostly about. Can he scale? Can Sencook get the spears he needs into the fights and set up his team and set up the Kha'Zix to pick people off, or just have the threat of a Kha'Zix? Ward expired. Kanzi's coming back up top. Beansu, if he queues forward, he might be a goner.
The flash stun comes in. Beansu does not have flash right now. The damage coming in.
Cocoon's up
as well. Cocoon lands. First blood comes through. What a stun coming in. Pays off the flash cooldown from level 2 gank.
The ward expired, and Kanzi just sneaks him very easily. Flash, Aegis of Zionia very, very quickly. No hesitation on that. And now he has this timer, because he actually started it at that blue buff at 720. Well, it'll be up about 720. It's up in just a second.
And Trashy's forced to defend the top lane. Of course, teleport is available from Aurelia. They could swap down. But will the Golem die in time? It's a little bit of a risk here for Pantheon. He starts it, realizes that Aurelia shows up. This is a risk for Kanzi-san.
Oh, it's a level 6 Kha'Zix. So. Oh, he spited it!
Oh, didn't get the damage. Easy pickup for Trashy.
Well, here's the thing. He wants to give it to Sencook.
He's on top of a ward, but yeah, Kanzi-san can't get in there to get it. Wow. Almost, but a little bit too much risk. Had to back off.
Helped out Reason Gaming on that one.
Yeah, a little bit. Caught him some time.
Here's a golem, guys, that did it for you. Smited it too, so you can save your own.
Super low.
Yep. You can thank me later.
They might have already thanked him. Bottom lane, though, I got to point out, a big lead for Reason Gaming. They open up with a GP10 on Barney D versus a Doran Shield, and even still hold a 12 minion lead among the AD carries. That is pretty nice here. Reason Gaming, despite down a kill, up 400 minions because of the farm. Beansu in a trade with Kuban. Good damage comes through. Dashes forward. Cocoon comes through. Beansu maybe tried a little bit too hard for that one.
Yeah, really the Elise damage is something that's been underestimated even by myself here.
Yeah.
Coming into this matchup, and the previous matchup too. Just, you have to pay respect to that. And if you learn that in the middle of a match,
yep, might be too late.
You probably took too much damage. You might be paying for it, which he did.
Well, they're still trading pretty equally in minion kills. Even the champion kill that paid off and didn't stop the minion farm from coming in. So Beansu now with double Doran's Blade. Gonna try to keep himself going. Senkux trading pretty equally with Take Fun as well. So far as far as the laning phase is concerned, Senkux is fine here.
Oh, man drop coming into the mid.
Jump in from Take Fun. Ulti comes through. Flash Force from Senkux. He flashes for the ulti, but good damage comes through. Blue left will keep him safe.
I like the setup from Take Fun on that one.
Yeah.
To throw out the shadow and then make it look like he's actually backing off for the harass. Swaps to it and then uses his ultimate.
It's nice.
Does some damage that gets out, but does bait the flash.
Yeah.
Which Kanzi, into his praise, he's been actually keeping those flash knives very well.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's out of mana. He's on the wrong side of the map as well. Reason Gaming capitalized off the fact that Take Fun and Kanzi-san left the lane. Take over the dragon real quick. Of course, their bottom lane was winning as well. A 15 minion lead here for these guys. You can see 400 gold between the AD carries. And even despite the first blood, only 200 gold separates the top laners. So Reason Gaming looking pretty good so far.
Even in CS in the top, it's just that kill keeping the balance.
Yep.
Now, you see Nidalee has bought the tier. Early game is very, very standard now because when you're up against somebody who's doing physical damage, you don't want the chalice. But to compensate for the AP loss, he's going to go ahead.
Trashy. Take Fun doesn't quite find the opening. Trash's going to try again for the recall. Nidalee, of course, is going to cut off Take Fun's retreat. Does not land Javelin, though. Okay, never mind.
Oh, he's not even taking 2.
Nope.
So I guess he missed all the spears he didn't throw. So 2. 3.
It works with spears. Wow, you're just counting the cooldown. Every 6 seconds, you're just adding another miss.
4.
That doesn't... Oh, my God.
Please. Hey, you missed it. That's how many he's missed this game. 5.
He's been on the map for like 11 minutes. That's like 50.
Oh, my God.
So many javelins.
Hey, he's hit a couple.
This is unfortunate. Seeker's Arm Guard and tier done for Senkux so far. It's going to be pretty durable. Usually we don't even see him finish Zonias for someone like Nidalee. It's just enough to not lose a full trade to Zed and stop there and go for more damage. I want to see where the build does mature. Trashy going to sneak into the top lane a little bit. We'll see if Kuban trades again with Beansu.
Beansu's in stun range, though, with the Equilibrium Strike.
He is.
Go ahead and close the distance. Get a stun onto it. Allow Trashy to get close. Flash is still available for Kuban. Grand Skyfall is about up, too, and he goes for it.
Stun, in comes the jump in. A lot of damage comes through. There's the repel. Grand Skyfall to turn around. Flash from Kuban. Can he turn this fight around? Goes for the stun, finds Beansu, but Flash is available. The counter engage on the Kanzi-san. Trashy in the front lines. No one's going to rotate up from the mid lane, though. Just a trade of spells.
So everything pretty much went the way that it was expected. The flash away from Kuban, so he was safe. And the Grand Skyfall cooldown had just come up, so Kanzi-san put himself right into the fight. Trashy and Beansu both have theirs. Yep.
Good Spiderlink's going to spot the brush right there.
Why not?
That's one good thing about top lane Elise that I forgot about. She can check brushes for like 80 mana.
Definitely worth it.
Absolutely the right call right here. Senkux in a bit of a trade. Ignite comes down. He's trying.
Barrier.
Barrier being used.
Early.
Dodges the Q. Yeah, Senkux going to survive it though. The Solar Flare going to come down. Big fight in the bottom lane. Krizzle taking a whole bunch of pain. Barney D locking down Mockler.
Support versus AD carry, and he's going to win that one.
And the stun's going to come up for Barney D in a second. Oh. Going to flash forward, lands the stun, but the Kulling's still going for Krizzlin. Barney D jumps in, goes down.
He's got ace in the hole still.
It'll get blocked by Mockler though.
But yeah, Krizzlin didn't go for any more aggression. Just backed off. Oh, Kanzi's out of position.
This is not good for him. Trashy over the wall is going to land the W. Takes him down. Trashy gets the kill. Bit off more than he could chew right there.
That was a hefty W.
He had a trapper before it.
Those void spikes. Ow.
Yep. Got a Lizard Owler and 2 longswords. A lot of damage available. Oh. Good damage from Mako though. On the 2v1, they're really capitalizing on this one, trying to get themselves back into the lane. Chrisland is taking some punishment. We'll see if Mousesports can keep alive in this lane, though. They're still down 20 minions here in the matchup. It's actually been getting worse over time. A 1,000 gold lead for Reason right here, and Sencook's going to grab his blue buff.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing to point out is, oh, he sees it too. He sees the back. Oh. Or did he?
He didn't. He went that far down.
He's going to miss like one minion to the turret. No!
TP not quite available, though, for Beansu, so he's going to be late getting back, but looks like that might be a Mercury Treads picked up for him. He's grabbed the Null Magic Mantle on top of his Sheen. See how much that pays off. Takefun still trading around the lane. These teams are playing very, very gank-based.
Yeah.
They're basically trading farm in lane, no major plays being made. I mean, we have seen kills once in a while. But it's basically like if the jungler makes a move, the teams will play for it. But they're not grouping up for turret pushes. And of course, Dragon's off the map because of a good rotation by Reason.
It's a longer laning phase than we saw in game 1 and 2. And Sencook's has a blue, but here comes the Pantheon.
Directly on top of the Pantheon, he has flash available. The flash comes in, the flash in from Takefun. Just enough damage. Down goes Sencook's. Good gank.
GG.
Good. There you go. GG indeed.
So we handed over the blue. Says you can have a second one too. Oh, but Cuban's getting ganked top.
This is not good for Cuban. Trying to find damage on Beansu. Jumps over to the left-hand side, waiting for cooldowns, but Trashy is on the hunt. Not too good for Elise. He's going to be going down. Just wanted to buy some time. Whatever.
And assist gold in tow.
Yep. He didn't want to give the kill itself to Beansu. I think that's the kind of the reason is he basically chose who got the kill. I guess saying he couldn't do enough damage to get rid of Aurelia regardless.
Ooh. We have Tibbers available. No flash. And if Reason Game, he's going to check it.
Grizzlin not in a good spot. There comes Tibbers. There comes the stun. It's going to be way too much damage. Kill picked up there for Mockler. 4-2. Mousesports back to the 200 gold lead. And the mid lane turret went down for Takefun.
And now equalizing the gold. Dragon is up in 35 seconds. Chrisland will be back on the field, heading his way over there. But at the same time, this bottom lane is definitely in danger. Being pushed in. Trashy might have to put a little bit of his attention there.
See what these guys can find. Bottom lane turret under siege. It's a bit outnumbered here. Mousesports with the number lead, but Trashy's coming down, walks through a ward. Same for Sencooks. Just going to be the retreat here from Mousesports bottom lane. No big deal for these guys.
Now where they know where they are. They're going to start setting up for this dragon. The pink wards are coming down. Ping into that bush, but Kanzi-san's actually not going to check it just yet. There we go.
Yeah!
Wanted to cover himself.
Pink ward goes down. Ugh, javelin in the back of the head. That hurts a little bit. Get it?
That's exactly what they need, though. If Sencooks lands another, then it'll completely get him out of the fight, and it'll mean that he can't.
Takefun overextends. Takes the whole one just flows from Trashy. The javelin won't quite land, but the ulti comes in. Can he get the trade kill? Nah. Overextension. Takefun gets punished.
He used his living shadow.
Yep.
And it was on cooldown for the rest of that chase.
Yeah.
And now Kanzi took a lot of damage from that single spear. Dragon is live right now. Teleport for Beansu if he wants to. So it puts some pressure on Cuban, just keep tabs on him, and possibly cocoon him underneath turret, which doesn't pull aggro. Now he sees Livik off on the side. It's a 2-on-2 with a dragon. There we go. Okay.
Good job by Trashy. Smites it away properly. Gets the dragon kill. Second of the game for Reason here. They're actually uncontested so far. 2-0 on dragons. And with the mid lane going down thanks to Takefun's death, a 2,000 gold lead here for these guys. You can see the big money right now is on the jungler Trashy, 5,500 gold. All of the kills on his team are his right now.
Yep. 100% kill participation and kill stealing.
Securing.
Securing, that's what KS stands for, kill security. Oh!
Ooh, the jump in right against the stun. Ulti in as well. Good Panda to Mockler. Was not worth the Leona ulti though, that's fine.
Dang. So Sencooks finishes his Zhonya's Hourglass first item.
He does, okay.
Even before boots.
Dang.
Just goes
got boots one.
For it. Yeah, he doesn't finish them though.
No.
He's got
only really one boot.
Boots of speed. But yeah, that's how afraid he is of the death mark. And the fact that he keeps getting ganked. And the fact that they will turret dive him and have shown that they aren't afraid to. Both junglers are actually up top right now, poised to fight. Oh, here comes Trashy going in.
Beansu looking for it. Cuban's there as well, but here comes the jungler on the other side as well. Who's going to win this fight?
Trashy has another stealth.
Trashy jumps in the Q. The W lands. Nice play there. Lands is slow as well onto Kanzi-san.
He's isolated.
W. Oh, the shield block comes in. Gets the win right there. Kanzi-san knew the pass was coming up. Blocked enough damage. No fear for Pantheon.
Beansu, bro, where are you at? I thought you had my back.
Farming minions, it's true.
So Trashy's like, where were you?
So much, you know, Reason Gaming puts so much faith in Trashy, they don't even bother backing him up. The flash engage from Livic though, they look for Krislin. Good exhaust, gonna stop some of the damage coming through. The nice solar flare as well, hits one. Ooh, Barney D should be okay to get away from this one. Another stun comes out from Livic though. This might be a little bit too much for Barney D. Wow, more damage than I expected. Bloodthirster, big damage.
And nobody ending up dropping there. Get themselves a turret in the top lane for Reason Gaming. Now 2.7k gold lead. They've been contesting the objectives well, rotating well. And down bottom though, like you said, you think that in the matchups, 1-to-1, that the bottom lane is definitely in favor of Mouse Sports here. Over Krislin and Barney D. Just a little bit of an edge. And oh, Beansu. Oh, he gets scared away.
Cocoon lands. A little bit of damage as well. Kuban over the wall, barely lands the repel, and that's going to be enough damage. Beansu goes down. Mouse Sports finding a lot of rotational kills, 1,200 gold deficit still, but they're going to look to back with the top turret, and they're going to get it.
Kanzi basically saying, I'm going to flash for that. I've done it before. I'm going to do it again. Aurelia has the tenacity boost, has the passive, so he has more tenacity based on how many people are around him. So he just needed that tiny lockup to guarantee the kill. If he hadn't done that, then Aurelia would have just slicked away.
Well played by these guys now. 900 gold. Reason Gaming trying to push the bottom lane down. Both these teams actually trading outer turrets rather rapidly. 5 of the 6 tier 1 turrets are dead. Reason Gaming has a bit more time to push this one down, although Annie and Lucian are coming in soon. Trashy, though, the inside track steals away the blue buff. And he's waiting for a trap.
He's waiting for somebody to come there.
Oh, they're going to the bottom lane.
5-man strong.
There they go, the engage on. They're going to find a bit of a slow into Livic. The Javelin lands as well. Solar Flare's going to get a slow onto Lucian. Not much more than that, though. Outer turret does die. Javelin lands on a Pantheon as well.
This is where they need to be. They took off the primary engager.
Yeah.
Now it's on to Pantheon, who doesn't have Grand Skyfall available. And they have Nidalee, blue buff, sieging up, ready to poke, ready to get them off of this objective. Reason Gaming, this is what the strategy that is completely in their favor right now.
Of course, Javelin hit Mako. The W spam from Trashy helping a little bit as well. This is nice from Reason Gaming. Tier 2 turret. They really got no business defending this one. Looks like it's going to be taking a whole bunch more pain. The wave clear from Zed, they're trying. But Krislin just constantly putting damage down. Turret's down, probably one wave from death, but Mouse Sports are back alive.
Yeah, and we talked about it at the early game. What counters Nidalee? Hard engage. They killed Annie. Here's some free damage onto your turret. Oh!
Oof, Kuban blocks it just in time. Spider-Form does not help anymore. There's no bonus armor MR, but trades anyway for the move speed, I guess. And here we're going to see if the Javelins are enough. Looks like it's going to be Mouse Sports back off from turret number 2 in the bottom lane. This gives a 3,000 gold lead now to Reason. 1.5 minutes till Dragon comes up. And a quick counter jungling.
They go back to their strengths here from game 1 for Reason Gaming. The poke.
Yeah.
And in the past, they were playing Ziggs constantly that it's banned against them every game. Senkux likes those poke champions. He's very reminiscent of a Pekin Wolf. But when he plays the Assassins, he has a good game. He's a decent game. But it's just not his strongest type of champion. And I like seeing him back on the Nidalee. They lack the wave clear, but so does Mouse.
Yeah.
At the same time. And it was very sluggish clearing those waves out. They'd had to use Volatile, Spiderling, etc. Now Livic, he's going to face check. They're
little too aggressive. Down he goes. I don't know why he went that far in. That is a risky ward to go for with everyone off the map. And now 40 seconds until Dragon. Livic will be back in time for it. But map control has to be relinquished from Mouse Sports, giving a lot of time for Beansu to farm and push up the top lane and get a bigger level lead than he already has.
Now Dragon up in 30 seconds. They're going to start putting deeper wards, start positioning, poisoning, making sure that they can take it. But Reason Gaming want to siege up. Oh, spears.
The 4v4 siege is strong. Kuban on the side. They're going to look for this one. Are they going to find the engage? Spiderling comes out. Bit of damage. Barney D's going to lock up Kuban.
Oh, they're going to take
not where he wants to be. Locked up for too long. Can't repel any of it. Great job there. The combo. Knocking him down.
At the same time, Beansu's been shoving top to the point that he's on the turret, and this middle turret is about 1 or 2/10 of its HP left.
But Reason aren't trying to get turrets, they're just trying to take incremental advantages. The red buff just stolen away right now by Trashy. The mid lane gonna go down to the main siege force anyway. Beansu gets some work done, which all he really wanted.
Yeah, pulls Kanzi up to the top lane. They establish jungle dominance. Dragon up once again. Pings coming out here from Mouse Sports. They say we have to try and contest this. Livic's going to get vision. We saw that worked last time.
See what they can find on this one. It's the Dragon, of course. Not too hard for them. They actually do pull Beansu with them. They don't want to burn the Summoner Spell cooldown just to get this one picked out. Of course, none of the minion waves are in bad shape. There's nothing really to farm anyway. It's going to be a very quick Dragon picked up, and now 7,000 gold. Over the last 3 minutes, a big chunk of cash went Reason's way.
Those rotations. Trashy having 100% kill participation still, 5-1-2 on his team. And this is typically how Reason Gaming wins.
Yeah.
Senkux survives the laning phase with some type of poke champion. Trashy just trashes the top lane, the jungle, and then when they group up, it's like, oh, you have a very squishy front line because top has been shut down, that we will just poke you down with Ziggs, with Nidalee, with Gragas, with whatever we want to use. And then Trashy will just be this engagement force, this cleanup crew, this high damage character because he's been getting going.
Yep, it's worked so well for these guys. Trinity Force now done for Beansu. He's hit his first power spike there. Merc Treads are done, and he stops actually at just that item and goes tanky afterwards. Says, you know what, let's build a little bit tankier. Let's be able to dive the turrets a bit sooner. Libic takes about a third of his health from the Caitlyn ulti, and the siege continues. Beansu up onto the turret already. Look how fast it's going down. Mousesport's barely there to defend.
Oh my gosh!
Javelins are gigantic, and the inhibitor turret goes down at 24 minutes.
The game was very slow at first, but now it's blown up, and here comes the Pantheon ultimate. It's all or nothing.
What are they going to find? Caitlyn Trap's not going to land on him. Kanzi-san just blows up. Beansu gets the kill credit. Trashy goes in for Zed as well. Jumps toward the backline. Take Fun goes down. 2 for 0, 3 dead already. Libic also dropped Kuban.
That's it.
Backlines, 4 kills. 25 minutes in. Inhibitor is down. Can they close the game?
And most likely they're going to close it out here. They have a lot of damage. 4-4-0 on the overall. And we see they're just chunking them down. 10k gold lead, 25 minutes into the game. They're going to take it 2-1.
Wow, Reason Gaming coming up big, winning the quarterfinal matchup. They're going to be facing off against Ninjas in Pajamas next week for a spot in the LCS promotion tournament. Big game with these guys. Trashy 7-1-3. Huge game from the jungler. I got to say that team deserved it.
Yeah, Reason Gaming stepped up there. Game 1, Game 3. Mousesports, but big shout out to them because they came this far. They took a game off of somebody who 2-0'd them previously. So they go home with they could go home with their heads held high.
Yeah,
because it was a great performance all around.
They played well.
Staying toe-to-toe with them even in that first game, just all the way through, gold very even. This game, it was kind of just scales, just getting heavier and heavier and then creating that big advantage.
Yeah.
So Reason Gaming, they 2-1 here. They move on to the semifinals, which will be on the 10th.
Yeah.
And they play against NIP, a team that 2-0'd them.
Yeah.
Previously.
We'll see how it pans out. Now, what I like about this series as well is how much the European scene has advanced. I mean, it's a sad story for Meteor Makers or now Mousesports, but think about it, right? They came in, qualified for the LCS, got knocked out of the LCS, lost the promo tournament, now playing in the Challenger Series, knocked out of that as well. A lot of teams have come up and passed that skill level and are now very serious contenders to the LCS spots there. You're going to see how many players are showing up, being these top contenders, players that weren't really around on the top scene like 2 years ago, but showing very well for themselves now.
There's a ton of talent in the European scene.
Yeah.
And you could just look at the LCS standings and realize how close everybody really is in that pool. And then you have these teams that come out of nowhere, like Rocat, and it's like, oh, we're actually a top LCS team.
Yeah.
And like KMT, they'd been around for a while, but under the radar.
Yeah.
And they just pop up and everybody's like, who are these guys? And then, bam. So we could have another one of those teams somewhere around here.
Yep, you're going to see him very, very soon. Now, of course, the European quarterfinals are whittled down to the semis. Let's take a look at whose LCS hopes are still alive, taking a look at the bracket. Yesterday, Denial Esports carved out a win up top, and they're going to be going head-to-head with Cloud9 Eclipse.
And down below tonight's winners, Reason Gaming is staring down the top seed. Reading's fantastic.
Yeah.
Staring down the top seed, Ninjas in Pajamas.
And now that's going to be it for the European Challenger Series for this Super Week, but don't fret, the North American Challenger Series launches Friday, immediately following day 1 of the North American LCS Super Week. The carnage begins 12 noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime.
But of course, tomorrow, Super Week continues in the EUCS. Leading off the 5-game extravaganza is Cotton X and Millennium taking on Svenskeret and SK Gaming. And those battles kick off at 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 5 p.m. Central European Summertime.
And with that, our time together has come to a close tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, GG, and play more Ultra Rapid Fire.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.